Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 331, He didn't cut me. The thought ran through Nua's mind on a loop as she drove the carriage on. Her ears wiggled up and down still, and more than once she reached up to touch them just to confirm they were still there. Why didn't he cut me? She asked herself that question every time she felt the wiggle or felt the tip of her ear. If he weren't a friend of Cardinal Dominic, and if he weren't a cardinal, I'd think it was conscience. Or pity. She loathed the word, but against it she felt confident that she was secure. Monsters have no pity. Even if he does, even if he leaves them intact this whole time, when I'm returned to Cardinal Dominic, they're gone again. She cracked the whip well over the horses, urging them to quicken their speed. The overcast sky was slowly changing and the sun was breaking through in places, and as the hours passed her clothing began to dry, the mud on her clothing began to fleck away rather than drip, and she brushed her hands over it in places to cast it aside, back down to the road below and leave it behind. What was he thinking when he stopped? All he saw was our reflection in the puddle. Nua asked herself that question too, and thought back to the men who bought her with violent intent who couldn't go through with it. That one wasn't all bad. She murmured and watched the horses race ahead toward the far-off horizon. I have to understand him. The more I understand, the safer I am from harm. His fondness for knives was a point she made special note of. That is some common ground at least, even if I don't get to use them for the same things. I'm not going to thank him for it. She clenched her teeth at the very idea. I'm a whole elf now, for the first time since I was a girl. I'm not going to thank him, if he wants me fawning all over him, praising him for not being evil. He's got another thing coming. She cracked the whip over the horse again, and the carriage lurched forward again as it picked up speed. You're driving angry, Nua, you shouldn't do that. She told herself, but didn't slow down. The wind picked up her short hair, and tears of anger formed when she reached back and touched it. Her long hair was one of her few vanities, it made her stand out, marked her as beautiful in her own mind, and it marked her status. Only skilled elves who did work on matters like potions or the arts, had long hair. Now hers was shorn to what felt like nothing, a mockery, cut like a human boy's. Why have we picked up the pace? Raymond's voice carried through the slat, and Nua's body went briefly tense. Master, we lost time with the aborted ceremony. Now that it's dry, we can make that up. If it pleases you, I can slow down. She said, but the slat only closed with a snap. Raymond sat back. She's upset. He thought, oh my, a clairvoyant aren't you? He asked himself with abundant sarcasm. She's an elf. This is just what has to be done. Don't beat yourself up over it. Raymond told himself in a grumble that was not really even words and moved to the other side of the long seat. Zeshi is half-elf, you never wanted to mutilate her. He felt his conscience say. She's different. He argued back. Is she though? You've seen half-elves with their amputated ears. Would you do it to Zeshi if she lost her power to stop you? He asked himself and knew the answer. No. Never. But this one. Nua, she's not a half-elf. He told himself this, but the horrified, fear-filled eyes, so blue that the sky seemed pale, so deep and endless like an ocean, and they'd become like glass when his hand reached down to grab and twist her ear, the knife in his hand, the familiar grip was always a comfort to him. The way she quivered at his feet and tried to crawl away while looking at him as if he were a monster. Now the knife might as well have weighed more than a mountain. He couldn't bring his hand to touch it. And that single glance at the puddle that caught both their reflections. Her stretched-out body, slender, lithe, the flash of scar tissue on her back from wounds so long ago healed over that the potion did nothing, and himself, standing up and stretching out to take her for the harvesting. In all my years. I've never had to do that. If I'd been a young priest and had to, could I have continued? He asked himself, and it was a sullen no that came back at him in his own head. Even those who stood on the block were certified as priests, it was a cardinal duty, on par with the significance of a child's baptism. And here I am, a cardinal, risen through temple ranks and scripture ranks, the pinnacle of power other than the Pontifex Maximus, and I can't slice a pair of ears because, why? That was the question that vexed the leader of men. Is it because she's beautiful? He wondered. Many men kept elven mistresses, and there was a long tradition of tragic plays, however underground they might have been, everyone had seen at least one, of men and elves who fell in love across the divide. Still the warnings in such stories were seldom adhered to. Nobody would resent me if I were to purchase her from Dominic and bring her into my house. The thought died in a heartbeat. She would. He knew immediately, though her mask was more perfect than one worn for a masquerade ball, the beginnings of his understanding of this one was that, even if she complied, she would hate it. She would hate him. It would be an act. A lie. Done to spare herself pain. I don't want that. Not any of it. He pondered the problem further. The words of the Queen of Frost came back to him. Did she curse me? Am I under some kind of a curse? At first glance it didn't seem likely. Demi-humans though, they have strange powers sometimes. At the next town I'll disguise myself and visit a priest, I'll have myself checked. He glared at the slit, on the other side of the wood of the carriage, the elf drove on, oblivious to his murderous thoughts. He couldn't see his driver. Not her radiant, beautiful smile that spread out over her face like the sun rising over the sky. Not the golden hair that, even shorn like a sheep, swayed like wheat in a breeze. Not that expression of wonder when pain stopped in her thin, perfect lips when odd relief overtook her. This would be so much easier if I hated her. He told himself. Like the monsters he'd slain for the murder of villagers. Or the band of elves he slew in revenge for taking the woman he loved, away from him. If I return her with her ears intact, I'll gain a reputation for softness. If she stops being afraid of me and it shows, that would be worse. I suppose I could just tell Dominic she's his property and it's his job, but it would still raise uncomfortable questions. It led his brain back to something else. She was trained as a bodyguard. It got his curiosity up. She fears dying very much, fears pain very much, how good can she be? Therein lay the answer. She'll betray me. Or abandon me. Or, no, even I can't blame her for that. But what if she does something truly cruel to a human when given a chance? Then maybe I can do my fucking job. He told himself, and swallowed the bile it raised in his throat when he thought of grabbing her ear and starting to cut. Chapter 332, Chapter. The horses underneath the trio were moving at a swift clip as they reached the last bridge that led from the slain Theocracy and over into the kingdom of Karn. For the next few days, they traveled in peace. Brain would often put a hand on the hilt of his sword as if it were still intact, and Zeshi would instruct him in some forms of unarmed combat used in the slain Theocracy, a blend of elven and human martial arts which put him on his back on a nightly basis. Layali giggled often at the silly faces he made as they practiced while she cooked. And when they slept, she curled up beside Brain. Zeshi slept less than they did, but as she lay close at hand, she pricked up her ears. Don't leave me. Layali whispered while Brain snored. But he said nothing. On their fifth night in the kingdom of Karn, Zeshi sat upright while Layali babbled her plea to the sleeping swordsman. Layali immediately tore her eyes away from his face and rolled over to face the sound she heard when Zeshi sat up. Come here. She whispered to the small half-elf, and Layali pushed herself up and took the 2 steps she needed to be directly by Zeshi. The bright eyes of the little half-elf were darting to and fro. She didn't sit down, her feet shuffled as if she'd done something wrong. You know why he's going to put you somewhere, don't you? It won't be safe to keep you with him. Zeshi whispered. She didn't have to say it. Layali's hand went down to where the burn mark from his heated sword still sat. I know. But I don't care. Layali said with a child's stubbornness. Her tiny hands balled into fists. I don't want someone else. I want Brain. I want Zeshi. I don't want to go some other place. What if you think they're good, but they're not, then you leave and they're mean again? What if I don't like them? What if they die? This whole fight thing, it's to stop a war. What if it doesn't work and I'm stuck in a war? Someone will get me again, I know they will. She insisted in a tiny squeaking voice. Zeshi scratched her head and she let out a tiny breath to look down at the girl's feet. Me, huh? I'm no mother figure, Layali. You know what I want. I want someone so strong that they can utterly defeat me, that way I can have a child so strong that nobody else can defeat them. I'm just a weapon thinking weapon thoughts, nothing more, it's what I do. Nah. You ripped apart that monster that was trying to get me. Layali protested immediately, and Zeshi couldn't help but smirk a little when Layali's smile grew despite the pools in her eyes. You made him into a delicious dinner. She and Zeshi both licked their lips. She wasn't wrong about that much. That's pretty weaponish, though. Zeshi pointed out, and Layali's smile turned upside down. You got nowhere to go, right? So, if you stay with Brain, I can stay with both of you, right? I'd be safer with you two than anywhere else, right? Layali asked, her hands clapped together, fingers interlocked in front of her chest as she said, please, pretty please. I'll let you pat my head every day. Zeshi let the girl take her hand and put it over the golden strands, and it was irresistible. She tousled the girl's hair, but said to her, there's more to it than safety. How will you live? Brain can't do this forever. Even I can't, even though I can do it longer. You need a home. I understand what you want, but you need to prepare yourself for this. Don't torture him, it'll be hard enough as it is. Now please, go to sleep. Layali hung her head, returned to Brain with 2 outraged stomping steps, curled up even closer to him than before, and stubbornly squeezed her eyes shut as if Zeshi had said nothing at all. I must hate her. Raymond told himself that again and again while he failed and failed over the few days of travel which followed. She obeyed him completely and without question. Ate when he said, and what he gave to her. Slept in the room he paid for, and answered when he spoke to her. But nothing more. She moved like a shell, a shadow, and watched him far more closely than he thought possible. Nor was she the only one doing the watching. Too frequently he recalled the warning of the Dragonid Queen that his country's ways would catch up to him, and it was that fear of being under her curse that put him where he now was. In front of him stood a temple to the 6 gods. It was a small place, but old. Rough stone walls of granite, but the steps and floor were smooth as unbroken glass. Wait here, slave. Raymond said, and pointed to a space a few feet away from the stairs. He couldn't look at her when he said it. When he tried, the memory of that beautiful face twisted in terror when he drew his knife, brought bile and shame up to his throat. Master. She acknowledged and went to stand a few feet away. Here I will feel the touch of the gods. Here I will be whole. The curse the Frost Queen put on me can be lifted, and I can do what I need to do. He told himself as he ascended the steps. He removed his shoes and set them beside the great double door, then he walked in through the door and looked around. A few benches, all of smooth granite, a thin blue carpet that was bare in places where feet had worn through it over the passing ages. A handful of windows open to the air cast light within, and a crude altar sat at the far end of the temple where a hunched-over pair of figures worked tirelessly to clean it by hand. Just like home. He thought with bliss as the timeless ritual was repeated before his eyes. He approached, his feet lightly clapping against the stone and sending out a small noise to alert them to his coming. He waited with patience until the hooded pair straightened up and a man's voice said, "Phew. That is not going to get easier with age." The speaker turned around while a woman's voice laughed at his side, "Go ahead and tend our visitor, I'll take the offerings to the back and join you shortly." "Of course, love, of course." The man said and flung back his hood to reveal a youngish human male with auburn hair, full lips and brown eyes with a roundish head and an all-in-all boyish face. "You are the priest, yes?" Raymond asked, and the priest immediately did a half-bow with his hand on his chest. "Yes, I am. Toman is my name, priesting is my game. Well, mine and my wife's, and this is, for this lifetime, our temple to the divines." He had a broad grin that was so infectious that even given the gravity of the situation, Raymond couldn't help himself. He found himself immediately liking the young man. "What can I do for you, my good sir? Have you come to worship, for marriage, or something else?" Toman asked in a sonorous voice that made Raymond wonder if he could sing. "I'm afraid. I was exposed to a monster, and it cursed me. I can't feel the touch of the gods anymore. I tried to enact a rite, a harvesting rite, and I felt nothing but loathing. I couldn't carry on. But I can't detect the curse or remove it from myself." Raymond explained, and Toman's open, generous expression became grave. The smile ran away from his face and he put his arms out to clasp Raymond's biceps. "Not to worry, my wife is a 4th-tier caster, she specializes in monster curses and poisons, she used to be a healer in the north before we met." He explained and then turned to one side to gesture to a back room. "We have a place for this, a few crystals we keep handy, gifts from our dwarven neighbors, hold mana, and let her punch up her spells a little. She can't do a 5th-tier spell yet, maybe in another 100 years or so. But she can make a more powerful 4th-tier one." He tried to give an encouraging smile up to Raymond, and the cardinal walked with him without hesitation. "Now, tell me about this monster. I'm particularly talented when it comes to identifying varieties, believe it or not." Toman tapped his slightly protruding belly. "I used to be an adventurer. I wasn't the highest ranked, only mithril, but I was our party's resident expert in monster powers and varieties." Raymond began to relax further. She was powerful. A very powerful demi-human, a dragonid. A human who gave away her humanity for the sake of power. I don't know how she did it, I never heard her cast a spell, but the viciousness and violence in her eyes, I could see she must be the one, and now here I am, a priest of the 6, and I feel like I'm delusional. I see, quiet casting, and a dragonid mage, that's no small thing. Rare too, talk about bad luck. Still, the good news is that I've never heard of one that could use higher than 6th tier, and those are vanishingly rare. Even if we can't remove your curse, we know who can, and at the very least we can identify it." Toman promised as he opened the oaken door and ushered Raymond inside. "That is a relief. A very great relief." Raymond sighed with relief. The room in which he found himself had 3 crystals, fragments really, not large enough to hold full spells, they were still relatively scarce items to find in a place like this. "The dwarves gave you those?" he asked. Though he'd never met a dwarf, their reputation came immediately to mind, money-grubbing misers who would hold back a rope from a man hanging off the cliff, if the man couldn't pay to rent the rope. Not in my lifetime, this was centuries ago. It seems the priest who worked here cured a traveling dwarf merchant and refused payment, so when the merchant returned home, he sent these anonymously with no way for the priest to return them. Tommen explained, and Raymond chortled. If it was anonymous, how do they know it was him? Raymond pointed out the hole in the plot of the story, and Tommen answered. Because the dwarf showed up about 50 years later asking if they liked his gift. By then it had been so commonly used for helping to heal curses, and the original priest was long dead, that nobody wanted to return it. Tommen chuckled. They finally re-established contact with us not that long ago actually. They pass through now and then making maps, and apparently they still remember this place. HMPF, exceptions prove the rule. Raymond muttered under his breath, but wasn't in the mood to argue. Now, let me get my wife, just sit tight. Tommen gestured to a polished wooden chair and Raymond sat there with his back to the door. He didn't wait long. He felt their presence behind him, and the glow of magic after the softly spoken casting of the spell. Identify curse, detect magic, detect curse, identify item, diagnose. The woman at his back ran through spell after spell, with the light blue glow of magic surrounded him with its warming light. Then it faded away and the woman's voice reached out to him. There is no curse on you. No magic, not even a trace of it. Raymond lumped forward. Then why can't I do my job? Why did I hesitate? What were you trying to do? Tommen asked and approached Raymond's back. He placed a hand on the cardinal's shoulder and gave it a brotherly squeeze. I'm from the slain Theocracy. My colleague sent me an elf to act as my attendant and bodyguard. I had her healed from an injury, and the potion's unintended side effect was that it restored her ears. I was going to harvest the parts commanded by the gods, but she looked at me. I saw us reflected in the waters of a little puddle nearby. I couldn't do it. What else could it be if not a curse? He asked and looked over his shoulder just as the woman threw back her hood to reveal the ears of a dark elf. Raymond sucked in his breath, a mix of pity and hatred warred on her face. She glowered at him, her still outstretched hand had begun to have tremors and she stepped back from him as if he were a monster. Her husband stepped slightly to the right so that he was in between her and Raymond. There's nothing sacred about it. That's not a rite, that's a mutilation. Tommen hissed the words through clenched teeth. Raymond spoke in a hushed whisper as if he were witnessing some horrid conspiracy. A dark elf, in the Temple of the Six. The ones who chose humanity. We don't believe that here. The dark elf spoke with the crisp snap of a matron. Her shaking hand became an accusingly pointed finger. What you feel isn't a curse, scion of cruelty. I can tell you what it is, and may it burn you like fire. Raymond's eyes opened farther, almost bulging as the dark elf dared to reprimand him, a human and a priest of the gods. But her claim to knowledge stopped him from shooting to his feet. Empathy. The dark elf priestess said. Empathy. You're not serious. Raymond rose to his feet and put a hand to his forehead. He kept his back to them to hide his face and looked up toward the ceiling. Yes. The dark elf priestess replied. We believe that the gods did not choose humanity, that this is a perversion of their truth. They chose the just, the kind, the good. Search the book, your right, as you call it, your harvest is not mentioned even once. But you still think it holy because you were told that it was. Her finger shook but never wavered from his back. But she's Raymond was immediately shut down. Alive. Tommen said, his hand came again to Raymond's shoulder. Alive and breathing, every bit as much as you or I. And intelligent too, isn't she? He asked and forced Raymond to turn around. He clasped Raymond's cheeks in his hands and brought his forehead to Raymond's own even though he had to stand on his tiptoes to do it. The cardinal could feel the sweat on Tommen's brow. I would throw you out of here, cast you out of this sacred place right now, except I believe my wife. I trust her judgment, so I will give you a moment. Tell me, priest to priest. Tommen urged, and Raymond batted the smaller man's hands away. It can't be. Yes, she's intelligent, beautiful, such a lovely voice and, those beautiful eyes, I've never seen such blue, not even in the sky itself. She carries herself so firmly and, even when she's afraid, there's a dignity to her I can't look away from. Raymond said and with a snarl he turned and kicked the chair, sending it flying into a wall where it shattered into fragments and clattered to the floor. She's an enemy of humanity. We've been fighting her kind for over 100 years. Empathy. She's evil. Raymond yelled with such virulence that when Tommen looked at him he could see clear to the back of Raymond's throat. Tommen's wife stepped back and her husband got in the way of any view of her. It must be a curse, some magic that makes me doubt myself. Lesser priests than me carry out their duties. She's not human, so how could I feel bad for her? If she had the strength, she'd kill us all. I know she would. Elves are evil. Raymond said, but the power was gone. His knees were shaking and the rest of his body followed hotly after them as if he were shedding the fear of his first fight to the death. You need to leave. Tommen said with icy finality and turned to the side, pointing toward the door. You're scaring my wife and I won't have that. I want to help you, priest. I do. But I will not do so at her expense. Raymond calmed himself, smacked his lips, took a gulp of air and gave a numb nod. Yes, I'll go. I'll show you out, I can do that much. Tommen replied as his wife all but fled, though as Raymond passed from the back room to the hall of worship, he heard the dark elf hiss at him like an angry cat. As they made it to the door and passed from beyond its shadow and out into the light of day, Tommen grabbed Raymond's bicep one more time. Raymond looked up at him, stopping in mid-step. One word of advice from priest to priest. Tommen said, and Raymond waited for him to speak. I don't know this elf, maybe she is evil, maybe she isn't. Elves are people just like us, they're capable of good or bad, but one thing I know, it's a whole lot easier to hurt someone if you've convinced yourself they deserve it, even if they don't. Tommen said, and Raymond yanked his arm away from the man's grip. Thank you. Raymond said, and began his descent down the steps. Nua was waiting where he'd left her, her eyes downcast and hands folded in front of her. Did the priest relieve you of your curse, master? She asked. Raymond said nothing when she spoke. He looked her up and down and said, just get the carriage. A tiny murmur followed, yes, master. As she left, he saw an opportunity. She's evil. I'll prove it, I'm not wrong. Members of the Black Scripture learned many arts, some were trivial, some were powerful, but what made the black, was that they used even trivial arts to maximum effect. Cause a landslide with a pebble. The motto of his instructor came back to him. He waited, the streets of the town in which they were busy to say the least. Horses, carriages, the everyday routine of busy life went on without stopping. He could hear his own carriage approaching from the side street where Nua left it. She hopped down with such lithe gracefulness that even he couldn't hear her land when her feet hit the ground. Nearby, a human child began toddling across the street, no more than 5, he almost sprinted, or what passed for it before falling on the ground with a wail. Further down the way, Raymond watched a horse spring away from its master. It came tearing down the street, berserk, enraged, its hooves like thunder from the ground, gouging out the earth with its hooves. Raymond reached within his cloak to grasp the hilt of his favorite knife, but one eye was on the slave. Enemy of humanity. Show your hand. He prayed to the gods, his fervent longings cast up to the highest heights of heaven. Nua, however, had her eyes cast on more worldly things. The child's mother screamed, her hands clawing at her face when she realized her child toddled away, and the danger that bore down on him. She rushed from her position by her master, her feet chewed up ground faster than he thought the slave could possibly move. Diving forward, her arms caught the boy at his shoulders, and she went down to a tumbling roll head over heels several times with him tucked into her chest before she came to a stop as the horse barreled past. Dusty and dirty, but none the worse for wear, she rose to her feet, and found herself confronted by the terrified eyes of what could only have been the young boy's mother. The woman was a head shorter than Nua, and embraced her like a sister. She grabbed Nua's shoulders, rose to her tiptoes, and kissed the slave's cheeks again and again. Thank you, my boy, he's all I've got left, you saved him, thank you, you're a hero. A hero. She fell to bawling and shivering as Nua gently disengaged herself, trying hard not to lay a hand on her. The slave backed away. It's fine, just have a safe day. The golden-haired elf gave the little boy a wiggle of her ears in his direction, and now out of reach of further gratitude, Nua retreated to the sound of wild thanks and murmurs of approval. Raymond's face was drained of blood, pale as a ghost. He said only, get in and drive. The words were so small that she barely heard them, but whether she did or not, she knew what he wanted. They reached the inn and Nua followed her master within. The simple building was of wood with the beginnings of stone expansion. Workers were laying down blocks while others were laying down mortar. He yanked his eyes away from the construction. A dwarf was standing on a crate while an elf held out documents that must have been plans, and not far away more elves worked on what must have been gardens while orcs and goblins laid or carried stones alongside humans. Perhaps the worst was seeing ogres bearing the largest loads, great lumbering brutes, and no one ran. This place. Raymond shivered while breezing past the front desk and up the stairs. He moved so quickly that Nua had to almost run to keep up with him. When he opened the door for himself he stopped and said, "You're coming in with me." "My lord." She answered, and though he felt her eyes on his back, he said nothing more, only entering and going to sit on the nearest chair. He drummed his fingers on the table, faster and faster. They were the only sound in the room. He stared at the wall near his bed. The drumming grew louder, faster. Nua glanced at him. She held her hands in front of her waist, then folded them behind her back. Then she went to stand at his side, and shuffled her feet before moving away. "Just kneel there." He pointed to the place in front of himself, out of reach by several feet. "You're annoying," he groused. She obeyed. Sweat on her dirty forehead ran down her cheek. She looked down at his feet and folded her hands together in her lap. "Why did you save that boy, slave?" Raymond demanded, barely moving his lips. Nua didn't raise her eyes. I don't understand, master. Did I do something wrong? You could have been killed. He answered her, his fingers drumming faster. I'm sorry, replacing me would have inconvenienced you, master. She replied without raising her eyes, but her pulse began to pound as she felt his focus land on her at last. Look at me, slave. He commanded, and she finally looked up. When he saw those endless blue, the way they danced even when frightened and uncertain, he almost lost himself for the moment and then clenched his fist hard enough to hurt his palm with his fingertips. Why? Tell me why you did that. He snapped at her, and she flinched without leaving her knees, briefly closing her eyes to brace herself to be hit. He was a human. Raymond said to her, and she inclined her head to acknowledge it. He was. But I don't know what kind. And shouldn't he get to find out? If you saw a dog in the street, wouldn't you help it, master? Nua asked. She was no longer able to hide her quickening breath as she felt the danger in the room rise. He's your enemy, isn't he? Raymond snapped again, avoiding her question, but to his surprise, she shook her head. He's just a little boy, I never knew him, he never hurt me. Nua replied, blood seeped out of his palm and between the tight clenched fingers of his fist. I didn't think, I just saw he was going to be crushed and, I don't know. I've never hurt anyone in my life, but I knew it was going to be bad so I reacted. I just thought he deserved a chance to, everybody deserves a chance. I've known good humans, a few. Maybe he was a good one. I hope he will grow up to hate my kind, but maybe he won't, probably not. This place, she looked around the room as if she could see the whole country, like something out of a children's story. I haven't felt hatred from any of them. Not once. She became sullen, reaching up to touch the collar around her throat. If your slave displeased you, master, I apologize for doing so. If there was remorse in her words, he couldn't see it. You're an enemy of mankind. He declared. But she said nothing. Did you hear me? He asked. Yes, master. She answered. He resumed drumming his now bloody fingertips on the table. Say it. Raymond commanded. I am an enemy of mankind. She obediently repeated. She braced herself, closing her eyes, waiting for him to hit her as she felt his fury rise and the bloody fingertips made wet slapping noises against the table. It didn't have the effect he sought, he deflated, slumping in his chair. I don't care what the priest said. I have to be under a curse. He growled, her ears twitched and caught his eye. Master. Why? She asked, a twinge of curiosity. I know what I have to do, but He stood, drew his knife, and reached out as if to take her ear. She broke position, scrambled back and pushed herself against the wall, her arms spread out and feet kicking against the floor, her head shaking back and forth so much that her twitching ears slapped the wall. Sweat-soaked dust dripped to the floor as her breathing went wild and frantic. He sat as soon as he saw her eyes. I can't. He uttered, I'm supposed to hate you, to look at you and I just can't. If I could only dash. He flung the knife down into the wooden floor where it pierced to the hilt and remained upright. Nua slowly relaxed, though she was breathing hard, her flailing came to a gradual stop. Master, may I speak freely? She asked. Her mind screamed at her to shut up, but she couldn't. It was like a mockery from him, worse, a worse form of cruelty, at least if he'd cut them off it would be over now. As it is, it's like some twisted torture to drag it out. Her anger built and carried away her reason on its tide as she spoke. You've got it backwards, master. If you really want to hate me, you have to hurt me first. That's the nature of your kind. First you hurt someone, then you find a reason to make it okay. You hate them because you hurt them, because you know you're wrong and you hate yourselves for it. She hissed the vitriolic words and glared at him. Verbal viciousness fell from her tongue without end. If you just start beating me and abusing me, you'll hate me plenty in a very short time, because it beats the alternative. She snarled at him, and he shouted back in return. I'm a cardinal. You're my enemy. You were born my enemy. This should be easy. It's a routine rite performed all over my country by lesser men of the gods than I. You hate all my race and would burn my country to the ground if we didn't keep you beneath us. Nua's eyes became icy as she looked at him. Sometimes I do feel that way. I loved one man, and after I gave myself to him, my first true love, he laughed at me, and had me cut to pieces up and down my back so I'd spend the rest of my life as an ugly mess. That was how I learned of the game. She stepped closer to him, turned about, and raised her shirt to show every one of her scars. Even that potion didn't fix it all. Do you want to add to them? She shouted and yanked it down again. The second of your kind I loved, gave me my happiest days, but then his wife found out he loved me, forced him to beat me, and then I was sold to a farm where the child I'd have borne him was forced too early out of my body. Yes, master. She spun to face him again. I sometimes hate all of you, and I wonder why you hate us so much. You can't do without us, we make your slave catchers, harvest your food, nurse your spawn while you sell ours. But not always. I know not everyone is bad, some have been, very kind. Here, if you want to make it easy, I hate this, taunting, far more. The constant threat is worse than the act itself. You'd help a wounded dog, I'm sure of it, but mutilate me for daring to exist. I'll do it myself if it'll just stop this agonizing waiting. Better my hand than yours or Dominic's. She crouched down and yanked the knife out of the wood, grabbed her left ear to pull it tight, and brought the edge of the knife to her flesh and began to saw. No. The word escaped his lips, and before he knew what he was doing, Raymond had her wrist in his hand and yanked it back from her ear before she could sever her connection to her people. He twisted her wrist away and slapped the knife from her grasp to skitter along the floor. This is what you want. What you're trying to want. She shouted an inch from his face, as he released her, the momentum sending her staggering backwards over his bed. Don't. Just, don't. He quieted down, he was breathing hard despite the fact that he wasn't nearly tired, his eyes wildly darting over her and searching for injury as she pushed herself off the bed. I don't want you to be hurt, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He gasped, and Noah began to look him over again, appraising him up and down as if seeing him for the first time. A tingle ran up and down his spine, and she began to relax. Now I understand. I had you all wrong. She began to laugh, her hand dragged down the length of her face as she sighed and laughed even harder. How did a man like you become a cardinal of the slain Theocracy? She asked, ignoring the deep frown that once would have set him on edge. I thought you were the purest form of evil, but you're not. You've just been playing evil your whole life, and if you can't even beat me the way your friend did, you're not good at playing it. Noah told him without a hint of apology. Chapter 333, Chapter. The suicides stopped just as the elder elf said they would, right after the fourth day. The rest endured. Queen Draudelin's routine went on as it had for what felt like a lifetime, with one change. She carried the wood to the fireplace in the women's quarters of the estate and stacked it neatly into place. The heavy wood was a burden she was now well used to, having hauled water and wood in the limp bodies of elf and human alike since the day of her capture. The elves around her, seemingly taking pity on her as a human child, helped her often, taking most of the wood and letting her pretend to struggle more than she did so that if the elf king saw her, he wouldn't think her to be very useful. Small favors. She told herself as she crouched down in front of the stone fireplace and taking up the spark stones, she cracked them together near the tinder. A little spark jumped out, caught, and roared to life, which she then crouched over and gave her breath to in order to make it stronger. It rose as she expected, and she cast the tinder into the wood. Her pulse raced and goosebumps rose on her skin. If one of them figures it out. She thought that 1,000 times. Thankfully, no one had, not yet. They lay about, mostly listless, occasionally looking over a book they found somewhere, though most seemed disinterested as it was written in a language they couldn't read. She reached for the chain that hung down at the fireplace and gave it a pull. Thank you. Solution. The queen praised the monster to the stars as she pulled, and released, and pulled again. Though she couldn't see it, the draconic queen knew that her crude signal was rising in a steady pattern, dash. Dash. Straight face. Straight face, straight face. Dash. Or if it were written, Draconic Queen. If they see it, they'll know I'm here, there's no way they're not wondering where I am by now, it's just not possible. Draudelin told herself while sweat sprang to her brow and ran down her face. She wiped it clean and pretended to tend to the fire, casting more tinder from the bin, and then poking at the logs, sparks flew up from the burning wood and the fire danced around like mad. This much, sweating and weary, filthy and broken as the queen felt, with her frequently on edge nerves, her pounding heart, when she watched the flames at work, she had one thought occur again and again. Maybe I'm going crazy. Maybe I'm just desperate, but when I see the fire move, it's like the flames are dancing just for me. Ileana looked at the document in her hand, her eyes of blue scanning it several times in a row. This is very strange. She said in her lyrical way. It prompted Scanna to look up, her ears flicked up and down for a moment. You broke my rhythm, you know that once I get started, it's hard for me to stop, and harder to get going again when I can. Scanna said, a little tick jerked back on the left corner of her mouth. I know, but I'm not sure what to make of this or how to sort it. Here, take a look. The elf slid the paper across the table to her lover and partner, and Scanna set her own aside to take it up and read for herself. Her eyes moved across the page, and the tick stopped as her annoyance did. That is strange. Funeral pyres in the middle of Arwintar. And what the hell are smoke dots? Scanna asked, her incredulous stare found a blank-faced audience in Ileana. Maybe they mean smoke signals, I suppose. Ileana suggested, the Doppel's intelligence is random, and we don't have our best ones in Arwintar now, barely anything, really. It could be that some enemy has moved in. They've pinpointed the source but. She rolled her eyes, as you can see, the Doppel who submitted this one, they aren't the smartest. They didn't write the pattern down, so if it really is smoke signals like they use in the Draconic Kingdom, we've got nothing to compare it to. Scanna slid the paper back across the table and crossed her arms. She looked down, her chin pressed against her chest as her brow furrowed in deep thought. Almost everything we have is either helping rebuild the Holy Kingdom, helping influence the Kingdom of Demalbian, or scouring the slain Theocracy for the Draconic Queen. We just don't have the intelligence resources to work in Arwentar. So you think we should do nothing? Ileana asked, her vibrant blue eyes were blinking rapidly as she waited for an answer. No, we shouldn't just ignore it. They pinpointed the place, that's a good start. I guess we can take 2 or 3 doppels away from their assignments just for a little while. Just till we find out who is there, and have them record these smoke dots and see if there is anything to it. In the worst case scenario, all we lose is a few doppels for a few days. In the best case scenario, maybe some threat has moved in and we catch it early. Scanna suggested, and Ileana nodded along. I'll get on that right away. Ileana said and snatched a blank piece of paper to write up the orders and make the request of the All-Mother for the reassignments. Ileana. Scanna spoke softly and leaned forward on the table, stretching out her hand across the divide. Her lover instinctively reached out and took the offered hand. Stop worrying. Lady Albedo is good to all those who work hard for the Allfather. If you're doing your best, everything will be fine. You're right. I worry too much. Ileana said, squeezed the loving hand, then pulled it away, picked up the quill and began to write again, albeit slower this time. Is Raymond insane? Cardinal Dominic roared in outrage as he waved the papers in his hand while standing around the table with the rest of them. No, now sit down and shut up. Cardinal Berenice snapped at him with a glare. The Draconic Queen is our ally. She went missing on our land. She probably went missing because you were so insistent that she had to take the long way, and that put her into danger. You just had to be petty, didn't you, Dominic? She slapped her hand on the table like a mother angry at her child, and her comrade only glared back at her. She deserved worse than that. Aligning herself with the northern heretics. He said and crossed his arms in front of himself. Not to interrupt, but regardless of his reasons, he did what he did and we can't undo it. Maximilian pointed out, and at his side, the wizened old Ginadine nodded in turn. Whether we like it or not, goblin riders and flying demi-humans are roaming over our lands, and whether we like it or not, they are searching for someone who must be found. All we can do is use our soldiers and scriptures to help them in the search. Maximilian opened his arms as if to embrace the idea, and then they slumped away. I don't like it any more than the rest of you. If they would have only sent humans it would have been different, but it is what it is. What do we do about it? The real question is, what can we legally do about it? Ginadine pointed out, at his right arm a law book floated in the air, and at a gesture of his hand it floated to his front. There is simply no way they could have known that she went missing on our land without coming here themselves, and more importantly, they never sought permission to do so. Raymond himself acknowledged this must have been the case. We can't undo what's been done, but we can capitalize on how. The old man's crusty smile was enough to bring silence even to the fiery-tempered Dominic, and the outraged Cardinal of Wind sat back down to hear his colleague's words. We've ignored the Kingdom of Demalbian, or rather, not ignored, but we haven't paid the mind to it that we should have. Who really thought those beasts could create an actual kingdom? I thought they'd fall apart in the first year after they stopped fighting the Holy Kingdom. Ginadine pointed out, and the other cardinals nodded along in sullen agreement. But they haven't, and their queen seems dead set on continuing. They're putting a lot of work into helping the blasphemers and heretics of the north. After Zeshi wins us the Baharuth Empire, we'll have enough resources to bring the pain to that upstart. If we ally with the Holy Queen, we can pinch the monsters between us, and, there are even humans there, perhaps we can turn it into a new human kingdom. Ginadine pointed out. I see, learn how the monsters do things based on their searches, maybe start scouting their lands, disguise some as Riestai's merchants, and use this time to prepare to destroy them after everything is settled down. Maximilian guessed. You're forgetting one thing. Berenice pointed out, the Holy Queen married the Allfather of Nazarick, she even bore him a child. Do you really think he won't take an interest in what happens? This could rapidly spiral out of control. So, what? We do nothing. Dominic snapped. No matter what we do, it could go wrong. No, she has a point. What's more, there's questions about the Allfather's bloodline and history. Dominic, your own Agante have reported as much. Ginadine asserted, and the cardinal grumbled. Nonsense whispers. Dominic asserted. When has a dragon ever spoken of its own defeat, and we had it from Remedio's own lips what happened with that girl? Maximilian pointed out. This may be another Godkin line. We still don't know enough about Lord Mammon. Maximilian answered his colleague, and Dominic became sullen, his frown deep set, and wrinkles appeared on his face. We're not saying do nothing, but the Queen of Frost can't simply be crusade against like we're doing with the Elf King. She was smart enough to make a favorable peace with her enemies. I say we scout more, we learn what's going on there firsthand and not just through one or two Agante disguised merchants, plant some humans in her territory, maybe even goad the dark elves into a war with her. It may take time, but we want to win, not just fight. Berenice said and slammed her palm on the table, making a sound like a thunderclap. That sounds like a lot of waiting. Dominic complained. We shouldn't wait. Sometimes you have to wait to eat, or you get a cold, raw meal. Berenice said to him. We can do more when Zeshi hands us the Empire. With another 20,000 soldiers, we can easily finish off the elves. The Elf King will die, and we'll have all the slaves we need to expand our farms, and within a few years we'll have enough food to sustain a campaign and crush the Queen of Frost ourselves. Maximilian added and snapped his fingers as if it were already done. What if we launched an attack on the Queen of Frost while she was on her way back? She'll have only a few guards, and without her, the creatures will fall apart. Dominic suggested, we can still do the rest, but it will be a much easier campaign. With no friendly queen on the throne, the Holy Kingdom and the Kingdom of Nazarick will not likely be willing to send people to die for the beasts and monsters. That isn't so bad an idea, let's look into that one further. Jinadine gave a slow nod. Her violating our borders is reason enough for retaliation, legally speaking. But we must not act too rashly. Or we could lose everything. Dominic didn't need to be told they were talking to him with that, he knew it, but though he wore a sullen mask on his face, inside, he could only grin. I got my way after all. Chapter 334, Chapter. Pretending to be bad. Raymond asked when she looked him over again for what he was sure was the third time. Yes. Nua said. She took a half step, hesitated. Then strode toward him. Pretending. Go on. Beat me. Hit me. Slap me around. Raymond. She said his name, dripping it from her tongue. I just used your name without calling you master, at the very least you should be. She walked away, snatched the horsewhip from the corner and thrust it toward him. I know the position, Raymond. She said and went to the wall. He was frozen, staring down at the whip that his fingers unconsciously closed around when she placed it there. But her nimble fingers unlaced her shirt and cast it aside at his feet. Her hands went to the wood, spread just a little more than shoulder width apart so that her back in all its vicious history was laid bare. Raymond. She said it again. In the slain Theocracy I'd be lashed till I fell to my knees for such disrespect as using my master's name without his title. If you're not just playing at being bad, then prove it. He stared down at the whip, then at the crisscrossed map of scars that ran up and down her body. He could picture it clean, how smooth it must have been. She was pale there, for a wood elf, which marked her as someone who worked indoors a great deal. She's right. I should. This is how it is. She's a slave who disrespected me. He told himself with an empty hollowness to his thoughts even while he looked down at the lash in his hands. He looked at the trail of marks, like a wild mountain range of ugly flesh, jagged, broken and grown over. She's just daring me to add more. Is she insane? No. No, she isn't. He realized. Her breathing was slow and steady, calm and without fear now, far from when he stood over her with the knife in his hand. I don't want to. He said, staring down at the whip. Am I not chattel? Am I not rebellious chattel that dares to disrespect you, a superior human, Raymond? Nua provoked him further, his name dripping from her tongue. She didn't break position. Aren't you called by your gods to punish me? Maybe you prefer to blame a curse nobody can find. Maybe call someone else to do it if you can't. She spat onto his floor. I'm the enemy of mankind. She repeated the words he commanded her to say. I'm the enemy of mankind. She said it again. His breath began to quicken as she spoke. Be quiet. He said in a small voice, his eyes staring down at the whip and then back to the slave. You told me to say it. I'm the enemy of all mankind. She shouted it back at him, looking over her shoulder at last. Shut up. He yelled at her, what are you playing at? Why are you doing this? Do you want me to beat you bloody? He roared back at her and flung the whip down at her feet. It skittered across the floor and stopped at the wall, streaking her spit with it until it came to a thudding stop. No, Raymond. She spat his name like a curse. I want you to stop playing games. He was struck by the steel of the blue in her eyes as ferocity like a warrior met him. You're telling the truth, you don't want to. But why? This isn't a master not in the mood to discipline his property. That's what you're trying to tell yourself. I hate hypocrites, at least Dominic was honest. She spat on the whip and whirled on him, heedless of the fact that she was naked from the waist up. She took long, bold steps, and raising her hand, she struck him across the face as hard as she could, snapping his head to one side. There. She snapped at him and looked him square in the eye. Now, tell the truth. Why don't you want to? Why aren't you picking up that lash? She yelled an inch from his face and pointed behind her, breathing hard and tears of rage in her eyes. Because you're beautiful. I don't want to hurt you, isn't that enough? He snapped and stepped back away from her. Isn't that enough? Most elves in the slain Theocracy dance for joy about that. He threw up his hands and grabbed his thick brown hair. So you want to fuck me? She crossed her arms in front of her chest and stared at him with neither desire nor fear in her eyes, her feet shoulder-width apart. It was he who blushed and she who showed no mercy in her steel blue eyes. So just tell me, you won't be the first person an elf woman has pretended she didn't loathe. I've got your number now, Raymond. No games. No obfuscation, no hiding or disguises. You know I know. No. It's not that. I just. He closed his eyes, his hands fell together between his knees as he fell back into the chair. He didn't look up at her. It's wrong. All right. I saw the way you looked. I didn't see what I've always seen, your race, you're just background to me, you always have been. I had none of you growing up, traveled too much to bother owning any, I never cared for brothels. He chuckled, even the others all say I'm addicted to my work. So you never had to actually hurt one of my kind before. Nua stepped away and turned her back to him. She began to pace and lowered her eyes. She closed them and inhaled deeply through her nose, placing thumb and forefinger over her forehead as if it ached. She exhaled as heavily as she inhaled. This explains a lot. You really have been just playing it evil and innocent, like I first thought before you first reached out to mutilate me. She noticed how he winced when she used the word mutilate so casually. So. I suppose that means you're not just going to screw me either. She said and turned a side eye to him. No. I've never had an elven mistress before. He said, raising his face to look at her as she paced back and forth on steady steps. We have a different way of describing our place in that arrangement, usually. She said with a scathing voice that dripped sarcasm like acid. He could only look down again in answer. So, what do we do now? She asked him as she came to a dead stop. You can start by picking up your shirt and putting it on. He said, managing a chuckle when she looked down and realized she'd been so caught up in the moment that she'd forgotten all that she'd done to provoke him. Damn it. She cursed and bent down to do as he said. She started to lace up the front of her shirt while facing him, and he had the decency to look away from her while she did it. I meant other than that, am I still just a dangerous animal in your eyes, Raymond? She asked him. He said nothing. She came close, crouched down so she was beneath his lowered gaze, and reaching up to touch the other side of his cheek, she gently pushed him center face so that he was looking at her again. Am I your enemy, like you said? Do I deserve to suffer or die? Do you really believe it? Can you honestly say, those scars are well placed? The truth. Please. No more games. It's just me. When you take me back to your country and give me back to Dominic, there's nobody I can tell, nobody will believe me even if I did, but while we're alone, do you want me to beg? No. He muttered. He tried to tear his gaze from hers, and couldn't. Then tell me. She whispered her urgings, her fingers quavered against his cheek while her eyes searched his own. No, you don't, you aren't, it's. I'm sure you couldn't have deserved whatever was done to put those there. I tried to convince myself. I failed. If the gods are testing me. I failed. He said, and resting his elbows on his knees, he held his head and stared down between his feet. Maybe you didn't, maybe you passed. Maybe you're one of the few in your country to ever pass. Nua answered, but, what will you do with me now? Send me back. Back to Dominic. She swallowed the lump in her throat and felt it settle in her gut. I don't know. I'll talk to him. Raymond looked away from her. If it weren't for that. I could just. But then she's as good as dead. He mouthed a slew of coarse words as two blue seas hovered just out of view. He could feel that staring, wondering at him. You'll stay with me. He cleared his throat and forced himself to look at her. You'll stay with me for now. I'll work something out. Right. She rose to her feet, and it was her turn to look away. I suppose, you're not all I thought. I will address you as I should in public. But when we are alone. She asked the question and he answered her. It was softly said, but it was said. You are Nua. I am Raymond. He then rubbed the cheek she'd slapped earlier and actually let out a laugh, and Nua has fast hands. He then enjoyed the way her smile lit up the room. After which Raymond stood up and said. Come with me, we've got somewhere to be. Let me do that. Layali shot out the words and rushed on the longest step she could take, to seize the spit away from Brain before he could stick the meat on it. Her little hand snatched the spit away, but the meat was out of reach, until she jumped up and took it from his hand. Brain didn't resist her actions, he allowed her to take both from him. We had a deal. She insisted in her indignant little girl pitch, and she impaled the flesh on the long wooden pole and then slapped it down on the stakes, holding it over where she would light the fire and put her hands on her hips. There. Besides, I've gotten better than you at this, she said with a cocky little smile and a sharp nod that fairly dared him to argue. I don't know about that. He dared to venture. HMPF. She turned up her nose. Zeshi, what do you say, who is the better cook? Zeshi dutifully extended a finger and pointed to Layali. Definitely you. She tried not to mimic the girl's smirk too much, and Brain ran with it. Fine, fine. Who am I to argue with the only two girls around? I know that's a losing game if ever there was one. He made a dramatic show of throwing his hands up at the sky and letting out an exasperated breath as they laughed, and went about setting up camp. The bedrolls were laid out in short order, and while Layali completed her final tasks and saw to cooking their meal, Zeshi continued her instruction of the human swordsman. Sweat flew from his hair as it was cast off, or ran down his face as the half-elf effortlessly pushed him beyond his limits. The black and white hair trailed high in the wind as their speeds accelerated far beyond what Layali could follow. Brain's broken sword lay cast aside as he learned something of hand-to-hand combat. He tumbled backwards and slid to a stop, gasping for breath after Zeshi's fist connected to his solar plexus. He gasped and held the injured spot. The prior injury she'd inflicted on him, they still ached, though he didn't reveal it. He went limp as she approached him. You're getting a little bit better, she said as her hand extended to within reach of him. He tilted his head back and waved off her hand while he chuckled and gasped at the same moment. Give me a minute, he said while he rubbed the spot she struck. That'll leave a bruise, he said before adding, I may be improving, but I'm just plain better with a sword. You got a couple of hits in. Zeshi contradicted his self-criticism as he rolled himself over and pushed himself up to his feet. He grunted when he was still on all fours, only because you let me. True, she acknowledged as he got all the way up, then leveled a finger at him, but that would always be true. I'm unique. And I limited myself to the skills of some of my countries. I mean, the slain Theocracy's finest. You're nowhere near on par with Senna. But you might be around as fast as Raymond, and he trained Senna. He used to be, when he was younger, one of the most lethal members of the Black Scripture. Raymond. Your handler, the one you were with before, the old man. That old man. Brain looked at her with cockeyed incredulity. I figured he could fight some, but that guy. Zeshi looked back the way they'd come. Yeah, he was. He called me pretty after I put him on his ass when we met. He was younger than you are now, but he and Senna were the ones I knew best, the others, comrades sure. But those two I could always count on. He was a vicious and savage killer when he had to be. I remember this one time, we were hunting down a vampire that had taken a few villagers, just a training exercise for me, but he captured the vampire, beat it to a bloody pulp, and then skinned it till it told him what he wanted to know. When it came to looking out for his own, you'd think he was a literal demon. But to me, he was always asking if I was okay, if I was happy. He was like a father or uncle or something. I liked that. You're young, he said, and she put her hands on her hips to stare at him as if he were an idiot, as half-elves go, that is. He said, and she relaxed a little. It's not that surprising he'd take on that role without thinking about it. It happens in villages sometimes too. I saw it growing up before I left. Say, your family never objected to you just leaving? Zeshi asked as she thought that over. The dead never object to anything. Brain said, let's call it quits for now, since we'll be in Karn tomorrow. I want to be well rested. I'll need to buy some supplies and see if I can find somewhere suitable for Layali. The half-elf girl froze, except for her mouth. Her lips quivered a little as she mouthed her objections. But, you're going to Arwintar. And you were going to face Cerebrate and. You're still coming with me that far. Brain promised. He went over to where she stood, her arm moving and turning the spit as smoke from the fire rose up and shrouded the meat. The smell was enough to make Brain's stomach growl. He tousled her hair and said, I know some things just have to be done. But if I can find somewhere safe for you there, I won't have to wait until the last minute. But her eyes began to well up. It's what's best, he said, and she hung her head. Is the food almost ready? It smells fantastic. He tried to form a bright smile down at her and rubbed his stomach while licking his lips. Why yeah, I tried something different with those spices you gave me. She perked up. If I just do enough for him, then he won't leave me. She reassured herself and forced a grin to her face as she raised up to her tiptoes to encourage his continued tussling of her hair. Chapter 335, Chapter. What are we doing here, my lord? Nua asked as they stood in front of the orphanage. It wasn't a large building, being only 2 stories and made of logs sealed together with pitch. But it was wide and deep. Getting your replacement, Raymond replied. Nua stopped dead. You're going to let me go? For the carriage? You will ride with me. Raymond replied without looking at her a second time. I understand. Nua replied to him and lowered her eyes, but how will an orphanage help? They have no slaves here, but because of how many were killed in the Allfather's War there were many orphans. The frogmen slew large numbers of border villagers, the knights left behind wives and children, a great many of their young ended up here or in places like it. Raymond explained to her, and watched the dawning light in her eyes. He went on, when they get older, they're released from the orphanage, and there's always ones who struggle to find work. He reached the door and pulled it open while Nua followed behind him. The floor was of varnished wood, and the door opened to a wide entryway with a single desk at the center where an aged human woman sat scribbling something on some papers in front of her. When Raymond and Nua entered, she set the quill into her inkwell and looked up at him. Her hair was short and gray and done in a tight bun, her features were wrinkled and her hooked nose was distinctly crone-like. Name and purpose, she said, clearly by rote. Raymond and Nua. We're here to acquire someone. Raymond explained. Are you looking for a boy, a girl, and for what purpose? Do you have a farm, do you need a wife for you, a husband for her, or are you seeking an apprentice for your craft? Be specific please. She folded her hands together and though he couldn't see it, he could hear her foot tapping beneath her thick wooden desk. Ah, a driver for my carriage. Raymond almost stammered the words but he cleared his throat. Boy or girl will be fine as long as they're old enough to look after themselves when not driving. I see, do you want a labor contract then? She asked, something long-term. I want no questions, but in addition. He answered with a shake of his head, some experience is preferred, but not vital, Nua can train them. I see. Very well, I can select a few who are about to be removed from here. The old woman replied and pushed herself up from the desk. Please wait where you are, I will bring out the most promising. She took up a walking stick that leaned against her desk and carried herself down the hall and into a door large enough for one single person to pass through. They heard her muffled voice, and Nua's ears twitched a bit before she went completely stiff at his back. He could feel her eyes on him, and her unhappiness. There was no chance to discuss it as the old woman emerged again. This time she had 3 young people in tow. They were young humans, 2 male and a female, Nua noticed, and they shuffled out behind the old woman with eyes downcast and with small, shuffling steps. They were clad in relatively cheap clothing, simple brown shirts and pants that must have been white once, but had faded to gray. Their hair was closely cropped to their heads, though not completely shaved, and was uniformly brown. Their shoes were not in the best condition, being simply leather strips nailed into wood with laces over the top to hold the 2 wrapping sides together. Notably, they were at least, personally, clean. These 3 are due to leave tomorrow, but you can have 1 or more of them today. However, there is the matter of. She held up her withered hand and rubbed her thumb, 4, and middle fingers together, coin. You see, caring for children is such a costly enterprise, and we do so want the best for them even after they leave us. So, expenses must be paid for. Raymond looked the trio over. You, girl. What's your name? The cardinal pointed to her, she raised her eyes. Cilia. She said and snapped her eyes back down when she saw his stern countenance. You, boy. He asked and pointed to the young man to her left. Soren. The boy muttered, he too darted his eyes up and then back down again. And you? Raymond spoke to the last. Lors. It was a slightly deeper voice, but only just. Triplets? He asked as he looked them over. Yes, sir. The bigger of the trio uttered. Father died in the war, mother died after, lost the farm, debt's too big, ended up here. I see. Raymond muttered. He rubbed his beard, I planned on only getting 1, but I budgeted more for this journey than I needed. You 3 were farmers, you say? Yes, sir. Lors answered. Which of you can drive a carriage and work with horses? Raymond asked the most pointed question, and scanned the trio. Nua stood still, silent. A well of pity rose in the elf to watch the 3 young people considered as they were, almost like livestock themselves. I can, sir. I was the best at it. Cilia's hand went up with a hesitant half gesture as if she wasn't sure whether her answer was wise or not. Her eyes darted left and right, but she hastened to add, I was the best at it. I drove the cart at least, never a carriage, and I know how to take care of horses real good, they like me. A smile more fragile than glass formed on her face and then fell apart under the weight of Raymond's steady examination. He looked past them toward the old woman. I'll take all 3. And tell me where I can purchase some farmland on our way to the next large city. Peronia is 2 days' travel from here by a swift carriage ride, the land there is very good. She said and watched as his hand vanished into his pouch and 3 gold coins emerged. That's each. She said and licked her lips. No, it isn't. Raymond retorted and held the coins out. She snatched them away, her mouth opened for a moment, and then spoke to the trio. You're his problem now. She said, and the trio lowered their eyes to his feet. "Follow." Raymond replied, and as they followed with a steady trudge, with Nua taking up the rear position, he said, "Lors, Soren, how quickly can you acquire a pair of horses and a cart if you have the money?" "Ah, 2 hours, sir, maybe less if we don't haggle." Lors answered, his voice going deeper as his confidence went up. "Good." Raymond drew out a handful of coins from his pouch. "Go purchase a cart and 2 horses, and supplies enough for the 5 of us, but see that there's ample remainder." He then turned to Cilia. "You, Cilia, go with Nua, show her what you know and take instructions from her as needed. Be ready to drive my carriage by the time your brothers get back." "Yes, sir," the trio said, and Raymond stood aside to watch as they followed his instructions. Nua kept glancing back at him as she led the girl over to the carriage, confusion etched on her face while Raymond stood with seeming indifference and waited. Lors proved to be less than accurate. He and his brother returned within the hour, and Nua presented herself to her master just as they pulled up in an old cart drawn by 2 young horses. The creature snorted and pawed at the ground, and Lors patted several sacks behind him. "Sir, we've got enough food here for a good long time." Soren spoke for his big brother, and Raymond pointed to the carriage. "Nua, get in. Cilia, drive. Lors and Soren, follow. We're following this road all the way to Peronia." When they were alone inside the carriage, Nua sat across from him and crossed her arms. Neither spoke until the carriage lurched forward, after which she spoke. "So, let's talk, Raymond." "Yes, let's," he said, and slapped his hands down onto his knees. "You don't like what happened there?" he guessed. "It may not be a slave auction, but if you'd asked for them to be stripped and show their teeth, I think the old woman would have done it." Nua answered and narrowed her eyes. "First, I want to know how you knew. Second, why all 3? And the extra horses, and all those supplies? Are you planning something lewd with that girl?" She raised her golden brow at him until he leaned back in his seat. "Because we planned out my path of travel long before I got here. So of course we investigated the local laws and issues. Orphans are a problem between both the Kingdom of Karn and the Kingdom of Nazarick. Both wars made a lot of orphans. And they end up in places like that. These are actually fairly nice, these are at least fed. They end up getting adopted for money, or taken on as apprentices, but it's really just cheap labor. They work farms, they work for smiths or whatever. I suppose I should be impressed that these places do as much as they are. But at the end of the day, children with no parents are a commodity." Nua looked at him long and hard, her eyes never blinked. "I'm not endorsing this, only telling you how it is," Raymond said. After the stare lingered for too long, the carriage bounced around a little as Cilia showed her skill might have been slightly overstated. "So?" Nua prompted. "I'll keep Cilia as a driver for the duration, and you'll be more of a personal attendant. In Peronia I'll buy a farm and let the brothers work it. On the way back, I will leave Cilia with them. If I don't return in a few years, I'll tell them the farm is theirs." Raymond said and glanced out the window to watch the distant lands pass by. "So, you're letting them go?" Nua answered. "Of course," Raymond said as if it were self-evident. "But not me?" Nua asked. Her crossed arms tightened. "No," Raymond replied. "They're humans from a foreign country. You're a slave of Cardinal Dominic Partouche." Nua took that in with great calm. "So, you're going to give me back to Dominic? You know what he's going to do to me. You know talking to him won't stop it. Maybe I can buy you from him, tell him I've grown fond of you. He might laugh, but I don't think he would mind." Raymond pointed out. "What if I don't want that? What if I don't want to end up as? I don't have a future there, Raymond," she asserted with an edge to her voice while she ground her teeth. "I'll treat you well, I have only humans in my employ, but you know I won't hurt you. I won't force you to do anything." He tried to reassure her, but she inched away from him on the seat. "You're making me go back," she said pointedly, and he nodded. "Of course I am. I have a favorable view of you," he said, and shifted a little under her withering stare. "Lucky me." Nua dripped the words from her tongue. "I'm so well loved by my master that he'll keep me as his personal pet so his friend doesn't make me scream. You could just stop the carriage and let me go." "I'm not going to do that," Raymond said. "What kind of monster do you take me for?" "A monster." "For letting me go?" Nua asked. "What are you talking about? If I release you, you're as good as dead," Raymond said, and the cold silence thawed as the fires of confusion warred on Nua's face. "Why do you think Dominic sent a broken-in elf?" Raymond asked her, and then leaned forward. "Because you're easy to hunt outside the Theocracy. Wood elves are found in only a few places, and you may hide well in shadows, but not in populations. If you run, the Agante will hunt you down, or the half-elves will. If I try to tell them you're dead," he pointed to the collar around her neck, "he'll know you're still alive. Why do you think you never hear of high-placed elf slaves just making a run for it, or betraying their owners? Enchantments like this are rare and expensive, but for the ones who attend cardinals directly, you can expect it. So I'm. Nua's face paled. It's worse than you thought, yes. I'm sorry, the best I can do is make sure you don't go back to him. After that, once you're in my house, I can make some kind of an arrangement. But you are still leashed to Dominic whether you're with him or not. Raymond said and looked away from her. I am truly sorry. What if I tried to appeal to one of the leaders we're going to see? Nua asked, then shook her head at her own question. No nation is going to start a conflict over one woman. I'm alone, completely alone. She whispered. No, you're not. I'll protect you. It's the least I can do after the things I tried to do to you. I'll never forgive myself for that, never, not if I live to be 10,000 years old. Raymond said to her with a pallid expression of utter horror as his own memories tore at his conscience. I'll believe it when I see it, Raymond. Nua said, though her crossed arms relaxed a little. If I could do anything. Do you have any ideas? He asked, half in accusation, but to her credit, Nua looked him in the eyes to answer. No. So, for now, I'll play my role with you in public and in private we're what? And don't say, Raymond and Nua. You know that's not what I mean. Just think of us as colleagues, for now. Raymond suggested, and Nua gave that a slow, measured nod. I can accept that. On one condition. Nua said, and Raymond waited for her to name it. Teach me how to use that knife. She said, and Raymond quickly nodded in assent to her wishes. Consider it done. He said. Their travel after that was swift, with the drivers operating in shifts. They reached the city of Peronia in the kingdom of Nazarick, acquired a good plot of land with a small hut, in need of some repair, lay waiting, and in short order, two brothers were left behind with horses and supplies and watched their sister drive the carriage away. Do you think they'll worry about her? Raymond asked as he looked out the back window. The two boys were already beginning to work with the supplies they'd acquired from Raymond, and their lingering eyes became far more fleeting and then stopped entirely long before his carriage was out of sight. No. They assume you're sleeping with me. Nua answered without a smile on her face. Oh. He answered while keeping his face completely blank. They believed me completely when I told them so. Nua answered with her face just as blank as his. So, now what? She asked and began to look out the window. The carriage has a scribble kit under the seat. We'll be meeting with the other national leaders today to get an update on the search for the missing Queen Draudelin. I'm sure my colleagues are furious at my decision to let non-humans roam my country, but... He almost laughed, briefly tightening his lips together to stifle it. I also know that they had no better ideas on how to salvage the situation. Especially since they were mostly at fault. How's that, Raymond? Nua had to ask, her curiosity piqued at the rare insight into the decisions of those who ruled her personal hell. The Draconic Queen was distancing herself from us politically, trade terms were tightening to become more favorable to her country than to ours, and they were no longer selling land to our nobles. Raymond explained, but Nua only stared blankly. Right, you wouldn't know. He muttered, our nobles used to buy and trade Draconic Kingdom land in the danger zones. Places that could be farmed, and more importantly, rented. When the beastmen invaded, we would buy it up cheaply. When they went back, we would sell the land for a profit to those who were desperate for a place to farm, or more commonly, rent it for high prices, and the nobles would trade it among themselves like currency. He watched Nua's eyes spark with understanding. I see, so it kept a lot of money flowing west into your country's hands, I'll bet. Money that helped pay for the war against your people. And that flow has begun to dry up. The Draconic Queen borrowed a lot of money from the Allfather and bought some of it, a lot more she simply cancelled the sales to our nobles, and it hit our national purse strings hard. Things got petty and our council in its wisdom, namely Yvonne, Dominic, and Maximilian, decided that if she wanted to travel through our lands, she had to do so on a path we specified which was, very roundabout. I suppose it put her in the path of the Elf King. Do you think they were hoping that would happen, to get rid of her? Maybe even told him where she was? Nua asked, and Raymond was for a brief time, still. I doubt it. If they did, they didn't tell me about it. Dominic controls the Agante secret police, but even as rash as he is, he wouldn't do that. No, definitely not. Raymond concluded, sometimes things just have unexpected results, and this is one of them. Nua raised a brow, clearly skeptical. She didn't press the matter, I suppose. She let the thought dangle unfinished and looked out the window of the carriage. The city was the definition of booming, with countless figures going to and fro, most notably with construction and farming equipment, but there was no shortage of commercial goods loaded on wagons. The smell of animals and large numbers hung in the air and caused her to wrinkle her nose. She shut the curtain with a snap of her wrist. I swear, if I were ever to run a city, I will put public baths on every city block, and require that animals be washed at least once a week. Nua pinched her nose for emphasis, and it drew a laugh from the cardinal. I suppose I would too if I had your sense of smell. Raymond answered, but it won't be so bad, the main estates are in the city center and we're meeting in one of those. You're really not worried I'll just ask for asylum? That I'll throw myself at their mercy and hope they take me in, maybe in exchange for information? Nua asked the cardinal who sat across from her on the far side of his seat. Raymond's deep brown eyes found hers. If you really think they'd do so, I won't even object. I'll let them take you away without a fight, without a single word of protest. But after that, you'll always be hunted. The Agante are trained from birth for their work, they're not scripture members, but they're dangerous spies and killers. They've kept the Dark Elves disunited for generations and murdered every heretic they've ever found. Maybe you'll be safe. I hope for it. But you'll always be wondering if the merchant you buy from has poisoned your food or if a knife is coming at you in the dark. Nua didn't shiver. I understand. I'll play my part. For now at least. She replied, but you have to promise me again. You won't let Dominic have me. I haven't been myself, for over 100 years. I'd forgotten how good this feels. She slid across the seat so that they were closer to one another, leaned forward and grabbed his thighs, her nails digging into his skin between the fabric. I can't go back to the way I was. I'll kill myself before I do. Dominic will never lay a hand on you again. Raymond answered, he covered her hands with his. You asked if I'd have helped a wounded dog, and I didn't answer you then. The answer is yes, and if I'd do that, I'll help you. She closed her eyes. Now, let me get into character. Nua said, and Raymond watched, almost feeling the change in her as her body posture shifted in subtle ways. Before his eyes. Before long they were entering the small noble estate and were led to a large double door seemingly carved out of a single piece of wood. Nua stood one pace behind him to his left. Master, she said when she saw his side look at her, she graced him with a reassuring little smile. I've attended meetings of the powerful before, I know proper etiquette. I won't shame you. That wasn't what I was worried about, Nua. Not at all. Raymond answered, but thank you for saying that. Orlion slept in his rocker, with Kalka's hand slowly pushing and pulling. The little bassinet was fit for the Prince of Two Kingdoms, carved out of one giant dragon's tooth. The curve was nearly perfect. The inside of it was lined with silk with down stuffing and tiny, hand-carved springs to make for great comfort. His blanket and pillow were no less luxurious, and unsurprisingly, he slept like it. Gustave Montaigne stood at hand as the child's personal bodyguard as the royals sat in the manner of a dark elf lord appointed by Albedo herself. The estate was relatively new, being in a new city established for those dark elves and other slaves liberated by treaty with the kingdom of Nazarick. Countless dark elves and humans dwelled in the area, with numerous buildings rising up even 2 years after the Great Victory, or debacle, depending on preference. This estate held numerous treasures that, at a glance, Ainz suspected were lifted from the former master's homes, the nobles Albedo appointed. He himself had largely rubber-stamped, trusting to her judgment, and given the orderly nature of the bustling city, she seemed to have been right. Their host made himself scarce, and the totality of the royal party of 5 nations sat at ease with one another, waiting on the 6th. The double door swung wide and Raymond entered the room. The other monarch stood until the elf at his back approached his chair, drew it out, and pushed it beneath him so that he could join the others. Nua's scribal kit was out and ready, as were those of other kingdoms, and Albedo rose to her feet. Now that we're all here, we have something, the radiant Allmother said and slid a stack of documents to her left. It passed from one pair of hands to the next until it made its way back to her with only one copy remaining. Raymond looked down at the document, skimmed it, then leaned back and handed it to Nua. That will go straight to the cardinals, he said in a hushed voice so as not to interrupt his counterparts. Nua accepted the document without question. The scribal kit she carried was a simple device, a strap looped over her neck and a small box that curved on one side that rested against her waist to keep it flat. Within the box a scribe would carry ink, quills, paper or parchment, and other materials to be brought out at need. The side of the box held small tight cups into which the inkwells and quills fit snugly to allow repeated access to the box for fresh paper. She stored the document within and laid a blank sheet down to begin to write as Albedo spoke. A few days ago our servants in Arwintar took notice of a column of smoke rising within the center of the city, and some of our more astute observers noted the smell of burning flesh. A funeral pyre. Of course we had them inquire about who lived there, as we should offer condolences to any noble family in the city while we are present, only to find it was occupied by, of all things, a delegate for the tournament. Albedo let them take that in, and scribes for various kingdoms began taking their own notes in turn. Elf delegates, Albedo said emphatically. But, the Elf King wouldn't send someone there, and how could he reach it that fast? Kalka objected. The room focused their attention on Raymond. He wouldn't, but he might go there himself. The cardinal said and crossed his hands together one over the other on the table. That monster loves only one thing. Rape. The Frost Queen hissed the word like a curse. Yes. But he doesn't do it for no reason. He wants strong heirs. The last time he ventured outside of his country it was to kidnap one of our strongest warrior women expressly to force her to bear his child. Raymond explained, and Ainz perked up. This sounds very familiar. He thought and began to rub his jaw. Other than that, he never leaves his kingdom, capital, or even palace. Raymond's hands tensed. It is possible that we all made a grave mistake. The cardinal cleared his throat again. This tournament will no doubt have many warrior women. A temptation like that would be too much. The Elf King may have taken Queen Draudelin, but if he did, and I believe that is what happened, then she isn't in the Elf Kingdom. She is in Arwentar. You think she's in that estate, don't you? Queen Renner guessed immediately. Then that is where we go to rescue her and her surviving party. The Queen of Frost rose to her feet as if the matter were settled. Wait, Queen Baraja. Ainz said and held a palm out. My wife asked a pertinent question, one that the cardinal hasn't answered. Nia stopped, and slowly, reluctantly sat. Cardinal Raymond exhaled a loud breath and said, This is a state secret that you're asking me to divulge. You want us to rescue your ally? We should know what we're up against, or will you put the Queen at greater risk, Cardinal? Albedo pointed out. Do you not have authority to determine what your neighbor should know? Ainz asked. You were endowed with the right to represent your nation's interests, weren't you? He asked, and Raymond felt his spine tingle with the Allfather addressed him. The foreign monarch's voice and manner, everything about him was almost seductively appealing, entrancing, like he was the perfect monarch. You're right, the Elf King is a monk. A monk of supreme power. We rescued our own from him only by way of distraction. No attempt at assassination has ever worked. We can't pierce his skin. He shrugged off spells that have killed monsters that guilds rated 90 to 100 or more. You wonder how he got to Arwentar so quickly. The most powerful monks we have can imbue their energy into a living thing for a few minutes, but the Elf King can do it for hours. If he imbues energy into horses, then they can run at full speed for an extended period of time, if he does it frequently. Raymond snapped his fingers. He'll arrive anywhere he wants, quickly. The cardinal swallowed. This information must not leave this room. Speaking to some of you is something every fiber of me tells me I should not be doing, let alone revealing this. If my comrades ever learn what I'm about to say, I'll be disgraced, cast out, and possibly even charged with treason. Even though I'm empowered to speak for my government, this won't be overlooked. I'm putting my life in your hands as a leap of faith. With two non-human rulers? Queen Baraja asked, her wings spread a little as if to emphasize her inhumanity, and whether intended or not, the Allmother did the same. Must you rub it in? Raymond asked. I have had time to think. It doesn't matter what, not now. What matters is that the only lawful heir to the Draconic Kingdom's life is at stake. Now can I trust you or not, Frost Queen? The delegates cast their eyes about at one another, and one by one they answered. You can. And he appears to be a god, on par with one, at least. Raymond spat the words out. He produced one child of great power, more powerful than our most powerful godkin. This is not possible unless he is like the six. An elven god. Part of why we progress so slowly with the elves is because we do not actually want to fight him. Could you draw a portrait of him? Ainz said as he leaned forward. What is the Elf King's actual name? Does he have one? We assume he does, but we've never heard it. He only calls himself the Elf King and nothing more. Raymond answered the question, as far as drawing him. I'm not much of an artist, but I can try. He held his hand up and Nua wordlessly removed a blank piece of paper and handed it to him along with a quill already dipped in ink. Raymond's hand flew over the paper. The scratch of the quill was quick to the extreme, and when he was done, he blew gently on his work and gave it a quick nod of approval. He handed it to the Golden Queen, who passed it around until it reached the Allfather. You sell yourself short. Ainz said as he looked down at the portrait he'd been given. It's not half bad. I never thought I'd see this face again. You know him. How? Raymond asked, and for a moment the Allfather said nothing. He came from the same place your gods came from, if the relics you have are any indication. Ainz answered him without really thinking. He was recalling the battle with the Elf King when the guild was young. He was so lost in thought that he said nothing and did not look up until Albedo's hand touched his shoulder. My husband? She asked, and Ainz cleared his throat before setting the paper down. You put your life into my hands to help rescue the Draconic Queen, Cardinal Raymond. I won't forget it. So, in that spirit, one secret for another. I'll tell you how I know him, and where I know him from. What you choose to do with that information, I leave to you. Settle in. This is quite a story. Ainz added, and looking around to the various secretaries he added, but they must leave. Not mine. Raymond replied. She does not leave my side. Nua took one step closer to him, and for a moment, as the other secretaries filed out, a battle of wills, weighing and measuring one another's intense raged between them. It's like that, is it? Very well. Ainz said, and took a deep breath to begin. Chapter 336, Chapter. Ainz looked away as if deep in his memories, recalling the stories of his guild days. The Elf King, as I said, is not of this world. Nor am I. I am, from another world, beyond the one he came from. My friends and I used his world as a kind of hunting ground. I believe the ones you refer to as players are like me, like my friends. Though they must have been weaker if they chose not to kill him. My friends' creations and mine refer to that original world as First World. We would travel to the Second World, a world of First World's creation. It was a place for us to play games. To hunt, to explore what each other made, we waged battles and forged bonds. Second World, it was the happiest time of my life. Traveling worlds, it may seem strange to you, as it was to me when Ainz briefly swallowed his heartache before he chose to incorporate Demiurge's story into his account. When I first found this world in the most ancient of times, before we sealed everything away, protecting this world from the evils of its own making. In this second world the Elf King as you call him, had a kingdom of his own, and my friends and I, the 9 of us, killed him. Ainz explained, and Raymond felt his body become as stone. The spell he used, it makes sense, perfect sense. Raymond realized as he began to put the pieces of the puzzle together. You said you killed him, was he resurrected? The Cardinal's mind ran faster than an arrow loosed from a bow, and Ainz answered him. No. He could not be permanently slain. Once killed, he would revive again after a set time period. He has been killed many times. Ainz explained, and despair briefly washed over Raymond and Nua alike. We'll be his playthings forever. Nua thought, her stoic eyes held steady, but without thinking about it, she put herself a hair closer to Raymond when the thought came to her. No. That was in Second World. He can be permanently killed here. Ainz said and pressed his forefinger against the table to reference the new world. More importantly, I can kill him. Are you, perhaps, a god? Raymond asked. Kalka and Albedo's back stiffened at once and Albedo's wings spread out to their maximum extent. With the impassioned voices of offended royal women they rebuked the cardinal by almost shouting, of course he is. The table waited after that. It wasn't hard for even Raymond to know why. They're waiting for me to erupt. Waiting for me to start shouting about blasphemy and that I was expecting him to deny something so outlandish. But the cardinal's thoughts were busy ones, agitated ones. He began scratching on the surface of his hand as if it itched. You may be. My whole life I served the 6. I did it to protect mankind, because it was the only way I knew at least. But we know the 6 came from another world, and that others, the demon gods, the greed kings, they came here from somewhere else. Another player, another god. It isn't beyond possibility. It was almost a relief to acknowledge the buried truth that at the least, a new god was a possibility. If you are a god, you're different from the ones I know. My own loathe the undead, except for the death god, you use them as tools. My own, they protected humanity. You protect. Raymond's body felt weak. If he'd had to stand, he couldn't have managed it. He looked over his shoulder to the elf who stood close at hand. You protect more. The greater the god, the more he can guard. The Queen of Frost answered. So you believe him to be a deity, then? Raymond as the Frost Queen. I've never met a god. Nia answered, her vertical slit pupils hidden briefly by a blink. I don't know if I'd recognize one if I did. I only know that I protect my people as best I can. I have a lot of types of people. Humans, elves, orcs, goblins, snake people, dwarves, and more, so many more. The Allfather has the same, a more natural alliance than one with his kingdom, I can't imagine. If it takes calling him a god to secure us, I'll go with that. And if he can accomplish it, that's good enough for godhood as far as I'm concerned. If someone else wants to argue the point, let them show up and do it. A lot of words therefore, yes. Raymond muttered, and the Frost Queen flashed a fong-filled smile in his direction. Okay, then, yes. I suppose I'm starting to think that way. Nothing else explains what I've seen. The Frost Queen drummed her talons on the table, but otherwise fell silent after giving him her answer. Raymond took that in. I saw your power at the Katsa Plains. I wondered then if I was seeing a new god rising in the world. But this is still a lot to think over. There's time enough for that. But for now, we need the Queen rescued. Thankfully the Elf King is as dense as he was in Second World. Albedo, Ainz looked up to his right, send a distraction to the Elf King, and have the Queen removed to Nazarick at once. Wait, no. Plan. That's it. Raymond asked, snapped out of his reverie by the abrupt order, his eyes wavering from Allfather to Allmother. I was created to be the ideal administrator, so of course I can handle something as simple as a minor rescue. Albedo's feathers ruffled just a little, which led to Raymond's eyes goggling. You're a golem. He gasped out the word, only for the pregnant golem to laugh uproariously. Putting a hand on her ample chest, she tried to regain control over herself. No, silly human. I'm a living being, not some petty golem. My creator was one of the 41, whom my beloved Lord led. Each of the 41 supreme beings created living things to serve them. I am one of those beings. The unworldly beauty of the winged woman beside the Allfather was all too believable in what she said. A god. Raymond thought the words, and it grew ever more likely in his mind. So then, what did you want to meet with me for? Why are we gathering at all? Raymond asked as he regained his mental footing. First, our agents will be collectively withdrawn from your country. The Golden Queen said at once. Even my goblins. The Wolf Queen added when Raymond glanced her way. But there's another problem. The Frost Queen said, her lips drew thinly across her face, and Raymond felt his heart pick up its pace just a little. The things our agents have seen of your country. The treatment of your slave population, the stories about it are spreading through our ranks. And more than that, by your own admission, the Draconic Queen's capture is on your country's head. It wouldn't have happened if you had properly guarded her, or even just permitted a more direct route. Kalka quipped. Raymond sat silent. There was nothing he could say. All his theology, all his training, all his apologetic and defenses. He looked over at Nua, who stood so close he could smell the fragrance of her hair. It was forgotten. It fell away in the memory of her desperate terror when he was grabbing for her ear to make the cuts that would mutilate her very identity. What do you want? Raymond asked the question without any hint of a diplomatic flourish. A change in policy for your country. Ainz answered for the lot of them. I can't do that. I'm here to represent, not to rule. Raymond protested at once. He opened his hands out to stop his scratching on the skin and spread them out in front of him. You know this, you all know this. But you can tell your comrades. The Wolf Queen pointed out. Things will carry on for now, but send word home while you're here, and please understand, when we return to our respective nations, our relationship with your country will change. Mine will be the first to make that happen, I promise you. Henry's eyes were hard and fixed on the cardinal, the lingering question on her mind. Did he authorize the slaughter of my village? Is he one of the ones who made that happen? Just sitting close to him, she longed to claw out his eyes, but this was a start at least. I will have something drawn up. Raymond said and pushed himself upright, giving himself a few seconds to steady himself. He then said, Nua, come with me, we're leaving. There's nothing more to be done here. The cardinal then gave a polite half bow with his hand over his chest, and left them behind as he exited. I think that went very well. Ainz remarked when the cardinal was gone. Now Albedo, Ainz said when no one ventured to disagree, see to the Draconic Queen, and afford her every courtesy of Nazarick until I arrive to speak with her myself. At once, my love. And with that, the table rose as one. Chapter 337, Chapter. Draudelin sent up her smoke signals yet again. I can only hope somebody is watching. The heat of the fire was such that she turned her face back and forth, her arm ached with exhaustion and with pain from the fire's close proximity. But she endured. The sound of low moans, that weren't there, drove her on. Her fears, her imaginings, her dread and regret took physical form in the sweat on her brow and the ache in her limbs. But the hidden queen kept it up, watching the brief billowing again and again. Draudelin. Here. Draudelin. Here. She did it from multiple fireplaces around the estate. But for days, nothing changed. Tend the fire, whelp. The Elf King said when it started to diminish. This was his new favorite way to taunt her. Yes, master. The queen said and rushed to the little wood bin. She struggled to hold as much as she could, teetering around on her small feet, leaning back to keep it from falling. My toe hurts. She thought, sure it was bleeding from where a log landed on it minutes ago. She crouched down and began heaping logs on the diminishing flames. Not that way. You need practice. The giant elf said from where he sat. Yes, master. The queen said and got to all fours to place one log at a time into the ornate fireplace. She could feel his eyes on her. If I weren't disguised, would I have ended my life? She wondered about that, for had done so, not counting the one to die the day of their capture. The question haunted her nights, and she began to shake as if his eyes had the piercing power of the sharpest blades. Please. She prayed, someone. Please. You'll give me many strong children when you grow up, whelp. The Elf King grunted the statement, I can feel the magic welling inside you. I prefer fighters more, but I'll take a useful magic caster just as quick. He licked his lips. Are any of your mother's whores carrying yet? He asked, and Draudelin dropped the log into place with a thud. She shoved some tinder into place to rekindle the flames and began tugging the flue at once. I think maybe, master. I will ask. It is hard to tell with humans this early. I can use magic to find out if it pleases you. She said as she went up to her knees and continued to send her smoke signal into the air. The heat was scalding her hand as she held the metal rod. Unlike the one in the women's quarters, this one didn't have a convenient chain. The lever was close to the flames. I've got to call for help. She cried out in her head as sweat began to pour down her forehead and her arm from the effort. I see, that would be good. He groused, there's no sense losing any whelps until I know if they're useful or not. Fine, have the magic casters check the stock. Yes, master. The queen kept her eyes down and repeated the smoke signal words, Draudolin. Here. Why are you doing that, whelp? He asked her as she continued the process. Air, master, the fire needs more or it will die. She hastened to answer, I can stop, if master wishes, but the fire will start to die. Her eyes remained on the floor, and he seemed to consider her words. No. Keep at it, a burn on your hand is nothing, it isn't your hands I need. He chuckled and licked his lips, looking directly at her face as he did it. I will, sir. I will. The queen replied until the shouting reached her. The elf king's face changed, she could see it out of the periphery of her vision. His lustful thoughts went to the only other emotion he seemed to know other than anger, contemptuous annoyance. Useless trash, what are they shouting about? He snarled. Undead. The screams came up just as the noise of a distant wall caving in rang out over the estate. You. Whelp. Get back to the harem, my guards are so worthless. The elf king spat on the polished floor, and as towering as he seemed before, even though he grew not an inch, he seemed somehow more so. The queen didn't argue, she shot to her feet and sprinted, her little child-sized heart pounding as fast as she could make it as her bare feet ate up space over the shining polished floor until she was at the safest place in the estate, unless the elf king wanted someone there. She rushed past guards who were streaming in, their shouted voices went up, and suddenly the true malicious genius of the elf king, in this one thing at least, was obvious. The elven warriors took up position in the hall, drawing bows, the noise of the curving came out all at once as they acted in sync, those who bore swords brought them to bear beside shields. They were not guarding the elf king's harem, they were guarding their wives, mothers, sisters, and daughters. Nobody would suffer or die for the elf king, but for their own. That malignant monster. The queen cursed as she ran down the hall, the warriors made sure she had a path clear before closing up the way behind her with their bodies so thickly barring the way that when she looked back, she saw nothing beyond their ranks. Worthless. The elf king's booming voice came out as his fist smashed, something, the sound of a great shield fell with a clatter and a howl of hatred went up before he destroyed some form of creature out of her sight. What's happening? Dozens of voices, human and elf alike, went up from the great open chamber. The undead, somewhere. Draudolin answered, and a wail of horror went up. We're in hell. From monster to undead, how can this not be hell? The elder elven woman cried out, and without thinking, she reached down and grasped Draudolin in her arms, whirling the young girl around to protect the little human royal using her own back to do it. Which was why Draudolin was the first to see it. The whirling vortex appeared within spitting distance just as the elf king's distant bellowing cut off another undead scream. From within the void stepped a face she knew. Gray-faced and squared, regal to the point of perfection as servant or ruler alike, dressed in his fine butler's clothing. Queen Draudolin, we have received your message and have come to retrieve you. I trust you have no objections. Seabass said as he took a very gracious bow. The elves looked at the human with a mix of fear, relief, and suspicion, eyes darting about, sweat sprang onto every body. The queen isn't here, her daughter is, and I won't give her to someone who just dash. The matronly elf who clung to the queen in disguise stopped speaking when Draudolin whispered, let me go. She disengaged herself gently from the elf woman, and her body, her curves, her bosom and body from head to toe, returned to her proper age. Lord Seabass. It's good to see you, I have no objection but one. I will not go alone. I'm afraid I have no time to argue, my lady. Seabass replied. Gasps from the elven women were many as the child became a woman before their eyes, but Draudolin did not give them time for questions. Then you have no time to say no, they are mine. All of them. They go first, and I follow. She said and met the face of the butler of steel with stern resolve. You are the queen I remember, so be it. If they refuse, however, we go alone. Seabass answered. Draudolin made her address to the harem very brief. Seabass is a friend, a good one, and he is our rescue. I've tended your bodies, your wounds, fed and washed you. I know I've hidden my true state, but please, trust me. Go through that gate and we will never be reachable by that bastard ever again. They rose, they hesitated, staring from the gate to her and then to Seabass and then to one another. The distraction will not last much longer. Seabass pointed out. If you want to still be here when the Elf King finishes off those death knights, stay behind. Drawdalin reported, the humans who knew her best and who were familiar with Seabass by sight if not by name, were already rushing toward the vortex. That set off the rest, and a stream of elves began charging the gate as fast as they could move, streaming around Seabass and Drawdalin until they vanished from view. The elf warriors turned as soon as the noise of it all hit home, and Drawdalin pointed to them. Do you want to explain to him how you lost all your women? She asked. Thus did the elf king's methods reveal their weakness. No one wanted to deliver the news, it was as good as capture, and the elf warriors followed after their women, looking behind them as they trudged like captives rather than ran like the liberated, and they too, vanished into the void. Now I will go with you, and I hope I will see your master soon. The queen said as she stepped beside the butler and bent her arm at her side. He linked his arms with hers as if escorting a lady to a ball, and vanished into the gate. It closed at their backs, leaving the crackling fire with nobody to warm at all. Chapter 338, Chapter. When the meeting was over and the ranks were thinning as they prepared to move on to the next leg of the journey, Ainz reached out to put his hand on Calca's shoulder. Husband? She asked after taking up their son into her arms. Queen Drawdalin will be in my residence shortly. She might appreciate the comfort of a human woman, depending on what the elf king has done. Ainz suggested, and with that the queen couldn't disagree. May I bring Collart and Gustav with me? They worry, I know they do. She suggested, and though his first thought was to deny her, looking at the white hair that tumbled down her back and Orlion in her arms, he relented. They may. Maybe it will help if she sees more humans. He suggested. And so minutes later after summoning the pair, the small party emerged through the gate into the throne room. Recalling the lessons of Queen Drawdalin who did her best to be regal at all times, he ascended the stairs to the throne of kings. Albedo followed, but Calca did not. The protocols of royalty. Ainz had the thought come and go before he took his seat, and Calca stepped aside, though she remained near to the stairs that led upward. Collart. Calca said as her lover and closest advisor fell in at her right hand and Gustav fell in at her left. Collart's long brown hair swayed at her back as she accepted the wiggling crown prince into her arms. He giggled a little and smiled up at her, and the magic caster of renown returned the expression, dangling a few wiggling fingers above his face. Orlion grabbed them and squeezed. Collart winced and yanked them from his grasp as fast as she could. Ouch. She whipped the injured hand around as if to shake off the pain. The Allfather, Allmother, and Calca all looked in her direction, but Collart only let her smile become a little fragile. I'm fine, he's just much stronger than he should be at his age. She winced again and put the two injured fingers into her mouth and briefly sucked on them to help dispel the pain and draw blood flow back into the extremity. Husband, perhaps Cocytus should stay with him in my kingdom. Calca suggested, if he can dash. Break. I think he broke them. Collart winced. Break the fingers of adults at this age, how long will it take before he is an unintended threat to everyone around him? Calca asked. That is, acceptable. I think Cocytus would enjoy that role a great deal. Ainz said and stroked his chin as he thought it over. For now though. He paused and cast his message spell, summoning Pistonia and various other maids. The dog maid appeared within minutes, and went straight for Collart. Cure light wounds, she said. Her maid dress bounced around at the base still, the result of the haste of her coming, and the white healing magic glowed over the injured cast. Much better, thank you. Collart answered, keeping her eyes on the young prince. I must get used to this. I must. The non-humans are taking their place at our side, I knew this with the others, and I saw the way my queen treated Queen Baraja, we're never going back to the old ways. Collart reminded herself, and then her thoughts went still as, mere moments after the other maids assembled themselves with demure postures and heads down on the opposite wall, the gate opened up. A stream of people poured through like water loosed from a tap that was turned immediately to high, human women, followed by elf women, followed by elf men, the noise of their thudding feet as they came through crying or crying out, filled the throne room. Their eyes darted in every direction like frightened deer who heard noises from many directions. The whirling vortex remained open, and finally the expected pair emerged. Seabass, arm in arm with the stately white-haired draconic queen. At once Ainz was struck with admiration for her regal demeanor, her back was straight and though she was dressed in what amounted to no better than a pauper's rags, and that strained against her flesh, threatening to tear away and leave her in nothing at all, she entered as if Nazarick were her palace. Her head and eyes straight, Seabass escorted her around the throng, her presence and ease had a slow ameliorating effect on the elves and humans alike, and they began to quiet down. Cries became murmurs and fear became awe as they took in the towering and expansive room. The smooth dark columns, the obsidian throne and the figures up above, the bright lights that hung from on high and the rich red carpet that led to the distant double door. A few who still stood on that long crimson carpet began to scrunch their toes over it to savor that soft, comforting feeling. But the draconic queen had eyes for only one. I never needed to see his face to know who he is. There's nobody else in all the world who has access to that spell. The queen told herself as she found herself centered before the throne. At her left she caught sight of the one she knew must be Queen Calca, and her companions. Am I captured, or rescued? A captive ruler can be made to give up everything at a single word. It was a fleeting thought, but one she crushed quickly. I am a queen. I will always be a queen. Even if I'm cast down into the dirt. I will not shame myself. She then crossed her feet at the ankles, and as Seabass released his hold on her arm, her hands went out as if to grasp a royal dress instead of the mirror that was there, and she bowed her head to the throne. Thank you for the rescue, Allfather. I'm truly grateful. Queen Drawdalin, please, raise your head, you are a guest in my home. Ainz said, but then tilted his head up to indicate the others, and they are. My lord, the queen would not leave without those she deemed her people. That is the cause of our coming after the rest. Seabass explained, putting his hand over his heart and giving a half bow, if this displeases you dash. Ainz dismissed it with a wave of his hand and cut off the beginning of an apology. No, it's fine. A handful of extra mouths is nothing. The others finally came to their senses and rushed to make enough space for themselves. The clamor was brief, but seeing the way Drawdalin behaved and hearing the title she gave to Ainz, they knew well enough what to do. They bent the knee, descending to the floor with heads low and one knee up with the other back. You are safe. Ainz said, and a few began openly weeping in the kneeling ranks below. He gestured to his maids. You will abide here as my guests, attended to by my maids, they will afford you every courtesy as the people of my good friend, Queen Drawdalin. He then turned his eyes to Seabass. See to their temporary, comfortable quartering until things in Arwentar are resolved. My lord. Seabass answered, and with the firm organization of an experienced manager, he sorted them into groups, assigning several to each maid before they were led out. With the rest gone, Ainz took more notice of the queen herself. The clothing she wore looked to be sized for a child and left little to the imagination. Queen Drawdalin, we will have you provided something more appropriate to your status. But first, are you fit to carry on? Will you conduct the journey you intended to Arwentar with the rest of us? Do you wish to return to your home, or to remain here for a time and recover from your ordeal? It took some seconds of silence before the Draconic Queen understood what the Allfather meant. And to realize the implications of her transformation and the impact it had on how she appeared. She resized her body to that of a child. I disguised myself this way, Allfather. It seems the Elf King has no lustful interest in children, and I told him I was the daughter of the Queen on the way to join my mother. Clever. Calca remarked from where she stood, very clever. Thank you, Queen Calca. Drawdalin said with a wan little smile in the direction of her counterpart. It was effective enough. I was turned into a servant, but I remain unmolested otherwise. The same is not true for my people. I lost several to suicide, and the others, they will never be the same. I failed them all. Bad luck. But that is all, royal sister. Calca asserted and approached to place a hand on Drawdalin's shoulder. You had no way to beat that thing. No, I didn't. But he has to die for what he's done. The royal wrath of the now freed Drawdalin was hotter than the burning sun. He has to die, he has to pay. He will. Ainz answered her. He has attacked my ally, and a nation engaged in talks of subordination to my own. That is an act of war. My lord, you can't mean to. Drawdalin felt Calca squeeze her shoulder again. The Draconic Queen felt the other hand of Calca touch her other shoulder, and the gentle breath of the white-haired woman caressed her ear when the Holy Queen leaned in close. Let the will of God be done, royal sister. Ainz used his message spell again, and quietly held until, to Drawdalin's surprise, a nervous-looking girl holding a long wooden staff ran into the room. The little girl clutched the staff as if afraid it would fall out of her hands if she relaxed, and she was, in the Queen's view, the picture of loveliness, soft features and wide eyes, heterochromatic, blue and green. A white skirt flapped about until she came close to the throne. Lord Ainz, what can I do for you? She asked. Mayor, the Elf King has committed an act of war against our kingdom. Go seize his home. Take his kingdom away, and make yourself king in his place. And he scratched his chin. Try not to cause too much destruction, we don't want it to be hard to rebuild. My husband, what about the slain Theocracy? They are also at war with the elves. Albedo asked and put her hand on his thigh, her lust rising to new heights as her lord altered the world at a word before her very eyes. I suppose they should be treated temporarily as allies. Ainz muttered, and again he used his message spell. Just try not to cringe. Ainz told himself. Minutes later the melodramatic voice rang out, Main Fada. I come at your command. Pandora's actor made a dramatic wave of his right arm while putting his left hand to his chest. What services can I render to thy eternal glory? Ainz felt himself begin to groan, but as the yellow-uniformed Pandora's actor strode in with a supremely confident air, his cape billowing at his back and clad in a uniform that Ainz still thought, looks really cool. It seemed to impress the Draconic Queen if the lingering look she gave was any indication. Stepson. How good to meet you. Kalka said and approached to grasp his hands. And briefly embraced the treasury guardian. And you, stepmother. He said, the 3 holes that passed for eyes and mouth made no expression, but his words were clearly more than warm, as was the gentle return of his embrace before she moved aside to allow him to present himself and kneel before the throne. You will go in the disguise of a human, to Kami Miyako. Inform them that we will join their war on the Elf Kingdom until it surrenders. Ainz answered, I'm sure Mare can take care of it within a few days. I doubt the elves will resist when they learn that their king is dead. And when it is conquered, Fata, what do I tell them? Pandora's actor asked. That it is now a province of the Empire of Nazarick and that hostile actions will result in extermination for anyone crossing the border under arms. Ainz replied to his son. My lord, the border is very large, perhaps something to guard it after the victory. Albedo suggested, and Ainz rubbed his chin. Mare, when you leave, take Aura with you, her tamed beasts should be able to secure the border. Oh, and, use your dragons, and bring High Jinmal to search for books to add to our collection. It may take longer, but arriving on Dragonback should impress the situation on the elves of Crescent Lake. My lord, of course, why yes. Mare shifted uncomfortably before rising to his feet. My lord, perhaps I should see to the Draconic Queen myself, and to provide quarters for the Holy Queen's party. You. Rest in your room, I will come tend to you afterward. Albedo suggested, and Ainz felt the hunger in her eyes despite the comportment of her voice. I wish I'd looked at her flavored text more closely, I'm starting to think Tabula put T's in her settings. Ainz thought as her wants began to inspire his own. She enjoyed the build-up a great deal, and though he was certain she had no lustful intent toward either Kalka or Drawdalin, being a succubus, Ainz was fairly confident she would play out thoughts like that in her own mind before returning to pounce on him herself. That is an excellent idea. Ainz said and clapped his hands together the way he'd seen Drawdalin do when matters were settled. Then let it all be done. He said, and when he stood up, so did Albedo, and those present began to enact his will. Chapter 339, Chapter. The arrival in Karn was unremarkable. It's a busy place. Zeshi said as their horses clip-clopped on through the street. The main road was paved, but the noise of construction, despite being distant, was thunderous. Yeah. Brain said a little louder than he needed to, while Layali, who rode in front of him, covered her ears. It'll get quieter when we get into the middle of the city. This is happening over a lot of the places we're going to see. I can find some work for the day pretty easy, though we don't need it just yet. I'd rather have a nest egg just in case. You won't need it. Zeshi answered him. Brain glanced over Layali's head. I'm sorry. I said, you won't need it. Zeshi repeated herself, I asked you for a favor, and assuming my friends are as reliable as I think, today I fulfill it. A favor, what are dash? Brain stopped when the memory tickled his mind and he raised his blue eyebrows. You mean that thing about trusting you with something you would not make a mistake about? I said, not screw up, but. Yes, thank you for putting it nicely. The half-elf was quiet until they made it deeper into the city and the noise began to die down. The buildings were a mix of wood and stone, but more importantly the place was thoroughly, absurdly clean, and filled with all manner of different races going around seemingly indifferent to one another. Had there been anything left of her old views, they would have died halfway down that street. When it was quieter, Zeshi said, we haven't been together all that long, not really. But you did more for me than you had to. I'm grateful for that, even, to know the hard things. So I'm going to pay you back, and pay for the rest of the trip to Arwentar. And, how will you do that exactly? Brain asked the question, and Zeshi's face became smug, her nose tilted slightly into the air. I'll have you know that being a Black Scripture member pays very well. And I never spend a damn thing. So I used one of my connections to reach out to a friend who will do things without letting anybody know. Zeshi's smug look didn't vanish when she finished speaking, and she waited for Brain to show gratitude or surprise or anything positive. And, how do you know he will actually be discreet, or that your way of reaching out to him will be discreet? Brain asked the question as gently as he could, but he absent-mindedly rested his left hand protectively on Layali's back. Zeshi could only frown at that. Why wouldn't they? Brain looked at Zeshi and asked, how much did you request? All of it. I mean, she scratched her head, I figured it would be easier if I just had my wealth moved with me so we could draw what we wanted, and it'll be routed through the merchant guild halls. Zeshi, you used a government contact, didn't you? Brain asked. He tensed his legs against the flanks of his pale horse, and true to his unfortunate expectations, Zeshi answered an offhand. Yes, of course. How else was I going to make the request? It's a long way to Kami Miyako for me to just shout, you know. She gave him a playful smile, and Brain could only say, as kindly as he could. Zeshi, thank you, but I wish you hadn't done this. I can find honest work here and there and we can sleep outside a little more. It hasn't dash. He stopped before saying, hurt us yet, as he recalled the piercing shriek Layali gave out when she was struck by the monster. Never mind, just, don't reach out to them again. Promise me. Brain insisted. He leaned over slightly just when her mouth opened to object. She closed her lips. It's just a message from me to Senna, what's the problem? She wondered, and watching the way he slightly winced when he breathed, she recalled the violent kick she'd given to his chest, and answered him, I promise. I won't contact them again. So, what are we doing, anyway? Layali looked up between the two of them. There's a guild I need to go to. If Senna did what he's supposed to, then I have some things waiting for me. If not here, then at our next stop. Either way, our whole journey to Arwentar is covered and everything will work out. Zeshi answered with a tiny reassuring smile down at the tiny half-elf. Far from giving a return smile, Layali went rigid and clung more tightly to the horse as if afraid she'd be pulled off of it. If we need money, I can work. It's not like I don't know how. I served my father's family and siblings for a long time. Besides, wherever you put me, I know how it goes, she said as she stroked the mane of the pale horse. I won't be their real daughter, so I'll have to work and earn my keep. Even if they're nice, they won't want me for long if I won't work so. Brain and Zeshi caught each other's eyes. In this they agreed, it won't be so again. The common thought ran between the two, and Brain patted Layali's head to quiet her before she went on too long. No, that's not how it will be. If we can't find a nice family, we'll find a safe institution. I hear the ones in the kingdom of Nazarick are really good. I'll even leave some extra for your care, I can afford it. Zeshi said, you'll get good food and a bed of your own, no more monsters coming after you. It'll be fine. I'll pay enough to give you a good life growing up, and Raymond told me they were even offering apprenticeships to promising children, so you'll have a guaranteed job when you get older. This isn't the sort of life you should have. Just wandering aimlessly with no security. I don't know much about the outside world, but that much even I can see. Zeshi said, and tried not to look down at what she knew were tears of frustration in Layali's eyes. Chapter 340, Chapter. Queen Draudolin soaked in the hot bath. It was the first hot water she'd had since her capture, and by itself it would have been considered a paradise. Not far away, the wife of the Allfather held up a dress suitable for royalty. The bright yellow eyes and their narrow vertical slits made it obvious, even if the wings hadn't, that Draudolin was dealing with a non-human, and one she felt sure held great power. The dress was white with green ruffles that ran in a spiral around the base, but ended in ruffles beneath the chest that were of bright red and shaped in the fashion of a bouquet of roses which, thanks to their shape, would offer some degree of modesty. This, the Allmother said, and Draudolin wasn't about to argue. Even if they'd put me in a maid outfit, given what I was wearing before, it would still be an improvement. The Draconic Queen thought when she gave her nod of consent. And we have some glass shoes as well that will pair nicely with this. Albedo added, and again Draudolin gave a contented nod. But the Queen's mind was elsewhere. Will that really be all it takes to conquer the Elf Kingdom? Draudolin asked, and Albedo for her part, only laughed. It's overkill, if anything. But since you bring it up, you know I'm not here about clothing, don't you, clever Draconic Queen? Albedo asked, and Draudolin raised her arm out of the water to rest it on the side of the stone tub. The splashing noise was her only response for several seconds until it faded away and she answered. Yes. Yes, I do. Our negotiations are different now, and things are worse for me. The Draconic Queen said, and a bitter, harsh laugh cascaded around the room. I didn't think they could be, back when I realized your support teams were the only thing keeping me from being overrun, and the Theocracy's lukewarm response to chastise me only made me more dependent. But now, if he chose to just add me as a third wife, as he took Kalka, could I find grounds, or means to object? My reputation as a monarch will have been ruined by my captivity. Everybody knows what the Elf King does, and my kingdom looks weaker than it ever has before. I dare say I'm worse off than Kalka was when her kingdom was crumbling and the demi-humans were invading. You're more plain-spoken about your situation than I expected, human. Albedo replied to her and went to stand beside the bath. My husband, the Allfather, for reasons that are entirely his own and beyond my understanding, has shown you considerable favor. He considers himself indebted to you for something. Only his wisdom knows what. And unlike Kalka, I know enough about you to know you would take advantage of that if you could. To wheedle concessions out of him, but I am his mate, his truest love, and that means knowing when I must protect him from himself. So you wanted to talk, woman to woman rather than monarch to monarch. Draudolin supposed, and the pregnant monster gave a very broad smile that again put her outside of humanity. You catch on quickly, Albedo remarked. The Golden Queen gave in to protect her love for her king. The Holy Queen gave in to ensure her people could rebuild in safety. The Frost Queen has yet to give in, but she will, for the security of her dreams. The Elf King will simply die and the rule of the Baharuth Empire will be ours. The dwarves and Quagoa gave in for salvation from the Demon Emperor and the Frost Dragons out of awe of the Allfather's power. The Wolf King and Queen gave in because we helped them win their war, and the elves will be outright conquered before the rule over Baharuth is decided. Now your kingdom survives because of my beloved's generosity. So, what do you offer to keep it? Does he desire my hand in marriage? If that is still mine to offer, and it seems to be, then dash. The draconic queen let her statement hang when the monster beside her shook her head. I and my compatriots first thought this was his goal, to put his heir on the throne of every nation. But it seems this isn't the case. Albedo answered, try again. What does he want? The queen asked. She tried not to notice the way the Allmother stared down at her as if she were something to be devoured. That is the right question, draconic queen. Albedo's smile returned as fast as it previously fled. You will accelerate the negotiations by offering him everything he wants. If he suggests something, accept it. He is a god after all. A god. Drawdalin sighed and splashed water into her face, more to hide it than to clean it. I prayed to the Six, and they refused my call. If they cared anything for us, I couldn't see it. My women died and the elves were called to despise, sang their spirits to the beyond, the followers of the Six neglected to aid my nation, and at my lowest. I prayed that the Allfather would save me. I called for him, not for the gods, and here I am. She wiped her face clean and raised her eyes to meet those of the monster. My kingdom is his kingdom. My people are his people. Tell the Allfather that if he grants his eternal security to my land, I and all my heirs will be his most loyal vassals. I will even offer my child's hand in marriage to one of his heirs to secure the bond. You have no children. Albedo pointed out. It's easy to offer what you don't have, human. Then we will arrange a marriage for me, to someone of significance, someone who will benefit my kingdom and that of the Allfather, one of his champions, or a champion of an allied house. We will make this possible. Drawdalin said, and in spite of herself and her natural contempt for the average human, or perhaps because she knew that Drawdalin's lineage included non-human ancestry, the Allmother felt a begrudging regard for the woman's decisiveness. That will do. Albedo answered her counterpart, enjoy your bath, we will leave in the morning, and we will have a carriage ready for you, and an escort suitable to your status. I will, and, give the Allfather my thanks. Drawdalin said, though if Albedo heard her before leaving the room, the draconic queen could not be sure, as Albedo said nothing in response. Zeshi dropped the pouch on the table in their hotel room. It landed with a decisive clatter and a clang of coins, drawing the stare of both Brain and Layali. The black and white-haired half-elf put her hands on her hips and tilted her chin up. See, I told you. We'll live in luxury all the way to Arwintar. Unlike Senna, I was never allowed vacations, so this will be the first time in my life I've gotten to see what that's like. He always seems to enjoy it. Brain lifted his gaze. This is great, and all. He said, looking down at the thick brown leather purse that was strained to the limit to hold all the coins. Even if they'd been mere coppers, he had no doubt that it would be a substantial sum, and somehow he knew, those are not coppers in there. However, he remained reticent. But, what if something happens? Oh, this is just what I was able to take out. The guild will send runners ahead informing the next leg of the journey that we'll be passing through and how much remains for me to draw on. Or so they said. I don't really know how it works. Raymond tried to explain it to me once, but she scratched her head while keeping one hand on her hip. I don't really get it. Look, all I know is that the shiny stuff buys us what we want, and the shinier it is, the more it is worth, and we've got a lot of shinies. So relax. And what's that behind your back there? Brain asked. Zeshi turned a little red in the face. I had this flown here, if you want to know. Raymond has my weapon, and I have no idea if I'm going to see him again. I still plan to fight, so I had these sent for me to use. She tapped one of the sheaths slung over her back. It rattled a little, so, nothing for you to worry about. I see. I see. Brain deflated completely, his shoulders slumped and he sat down in the chair. Good, that's great. He said and tried to fake his smile up at Zeshi, and did a bad job of it even by his own reckoning. Oh, fuck. I'm bad at this. Zeshi said and flopped down in the chair. I lied. She said when Brain and Layali's eyes popped open in surprise at her sudden response. Here, I told Senna both were for me, but they're not. One is, but the other one, it's for you. He probably had time turbulence fly out here, and probably called in a few favors too, but just like I hoped, they were waiting for me when I arrived. Zeshi said and thrust out a scabbard toward him. Brain took it in both hands by reflex. He stared down at the sheath, even that seemed inordinately expensive. Is this enchanted? He asked, noticing the clear lightness despite the weapon within. For blade sharpening, it keeps the blade always ready for use, nicks and cuts are not a problem, sheath the sword and it will come out new again. Zeshi answered, and Brain took a look at the hilt. Wrapped with red leather from some unfamiliar creature, and with a long curved guard to protect the bearer and skid a connecting blade away, Brain's whole being called for him to draw the sword. It's enchanted, isn't it? He asked, his eyes welled up. Zeshi's grin was as childish as it was genuine. It is. Improved slashing damage. I noticed how you tend to favor slashing over thrusting, so it's like it was made for you. I don't know what to say. Brain closed his left hand around the sheath and began to draw the sword with his right hand. The blade itself was a light shade of lavender, a blend of orichalcum and adamantite. He held it upright and let his eyes explore it with the same fascination that some men did with their lovers' bodies. This is beautiful. I've never had anything like this. Nobody has ever given me anything. Let alone anything like this. He spoke with breathless awe while Zeshi watched with her elbow on the table and her chin resting on the upright palm of her hand. So, you like it? She asked. I do. Thank you. I don't know what else I can say. Brain whispered as his eyes went up and down the sword's slight curve. So, you got a new sword, does that mean you can fight again? Layali asked and inched closer to him. I suppose it does. Brain stammered as if he'd briefly forgotten the entire point and been lost in the captivating moment of receiving the sword itself. Then does that mean you'll like me again, enough to keep me? Does that mean I can stay? Layali asked and reached her arms out for a hug. As soon as she spoke, Brain sheathed the sword, set it down on the table and turned to pick her up as fast as he possibly could. Chapter 341, Chapter. Layali, you know that's not it. Brain said, and the little girl fell silent. She put her head against his chest and just listened to his heartbeat. His arm went around her back and he stroked it until she fell asleep there. When Layali was asleep, he continued to stroke her back and put his free hand back on the sheathed blade. She knew, didn't she, about the damage my previous sword took? That's why she's not been sleeping well. That's why she asked what she did a little while ago. Brain asked, but it was a needless question. Yes. Zeshi crossed her arms in front of her chest. I didn't toss the slag far enough, I guess. She must have found it. I didn't think she'd go close enough to the water to find it, but she must have. You explained things to her, right? Brain asked, his hand unconsciously moving up and down the length of the sheath. Yes, but she's a kid, more of a child even than I am. Not that I'm a child or anything, but a lot of things are still. I'm just inexperienced, in some ways, and in others she's more experienced than me, but I tried to tell her. I've seen a lot of monsters, and I know the world is dangerous. If you're going to travel, there's always the chance. Look, I told her all this. But she's fixated, doesn't want to leave even if it's what's best. Zeshi dropped her arms to her side and let out a little snort. She even suggested I stay too. I mean, she's right, I've got nowhere to go, but what do I know about being a mother figure? Mine has been dead for decades and I mostly remember her looking sad whenever she looked at me. Even though she tried. I'm so messed up I'd breed with a monster if it just meant that a child I had would be strong enough that they'd never go through what my mother did. What my siblings evidently still do. Zeshi. Brain shook his head. That's not messed up, not as much as you think. A strong mate is as safe as anything can ever be. A strong parent too, for that matter. In all my travels, I've seen plenty of times when people wish their parent or mate was stronger. Never once did I see someone wish, or be glad, that the other was weaker. Maybe you take it to a little greater an extreme than most, but then you are extreme already, just by being you. He smirked a little at her, and she smirked back in response to the teasing taunt. Getting a thing for me, Brain. Is that how former bandits and human sword masters flirt with warrior women? She didn't force the laugh, but nor did she dive into the humor when his boyish grin grew. Nah, nothing like that. Besides, I can't beat you, not even with this. He tapped a hand on her gift to him. Besides, you're pretty, but far too innocent. I think I'd feel bad about corrupting you no matter how good it felt along the way. He laughed when the half-elf turned a furious shade of red. It's not my fault. I just don't get out much and everybody around me is so weak. I'd probably snap them in two. That doesn't make for good seduction, even I know that much. She snapped at him with mock anger. The brief attempt at flirtation fell away when she said, but, back to her, we shouldn't look for a place here, it will just upset her for the rest of the trip, plus it is still way too close to the slain Theocracy. She'd never feel safe. They even made incursions this far a few years ago, so we should go farther north, to the kingdom of Nazarick. There are some towns along the way. Raymond showed me on the map that he said were sizable. You can read a map? Brain asked, and Zeshi's blush returned. No. But I know what town pictures look like and he'd drawn our route. He said we'd be taking the main roads the same as the other leaders. If we do the same, we can stop at a town just before the city of Peronia. That's about the halfway mark. I'll bet we can find somewhere there, a farm, a good orphanage or something. Zeshi suggested, and Brain got to his feet still cradling the half-elven girl. Okay. Brain said as he put Layali down in a bed far larger than she needed. But let's not talk about that for now. I'd rather not think about it. Me neither. Zeshi answered, me neither. Master is worried. Nua said as she held the door to the carriage open. Raymond said nothing as he got in, and nothing as Nua followed. He said nothing at all until the door was closed behind her. You were right. They said nothing. They condemned your country for its actions, but let you walk out of here with me, thinking, no. They let you leave with a slave in tow. Nua. Raymond said and put a hand on her knee. You know I dash. I know. She said to him and put her hand over his own, but they don't. For all they know you do to me every night what Dominic did to make sure I was broken, playing pretend to hide myself behind a mask is exhausting. Now that I've stopped, I don't know if I could do it again. So, what will you do? Nua asked of him, and Raymond drew back his hand. Nua's references to the fire-tempered cardinal were always a sore point that stuck in Raymond's guts, though she never spoke of anything directly. The ugly wounds she had spoke of a truly sadistic streak and a deep-seated hatred for elves. I will write a letter, they'll have to be eased into this, little by little. Berenice and Ginadine, maybe I can convince them. The old man is intelligent, extremely so. I can probably argue him down on practical grounds. Berenice is a somewhat motherly woman. She can be fierce and coldly practical, but give her a choice and she'd prefer more peaceful coexistence, and she might make concessions to get it. Maximilian. I don't know, he is fixated on the law. He was once a judge and he's the Cardinal of Darkness. He could go either way. Yvonne, he and Dominic see eye to eye far more often. Then there's the Pontifex Maximus, Necronodama, a man less suited for politics, I've never met. This is going to be an uphill fight no matter what. Then shall we begin, Raymond? Nua said and opened up her scribble kit. She set it on her lap along with the quill and ink. Tell me, master, what will I write that will set my people free? She seemed beautiful before. When he looked up at her again, she was positively radiant then. He threw open the curtain of the carriage and flooded the enclosed space with the light of the sun just to watch the way the light played with her short, golden hair. Then he cleared his throat and began to dictate the first of what he knew then would be many letters, while the carriage rolled steadily on toward Arwentar. To my friends and comrades, the days ahead will challenge us all, but to understand that challenge, let me begin by telling you the things I have seen with my own eyes. Chapter 342, Chapter. Demiurge looked down at the corpse. So you were a woman of legend. He thought, what an absurd way to die, killed by your own friend. The archdevil held little enough pity for the dead creature, but disloyalty offended him on a deeply personal level. The friend, or what had been her, lay on the next table over. The mush of her head and brain matter lay where an intact head would have been in life. It made resurrection marginally easier if more of the corpse was present. But so far he'd raised neither of them from the dead, or on death as it were. Instead, because of their strength, and their diverse physical tendencies, he'd been conducting experiments with mana flow. Tear magic is so close to what it was like in Yggdrasil, but there it just had none of these properties, it just worked. Here though. The thought was a blend of exhilaration and intimidation. I've learned so much from Remedios, but I'm missing something. Even if our Lord doesn't use this, the possible applications are boundless. Demiurge began to pace beside the preserved corpses. Maybe. He looked down at the body of Locus. Maybe the base form matters more than I thought. What if I added another step, and what if? He looked toward the door of his lab. Somewhere out there, the Draconic Queen, a rare wild magic user, was slowly reaching the conclusion that she had no future unless it was under the Allfather's thumb. Wild magic may be the key. He considered it more and more, but then gave it further thought. I need more souls though, more followers. Her kingdom just doesn't have enough, but then, the beastmen do. I suppose one more trip would be worthwhile, and I get the feeling the Draconic Queen won't be feeling particularly merciful anytime soon. Perhaps we can see how strong her wild magic can be, do what we did with Archie and her companions. The thoughts and plans spun on in the Archdevil's mind, four possibilities that seemed to go on and on without end. So can you really beat him? Brain asked the question of his traveling companion the following morning. It's that or a fate worse than death. Zeshi answered him when they were well on the road again. I don't want Zeshi to die. Layali chimed in. For the moment she rode on the front of Zeshi's horse and leaned back against the chest of the heterochromatic half-elf. So you're not allowed to. She insisted with the kind of seriousness that only a small girl could muster. Understood. Zeshi answered and patted the top of Layali's head. I'll just have to win then. And if you win the throne, what then? Brain asked. The breeze blew on, and the long dangling hair of Zeshi's was joined by the rest of her long strands. The sun was beaming down with only the most distant of clouds which carried the southern storms to the far north. The horses clip-clopped along and for a fair time, Zeshi didn't say anything. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Brain said, and bringing his hand to his mouth, he coughed into it, clearing his throat and hoping to have cleared an awkward moment. I don't know. Zeshi finally stated, I just don't. I was supposed to hand it over to the slain Theocracy like a present, something they could use to crush the last resistance of the Elf Kingdom. But I can't do that now, and I won't. With my father dead and the power of the Empire, there'd be nothing to stop the Theocracy from overrunning the whole region. Things like what happened with my brother, and those others, they'd never end. I don't want that. But I don't know how to rule anything. How would you like it? Zeshi asked him. Like, the Empire, the throne. Brain pointed at his chest and looked at her half open-mouthed. You're not serious. I'm not serious. You know a lot more than me. I'm just a warrior, I fight, and that's all. I can't do a damn thing. I don't want a throne. If I win, I'll give it to the next most powerful survivor. Maybe I'll offer to guarantee their spot on it. Of course, if somebody beats me, and offers to make me the Empress, that's different. That's something you really want? Brain asked, to just fight and have strong children. I never really thought of anything else, not really. Zeshi answered, when you're a scripture member they really only want you to do two things, fight and screw. So it's all they taught me. Brain inched his horse closer to Zeshi so that they were side by side. Is that why they took you from your mother? He asked her, and it was her turn to drop her jaw. I never thought of that. By the balls of the gods. She lowered her eyes to just watch the road pass beneath her horse. They said it was for my own good, that she was getting too old and I had too many special needs as a. Her eyes stung as the realization hit her. Bastards, they wanted me as a. And they were always trying to get me to lie with Senna. They took me away from my mother, let her die without me, so they could raise me for that. I really was a card, to be used and discarded when they were done. Zeshi lost herself in her own thoughts. Did Raymond know? No, he couldn't have known that much. Plus I heard him talk about me. Whatever else he's done, he does care about me. He wouldn't have kept that from me. You're just like my mother, in the end. Layali said and put her little hands over Zeshi's. Not human, not a person. Just a tool. I'm sorry, really sorry. I didn't like it either. The little girl's tiny voice was utterly sincere, and she twisted herself halfway round to swing her arm around Zeshi's slender frame to give the elder half-elf a hug. They were silent for a while. Zeshi, with great delicacy, put her hand on top of Layali's head and stroked it a few times. She couldn't say how it felt for the little former slave to actually pity the pinnacle of power. But when she felt her heart tear in half at Brain's unexpected and unimagined observation, the little embrace put a few stitches at the tear. Maybe we don't have to give her up. The trump card thought, playing her cards close to her chest as they rode onward to the north, and without thinking about it, both Brain and Zeshi spurred their horses at the same time, and chased after the northern horizon on the endless road ahead. Chapter 343, Chapter. Damn it. The Elf King bellowed and raged. He was breathing hard, his chest rising and falling. It wasn't exhaustion, but fury that drove him to punch the ground again. Somehow that whelp was behind this. I know she was. My other cunts are too useless. I should have broken that trash in, breeding ready or not. He howled his rage and kicked his foot against the fireplace. The stones shattered into powder, foam formed around his mouth as his fury rose to ever greater heights. Trash nation. Trash people, everything is trash. They should lick the dirt from my boots to show their gratitude that I let them serve me at all. He stalked around from place to place and recalled the feeling of magic, and the familiar array of creatures that appeared out of nowhere on his grounds. Gate magic, and undead minions, the same as that time. His anger hadn't abated, but the stirring of the memory stopped his destructive rampage. Around the estate there were broken walls with Elf King-sized holes through them, wooden chips and shattered stone, and not even any of his guards remained. This is how they rescued those hostages. So many did the same thing after that, force me to fight somewhere because of my pathetic servants, then swoop in and take them before fighting me. If I ever find this mysterious game Jide, I'll torture them to death. I know the Nines are behind this. That whelp, she mentioned an Ainz old gown, it must be the same. The Elf King growled and stomped around his designated area. Soon enough the next area will open. Then, in the arena, new hostages, new prizes, new mates to make into mothers. Maybe that stock will enable me to take this world. Then at last I can live as I should. It's strange, Draudolin spoke privately to herself as she strode down the long hall of Nazarick behind the maid. When I was a captive of that monster, I wanted two things. To keep my people safe and to avoid being violated like they were. Now here I am. I'm not a prisoner in fact, but I could be made so at any time. But I'm worried about neither what will happen to my people, nor that the Allfather would act like the Elf King. What a difference context makes. By simply speaking as a guest in the beginning and having his tacit agreement in calling it hospitality, the exact same situation was flipped entirely on its head. And yet despite all of that, my heart is still pounding the way it was when that elf leveled his arrow at me. She rubbed her forehead and followed patiently behind the maid. Can you tell me anything about the Allfather? Draudolin asked. What is he like in private? What can I expect? How should I behave? Draudolin asked, and the fire-haired maid spun on her heel and giggled. Oh, he's going to assault you, oh yes. He's going to be so rough with you, oh, you poor powerless. Lupus Regina cracked up and began to laugh uproariously at the queen's paling face. I'm sorry, Lupus Regina waved her hand back and forth, fanning herself as if the laughter heated her up too much. You just reminded me of somebody I met once that pulled similar faces. No, nothing like that will happen. Queen Drawdalin stopped in her tracks. Is that true? Yes, you have nothing to worry about, as long as you do 3 things, Queen Drawdalin. The maid held up 3 fingers between the 2 of them. First, she lowered 1 finger, show that you will treat all beings the same. He loves us all very much, if you want to survive, show that you'll make a world we can be safe and happy in. Second, she lowered another finger, submit yourself to his will. He is no mere king, Sue. He is a living god. Master of the 41, this world is his, and there are only 2 types of entities in it. Those who will help to hand it to him, and the dead over which we tread, or feast. She licked her lips and her animalistic hunger became more obvious. Drawdalin took a step back by sheer instinct, and the maid's demeanor shifted back to the quiet, demure servant it was a mere moment ago. And third, she lowered her final finger, work hard. So like Albedo, monsters under the rule of a king who can command monsters, who can steal under the nose of the elf king, who can slaughter armies or save nations, no matter how clever I am. I can't win if I'm on any side but his. The truth Albedo dangled out so politely was driven home with this simple maid revealing a shadow of her monstrous self. Then lead on. Drawdalin said, straightening her back and stiffening her resolve. You humans, never tire of ya, you know. Always such a worried lot, always frantic. Lupus Regina put her hands behind her head as she led the way. It's kind of funny, my sister, Solution is the one I get along with the best on account of we always tell the total truth. It's not cause we're nice, we're not. It's cause that hurts you folk the most, and ya hide from it, even though ya need it far more than ya know. Face the truth, or get crushed by it. Lupus Regina giggled as she recalled the way Locky's skull was crushed against the stone, and the broken, shattered souls of the 3 survivors of the now wilted rose. So, what are you going in there to do anyway, or is that none of a little maid's business? Lupus Regina asked when they reached the king's bedroom. Add my kingdom to his. Unconditionally, even if I must go with it. The queen answered as Lupus Regina knocked. The draconic queen could hear the noise of voices, but not what was being said, though a moment later words, allow her in, came through clearly enough. Lupus Regina opened the door and closed it behind the queen. That was easy, but I wonder where those fallen petals landed, probably right where they were supposed to. She told herself and went back to her duties again. Selkie. Shorla. Mazar. Acolyte Jonas asked of the darkened room. Why is it so dark in here? He asked. One of the few pleasant things about the harsh training of priests in the slain Theocracy was that at least you never had to fear being in the dark for long. There was always somebody in the monastic school who was reading something, even into the wee hours of the morning. While a storm raged on outside, with howling winds and rolling rumbles of thunder that caused trees to bend over almost halfway, the indoors was always dry, and warm, relatively, and lit. But now there was darkness. Come on. He told himself, then said it. Come on, this isn't funny. We're not first years. Say something, light a candle, we've got studying to do and the head priest's note said he'd be here in an hour. Tall and slender, Acolyte Jonas was one of the more graceful students, and, generally prone to some degree of sloppiness when it came to being on time, a fact that annoyed most of his peers. Look, I know I'm late, again, but there was a good reason this time. There's no need to prank me. He shouted into the big, dark room. Hiding under their desks waiting to scare me or something, jackasses. He grumbled, the noise of a wet slap like his foot hit a puddle resounded under his feet. Come on. I don't want to mop in here. He grumbled as he flailed in the dark in search of a sconce on the wall. He found it quickly enough and fumbled with his hand, tracing his fingers over the bronze outline until he knew which way it went, and followed it up to find the soft feel of the wax candle. You're late. A voice said in the dark, a woman's voice. We were supposed to be gone an hour ago. Maris, or is that Avis? I'm sorry. I was. Jonas held his finger up to the candle wick. Spark, he cast the utility spell and a tiny spark jumped from his fingertip to the wick and cast the dancing yellow light around him. He opened his mouth to scream, nothing came out. Strewn about the room were corpses, blood still dripping from their bodies where they lay slumped over. The dripping blood pooling on the stone floor, at least 20 of them. Jonas fell to the floor and began to back away, no. Ah, what the fuck? What the fucking fuck? He fell to panting until his body stopped going backwards, his hands felt wet, as did the back of his pants. He raised his hands to look at them, his palms were red, and the blood that stained them, cold. He craned his neck up to find himself looking at a giant of a woman. Lightning cracked against the sky outside, and 2 more figures, twins, came in through the windows. "We got the others, Evil Mountain," one of the pair said. "Evil Mountain, you were supposed to be done. Why is he alive?" the other asked. "He was late," the mountain of a woman muttered. She then shoved her leg forward, giving him a swift kick and sending him skittering through the blood. She reached behind her and took out a large hammer from off of her back. "Why, for God's sake, why?" Jonas cried out, "I can't die here. I was supposed to become a scripture member, and a cardinal. I was supposed to be the one who stayed at the top of this nation. I can't die here." He screamed inside his head, and screamed out loud a moment later as he rolled over and tried to scramble through the blood-slick stones, splashing droplets about as he made to flee for his life. Gagarin's voice cast hatred like archers cast arrows and slingers cast stones. "Ask your gods when you meet them." She roared with her half-mad eyes a light brighter than the candle light or the lightning itself, and brought the hammer down on the last acolyte's skull, smashing it to mush just as he elicited one last scream. With that, Gagarin reached up, licked her thumb and forefinger, and then closed them over the last candle, leaving the slain corpses for others to discover. "Come on, the slain Theocracy has a lot of priests, so this is only the beginning. We don't want to waste time while it's still easy," Gagarin said, and with that, Tia and Tina fell in behind her, heading toward the door the acolyte had come in through. "Right. Evil Mountain. Right," the twins uttered, and left the slaughter at their backs. Chapter 344, Chapter. Zeshi crouched down over Layali as the fire crackled nearby, and covered her with a small blanket. The bouncing flames seemed to dance to music only they could hear, spurred on by Brain's continued poking at the embers. Sparks jumped up as if they feared his touch and died in the open air after a fraction of a second's life, and a light breeze blew at his blue hair, caressing his skin and adding comfort to the dark of night. "She's asleep," Zeshi said after returning to him. "I know," Brain replied to her without looking in her direction. "How? You weren't checking her and she's not snoring?" Zeshi asked, furrowing her brow at him. "You wouldn't have come over here if she weren't," Brain replied. "Now spill it. We've been on the road for days, and galloping for half of it, and you've barely said 10 words. Give me whatever speech you've been comprising in your head and get it over with." Zeshi stiffened and blinked, and then her shoulders drooped a little. "Damn it. I can kick your ass from here to Arwentar still, and yet somehow you see through me like I'm a clean glass window." Brain shrugged off the praise. "You're an innocent, it's that simple. But I don't know exactly what you were going to say, so say it." "I don't like the idea of leaving Layali somewhere." Zeshi spat the words out in haste, and Brain never stopped looking into the flames to address her. "And I don't want her to end up wandering the road alone at her age, or being eaten by a monster, so what do you suggest?" he asked pointedly. "Even if you stay with me and we can, between the two of us, mostly you," he acknowledged with a begrudging shrug, "can handle anything the world throws at us, what then? Can you teach her anything other than fighting?" "No. I can read and write. I can do simple numbers. But I never had much of a head for the rest and they never bothered to teach me anything more." Zeshi clasped her hands together and rested them between her knees. "I can read and write some, but again, just like you, fighting is all I know. Say we teach her to fight, and that's all she knows how to do. Even with that ability of hers, or worse, because of it, what's going to happen to her? She could become an adventurer, or a soldier, and just bear wound after wound after wound. I've never seen a talent like hers, and it makes me scared for her. At least if I take a sword to the brain, my suffering will end. I don't know what can kill that girl, so, a safer life, get her a merchant spot, an education, a farm." Brain insisted. Back and forth they went, getting lost in their discussion until Zeshi stopped speaking. She looked past the blue-haired swordsman. "Layali, why are you up? Put that down, don't play with that." Brain turned around to look. Layali was awake and had Brain's sword in hand. She drew it from the sheath, and alarm swept over her face. "Layali, what's wrong?" Brain shouted, "Don't." The firelight cast its glow over her body and made it abundantly clear something was wrong. "Brain. Zeshi, what's happening? Help me. Please." She asked, her hand was shaking as if she were fighting against the blade. "I'm not doing this." She screamed as it was drawn across her throat. "No. I don't want to go. I don't want to go." She howled as red began to run away from her throat as it pumped out. Zeshi and Brain reached Layali at almost the same moment. The blade fell away from nerveless fingers and Brain kicked it away as he caught her fall. "Don't worry. You'll be fine." He shouted. He knew the truth. She will be fine, but we can't cover this up. He cursed as Zeshi slapped a hand over the wound. "Squeeze it tight." Brain snapped. "I can fix it." "But Layali," he said as he looked into her eyes, "this is going to hurt." Her eyes were full of fear as he rose away from her, leaving Zeshi to cradle her back and holding the little half-elf against her. "It'll be fine. Zeshi promised, Brain knows what to do, he always does, just, be okay, just know that you'll be okay. Zeshi promised as Layali spasmed and shook. I don't like the cold. Layali whispered. Then Brain was at her side with needle and sutures in hand. A little fieldcraft, you'll be good as new with a little food, just be patient and bear the stings. Zeshi, hold her head back, I need her taut and not moving. Zeshi grabbed Layali beneath the chin and forced the girl's head to tilt as Brain instructed, and he bit down on his tongue while he began to work. This time his fingers moved with smooth, practiced ease. It hurts a lot. I don't like this. Layali said and kicked her little legs about while she clung to Zeshi's arm as tightly as she could. Blessedly, it did not have to be endured for long, I'd rather not burn there, so. Layali, lie down on your back and look up at the sky and don't move till morning. What happened? Zeshi asked, why did you do that, what were you thinking? Zeshi demanded of the girl, and Layali's eyes pooled over, blurring the young girl's view of her elder companion. I didn't. I heard you all talking, and I thought. I can fight, I wanted to pick up the sword, try some poses like you and Brain do, and then the sword made me do it. She sniffled and reached up to wipe her nose, only for Zeshi to bat the girl's hand away with a slap and then wipe it for her. No moving. Zeshi insisted, and Layali lowered her arm to her side on the cool grass. She then reached for the dropped blade, stop. Brain snapped and kicked it away, allowing it to tumble off into the darkness. What was that? Zeshi snapped. She just told you. The sword made her do it. Brain quipped and pointed after it, that was a cursed item. Bullshit. You didn't die, you didn't injure yourself. Zeshi glared, and I don't own any cursed items. You should know as well as I do, Zeshi, that the more focused you make a spell, the more powerful it becomes. The same goes for curses. I'm not a half-elf, or any kind of elf, so I'm guessing it wasn't going to work on me at all. But maybe they made it cursed only to half-elves. Or maybe they made it cursed only to the descendants of the Elf King, to make it even more potent. You definitely qualify, and she might too. Brain pointed down at the limp Layali. Either way, that was meant for you. Brain insisted, and Zeshi felt her fading pulse roar back again. But I got this from Senna. He's my friend. He wouldn't try to have me killed like this. He wouldn't. I know him. Zeshi yelled at Brain, but he could see the way her body shook, it was just denial, the ugly truth was clear in her eyes, she just couldn't face it. I'm sorry. But this is why I told you not to do this, don't reach out to old friends, old contacts, former comrades, what you did looks a lot like treason, and I'd say they decided they had to get rid of you. And if they didn't have anyone strong enough to kill you in person, your own hands would be good enough. Brain said, and crouching down, he took a little herbal water and held it to Layali's lips. Have some of this, the sleep will help you heal. He promised, her eyes were still bright as the stars above, and she gave a quiet little nod to him and allowed it to carry her to sleep. He's my friend, he's my closest friend in the Black Scripture except maybe Raymond. We fought together, drank together, and other than Raymond, he was the only one who would come see me in the treasury. Raymond lies to me, my country steals my mother away from me, my friends. My friend tries to kill me, what do I have left? She asked him point blank as the weight of it all hit her. I'm here. Layali is here. Brain said and led her back to the flames, he rubbed her shaking hand and, placing the other on her back, he gently sat her down. If Layali didn't have that talent, she'd already be dead, and I nearly got her killed, just because I didn't listen, because I just, I screwed everything up. I screw everything up. Why can't I do a damn thing right? She looked at him through glistening eyes. Why are you even still with a screw-up like me? Being around people I like is pretty rare, so I figured I should enjoy it while it lasts. Brain tried to smile at her, Layali, she's not your fault, they tried to kill you, she got caught in the middle. Zeshi accepted the words he offered, then added, you've been a wonderful companion, thank you. You have more patience than I could bear. I'm sorry I've been such a burden. You haven't been, and don't forget you did save Layali's life before. Don't be so hard on yourself. Brain said and put a hand on her shoulder, he gave it a squeeze and for a few seconds she said nothing. Brain. She finally spoke. Yes. He replied to her. Don't say anything, I don't want to think right now, just to feel something else. She said, and before he could say anything, her lips were locked on his and he felt her pressing him into the grass, her fingers flying faster than the eye could follow over his clothing and hers alike. Chapter 345, Chapter. Experience is a great teacher. And over the course of his wanderings, Brain had spent his hard-won coin on professionals of many stripes, from those who knew the way of the sword, even if it meant only to learn one single technique, to those who mastered dancing on their backs. It was the latter whom Brain drew knowledge from when Zeshi kissed him. She was forceful, almost violent, and tears were stinging her eyes when she did it. What she felt was not unknown, and what she wanted, what she sought in his arms, was clear as day. So he returned the kiss, he let his hands work her clothing as hers did his, and when she grasped his manhood, he was already prepared for her. There was no talking, not with words when she wrapped her legs around him and sought release. But her naivete, her innocence, was obvious again. Without a word, his lips spoke to her. Without a noise, his tongue instructed her. Without a swordsman's grip, he held her. And Zeshi proved herself to be a quick study and an enthusiastic student as the minutes compiled themselves into hours and the slick sweat of their bodies commingled. Ah, right there, yes, just like that. Zeshi gasped as Brain's sword-calloused finger teased at her clit. Her body rose and fell against him, her eyes shut tight against the world as bliss engulfed her and that now familiar shaking overtook her and caused her toes to curl and her eyes to roll back into her head as her back arched to meet him. She couldn't speak when his lips captured hers in a kiss and their tongues dueled in a battle with neither a winner nor loser, and she felt his body's iron within. Even having never been with anyone before, the warriors of the Black Scripture were a rough lot and not shy with their words. She had word of mouth enough to know what was happening, and in her fevered, ravenous state she embraced it, tightening her inner muscles around his shaft and clinging to him as if he were a lifeline and she was near to drowning. She arched herself one more time and gushed her desire over his flesh, heard him groan and felt his arms tighten around her body. The scent of their mingled desires filled her nostrils as she felt him erupt within her, and they collapsed. She landed on him, their chests both heaving. It was he who pulled her down onto him, so that she was on top and they were still joined at the hips. For perhaps a minute, heavy breathing was the only thing close to language that they had, and Zeshi felt weaker than she ever had, allowing herself to rest entirely on his chest. His hand went down her back to rest lightly on her ass, and a little trace of a smile formed on her lips. So, are you a gentleman to let me rest on top, or is that the pervert's way of getting to grab my ass again? Brain laughed through his heavy breathing and said, both works. But are you okay? Are we okay? He asked and turned his head to look up at her when she rose over him just a little. Yeah, we are. I wasn't planning that, but knowing that Senna tried to have me killed. Zeshi looked away. I never expected that out of him. To be fair, maybe he didn't. Maybe what you requested never even reached him. You didn't go to him but to someone else. Maybe they set it up. Brain suggested it tentatively. She could see on his face, the way his eyes moved away, that he wasn't sure about that and was just trying to make her feel better. It made her heart melt just a little, but even if he didn't believe his own words, to Zeshi. That makes sense, the Agante don't work for the Black. They work for Dominic. Raymond had words with him over me before. What was it I heard him shout? The good of humanity includes what is good for her, and if I have to say it again, I won't use words. Nobody short of her mother had ever argued on her behalf before, and it secured her absolute trust in Raymond for the next 20 years and some. I could easily see Dominic, maybe the others too, deciding to get rid of me if they thought I was betraying them. She considered it, and found it more than probable. So, us? Brain asked. Are we different people? Zeshi asked, and Brain cocked his head at her. So yes, we're fine. You didn't do anything I didn't want. She smirked a little, very much the opposite actually. Practice makes perfect. He wore that boyish, cocky little smile and a tiny part of it infuriated her, but in a good way that left her feeling something she hadn't felt in a long time. Playful. Pervert. She said and crossed her arms. She felt his manhood inside her begin to stiffen. What am I going to do with you, aw? She began rocking her hips back and forth and then her arms came out and pinned him at the shoulders, her hair tumbled away off either side of her back. Let's play a game. She whispered as she began to work his flesh with hers. The one who finishes first, makes camp for the next 2 nights. She suggested. I'll take that bet. He said, and played dirty to win over the course of another hour until she clamped her teeth down on his shoulder to keep back her screams as he claimed victory, and finished within only seconds later. He felt her bloody him by clawing at his back and breaking the skin on his shoulder, and didn't care. I win. She said when they finally separated themselves and Zeshi stood up to stretch, and reached down to poke at the slowly dying fire. The orange glow briefly roared to life and illuminated her glorious form. The black and white hair swayed a little in the breeze, particularly the long single strand that always danced even when there was nothing to stir it. Her breasts were far from large, but they were supple, like ripe peaches. Her long, slender legs were far more powerful than they appeared, and her half-elven ears twitched still from the attention he paid to them. I don't feel like I lost that. Brain said as he rolled over and rested his ear against his palm and his elbow on the ground. I know enough to know that if a man has sex, he never feels like he's lost. Zeshi smirked. I suppose I'll make camp for the next 2 days, a deal's a deal. And when we get to town? She looked over at Layali. The little half-elf still slept on, the bandage around her throat would require an explanation. We'll say goodbye to her. If the Theocracy learns that their attempt failed, and I stand out, so they'll learn it for sure, she will get caught up in another attempt. I don't want that. Me neither. But Layali will object. Brain pointed out. I know. Zeshi answered, and crouching near the fire, she hugged herself. Things were simpler before I left. Welcome to the world. It's a mess out here. Brain said while he put his clothes back on. Zeshi looked over at him from where she crouched before seating herself. What, no sage advice? No, it gets easier, or anything. She demanded. No, nothing. And if you want it easy, stay alone. That's what I've always done. As soon as you add more to the mix, things get messy, pleasantly sometimes. He said, his eyes roaming her bare skin again, and that boyish, cocky, infuriating smirk returning and causing her to remember a present nudity. Gah. Pervert. She snapped and held out her hand. He laughed, picked up her clothing, and handed it to her. She snatched it away and put her back to him to get dressed, though when he sat beside the fire with her, she didn't move away. Instead they watched the flame until it turned to ash, and the small half-elven girl, until she woke up with the rising sun. Chapter 346, Chapter. When Layali woke up, she didn't move a muscle. Her eyes blinked and she stared up at the sky. Memories of the previous day descended on her like an avalanche, and she had only one question. Why am I alive? I cut my throat. I cut my throat and I'm alive. Why am I alive? The small child demanded of them both. Brain and Zeshi traded a glance. Layali turned her head only just a little, enough that she was able to see them directly and not only out of the corner of her eye. Her relief was colored by her own fear of the unknown, and her small frame seemed even more vulnerable now that she was confronted with something she had no answer for. Do you know what talents are? Brian asked. Layali furrowed her brow. No. So you've never met anyone with them? Zeshi asked. I mean, I knew a boy who was a good player with instruments. A girl who could sing, a couple who were good at dancing, but that's not what you mean, huh? She asked. No, it isn't. Brain closed his hands together in front of himself. Talents are things people are born with, not everybody, but some. Some are useless. There was a man I knew once who could place one foot on air and walk on it like it was solid ground, but that's it. He couldn't go any higher or move any faster. It kept his feet dry, at least. But it was a mostly useless trick. Others are very useful. I was born with a sword talent. I never had to practice to master any technique. I even surpassed the men who defeated me. I was just born gifted. And another, he was able to breathe underwater. And now, there's you. You can't die. Layali had only one thing to say to that. Brain. Did you hit your head? He's being serious, Layali. You should have bled to death in seconds last night. That was a clean cut with a sword enchanted for bleeding damage specifically from cuts. You should be dead. And with the monster before, that tore open your femoral artery. That kills grown men in less than a minute or two. And from what Brain says about your condition when you met, any one of your injuries should have killed you long before he found you. Zeshi insisted, then approached the girl and put a hand on her shoulder. So why am I still bandaged? Why am I not healed? Layali demanded to know. Doubt clouded her eyes, and Zeshi exhaled deeply. We said you can't die. Not that you heal quickly. Brain replied to her and followed after Zeshi. He went to the opposite side of her, crouched down and took her hand. The body will always try to repair itself. Even with fatal injuries it will try to fix itself until it dies. But yours doesn't die. Poison from that monster, head wounds, drowning, stabbing, slashing, infection, internal. He shut his eyes as he recalled the tearing of her tiny body that Cerebrate had done. Internal tearing, all of these failed to kill you. Essentially, your body will more or less always be able to fix itself. I don't think you'll regrow limbs, but a bone break, a torn artery, a cut throat. All you need is time. Your body will mend the bones, reconnect flesh, filter poison, and make more blood. Layali stopped speaking as soon as she began. Horror settled in on her eyes. Then, if I had remained with Master Cerebrate, then he could have. Zeshi covered her lips with 2 fingers. Don't think about that. He won't survive much longer. He's not anywhere near here and will never get you again. But if anyone else gets me. I can't even escape by dying. This isn't a talent, this is a curse. Layali shouted at the dawn, her eyes going back from one to the other, and the next question occurred to her. Why'd I do that? I didn't. I wasn't trying to die. I swear. A cursed sword. It was a trap. Brain explained, and if Layali's eyes could have gotten bigger, they would have. A trap meant for me. Whether it's targeted to half-elves, or whether it's targeted toward the Elf King's descendants and he's your grandfather or something and we really are family. I don't know. But it was meant to make me commit suicide and you got caught in the trap the moment you drew that sword, so this was my fault. I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't be, but I'm glad you've got this talent, Oregon, or you'd be dead now and it would have been all my fault. Is that selfish of me? Zeshi asked, and when Layali looked at the shimmering eyes of the half-elf, she couldn't find it in herself to be angry. Kinda, but the good kinda. I'm glad I'm not dead now, but this. She put a hand to her throat. It was painful to talk. If anyone gets me again, please, don't let anyone get me, don't. If anyone gets me I'll never get away. If I hadn't got in that river and Master Cerebrate hadn't been in a hurry, he'd have got me and I'd have all that pain and I'd still be his and no way out, no way out, no way out. Her arms went up as the existential horror came back to her, now coupled with the knowledge that death was not a path of escape for her, it made it all the worse. Brain clutched the girl into his arms and looked past her shoulder to where Zeshi rose to her feet. The Theocracy wouldn't think twice about using a non-human child to get to me. They wouldn't think twice even if she were a human, for that matter. Even I know that much. If we want to keep her safe, we can't keep her at all. Drawdalin entered the chamber of the Allfather with her heart throbbing in her breast. In all her life she'd never entered the bedroom of a man, and given the circumstances, she couldn't even pretend she was entering it as an equal. With her eyes closed, she briefly imagined him as a libertine, waiting in bed, perhaps a bottle of wine poured into a pair of cups, his fingers curling and summoning her to save her nation, as in some of the worst novels she'd ever read. Or as the tyrant, the villain ready to reveal that he was behind the invasion of her country, the puppeteer, and she was merely dancing on the strings he pulled before he cut them. Or as the cold bureaucrat who demanded she prove her country was worth saving and he had no interest in her as a woman at all, that was arguably the worst, as it left her with no leverage at all. It also seemed closer to the truth than she wanted to admit. Albedo's dismissal of a royal marriage seemed utterly final, and the battle-made monster hadn't even suggested offering herself as part of the bargain. When she opened her eyes, she found something far more ordinary at work. The Allfather was at a stone desk. It had a hinged panel that came down to offer ample space to write, but clearly it could be just as easily closed up. There was a small statue of a raven carved out of obsidian sitting on the top, just where the panel would connect when it closed up, and a handful of documents remained near at hand. His eyes were roaming over one paper, and to Drawdalin's surprise, his wives were standing nearby. It's done. Ainz said and affixed his seal to a paper. He handed it to the Holy Queen, who leaned beside him and affixed her seal in turn. My husband, my lands are yours, and my people are yours. Our kingdoms are now one in every way. Kalka clutched the document to her breast as if it were a child that desired embrace. She arched her back and closed her eyes while turning her face toward the ceiling. That was so, the moment you married him. This just seals the trivial details. Albedo pointed out, and Kalka opened her eyes and gave a little smile at the demoness. Royal sister, in the theater of my birthplace they have a saying, the play is not over until the last gasp, nor is the song till the last note. What it means is that until then, anything can go wrong, and frequently will, and at the worst possible moment. Now there's nothing left but the prosperity to come. Should I have visited at another time? Drawdalin asked as she watched the scene play out before her. Now is as good a time as any. Ainz answered with a polite wave toward an empty seat, while both Kalka and Albedo stepped out of the line of sight between the Allfather and the Draconic Queen. We had negotiations to settle after all, though I'm surprised you want to do them now. You've been through so much. If you want to wait until after the Elf King is dead. No. Drawdalin insisted, and stealing her resolve she said, if I could offer myself in marriage, as Kalka has, I would do so. You wouldn't be the first emperor to make wives out of the women of many nations, but you're different. Things are different, circumstances aren't the same. She sank to her knees. I'm in no position to negotiate. My reputation is ruined. I couldn't even protect my maids from the Elf King. My country likely wouldn't exist at all if it weren't for the aid you already gave me, and even the clothes I'm wearing are given at your discretion. She lowered her face to the floor and cast her arms forward. We are yours to do with as you please. There is no need to negotiate. My country is yours, I surrender. I surrender and beg that your divine mercy fall on your servants in the Draconic Kingdom. You are not a prisoner here, Drawdalin. Ainz said while his mind scattered to the winds. What just happened here? He asked himself as the queen he so admired, cast herself at his feet. You are rescued. The Allfather is gracious. Queen Drawdalin's voice was a little louder, it had to be as she refused to raise her forehead from off of his floor. I pray that graciousness extends to my homeland. But while I am not a prisoner in name, the truth is plain for me to see. Negotiations are pointless, and I am no longer willing to play games, to pretend I have leverage that I do not. Tell me what you want, and if it is mine, then it is yours. Ainz looked down at the one offering herself as a supplicant. Even as she was, it was difficult not to admire her. Her voice never wavered, and though she must have been frightened, she didn't so much as tremble. Why hasn't he said anything? The queen wondered. She could feel his eyes on her. My people. They're hard workers, great artisans. When the beastmen are gone, we will raise monuments to your glory in every city. I don't care for monuments. I prefer to be known for the peace of my rule. Ainz explained, though he kept his voice as even as he could. He reached for a blank piece of paper and handed it to her. Just write what you believe should be on there. Ainz said, and Draudelin raised her head. When she saw it, she shot upward, took it, and rushed to the desk where he sat. Kalka moved aside and watched the Draconic Queen with a mix of sympathy and curiosity in her chest. I half expected him to jump at the chance to add to his harem. As women go, she may not be as beautiful as I, but she's not without her charm, almost on par with my Kalart. The Holy Queen's mind turned to her closest confidant, who no doubt lay strewn out on the bed they shared, waiting for Kalka's return. Here in Nazarick, nobody cared what they did. It was the freest either had ever been in all their lives, and they reveled in it completely. Draudelin, however, didn't share the same comfort, at least not as Kalka could tell. Poor woman, even rescued, it's still a defeat. To surrender so completely as if she'd lost a war to him, well, he is a good ruler, it could be worse. I wonder who he'll arrange for her to marry. The abstract thoughts came more naturally to the Holy Queen than they once did, and she caught sight of the All-Mother looking in her direction. It felt as if her mind were being read, or perhaps, as the radiant Kalka's eyes held fast under the All-Mother's stare, were horses on the same track. She realized, and their thoughts aligned to one another so well that at the same moment, with the same dispassionate smiles on their faces, they watched as the foreign queen scratched quill over paper. There. Draudelin said. The Draconic Kingdom surrenders unconditionally to the All-Father in the Kingdom of Nazarick. The Queen binds herself and all her heirs to the service of the House of Ainz Olgaun, and recognizes his godhood without question or reservation. The Queen reached for a small blade used to slice wax seals, pushed the tip to her thumb until a bright red drop appeared, and then after replacing the tool, she squeezed the thumb to bring more out. She then pressed her thumb to the document just beneath her signature. By the custom of my kingdom, I bind my word by my blood. You are my god. You are the master of my life and my lands. Command me. Draudelin replied, and went to her knees at his side. Kalka and Albedo glanced at one another again. In one fell swoop the Queen, who had nothing to bargain with, put herself as the first kingdom to acknowledge the divinity of the All-Father. With the date on what passed for a treaty, it wouldn't fail to be recognized. Not unless royal honor came into question. Ainz affixed his seal to the document in return, while privately wondering, what just happened here? Did she just call me a god? He took a slow breath and hoped he looked majestic when he took, kingly understanding gesture number 3, and placed his hand on Draudelin's shoulder. Rule well, that is my command. And for now, get some rest. If you are ready, tomorrow we resume the journey to Arwintar. If not, you can remain here and I will bring you by gate when the time comes. It was soft words that followed, formal and quiet. The Queen of the Draconic Kingdom said, No, my lord, if your servant's title is still her own, then it is her wish to travel with the others, even if she must depend on your largesse to carry her again. Then we'll have a carriage ready with the others. Ainz promised, and removed his hand to allow the Queen to stand. When she did, Kalka said sweetly, Welcome to the winning side. Thank you. Draudelin said as she made her way out. Husband, if there is nothing more, I believe my Kalart is growing impatient. Kalka licked her lips without noticing that she'd done it, and Ainz chuckled. I believe Albedo is feeling the same. Go on. He said, and Albedo chuckled as Kalka made her exit, the door closing firmly behind her, leaving the All-Father and All-Mother to fall into an embrace in private. Chapter 347, Chapter. Master. Nua said when the door was open to their room. He turned around to see it click shut with her fingers on the handle. Raymond, she added, did you want to write more letters today? I do. He said and pulled the seat out from the desk for her. Their journey was more winding than originally planned, with stops at every village and town that he might have breezed past before, and there he was driven to question every priest and priestess, every human and, to Nua's delight, non-human in his path. With the barrier in his heart lowered at last since their confrontation, it was as if an obstacle were removed that let him see the wider world. Whenever he wasn't looking, she watched him ask even common people with an almost childlike wonder. It was almost a chore to keep up with him. That's a black scripture for you, even at his age. Nua considered it often, and now in their room, it was time to transcribe what he'd seen and learned. He was halfway through the letter when she stopped scribbling and he stopped talking. Nua, is something wrong? He asked. Raymond. She said, and lowered her quill. She thought for a moment and then looked him square in the eye. Master, she chose the title and it caught his ear. Is it really wise to write about the belief in the All-Father's divinity? The rule of the Six has been firm, a god that doesn't mark humanity special, but treats humans, elves, dwarves, all as equally in service to him. You know as well as I do that this won't go over well. Raymond inhaled deeply, reached for a chair and dragged it over to where Nua sat. He planted himself sideways so that he was facing her where she worked. The desk was ornate, polished dark wood, with fresh banded candles ready for use with clean spark stones in their dish to make the wicks light with ease. It also came equipped with scribal materials, stationery, fresh ink, and a series of quills that preserved the materials brought with them. The rest of the room contained a single large bed, a wardrobe the height of the ceiling, and its own bath access with a pump. With expensive sheets and service on call, it was what Nua expected a head of state to stay in. And yet when he sat himself down to face her, she could only think of him as naive. Till he spoke. "You're right," he said. "You're crazy if dash." She stopped. Her ears wiggled up and down. "I'm sorry, what did you say?" "I said, you're right." Raymond repeated. He exhaled and held out his hands, not to take her own, but to offer the ones he had. She looked down at them. They weren't large, being only a little bigger than hers. Nothing about Raymond was truly massive. Though he had square shoulders that were fairly broad, and a tight, solid body that paired well with his well-tended brown beard, still, putting her hands into his seemed less than ideal. It's never ended well, she thought, and cursed herself. As his hands began to withdraw, she took them and let his fingers close over her hands without complaint. And that's why somebody has to say it. I doubt it will be long before one nation or another decides to openly declare him to be a god. He certainly has the power of one, and that fact may draw a lot of people to yield faster, before they're destroyed. Raymond's lips went tight, his face was blank, and though Nua searched it, she could read nothing. "Raymond. What are you thinking?" she asked with a tentative lean forwards as if she expected him to whisper. "Do you know what I see in my nightmares, Nua?" he asked. "What I've seen since I don't know, since you slapped some sense into me." He tried to smile at her and reached up to rub his cheek, but she neither smiled nor laughed in return. "I see revenge. I see a nightmare crossing the horizon, east and west, and there's nowhere to go. All our decisions, guided by our sense of divinely given superiority, and bringing down wrath on us that we cannot placate. Too late to change, all we can do is die, and all we can feast on is our own hubris. Sometimes I think it happened. That this is all a dream. What if things went differently and this sounds insane, doesn't it?" he asked and brought a hand up to rub his temple. "No, not as crazy as you think, Raymond. I understand, you want to start the discussion now, because you're afraid it'll be too late if you wait." Nua said, and far from the elation he expected, her face grew serious. "If you do that, you know they'll come after you. The same ones who you say will come after me if you let me go. If you send me away, they will try to kill you." She stood up and leaned forward, placing her hands on his shoulders, then moving them to his face. "His beard is softer than I thought it would be," she thought, but kept that to herself when she said, "These are the people who hunt my kind. Who take the children they made with us and turn them into hunters of the siblings who run, or into domestic servants to serve legitimate heirs. They're the people who did what they did, to my back, the ones who made me ugly forever because they got a thrill out of it for a few hours. They'll kill you if you take this too far." Nua pronounced her warning without pulling any punches. "You understand that, don't you?" "I know they'll try," Raymond said, and reached up to take her wrists in his hands. He pulled them away from his face. "But I rose up through the ranks of the black scripture. Not the windflower, or the sunlight, or the gray, or the Agante, or the Holocaust. The black. We're the strongest of the strong. We have all of the Godkin bloodlines. I didn't rise to the top just because I am a good administrator. I fought with the best of them. Even if the Agante were decked in some of our best equipment, anything less than a squad of them is not a threat. Still, you're risking your life, out of some love of your country. That's pretty impressive." Nua acknowledged, but he shook his head. "No, not just for my country. In those nightmares I spoke of, I see the cause, and I see." He reached behind her back, and though he didn't touch the vast ridges that made up the marks of more than 3 human lifetimes, he felt her stiffen and take his arm. He swept his hand up and down without touching them. "I see that. I see your face twisted in pain, and I wonder what kind of monster could do that, and it's me. I was going to mutilate you. It was your face that stopped me first. I didn't see an elf, but a person. What if it had only been your back that I saw and there'd been nothing to move me to? What did you call it? Empathy. I could have been a monster. I suppose. I still am." He dropped his hand away, his body went limp, and he looked up at the ceiling. "But I don't want to be. I'm trying. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for what I almost did, and what I might have done, and what I've helped to keep alive for my whole life, for my ignorance, for my lies to the girl I love like a daughter. Gods, she'll never forgive me either. How do I make up for this? How does my country make up for this if I succeed?" Nua raised up her hand and slapped him across the face. Though she sensed that he could have easily stopped her, he didn't, and she lowered her hand while he touched the struck place and looked at her questioningly. "I'm sorry," she said, and placed her hands on her lap. "Would you like to hit me in return? Or will you forgive me?" I don't want to hit you, but what was that for? He asked as he rubbed the spot some more as if he weren't sure it had actually happened. Will you forgive me? I was wrong and you didn't do anything, and I'm sorry. Nua said again, and he nodded. Just don't do that again. It may not hurt, but it's the principle of the thing. He said, and she inclined her head. I can forgive you. Raymond. For what you almost did. I can forgive you for the things you've actually done to me. I don't know if I will ever think well of humans in general. I'd rather avoid you all if I can, not that that's possible, she groused a little, but for what you've done, seeing what you're trying to do. I can forgive you. But there's a lot of things we'll never be able to make right. Not you, not me, not if all the world came together and worked with sincere hearts. It's just too late for some folks and that's that. You didn't make me ugly, someone else did that, and they'll never be punished for it, they died a long time ago. I'm just their living memorial, so I can't forgive you for it, you didn't do it. But if you're going to try to help my people in the here and now, I'll take the risk with you. What do you mean? Raymond asked, and Nua's brief twisting of disgust when she spoke of herself vanished when she said, you plan to send these copies to your comrades. But if you really want to go a step further, send them everywhere, to governors and bards, to temples and merchants. Tell them everything you saw, everything you learned, and everything you now believe. About non-humans, about the Allfather, about home for you. Everything. You really think that would be effective? Raymond asked, he couldn't help but doubt it. The Theocracy has always been a very top-down organization. If you want to shake a tower, the base is the only place to do it. Nua answered him, and then took up her quill again. New paper, we'll return to that letter afterward, I want to start something else. Raymond said with sudden iron in his voice. Master. She said with a touch of irony, and moved a blank sheet into place and held her quill at the ready. Before we begin, he said, let me be clear, what happened, it was brutal, cruel and wrong, but... He cleared his throat. But what? Her blue eyes narrowed a little as the words dripped out. But none of you is ugly, no, not even that. He said, and her tongue was tied as he began. On the treatment of the elves and the monstrous injustice of our past and present, O people of the Theocracy, I present to you a case study, a servant given to me for this journey, and what we have done and allowed to be done. He put his hand on her shoulder and squeezed. Now, tell your story. He said quietly, and though water dripped on the paper as she wrote, her quill never slowed, not from one page to the next, 4 hours. Chapter 348, Chapter. Maybe elves are gross, with those ears and all, but at least that one stayed cozy. Cerebrate muttered. What do you think? He asked his last victim as he held him beside the river. The boy said nothing. That was a consistent trait of the dead on which Cerebrate could always rely. He kicked the corpse of his last victim over towards the river, and it tumbled down the hill, rolling like a log until it hit the slight incline, flew over it, and splashed down into the water. He didn't cost much at least. Cerebrate thought of the coin lost on it, but it was very little. Just the cost of saying I was hiring an apprentice. I suppose this is at least easier than it was in the Draconic Kingdom. Draudelin's contempt for me, so thinly veiled, if only the Nazarickians had shown up another year later, I could have seen that precious face turn to one of pain, from contempt and hate, to anguish and terror. But that chance was gone. All his prey along the way after having lost the elf trash to the waters had taken a fragment of his anger toward the Draconic Queen, with him to their final resting places. Disguising his work was easy, claws to hide stab wounds, or toss them into the water, or find a creature and throw the dead meat to it to be eaten. For a day or two he stayed while the searches were done, the bodies were found and the victims mourned, but nobody ever suspected murder. And when he adopted someone saying he wanted a young apprentice, nobody ever asked for anything to prove it. He watched the body drift down river, bobbing and floating, and Cerebrate felt nothing but a vague hint of satisfaction that he'd gotten away with it again. His charming, radiant smile that won over those who didn't know his preferences, spread over his face and he gave a large farewell wave to the corpse as it bobbed around a bend and finally out of sight. He turned around and looked ahead, in the distance, not but 1 or 2 days' travel if he took his time, the city of Arwentar loomed large. Maybe I should have kept the carriage, but no. After having to dispose of the driver when I bought a human, just too much trouble. He shrugged off his own words and his thoughts turned almost pensive. I may not be able to have the same fun there, but then, I don't need to. Even if I don't win, I'll put on a show and spread my fame here. I'll find some easy work with some lazy fat noble and then I can indulge to my cock's content for the rest of my days. It was a warm, savory thought that caused the knight to lick his lips, rub his hands together, and he walked to his horse with a spring in his step and a song in his heart, ready to set out on the last leg of his travels. Journeying into the Baharuth Empire's lands proved far easier than Ainz expected, their military patrols were almost entirely absent, and what fortifications there were to be seen were almost unmanned. A twinge of guilt lodged in the pit of his gut. I killed them as painlessly as I could. It's not my fault they chose to attack after losing the duel. They should have drawn back, they should have negotiated. But the screams of the dying touched his soul nonetheless. Though experience had hardened him to a degree, having slain his way through 8 fingers and their martial artists in 6 arms, not to mention the many quests as Mammon to crush Zuranon or other various monsters, and the brief demon war under the mountain, this empire was still his first. And the first never left him. Especially now that he could see the aftermath of the empire that lost faith in itself and in its emperor. I wonder if I would have learned as much from watching Jerkniv as I did from watching Drodalin. Maybe so, perhaps we would have become friends, even. Without an answer for himself, he set the question aside. When we have a ruler installed, I will make sure to treat this place more gently for a while. Of course there is still the matter of rebuilding the Draconic Kingdom, and the slain Theocracy may still pose problems. Plus there are the Dragon Lords. Still though, this is a large step forward. My lord. Collard asked while holding the royal air, and he turned his attention toward the Queen's lover. Yes. He asked. You seem distracted, are you well? Collard asked, and Ainz raised one dark eyebrow. Merely thinking of the future. Even when this is over, there are still challenges. Some of our reforms have only the bones of structures erected and will take years to bring into being. Others will be easy, and there are so many challenges ahead that it boggles the mind. Ainz spoke with the same formal address he'd heard Drodalin use 1,000 times, and it had the desired effect. Collard caressed the infant's face. I understand, but you will have many fine servants and loyal, gifted children to achieve your goals. Kalka told me about what happened with Queen Drodalin. Her country may not seem it, but they are a clever people, resilient and strong-willed. You say that like you know about them. Ainz stated, but it was more a prompt, and Collard treated it as such. My sister and I, we went there to help fend off the beastmen once. It was training for us, but Remedios and I saw a great deal there. It's a fine place. She trailed off and looked from the infant to the infant's father. How is my sister? Is she suffering? Collard asked and blinked her eyes several times. Is she dead perhaps? I believe she is well, her suffering is largely self-inflicted. Ainz remarked, that was a thing about which he felt no guilt. If she had the power, she would slaughter my children. Anything that happens to her, I care not a damn about. He thought, but kept that thought to himself, seeing Collard's brief distress. I see. She was always her own worst enemy. She abided by the law for so long, but she was so stupid, she just never understood its limits, and raged at them. I never imagined she would go so far, but thank you for what small mercy you could give her. I'm grateful for that. She may have been bad, but she's still my sister. Collard answered him, and when he held out his arms, she put the small boy into the arms of his father. Is that why you asked to ride with me for a few hours? Ainz asked, and Collard bowed her head. It is. And also this, my queen, she cannot bear you another child. I know she hasn't told you, and she wouldn't. But birthing Orlion, it nearly ended her life. So, I'm asking you. I beg of you, don't seek more children with her. If you do, I'm certain she'll be lost to us, lost to me. Collard pled. I felt more secure when I assumed you intended to bring Queen Drodalin into your house, but when Kalka told me what happened, I knew I had to speak with you. To birth the child of a god is a dangerous thing. Nobody had survived it until my queen ever, as far as I know at least. At least not a child with awakened powers or potential. That's why we split with the slain Theocracy. A godkin was in love with a woman of Kalka's ancestry, and the woman refused, leading to a schism that formed the Roble Holy Kingdom. She was popular among us and everybody knew that to have that man's child would be the death of her. The Theocracy insisted, and so parted ways after swiping some of the treasures. Treasures? Ainz asked, his collector's instinct was on fire the moment she said it. Yes, the slain Theocracy has some of the weapons of the gods, powerful items that are said to alter the very world itself. Collard explained and then asked, forgive me, but I'm sure that, after things happened, I disclosed all these things. Does my lord not recall? There was a near library to go through. Ainz chuckled, I'm sure they're still sorting through everything, even for a god, good help is hard to find. Ainz graced her with a lordly smile and Collard turned her face away. I see, if it pleases you, I will tell you what I can recall, but, please, it weighs on me, my Kalka. Collard pressed the matter, and Ainz ran a finger over his son's forehead. I'd say she already did it right the first time. There's no need for her to bear another. Ainz said without looking her way, and out of the corner of his eye he felt sure he saw her loyalty meter reach maximum in an instant. Thank you, my lord, now let me tell you what I can recall about what lies in the Theocracy treasury. Collard said, and began to regale him with what the story said. Chapter 349, Chapter. The next few nights after they first lay together, Brain and Zeshi did not sleep with the fire between them, however nor did they lie together as lovers. They might have, but on her first night of recovering from her neck wound, as Zeshi lay out their bedrolls and placed his and her own side by side, no sooner had Layali gone to sleep than the small girl shot up to a seated position, bawling and crying out. It won't stop. It won't stop. It won't stop. She flailed with her eyes wild and wide, her little arms reaching for nothing and breathing hard, and when she realized she was fine, she looked over toward where Zeshi and Brain were rising and said, "Can I sleep with you? I had a nightmare." "Yes." The two said without hesitation, and they inched themselves apart while Layali got up, holding her bedroll in her arms, and flopping it down between the warriors before sliding herself down into it again. She then reached over and took Brain's arm and flopped it over her chest, before repeating the process with Zeshi's, and said with a sniffle, "Now I can sleep." If only we didn't have to tell her, it wasn't that long ago that she was suicidal, she didn't want to live and had nothing to live for, death was her final escape from harm and we had to take it from her. It was hard for Brain not to feel guilty about that, and his resolve grew to make sure she was dropped off safely as soon as possible. For the next few nights, Layali slept between them when she slept at all, and she remained closer to them than usual. On the fourth day when they saw the town growing larger in their view, she looked up at Brain who rode behind her, and over at Zeshi who rode at his side, she said, "Please." That was all. They didn't have to ask her what she meant. They said nothing at all. The horses' hooves were the only sound between the two, neither Brain nor Zeshi felt much like speaking, nor could they look at her, so they looked ahead. An hour later when they could hear the noise of the bustling, growing town, Layali pressed herself back against Brain's chest. "Please." She begged and her hands grasped the mane of the horse hard enough to turn her fingers white. They rode in through the gate unopposed, and again neither of the pair had an answer. Brain clenched his jaw, and out of the corner of his eye he could see that Zeshi was preparing herself for the same thing, her jaw set and fingers tense around the pommel of her horse. "I don't want to." Layali whimpered. "I don't want to, doesn't that matter? It didn't matter to Master Cerebrate, but I thought it mattered to you, please, please." She whispered. "Brain. Zeshi, don't make me." She asked again. The orphanage was a fairly obvious building, a sign with a picture of a child next to a house. Brain slid off the back of his horse, and Zeshi dismounted. Even to themselves, their movements were stiff, and bodies felt heavy, they moved sluggishly while reaching for her. "No. I won't go. I don't want to be left here. I don't like this place." Layali shouted and clutched the white hairs of the horse's mane between her fingers. I don't wanna." She screamed as Brain pulled her from it. He clutched her against his chest while Zeshi bound the horses outside. "I'm sorry, but this is just too dangerous, the ones who came after Zeshi will try again, you'll get hurt, maybe worse." I'll come back." Brain promised as he whispered into her ear, but the little half-elf barely understood. Her tiny fists and slender legs swung with fury. "Don't." She cried out as Zeshi came close and stroked her head. "It'll be okay, you'll get good food, we'll leave them with money to take care of you, plenty, you'll be all right, and we'll bring you Cerebrate's head on our way back, but I'm hunted. Hunted by dangerous men, I got you hurt already, badly. I can't do anything." Zeshi said, though her lip quavered as she said it. "Be mama." Layali screamed as she tried to fling herself back out of Brain's arms when she realized they were carrying her toward the door. "Brain can be papa. I don't want to not have either again. Please don't make me go. I don't want to be here. I want Brain. I want Zeshi. I'll tend camp and cook and everything, just let me stay." Her face was red and tear-streaked well before they made it through the door, but she lost the power of speech when she came in, and was reduced to choked sobs. A matronly woman behind a desk in the open area, who had a cane leaning by her side, stood up when Brain and Zeshi entered. "What can I do for you? Are you dropping one off? Is she yours?" Her voice immediately caused Brain and Zeshi to look sideways at one another. Her face, lined with wrinkles and her hair grayed and done in a severe bun, was not made warmer by her businesslike expression. "Yes. No. I mean, I found her, we've been taking care of her but, things happened, and we can't anymore." Brain explained while Layali's tears ran down his chest straight through his shirt. "I see." The old woman said and pursed her lips, "Would you care to make a donation then, if it isn't poverty driving you to leave her here that is? Will it go toward her care? We want her to be treated well." Zeshi said, and taking Layali from Brain's arms, she squeezed the girl once. "Yes, of course." The old woman insisted, and Zeshi reached into her coin purse to draw out a handful of gold coins. The old woman sucked in her breath and the whites of her eyes grew when she saw the small fortune in the palm of the half-elf. The coins clinked as they fell into the old woman's hands and then disappeared into her own coin pouch. "All right, do you wish to say goodbye to the child?" You may do so if you wish, but we recommend it be quick and that you leave immediately. A clean break, you know, it makes it easier for them to accept their circumstances. The old woman added. I'm sorry, goodbye, I thought we could take you to Arwentar at least, but it's too dangerous, you will get hurt. Brain said and kissed her forehead. I'll finish Cerebrate for you, I promise. If there were any other way, but I won't let them use you. Zeshi insisted. I'm sure someone will pick a cutie like you up quickly, and you'll have a bed, and a roof, and an education, and food every day, and you won't have to worry about me screwing up anymore. Zeshi blinked back tears as the old woman reached out and slowly enfolded her arms around the small half-elf as Zeshi and Brain relaxed their hold on her. But I want you. I want you to be Mama and Papa. I want you. I don't want anyone else. Nobody else'll want a half-breed. I don't want to go unwanted. I don't want to be here. Please. I love you, please don't leave me. Layali began to howl as the old woman pulled her away while her arms flailed around, stretching out to grab for the two who let their arms slip away. Layali wailed and kicked, ugh, better go, this won't get easier if you, stay. The old woman said as she wrangled Layali like she'd done it 1,000 times. The elder pair retreated, backing away, their faces broken and red. They made it through the door and shut it just in time to cut off one final wail. Mama. Papa. Come ba-. We did the right thing, she'd only suffer if we kept her. She'll understand that when she gets older. Brain said as he made his way back down the steps. Zeshi put herself at his side, the screams were already diminishing behind them. I won't stop hearing those for a long, long time though, if I ever do. She reflected, and then asked of Brain, maybe you're right. But am I supposed to feel this shitty about it? If a man like me can. I expect so. Brain replied when they reached the horses. They mounted the white steeds, and Brain reached down to grab for Layali, and found that she wasn't there. Right. He murmured, and with that, they rode on in silence. Chapter 350, Chapter. Thanks to the use of magic, the arrival in Arwentar came far sooner, and trumpets blasted the announcement through the air as the delegates of nations began to arrive. The streets of Arwentar were open and empty, but lined with throngs ready to watch a royal procession. Soldiers, knights of the nation Ainz previously annihilated, now lined up to honor the formal delegates, and the population, perhaps ignorant of just whom they were cheering, simply enjoyed the relief and an impromptu holiday began in earnest. The cheers of the crowd of commoners drowned the trumpets, and the royals put out their hands and waved to the onlookers. Why did you choose to ride with me? Nia asked as she waved out the window, though she kept her eyes on the royalty across from her. I feel safer with you. Draudolin replied matter-of-factly and kept her hands in her lap. Well, I like that, thank you, but why? We've never met, I don't know you, and I can't imagine what we have in common. Nia responded as the carriage wound its way down the long road. The noise of the clattering wheels was inaudible due to the cheering, but with a combination of acoustical design and a little magic, the carriage riders could always converse with ease. I heard about you. Draudolin replied. They say you accepted thousands of elven refugees. I did. A little over 10,000, they said, but I suspect the real number is about double that if you include the half-elves and the ones that were born in my country. Queen Baraja kept up the waving, but now intrigued, she turned her vertical pupils squarely on the human queen. Is it because we both have dragon blood in us? She asked. That may be part of it. But, it's more. The refugees, they say you took them in as citizens, you're the mother of a nation that never existed in this world, and that you used to be a worshipper of the Six. Draudolin found it harder and harder to look at the dragonid queen. She kept her eyes on the floor between them, but she addressed her reasons as best she could. Yes, that's right. I was charged with the capital crime of not murder. Nia barked out a rough laugh when she said it, and it was enough to cause the draconic queen's heart to skip a beat. So you were lowly, rose to power, rejected the gods, waged war against your nation, and built one of your own, and now you bear the blood of a frost dragon and accept everyone in peace if they come to your country in that spirit, is that right? Draudolin tried to put a fierce expression on her face, but in the narrow, vicious eyes of the Queen of Frost, it was difficult at best, and she felt her effort waver almost before it began, despite her prior claim. I suppose you could put it that way, you make it sound more heroic than it really was, though. The truth is I betrayed one set of beliefs for another that I held at the same time. I couldn't choose both anymore, and now here I am. A lot of innocent people and a lot of guilty people are both dead, and now I've got a kingdom. So, why don't we come to the point, what do you really want, Draconic Queen? Nia asked and held out her taloned hand upturned as if to accept an offered gift. Her tail danced at the tip and her wings twitched ever so slightly. My line is not entirely human either, I assume that's at least in part why you're so generous with your time. Draudolin chose the words with care, and the dragonid queen's tail lashed about sharper than before. But she didn't answer the question. I'm sure by now you know that I've surrendered to His Majesty. My kingdom is his, and my heirs are bound to his service, when I have them. But right now, you are still independent, you haven't given him your fealty, only your friendship, but you're not stupid, you know that can't last, no matter how good your friendship is, it's the nature of empires to grow, and you will either surrender, or clash again. Drawdalin emphasized and leaned forward toward the Dragonid Queen, who in turn, paused in her waving to rest her arms on her thighs and lean forward herself. You're going to suggest something uncomfortable, aren't you? If you're going to propose marrying me. I doubt I'm your type. I was hideous enough when I was a human. She chuckled a bit at her self-effacing humor, but the Draconic Queen didn't let it last. No, not me. After a marriage is arranged for me, I'm sure I will have a child very quickly, it was so for both my mother and hers. As you are the founding queen with an unknowable lifespan, I'm sure you will choose to marry soon as well, and when you have a child, and I have a child Drawdalin let the proposal hang in the air, and the fangs of the Dragonid Queen were bared as her lips parted. You want this to bring me into the... I suppose it will be an empire when all is said and done, if we're not calling it that already. If you want the truth, I've already communicated privately about the possibility, it will take time to get the demi-humans on the wagon with the idea of worshipping a god. But I'll bring them around. I can give a pretty good speech when I want to. So, this is to secure future peace. And earn you a little favor with your new master. Nia leaned back against her chair and crossed one leg over the other. The Dragonid Queen evaluated the proposal, reciting what she saw as the benefits. I can see the advantage here, my country integrates with ease, I retain power that nobody can challenge, and I have some security against the slain Theocracy, plus I don't have to worry about any pesky misunderstandings with my enormous neighbor. We just bide our time and build. You know, Queen Drawdalin, Nia said and let a little smirk form, I think I'm going to like you. You think ahead, me. I'm not so great at that, I try, but, well, let's just say I'm fit to rule demi-humans. It helps to keep a few friends around who can keep me grounded. So, is that a yes? Drawdalin asked. It is. Yes. Assuming we have children of the opposite sex, and that their introductions go well, Dragonid blood will unite with the blood of the Dragon Lords within a generation, assuming of course. I find somebody worth marrying who isn't repulsed by my face. I've been told it's scary looking. Nia said and leaned closer, are they right? Drawdalin had to suppress her shudder when it loomed closer, it is, a very rare face. You should take pride in it. The Draconic Queen answered, and the Queen of Frost leaned back in her seat again. The diplomatic answer always means the worst answer is true, but maybe my children will be luckier than I in that department. Now with that out of the way, relax and enjoy the ride, it appears we've arrived for the scrub matches, all the nameless ones looking to make a name for themselves before the big names begin. An emperor's chair brings out every bumpkin with a sword, I guess. Nia chortled and gestured to the drawer beneath the seat. Go ahead, take out wine and glasses, we'll share a drink the rest of the way, and toast to our bargain and our future prosperity. Drawdalin moved swiftly, her hands flying out to snatch out all that she needed, her eyes eagerly looming like saucers on the long mist wine. Chapter 351, Chapter. How long do you think it will take for copies to make it all over the Theocracy? Nua asked after the messenger left with the bundle of papers. They were alone in the inn, only a day or two from Arwintar after taking relays of horses to make up for lost time, and as with the other places of residence, this was the finest room available, complete with a workspace and even a small stock of wine bottles. Nua was seated at the table, her ears twitched uncomfortably, her fingers picked at the smooth varnished wood while Raymond dealt with the messenger and sent him on his way. I don't know. If they use magic to make copies and leave at the same time, a few months. Maybe less. But, he straightened with his arms at his sides and bowed deep at the waist so that he was looking straight down at the floor, thank you for letting me use your story. That can't have been easy. Nua looked away when he bowed to her, the bed lay on the far center of the room, large and comfortable looking, her own was in the room beside his, she averted her gaze to look at the wall between her room and his. It wasn't, but if you're willing to risk yourself, your reputation, maybe your life, so am I. It's hard to believe any human would do that for us, even the good ones, they might help one of my people, but to dare to challenge the totality of Theocracy doctrine. She finally looked at him, and she had to laugh, you must be insane. She stopped laughing when he winced at the noise and took a step back, his hurt look was almost childish, but she had no doubt it was genuine. We need that kind of madness, maybe if we had more of it, things would go to shit less often. So, what now? When we get to Arwintar, do you look for Zeshi? I don't know, how do I make amends to her, how do I make this right? How do I make anything right? Raymond asked. Nua picked at the table some more, bits of the thick varnish got stuck under her fingernail and she pulled her hand away to pick the crinkled stuff free. You say that like I know. This is nerve-wracking enough as it is. When my story makes the rounds over the Theocracy, I'll be lambasted as either deserving everything I got for being a sinful elf who didn't know her place, or a slutty elf who wanted what I got, or a snake of an opportunist out to increase my own status by playing the poor pathetic victim. I'm going to be the most hated woman in the Theocracy, and I have no doubt that I'll have more targets on me than an archery range. None of that is true about you though, you know that, I know that. Raymond said and approached her. He held out his hand to allow her to take it, but she didn't, and he slowly let it fall away to lie awkwardly at his side. Do you really think this will be effective? Maybe I shouldn't have said anything, maybe you could have just used some arguments or dash. She sighed and went back to picking at the table with her finger. A story convinces more people than any argument. It's true that a lot of people will say terrible things, and there is some risk, but there are enough examples around them, at least in the cities, that people will start talking. The underground plays will spread it, and maybe, just maybe, we can start to shake things up. Raymond said with the hopeful trace of a smile on his face. Just to be clear, you're not doing this just over Zeshi, are you? Nua asked. I'm not saying I think you are, but you can't blame me for asking. Raymond sat down at the table across from her, looked her in the eyes, and said, no. I won't lie to you, won't tell you this isn't part of my thinking. She's precious to me, and I overlooked her elven side, in part because she wanted me to, and in part because I wanted to. But this is about more than her, a great deal more. I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'll take your word for it. Nua said and stood up. She looked toward the closed door. I'm going to my room, this has been a long day and I'm tired, I want to sleep. She rose to her feet and the familiar chill came over her until he said gently, good night, Nua. I'll see you in the morning. She walked to the door with her head held high, and though she could feel his eyes follow her, she never broke her pace and never hesitated. She opened the door, closed it behind her when she passed beyond the threshold, and left him behind. It won't be that long before it won't be safe for either of us to be alone at night, when all those letters reach various places. Still, she thought as she closed and locked the door behind her as she peeled off her clothing, I think he's overthinking how effective it will be. No matter how vividly I describe the pain, no matter how I talk about a wounded heart, or despair, or the things I saw, most humans will just dismiss it and say, it's only an elf. But then again, I've been wrong before. Nua thought and pulled down the sheets to climb into bed. She lay on her stomach and brought the pillow under her cheek. And with that, she fell into a deep and dreamless slumber. When morning came she made herself ready, binding her hair into a braid behind her back, and briefly, as had become her habit, took a lingering look at her ears in the mirror. Whole and intact, it was a miraculous thing. Her fingers traced over them just once, and she wiggled them up and down just to watch them move. Then she was gone, breezing to Raymond's room and knocking on the door. Here. He shouted through the barrier, and she turned the knob to find it open as it always was. You're going to have to get into the habit of locking that, Raymond. Nua told him in no uncertain terms. If you want to play with fire, I'm certainly not going to stop you, but part of my... She paused and pursed her lips, her eyes became like steel before they softened toward him. Purchase reason was to act as a bodyguard for you. How was it he put it? Nua looked away and in her best imitation of Dominic's smooth voice she said, so you can read, write, mix potions, order a house, and take a hit, and, she shook it off, it doesn't matter what else he said. The point is you're going to start making things harder on me if you stay reckless. I suppose. Raymond grumbled. Now why don't we go down for breakfast at least? He said and made to stand up. Absolutely not. Nua said and sharply shook her head. I took the liberty of ordering breakfast for you when I checked us in. We'll eat here where I can keep an eye on you, and then we'll leave. Raymond did a brief double take and intuitively sat back down. But, I like being out in public. And I like you being alive. Nua said and cleared her throat. She put her hands on her hips. I swear, I think half the reason the human lifespan is so low is because you all have death wishes. Raymond rolled his eyes. Half the reason I was so eager to go on this trip was to avoid all the old protocols. I thought it would be like being in the field on missions again, not like a damn prison. He said back to her with exasperation. Their sighs came at the same moment, and the laughter did as well. When it finally died, Nua went and pulled the chair out for him and pointed to it. Sit. You're enjoying this. Raymond accused her lightly. Many years ago I ran the household of one of my masters, and they relied on me for many things. I ordered their servants, ensured their books were kept, and even taught their son how to make potions so that he could one day become a great magic caster. Other than matters of politics and faith, I was closely listened to and could speak my mind. I was actually happy there, it felt like I was treated like a person. I suppose this is kind of like that, so yes, I am enjoying it. Nua said and pushed the chair in as Raymond did as she said. So, what happened? Raymond asked, and Nua's energetic face fell. It ended badly. That's how those stories always end. Nua said and left him to go to the door. She opened it to find a servant bearing a silver tray, his hand up and ready to knock. Thank you. She said, took the tray, backed up, and closed the door before the young man could say anything. She returned to the table, set the tray down, and removed the silver covering to set it aside. On the tray was some simple mealed oats, a small pitcher of milk with a cup of tea with sugar cubes stacked in a porcelain bowl. A portion of eggs with 2 slices of bread with a pat of cream-colored butter. "And your food?" Raymond asked pointedly. Nua looked at him dumbly. "What?" he pressed. "I have eaten with you all of once. Why are you asking me now?" Nua asked of him with a hand on one hip while the other rubbed her forehead. "It just occurred to me that you could eat with me," he said with a casual sort of air, taking his eyes away from the meal while still reaching for the bread. "Raymond, I think you are a good man," Nua said and put her hands behind her back. She straightened and put her feet apart. Her pose, in Raymond's mind, would have made a scripture member proud. "I think you played a bad one, and just didn't know it. I think you don't look at me the way your people, your gods, say you're supposed to any longer. But this." She moved one hand back and forth, pointing between him and herself. "No. You tried to mutilate me. I know it was you who stopped you, that you couldn't go forward with it, but it will be a long time before I can sit and eat with you as if we're friends. So please, if what I want really matters, don't press me to do anything I'm not already doing." Raymond pursed his lips. "I'm sorry," he said after a moment and looked down at his meal. His appetite was gone. "I can forgive you, I do. But that doesn't mean I can forget, or be comfortable with anything other than what we have to do, not for quite some time, and maybe never, I just don't know. If that's a problem." "It's not. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend you." He answered her and said nothing more. Nua let the moment hang, unsure if he had more to add, then said, "Thank you. I mean that. I'll eat on the road, finish your breakfast and we can be off." She perked up. "I have to admit, I'm looking forward to seeing the arena in Arwintar." Raymond took one bite of his bread, chewed, and swallowed, then set it down. "I think I'm done. My appetite is gone," he said. "Eat," Nua said. But he started to object. "Raymond. Eat," she said more emphatically. "If you really plan on taking on the world, do so on a full stomach at least." She said more softly, "I don't mean to sound cruel, if that hurt or ruined your appetite, it's just that there's a lot now, things for me to deal with. I appreciate the spirit of your offer, and you need food whether I accompany it or not. So eat. You really did run a household, I swear." He got some of his humor back and chortled a little before reluctantly finishing his food, though whatever flavor it had, he experienced none of it. "Drink the milk," Nua instructed. "I don't like milk." Raymond returned back at her with a mistrustful glare as she poured a cup and held it out. "It won't be long before I'm going to have to start taste testing everything to make sure you're not poisoned. I happen to like milk, and if you don't drink it, I won't get any." Nua pointed out. "I could just buy it for you, you know," Raymond suggested, still giving the milk a baleful look. "That sounds like a gift, permit me to refuse." "There was one once, he was fond of gifts, but they were never given with a good heart, given that I am not a free woman, not until I can be sure I won't be hunted at least, I'd rather not. So drink your milk." Nua pointed at it again. Raymond picked it up and began to drink, then stopped. "Wait, poison?" he asked. "You don't really think anyone would dash? You do? You do think that?" he said when he beheld her drawn, grave expression. "I do. Even if your friends wouldn't, it's a big country, merchants, the big latifundias are not going to like anyone threatening their business. And you're a former black scripture. But you are also human, and you can die. You know as well as I do that there are no magic items that can protect against every poison, and I'll bet it's not hard to find out what ones you use. So, in a few weeks I'll start tasting your food." Nua crossed her arms in front of her chest and gave him a long, lingering look down her nose, almost daring him to argue. "But you could die," Raymond said as if it weren't obvious while he, with some reluctance, drank the foul white stuff he loathed. "You can replace me," she said, and that gave him pause. "You don't mean that," he said as he pushed the empty cup away. "Of course I do. Just buy another. Or just hire an orphan, inasmuch as what you did to get those 3 constitutes hiring, that is. It doesn't matter." "So what?" she asked while they walked to the door. "So. I'd rather you not die," he said, his pitch going up a little as if it were a question. "Me too, but you're a Theocracy cardinal, one who might actually do some good for once. I'll work to keep you alive even if it kills me, if that's what it takes to end the nightmare of your country." Nua declared with a resolve that left no room for argument, and Raymond gave up. Chapter 352, Layali held her cheek and fell immediately silent. Her tears stopped flowing, though they still pooled in her eyes as she looked up at the old woman. The woman's hand was raised, ready to slap a second time. It jerked a little farther back, promising that it would hurt more if Layali made a sound. Good. You're smart enough to shut up. Pain is a great teacher. Suffice it to say, child, that you will learn a lot here, one way or the other. The old woman said, and with agonizing slowness the hand came down, left and right folded together in front of the woman's waist. While you are here, for as long as you are here, you will be expected to work, to learn, and, if you know what is good for you, to make yourself wanted. There is always a call for young labor, apprentices and such, for one trade or another. You were very lucky, the ones to drop you here paid for your care, so that means you'll get twice as much food as the rest, and new clothes instead of old ones. The old woman frowned when Layali said nothing. You can thank me now. The old woman added expectantly. Layali looked down at the floor. I was speaking to you, child. The old woman said and drew her hand back. What do I call you? Layali mumbled and looked behind her at the door. Lady Grell. The old woman said, her fingers twitched, ready to strike. Thank you, Lady Grell. Layali mumbled. The hand lowered. Better. It needs work, but it's a start. Spare the hand and spoil the child. Now follow. The old woman took her cane in hand and began to walk down the long hall. Her cane tapped the floor and created a cavernous echo out of the emptiness. Air blew down the passageway that raised goosebumps on Layali's skin. Her ears twitched as she looked left to right. The doors were plentiful, but that was not what caused her ears to twitch. Silence. Occasionally broken up by someone saying, faster. Then more silence. And the doors. They've got locks on them, on the outside. She looked at the bolts and noticed where they were placed. She recalled the house of her master, her father. The locks on every room were easily accessible to him, but I was too small. The locks here were vertical, and went from the top of the door to the short horizontal top door frame, completely beyond her reach no matter what she did. On the outside of every door there sat a banded candle burning down and casting light over the floor and sending her shadows scattering in every direction as she passed beneath them. The tapping of the old woman's cane and her steady but slow footfalls became a cause for Layali to wince. The one thing they can't do is kill me, she told herself, but it was a cold, cold comfort that clasped her heart as the old woman stopped at a door. She drew a key from around her neck and rose on her tiptoes to unlock the bolt which held the door shut. She came down, stepped back from the door after jiggling the bolt open, and smacked her cane up to the wall beside the brass sconce holding the banded candle. The candle has 4 more hours to burn. You will work until then. The door will be locked until that time, after that you will be fed. While you work, the speaker will teach. Can you sew? Layali whispered, why yes, a little bit, Lady Grell. Good. Lady Grell's dour frown lessened a little, though it was no smile. Her cane lowered until the tip tapped the floor again and she reached for the door. She turned the knob and swung it open. Layali did not step forward. In front of her were long tables, row by row and end to end, and at each table sat a stool. On each stool sat a young girl around her size, all of them wearing old, worn-out brown clothes. Simple laced-up shirts and skirts that were little better than bolts of cloth with laces sewn into place where the two ends met. As to shoes, some had them, others did not. Those who did, were shoes that were little better than leather nailed to untreated wooden bases. At the head of the class stood an equally old man who, for the dour face Layali could see, not to mention his matching cane, might as well have been Lady Grell's own brother. Every girl who sat on the bench was busy working, with needle and thread over cloth. When the door opened, their eyes met hers just as hers met theirs. It was a familiar look. When I was in the river, away from Cerebrate, before I knew I couldn't die, but was already dead. A chill went down her spine. The girls who worked were not starving, but to call them well-fed would have been false. Their legs and arms were thin, a far cry from the health Layali now exhibited thanks to the copious amounts of food she'd gotten used to. The looks they gave her ran from hateful to pitying, and they did not last long. I have another one for you, Ainz. She can sew some, Lady Grell said and looked down at the top of Layali's head, or so she says. Put her to work, her clothes will be waiting for her and the others can show her where to eat and sleep. The one called Ainz took a look at her and motioned to the tables. Back to work. Ainz barked at the girls who briefly paused, and pointed to an empty stool. Fine, Grell, fine. Do I need to mind the boys for you? No, that won't be necessary. Just don't fall behind. It would be a shame if we did, and had to, cut rations again because we simply couldn't afford enough. Grell said with an eye toward the tables. Layali's indignation rose like a fire in her belly. She'd seen the sum paid to take care of her, a fortune in a single hand. Working in her father's house taught her things, and there was no doubt in her mind what was happening. The working girls sped up, but Layali whirled on Grell and stared up at her with hate-filled eyes. You liar. Mama and Papa paid enough for you to feed me and everybody here good food for years. You're a bad one. Just a greedy, evil person. She searched her memory for any words that would do, anything that would convey her contempt and disgust the right way. Finally she found them. "Fuck you." She screamed it with such virulence that it was as if time stopped dead, mouths fell open in shock from the youngest, smallest girl, to the old man and Grell herself. "You ungrateful trash. I was being nice using only my hand because I thought you were smart. But I see you need the cane." Grell hissed. Layali, however, felt tears of rage burn in her eyes and hissed back with the same hatred, "If you lay one hand on me, when Mama Zeshi and Papa Brain come back, you'll wish they only killed you. They killed a monster to protect me, then we cooked and ate it." She licked her lips, it was delicious. Grell took a step back from the girl, and for just a moment, she believed. The unbridled conviction in Layali's eyes was hard to doubt. But experience taught the old woman otherwise. "Stupid girl. Nobody ever comes back. You're here till somebody picks you to work for them. You're here because you were a burden. Because they didn't want you. Because they didn't need you. That's why everybody is here, and that's why you'll be here until we're done with you." Grell hissed, raised her cane, and pushed the tip against Layali's chest, sending the small girl staggering backward until she fell. "You're wrong." Layali shouted, not hearing Ainz approach over the sound of her crying defiance. "You heard them. They left me to keep me safe. Because it was dangerous. They'll come back for me." The withered hand of the old man grabbed her by the back of her neck and squeezed, briefly cutting off her power of speech. She grunted as she was slammed down over one of the tables under the watching eyes of the other workers. "You will learn respect. Spare the hand, spoil the child." Ainz shouted, and his own cane struck Layali on her backside. "You will not speak to adults that way. You speak when spoken to. We are your parents now and we will teach you, you'll learn, you all learn." He shouted and brought it down again and again with a resounding smack against her behind. Layali yowled once before she found her words. "They'll kill you. I'll tell them what you did and they'll kill you." Lady Grell only laughed, "Foolish girl, if we ever see them again, we'll eat our canes." Layali stopped screaming profanities and threats after a few more such strokes, but she glared at the old woman until, huffing and puffing, exhausted by his age and effort, Ainz let her go. "Now sit," he said and pointed to a stool again, "and so. The others will show you, and do not let me hear those tears." He snapped. Children need discipline, and that's not worth crying over. With nothing else she could do or think to say, she set her jaw and, though she winced when sitting at the table, she did, then picked up a needle and thread, and started to work. Chapter 353, Chapter. Layali kept her head down and her fingers moving. The silk fabric she was working with was nice enough at least. It was soft to the touch, but her bottom ached. She shifted on her stool while the old man droned on. "It is always important to listen to your elders. As adults we have seen more, know better than you do, and our guidance, firm though it may seem, is always for your well-being." Even having never been to a school, Layali recalled serving tea to her human half-siblings while they were being taught their lessons by their tutor. As education went, the difference was clear enough to the cynical half-elf. The smell of little droplets of blood from needle-pricked fingers was thick to her sensitive nose, but she did her best to ignore the scent and focus on her work. "Faster," Ainz said, and cracked his cane over his desk with such force that the class all but jumped out of their skin. Layali, however, did not. "I have your measure now." She did speed up, but even though there was a burning, thudding pain on her behind and it hurt to sit, it was nothing compared to the tearing of monster flesh, the feel of a sword across her throat, or the battering of Cerebrate or the waters that carried her to the men she now called Papa. The hours passed her by. The old man's droning voice became as much background noise as the babbling river she'd spent so much time in and beside. She ignored him while her deft little fingers worked needle through cloth, and a little game formed in her mind. "It's not a needle-piercing red cloth, it's my sword shedding blood, fighting back, and winning." She worked and worked. Every plunge of the needle through red fabric felt like another victory until the door opened. "Time to eat." Lady Grell said. Two older children with dirt-streaked faces where bruises were already starting to form, wheeled a cart into the room. They were young males, and walked with a limp, hobbling on sprained ankles, their eyes down, and their clothing obviously a size too large for them both, and torn in places. The cart they pushed held a potato, an apple, and a small hunk of cheese that had seen better days. Layali felt her belly rumble in spite of the pitiful fare, but beyond her focus on hunger, she focused on what she saw. In front of some children, the cart pushers simply slapped down a potato. In front of a few more, they slapped down a potato and an apple. Almost never did they add the cheese. The girl seated beside Layali leaned over. "The ones who get the cheese met quota." She whispered, "The ones who get the apple and potato, have people paying for 'em. And the ones who get only a potato, they got nobody." Layali watched as single potatoes were made the norm, and waited her turn. The cart finally made it to her table, and a potato was slapped down in front of her by a dirty hand. The boy reached for the apple, and Ainz cleared his throat. The young boy looked at Layali with pity, his hands already shaking as he looked over his shoulder to the old instructor. That one is a discipline problem. If she behaves, she can start getting her apple when the bruises are gone. He tilted his chin up in the air and looked down her nose at her, his beady eyes were focused like a hunter on his prey. Test me, he seemed to say. Layali glared back in return. She realized then what he wanted. She stretched out her hand and took the brown oval lump, and holding it up to her mouth, she took a bite and began to chew. Only then did he turn away and bring his cane down on his desk again. You have 5 minutes to eat, then you will sew for 2 more hours before you sleep again. Patience. They're coming. I just have to be patient, they won't leave me here. Layali told herself, and when she finished what passed for her meal, she returned in silence to her work. Brain's limbs weighed on him like lead, and from the look of it, so did Zeshi's. They moved with slow steps as if half dead when laying camp. They barely spoke, only little by little did the work get done, and it was well into the night when they lay their bedrolls down. You forgot to cook, Zeshi said as she pulled the cloak over her body. It's Layali's job to do the cooking. Brain replied while looking up at the stars. Layali's not here. Zeshi replied without turning to look his way. I know that. He answered her while watching the twinkling lights in the distance. So why didn't you do it? You know I'm hopeless at that stuff still. Zeshi asked him and rolled onto her side to look at him. Because it's Layali's job to do the cooking. And she's not here. Brain said, his voice was more hollow as a drum and soft as a whisper, his eyes blinked several times and he added when Zeshi said nothing more, and would you have eaten if I had? Zeshi poked at the ground with one finger and for a few seconds at least she was unable to say anything. No, probably not. I just don't have my appetite anyway. It doesn't help that there's no fire to cook with. Brain pointed out. That's dash. Zeshi closed her mouth when Brain finally looked her way and said. Layali's job. You're sure we did the best thing? Zeshi asked and looked back down the road they'd traveled by. Given what's already happened. She'd be dead twice over if she didn't have that talent. If we kept her with us, how long will it be before we have to protect her from the Theocracy? How long will it be before the Agante take her hostage, or she gets injured by a monster? Brain said it in as pragmatic a fashion as he could, but he wasn't looking at her when he said it. He was looking down the same road. Is something bothering you? Brain asked, other than the obvious, I mean. Just, look. I'm a screw-up. I fucked everything up for you, her, and me, and more besides, from the moment we started traveling together. I'm sorry. Zeshi said, it wasn't her first such apology, but the way her lips were moving, he could see she had more, her eyes went from him to the road and back again, and she went on, so I didn't want to say this, but I don't know. Don't know what? Brain raised one eyebrow and lowered the other while she exhaled a deep breath as if she couldn't hold it in anymore. When I was living in the Theocracy, before I started hiding these, she ran a hand over her left ear, I would get looks from humans. Sometimes disgust, sometimes hatred. I didn't know what they were at the time, but now that I do, I recognize them. But the looks I got from the Cardinals, even way back before the current crop were even born, was different. They looked at me like people looked at the elves we saw being auctioned off. Like I was just useful to them, do you know what I mean? Brain shook his head, no, not really, I've never been really useful to anybody before. Well, there's a look for it, and now that I think about it, that woman was really focused on the coins I gave her, she didn't ask anything about Layali, she didn't even talk to her while we were there. Zeshi pointed out to him, and Brain's brow began to deepen as a frown spread over his face. So, what are you suggesting? Brain asked. I don't know. Maybe nothing, but I think we should go back, we can take a closer look at the place, we don't have to let her see us, just look, if they're treated well then we can rest easy. If not. Zeshi let the statement hang. Brain partially drew his sword, then sheathed it loud enough that the snapping noise was accompanied by a burst of air that moved his hair and hers alike. That's a good point. I don't know about you but, suddenly I'm not nearly as tired as I was. Should we head back now or do you need a minute? Brain asked, but before he finished speaking Zeshi was already up and rolling her bedroll. Are we going, or what? She asked, and for the first time in hours, Brain's eyes lit up as he moved to follow her lead. Chapter 354, Chapter. They were halfway back to the town when Brain asked, suppose we get there, find out it's not what we expected and take her back, we still have the same problem that made us leave her there in the first place. Zeshi thought that one over, she scratched her head and swept her hair back before looking in his direction and saying, I kind of have one idea. Wait, really? He asked and blinked several times in the darkness. Her lips formed a somewhat chastised pout, you don't have to say that like it's impossible, and if you laugh I'll slap you. I wouldn't dream of it. He said while suppressing a chuckle, not after knowing the way you kick. He rubbed his ribs and made an exaggerated wince. Right. Sorry, I just no. No excuses. I judged you after you've helped look after us. As strong as I am, I have no idea how to live on my own. Zeshi's face was blank when she said it, but of all the things he knew about her, she wasn't prone to saying things she didn't mean. Thank you, again. But it's fine, I've largely healed, I heal quickly, I'm lucky that way. Brain said to her, and then after clearing his throat he pressed, your idea. Oh, right. So the slain Theocracy is a very formal kind of country. Raymond used to complain about it, so did Dominic, it was the one thing they both agreed on. They treated representatives and rulers very differently from individuals. Burning and destroying a village was one thing, but it's a long-standing rule to not target diplomats. Heads of state, maybe, but that's a rough one, especially if it will hurt them. She saw his mouth form a wide O shape and the trace of a smile formed on her face as she saw his understanding dawn. So, actually try to win the tournament and take the throne. Brain's mind began to spin as Zeshi explained. Sure, if I'm the Empress of the Baharuth Empire, they probably wouldn't dare to strike at me unless they had no other choice. Targeting Layali would also be out of the question, she's nothing to them, they have a snowball's chance in hell of working out her origins or that she'd have a lifelong grudge against them. And they can't afford to be the cause of the Empire's complete collapse. So, all I have to do is win, and who in the world can hope to defeat me? Zeshi asked with a smug upturn of her jaw. That could work, it might actually be a good idea. Brain thought it over and began to rub the faint blue scraggle of a beard that was starting to form on his face. Was it necessary to put it that way? She asked him with a pointed stare that robbed her face of its smugness. Maybe not. But hey, maybe it's the first of many. He winked, shrugged, and she coaxed her horse close to him, then bopped her shoulder against his, sending him tumbling to the ground. He rolled immediately to his feet and she added, having sex with you was also my idea, although I guess it was only a pretty good idea. She taunted and cantered her horse ahead. Brain's laughter followed behind her as he remounted his horse and quickly caught up with her again. I suppose I had that one coming. I can practically hear the women of the world saying, yes, you did, and who am I to argue? The person who maybe wants a repeat performance? She asked him. I assumed that was a one-time thing. He replied and for a moment she was quiet about it. You were my first. Zeshi said, and all the mirth was gone. I always assumed the first time I did it would be with someone stronger than me. I always assumed, gods, how fucked up am I? Zeshi. He asked and leaned a little closer. My mother was humanity's trump card, before me. The strongest of the strong, but my father still took her and forced her to have me. I used to look at myself and see the parts of my father, and how I hated him. I dreamed of the day I could kill him. But I suppose I just always assumed that I'd have my mother's life, right down to its worst part, having me. That someone would defeat me, and I'd have a child, just like she was defeated, and had a child. I never realized how screwed up everything is. My handlers over the years, except for Raymond and my mother, always encouraged me to have strong children. The handful of Gotkin we have, they're encouraged to sleep with lots of women. Senna has cut a wide swath in particular. She tightened her hands on the reins of her horse, I just assumed it'd be, but then that night when we dash, she inhaled heavily and then let it out. I never thought it would be something I enjoyed. It never occurred to me that I'd like that person. Your country failed you bad. Brain said with a glare in the direction of the Theocracy. Maybe so. Maybe so. Zeshi answered him, turning her eyes in the same direction as himself, and they rode on in silence until the town came into view. Brain, however, had his mind on other things. Empress Zeshi's Itsumii, it does have a nice ring to it. He turned his thoughts to that, and then pictured Layali in the clothing of a princess. She'll be safe there, she'll have a good life, she'll have everything a girl could want. Zeshi is unbeatable. The more he thought, the better it sounded. I'll miss her though, her and Layali, once they're empress and princess, there's no way I can stay. I was wrong before, this is what will be for the best. Layali took one look at her bed and immediately missed Brain's cloak in the grass. The wooden frame was more like termites hugging one another to hold it together, cracked and full of holes. She had to wonder, will this even hold me up? A look around the room where 30 other beds sat around suggested that, no, it might very well not. Some of the beds were collapsed at either the head or the feet, tilting them down one way or the other. The blanket was worn thin and clearly cut from a larger horse blanket, it had rips and holes aplenty, and was badly frayed along the edges. Worse, it was thin, offering no real security against any chill if and when that hit. As to her mattress, there was none. The flat frame just had straw heaped on it, and a bundled set of straw served as a pillow. Home sweet home. Even my no. Brain is papa now, even the men who made me, gave us better than this. At least they had the sense to split us up between girls and boys, old and young. She thought as she bent over the bed and began rustling the old, dry, golden straw around to make it into something comfortable to sleep on. Recalling her life on her creator's estate, there'd been no real privacy to speak of, and it wasn't uncommon to hear moans in the darkness as two tried to find some pleasure amidst their bleak existence. So life's most basic mysteries were long resolved in her mind, and she had to acknowledge that Lady Grell, if she was indeed in charge, had at least some sense. Again the thought came to her to run. But where? She asked as the noise of the lock outside clicked shut. The door was in good shape, and the one window was very small. If there was a way out, it wasn't apparent. Zeshi would just slap the door apart with the back of her hand and boom, that would be that. Brain would. I don't know, cut it in half with his sword, probably. That made her smile sadly, and she got into her bed of straw. She curled up on her side, rested her head on what passed for a pillow and pulled the rough, scratchy rag of a blanket over her body. Her curled form became tight as a ball and her eyes squeezed shut to hide the enclosed room. The noise of the others was dying down and snoring quickly followed. Come get me, please come get me. I don't want to be here. Layali said in prayers to a god she couldn't name, and repeated it until she finally fell into a deep, exhausted sleep. Chapter 355, Chapter. It was late in the morning when Brain and Zeshi rode into town again, and as such, the booming activity of the place left Brain optimistic. Why are we pulling in here? Zeshi asked as Brain steered his horse toward a tavern. I'm not really thirsty, or hungry. Me neither, but before we go over there. He closed his mouth and dismounted his horse, while he secured it to the hitching post outside the building. He went on, I was so damn set on making sure she was safe from what I was worried about with us, I didn't stop to think about what a place around here could be like. I assumed it would be better, and that what you paid would be enough to give her a good life. We both did. Zeshi said with compassion as she got down off of her horse and secured it beside his own. But I am supposed to know better, but maybe I was wrong. Brain clenched his fist and pointed to the tavern. Like most of the buildings they'd seen, the exterior is fairly clean, which was in its favor. The door was propped open, and inside Brain could already see people working. If I was, we'll find out here. The orphanage is close by, chances are people who work around it stop here to eat or drink. We just have to be discreet. Follow my lead. Brain said and adopted a calm, almost stately stride. He entered the tavern and went to sit at the bar. Behind it stood an orc woman, her tusks were bared in her version of a smile. Hiya. She said and flipped two mugs over her head from behind her back. They landed squarely in front of Zeshi and Brain, and before the pair could say anything, she had a barrel on her shoulder and pulled the tap. A stream of dark beer began to slosh around in Brain's mug, and without missing a beat or spilling a drop, she did the same with Zeshi's. Then just like that, she yanked the tap free, corked the barrel, and sat down. Name's Tama, welcome to my place and enjoy the beer, that'll be 2 coppers each. But we didn't dash, Zeshi began, but Tama, who was as shapely as any radiant young human woman, and buxom in the way that orc women tended to be, with broad shoulders and a pine-green skin, would have none of it. Nah, this is my place. It's better if I tell you what to drink. I always know, just trust me. You don't like it, I'll give you each 4 coppers. Tama said and rested her forearm on the bar. She gave them a wink and waited. Brain ran with it. The mug was simple wooden slats sealed with black tar, but the foam was a creamy tan and he could smell the fermented mash. He snatched up the mug, smacked his lips together and tilted it back to start drinking. Not to be outdone, after one more lingering look down at the brew, Zeshi brought it to her lips and drank. It was thick, rich, with an oaky flavor that ran smooth down her throat and filled her empty belly with a stuffed, warm feeling. Brain reached into his pouch and dropped 4 coppers between them. You know your stuff, he said, and Tama gave a porcine snort. I've been working on the job for years, and my papa was a brewer, and his father for him, and my mama was the same. Used to do this stuff out in the Abelian Hills way back when, and my family still got brewers out there, brothers and sisters, so that right there, she pointed 2 fingers at their now empty mugs, is generations of orc beer making. So how'd you end up out here? Brain asked. We're a long way from Demalbian. When things opened up, we wanted to branch out, figured the white tusk name ought to be known everywhere. I'll pit my name against any brewer anywhere, man, elf, even dwarf if it comes down to it. Anywho, I take one look at some men, and I know what they need to drink. And you too, you ate nothing, so you need something for to fill you both up, and what tastes good going down. She had a twinkle in her dark eyes when she spoke, as if it were her own children she spoke of when she talked of her work. Well, it holds up, that's for sure. I understand the need to expand, but I'm surprised to see you here alone. Brain remarked and looked around. She clearly wasn't alone. A pair of waitresses were speaking to people at 2 different tables, but behind the bar, there was at least only herself. I mean, with the orphanage nearby, you could probably hire someone to work where you are right now and then you could spend more time making this magnificent stuff. Brain tapped a finger on the mug, and Tama's demeanor slipped a little. That's where I got my waitresses over there. The orc woman pointed to the busy servers. They wore simple dresses that came down knee-length and were simple green and white patterned, coming up to straps over their shoulders. I don't do that now though, bad business really. Don't much care for 'em. Tama said, subdued and briefly focusing her eyes on the two honey blonde women. 4 orphans, what's wrong with orphans? He asked and slid his mug back over to her. Nah, kids is fine, it's the place they at, right nasty business. You want my advice, if you lookin' for a kid just this side of a slave and just knows to follow orders, that's the place for you, them two told me about it when they got here. She inclined her head toward the pair. Beatin' up little UNS, and making them do some right backbreaking work, you wouldn't think it, but there's a lot of money to be made off the kids. Tama reflexively got up and filled both their mugs again. So you don't do business with them? Brain asked as he put down 4 copper coins. Nah, some do. Farmers do, sometimes smiths, folk who need labor or apprentices, and every now and then a traveler picks up a kid. Sometimes it ends up good, like, not that long ago someone bought all 3 kids. Tama stopped when Brain and Zeshi spoke at once. Bought. They said, before Brain asked, like they're slaves. Yes and no. Labor contracts, but they might as well be slaves. They can't read it, and nobody asks them if they want to sign. They were lucky though, since all 3 went together. Most times, they get split up. Tama explained, then asked, so, how far do you two come from anyhow? Really far. Zeshi answered. And really, really far. Brain answered. Tama scratched her, right then, listen. It's just not a great place, they don't eat much, the old folks who run it, I don't let 'em in my bar, but I can't do much, the mayor makes his money supplying the place, and there's not one kid in there who's got anyone who gives a shit covered copper what happens to 'em. My advice, don't have anything to do with anyone who works there, because they'll do anything for a silver. Nobody does anything, aren't there crimes involved here? Zeshi asked, and Tama couldn't help but give a low chuckle. She set both her green hands on the bar and stood up straight. Listen honey, them kids in there, they were mostly street kids, criminals. The mayor, he's an upstanding citizen. If a street kid tells someone it's rainin', most folk'll look up just to be sure, even if they outside gettin' wet, and they'll clutch their coin purse tight while they check. Nobody'd believe 'em, and even if they do, what of it? Shut the place down and put 'em on the street. Shut down the mayor, his business, lot of folks lose work and end up homeless as them kids, so, they let it pass. Right, that. I could see that, but what if? I know places like that take support like, people who travel and can't bring their children. Brain suggested, and Tama only pointed to her waitresses who had moved on to other tables. They got a potato and 1 piece of fruit to eat, not much else. Their folks never came back for 'em, from what I hear tell, nobody comes back. The empire may not be here anymore, but this new kingdom, well some money has come out this way, it's safer to travel, but nobody doing nothing any different. And again, even if they did. Lot of them kids is the kids of folks who fought the new king. Who's gonna stick their neck out for those and risk him getting mad over it? A good point. Brain said as he polished off his beer and set it down. He stood up again while Zeshi drained her own and said, only a mad fool would stick their neck out for everyone. But maybe doing so for one isn't such a bad thing. Tama looked at him with questioning eyes, but he only smirked, drew out a silver coin and flipped it from his finger to land on the bar directly in front of her. It wobbled audibly until it came to a stop, but by the time she looked up after snatching it away, the pair were gone. That's an odd couple there. Tama muttered and flipped the coin behind her into a waiting jar, and then set about clearing what was left behind. Layali stood in line, her good clothes, those acquired for her by Brain and Zeshi, were gone when she woke up that morning. Her belly rumbled, but there was an order to the day, that was clear. In her arms sat a folded set of somewhat serviceable clothing, a little bit better than what she privately called the potato class of orphans. However, she wore nothing, none of the girls did, instead they were lined up in front of the well. The sound of a splash came out from ahead of her. A squeal, the noise of a thwack of a cane, a muted cry that made Layali's nerves stand on end. Then a minute or two later a drenched but clothed girl scampered into view to stand in line with those who went before her. Next. Lady Grell shouted, and Layali took 1 step forward. The creaking noise of the wheel made her cringe away until a hand went to the small of her back, forcing her to stop. The squeak of the wheel, the squeal of the girl and the desperate, but short flight to the next line, it all seemed to go on, and on, and on. Finally it came her turn. The old woman was clad in severe clothing, a long dress that hung down to her ankles and was buttoned up to her throat, a scowl on her face. Her cane smacked the rusty wheel. Turn it, draw the bucket up, you don't expect an old woman to do the work for you, do you, you spoiled little brat? She snapped down at the little half-elf. Layali stepped aside, set her clothing on the ground, and endured that deep frown and disapproving look on the wrinkled face. She then stood on top of a stool placed beside it, and began to grunt as she pushed. It fought her as hard as it could. The rusted wheel's resistance kept it from going at more than a snail's pace, but rendered stronger than average by hard labor and long travels, she progressed. Turn after turn, rotation after rotation, the round stone well gave up its water. Hurry up, hurry up. Lady Grell snapped, but Layali saw the little twitch in the corner of the woman's eye. She wants to provoke me. Layali knew, it was a familiar twitch to her, seen often in the eyes of her creator's human wife who did not care for the trysts of her husband with the stock. So Layali played the game. She kept turning the wheel until the bucket rose within reach. Now dump it on yourself, we can't have you stinking all day. Lady Grell snapped, and Layali grabbed the bucket, hefted it over her head, and tilted it over herself. Ice-cold water from within the earth washed over her entire body, stabbing her like tiny pinpricks for a moment. She stifled her cry, but not her shiver. Get dressed, brat. Then get in line with the others. There's work to do. Lady Grell spat, and Layali rushed herself into the patchwork clothing and scurried as the others had before her. The rough clothing scratched at Layali's skin from head to toe, but when she reached the line, she stayed as they did, hands in front of her and eyes down, waiting to be called on with the other 20 or so before her. Splash, crank, cry, and thwack were the only noises she heard for the next half hour until it was done, except for the growing rumble. She brought hand up and touched her belly, pressing against it, the big meals, near feasts that she'd grown accustomed to with Brain and Zeshi seemed years behind her at that moment. But they fed me, those things happened, they love me. They tried to protect me. The high walls in this back area at least protected what modesty she still had left, and boys and girls were bathed separately, but nonetheless it was a relief to trudge away from the ugly routine. I wonder where we eat. Layali thought and followed the others, but when the hallway was the same, she closed her sky-blue eyes. I'm not going back in there, this is all a dream. She tried to tell herself while she passed through the door frame and found herself at another stool, with a bolt of fabric and other materials ready to sew. However, mercifully, there was also a bowl. Food. At the promise of it, even in the form of an empty wooden bowl which, when she looked at it, could have been cleaner, her belly gnawed at her like a wild beast. The dry taste of potato was like ashes in her mouth, but even that would have been preferable to the tasteless air she practically bit at just in the hopes of eating something. 2 limping young boys hobbled in, this time pushing a cart with a large-bellied cast-iron pot. Though the young boys, being skinny as they were, and clearly injured, struggled, they did make progress. As one pushed, the other scooped, and the thick wet-plopping noise of grey-looking gruel went into one bowl after another. Layali began to shift on her stool and reached back to rub the bruised part of her bottom. If she avoided moving much, that hurt too, but between that and the promise of food, remaining still was a battle she was losing. Finally they reached her. Half for that one. She's disrespectful. Ainz said with stern reproof. Layali looked up at the 2 boys, and watched the grey lumps fill barely a quarter of her bowl. Her stomach seemed to be biting at her, she clutched it with one hand and without thinking she held up her bowl. Please, please can I have some more? I'm so hungry. She pled with angry tears in her eyes. More. Brat. You need discipline more than you need food. Ainz, are you going easy on these whelps? Lady Grell snapped from the end of the aisle where she stood waiting for the 2 serving boys to finish. Of course not. He snapped and began to hasten forward, his cane slapping the floor with every heavy step. All around her, Layali saw heads go down to their tables and every child's hands folded over the back of their heads. No. She wanted to scream, but no words came out. The young boys hobbled back to press themselves against the wall. Try to disgrace me, you'll learn who is in charge here, little girl. Ainz reached out and grabbed the back of Layali's neck and forced her to bend over the desk. Her bowl went flying away and clattered to the floor. Her belly rumbled again, but it could not drown out Ainz's voice. I'm in charge here. Not you. You do what I say do. He barked, his cane went up, her eyes went wide. Mama mia. Papaya. I want mama. I want papaya. She yowled and screeched like a banshee. Lady Grell stepped in front of the table, her hands folded in front of her waist, a prim and perfect pose as unmoving as stone. We're your parents now. Lady Grell snapped with a disapproving look down her nose. The hell you are. Like twin battle cries uttered in unison, so thunderous that it carried through door and through wall, just before both were smashed inward into splinters and rubble. Chapter 356, Chapter. Ainz didn't truly have time to process it. His eyes saw the rubble, the dust and splinters, but before he truly understood what was happening or why, he felt himself choking. His feet kicked at empty air, and his own body's weight held him inexorably against a hand of steel. He gurgled and gasped, his own hands came up to claw at the one to hold him there, but prying those fingers free proved to be an exercise in futility. What were you doing to my daughter? Brain bellowed the final word, and shook the feebleman like a rag doll. The cane, he dropped, and it landed on the table. Hayes's fingertips teased at it, sought it out, urging it closer. Can't breathe, hurting me. He choked out. Beyond him, he could see a woman with black and white hair who, in crude terms, was busy kicking the shit out of Lady Grell. You were supposed to look after her. Is this what you thought we meant? Brain bellowed up, his face a twisted mask of wrath and fury. He twisted at the hip and slammed the old man's back down against the table. It shattered from the force and Hayes gasped and coughed as any remaining wind was knocked out of his lungs. Layali jumped against him and wrapped her arms around his waist. Various small heads came up to watch the impossible scene. Brain put his arm down over her shoulder and against her back. Did he hurt you? Brain asked, his eyes going from Layali to the old man. Aha, bad, it hurts to sit, and they were going to make us work for them, all day long, and they made me dunk freezing water on me, and they took my things and they made me sleep on a busted bed and old straw and all they fed me was one potato. I hate this place and I want to leave. She shouted it all and began bawling. Brain only glowered down at the figure that still hadn't formed words. Not far away, Zeshi, having heard Layali start to bawl, raised her foot and stomped, hard, on the woman's elbow. The crack was audible, as was the cry of pain. You were paid a fortune to take care of her. And this is what you do. Zeshi snapped and brought her foot down on the knee of Lady Grell. Which hand did he use to hit you? Brain asked, and down below, Hayes felt the eyes of a reaper of the battlefield looming over him. That one. Layali pointed to the right hand of the old man. Other than Zeshi, he was sure nobody saw his sword move, only the act of returning it to its sheath. Hayes blinked his eyes, slow confusion followed, he brought his arms up to guard himself. Don't dash, the plea died in his throat when, after holding up his arms to protect himself, he saw that his right hand was missing and a stream of blood was coming out. That means he used the other hand to hold you in place. Brain stomped his foot down on the arm that still had a hand, pinning it to his chest. Layali could not see what he did when he crouched down, but the audible crack of snapping bone after snapping bone was enough to make her wince, even if not one wince had pity to it. We're taking you out of here. I'm sorry we left you here. Brain said, ignoring the broken, howling figure who would not be moving again for quite some time. My hands. Hayes's voice was beginning to fade. Layali, bind the hand, I don't want him to die. Not yet. Brain said when the old man began to fall limp. Quick as a whip she took a pair of scissors, cut the cloth she was expected to work with, and began to bandage and bind the hand to cut the blood flow off. Brain put his boot down on Hayes's neck. The pressure was light, but terrorized eyes bulged with the dread that the pressure was coming. Do you have any idea just how thoroughly you've screwed yourself? He asked when Layali rose and went back to clinging to Brain's side. Gurgles were Hayes's only answer. That, he pointed to the half-elven woman who was dragging Lady Grell over. The old woman moaned and tried weakly to protest, but with Zeshi's hand on the end of her hair, dragging the old woman across the floor was easy. Is Zeshi's at Sumii? She's an official representative from the slain Theocracy, and you've just beaten her daughter. Even the groans stopped as the fear redoubled. She has direct ties to their elite forces, and when they find out what you've done. Brain's voice rose an octave and he put a little pressure on the old man's throat, then lifted it away as the thudding and slamming and desperate flailing of a broken hand and a handless arm slapped against his boot. But it's their way to give their prey a head start. We're leaving, and we're taking her with us, and you, as soon as we've finished business in Arwentar, you're the next business. Brain hawked his spittle as loud as he could, and then spat, hard, directly into Hayes's eye. How'd you do that? Zeshi asked while she put herself at Brain's side. What? You've never hawked one on somebody before. Brain raised an eyebrow at her while Zeshi's hand unconsciously drifted to stroke Layali's head. No, I haven't, tell me how. Zeshi almost demanded. Hork it back through the nose, like breathing really hard so it's at the back of your throat, then spit it all out at once. Brain explained. Can I try, Mama? Layali asked and looked hopefully up at Zeshi with big, puppy dog eyes. Please do. Zeshi answered with a wink, and the two half-elves began. Gag-like noises went up as they tilted their heads back, and then two large wads of mucousy spit arced through the air to land on the face of Lady Grell. You'll live long enough for us to chase you, and I'll be reporting this place to the king of this country. Zeshi said with icy hate as they squirmed on their backs. Countless small faces looked at them with a mix of fear, hope, confusion, dismay, but the pair had eyes only for one. It's terrible here, can we just leave? Layali pled, I don't want to be here anymore. Yes, we're leaving. Brain said and picked her up in his arms. She was warm to the touch, and with the danger clearly passing away and reunited with the pair in safety, she began to tremble like a leaf as her adrenaline rush wore off. Her face began to redden as she was carried out and she began to cry with tears of happiness. They said you wouldn't come back, they said they were my parents now. I didn't like it. I knew you'd come back. We never should have left. Zeshi acknowledged when they descended the stairs. How long do you think those two will run for, once they're able to move again, that is? Brain rubbed his chin and scooched Layali a little higher up so she could hold her arms around his neck. I would say, the rest of their lives, just at a guess. And that will do. Still, it's strange that nobody interrupted us. Probably the noise. Zeshi said with a dismissive shrug, when they reached the place where their horses were tethered. Shouldn't that be the opposite? Brain inquired. He set Layali on his horse, inching her up toward the mane and taking care to place her as gently down as he could. Not really. Once when we raided a vampire lair, I interrogated a vampire minion for a good while. His screams didn't draw any attention. Raymond told me it's because they were used to screams. That place was probably used to all kinds of ugly noises, and anyone who heard it assumed just one kid snapped and put up a fight. Convenient for us at least. It'll be hours before anybody realizes anything is wrong unless the kids in there say anything, but still, we should pick up the pace. We still have a tournament to get to, and even if it is going to run for weeks, I'd rather not miss it all. Brain gave a wolfish grin to the half-elf. I look forward to seeing how I do against you next time. Maybe I'll even win. Zeshi threw back her head and laughed. That'll be the day. She said, wiped tears of laughter from her eyes, and without a word, they spurred their horses and began to ride north as fast as their horses could carry them. Chapter 357, Chapter. The golden wheat-colored wood of the great hall was filled with light, the sun streamed in through great glass windows, and the wood gleamed like an angel's halo. In the center of the hall was a long table holding the delegates of great nations. The dragon lords of Argland, the oligarchs of the city-state alliance, the delegates of the Minotaur kingdom, the ogre kingdom, the wyvern kingdom, even the Dever empire, the nation of beastmen who thought all those at the table to be food themselves, had someone present. Ainz seated himself between his wives, with Albedo to his right hand and Kalka to his left. Beside Albedo sat Drawdalin, and beside Kalka sat Nia. At Drawdalin's right hand sat Enri, while at Nia's left hand sat Renner. The seats were still filling up when Raymond arrived. At the door the crier, a young man with a black and white butler's suit, who stood stiff with feet shoulder-width apart, one arm folded behind his back, and one hand holding the door open, called out the new entry. Cardinal Raymond Zarg Loranson of the slain Theocracy. Some eyes turned to meet his, some did not. But the moment his name passed the crier's lips, Raymond felt one pair very keenly. Queen Baraja. Her baleful stare was the only one he felt that was truly full of hatred. The cardinal braced himself and tugged on the white and golden robe he wore for the occasion. Nua's words lingered still in his ear, make allies for yourself. She'd given that advice while she assisted him with his clothing. Her deft and practiced hands performed each task to perfection, leaving not a wrinkle or loose binding. If only she'd come with me. He thought, but her refusal came again even though he insisted her presence would help. It was still unclear to him just why she refused, but her simple question shut him down, are you going to command me? He refrained, and let the matter drop. So, alone he entered, and with stately, long strides as if he were a nation's king, he entered the hall and chose his seating with care. He sat down beside the golden Queen Renner. Nia's eyes lost a hint of her hostility. Cardinal, so nice to see you here. Renner said with her glowing smile. Yes. Here. Nia said, robbing his choice of seating of its subtlety. Subtle as a club to the face, that one. Raymond briefly mused, but answered, thank you, it was a hard road but I made it. I'm here. He said emphatically, though his eyes fell longer on Nia than they needed to with Renner. It seemed at first he would have to spell it out for her, until Renner put a hand on Nia's thigh and squeezed. Nia's eyes went to the source of the touch, and then back upward to Renner. The Golden Queen gave the tiniest of nods. Then the hostility of the Dragonid Queen that felt like her talons tearing into his flesh began to fade away. Raymond watched Nia's expression change, the deep frown became a thin line on her face, and she asked. I heard you were traveling with a slave the rest of the way here. Where is it? Nia searched his face for answers, her question a somewhat feeble attempt at being subtle. I see I've had tabs kept on me. I suppose that's unsurprising, but if you want to know, I have none. If you doubt me, come to my quarters and meet her for yourself. Raymond retorted. Nia rolled her eyes, a strange thing to see when they were vertical slits, and said, it's so much easier to be subtle in warfare. I'm sure you'll be fine, you just need practice. Renner answered and gave Nia's leg a little pat as if she were praising a student who was trying ever so hard to grasp a difficult lesson. The burst of laughter that came from Raymond's mouth was utterly and completely genuine, it took him by surprise, and the pair looked at him as if he had done something amusing that they hadn't quite caught. It's nothing. Let's just say that. You, Queen Baraja, had a point, and now I'm here. Raymond replied and took a deep breath. Now, I see Drawdalin is here, tell me what happened. I should greet her properly after the meal, and I'd rather not look foolish. His face grew pale as the story was relayed, and slowly darkened. The Elf King is here. I pray that whoever he faces first in the arena is not a woman. Have they released the names of the opponents due to face each other first? The smaller rounds began yesterday, just exhibitions mostly, small-name fighters or no-name fighters, but the Elf King should be up against whoever wins those fights in a few days. Out of all those, 41 are women. Renner explained, and her pitying eyes blinked repeatedly. They train publicly to build excitement. One of them exceeds all the others. She's certain to win, and worse, she has a child with her to watch her fight. I see. Raymond answered as against his will. The grotesque scene came to mind. The brute's triumph, and then her horror as she realizes the defeat means so much more than she first knew. I should warn her. Where do they practice? The common grounds around the arena. As she draws a crowd with her displays of strength, you'll find her very easily. Someone tried to warn her already, but it did no good. Renner said, and Raymond fell to thought. I will think of something. He promised, and shifted his attention to the head of the table as the council members stood up at once and servants began to wheel in carts laden with food and drinks on platters of silver and in goblets of gold. I'll go at sundown, and hope for the best, he told himself before resuming his focus on the gathering of nations. When Raymond entered the room he found that Nua had already laid out a meal for him. It was fairly simple fare, a roast haunch of venison with a small helping of brown sauce resting over it, a side of mushrooms and a hunk of fresh-baked bread. The whole thing was steaming hot. One bite was taken out of each portion. I've tested the food, Raymond, it's safe to eat, Nua said, and then pointed to a stack of papers beside the dish. Also, these came for you. I opened them of course, and ran my hands over the paper. Nothing was poisoned. For a moment her eyes lingered on the papers, and Raymond's lingered on her. A depth of sadness was there that seemed to have pushed aside the anger that normally seethed just beneath the surface. Thank you. I suppose you won't be eating with me? No. She replied to him, I've already eaten. I ate before I tested your food and opened your letters. I see. He said and took a seat. Is there anything of interest? Yes. You have letters from all of your comrades. It seems your correspondence reached the slain Theocracy and hit many places, and it is still spreading. They are outraged at your blasphemy, demanding you return to explain yourself. In addition, there is a letter from Berenice, warning you to take care when you do come back. A string of murders, no. Slaughters have taken place over the course of the last few weeks. All targeting priests and priests in training of the 6 gods. It's gotten bad enough that they're conducting a joint operation of the Agante and Black Scriptures to bring the murderers down. Nua, curiously enough, didn't seem mirthful about that in the least. I see. I don't have much time. I need to get changed and go to the arena, he said and explained the arrival of the Elf King and his intention. Nua pursed her lips and crossed her arms. Absolutely not. I'm sorry, Raymond asked. I said, absolutely not. Nua gave the order again. Do you have a death wish? No. Why? Raymond asked. Because these letters arrived, Raymond. They arrived here from the slain Theocracy not even 3 weeks after they were sent from Peronia. It means the slain Theocracy got directly involved in making sure this communication got here fast. They might have used flight magic to bring them, but if they did that, they could bring assassins too. What if they think you're behind those killings? She demanded an answer, and his mouth opened and closed like a fish without saying anything or making a sound. I know, it's absurd, but it doesn't need to make sense to be believed. You only got 1 letter of warning. Either the rest don't care if you die or think you're involved. I can't act as your bodyguard effectively in a place like the training grounds, not by myself I can't. Nua shook her head, not at that hour at least. We'll go in the morning if you insist. And besides, if the woman you're talking about is the one that all the gossip happens over, the one called Shitsi, then she won't be there now anyway. She leaves to spend time with her daughter and husband in the late afternoon. Oh. I see. Raymond sat at the table and began to pick at his food. Tomorrow then. But aren't you going to your room now? I cancelled it. I'm sleeping here, Nua answered. He snapped his head up from the food on his plate. Come again, he asked. I'm sleeping here. Nua said it again. If that correspondence can reach you, so can people, and right about now there are a lot of people who will want you dead. It's time for the second half of my duties to begin, keeping you alive. He looked her over again like it was the first time. She was a lithe, solidly built elf. Her ears were presently lowered and a sour glower on her face that was somehow still beautiful now that her golden hair was longer than it was when they met. Her steady stare promised him he wouldn't win an argument, and she remained silent, almost daring him to argue. So you're serious about protecting me? He asked her and she gave an instant sharp nod. You're the best chance my race has had in years. I'm not going to lose you to some stupid lawful sweet idea of saving a young woman who isn't even in danger yet. Nua shook her head with vigor, casting the golden strands of hair about. Not happening. I'll take you there tomorrow, and I've dismissed Cilia, given her enough money to go back to where her brothers are and even expand their farm. So I'll be driving you again. And, where will you sleep? Raymond asked. He turned his eye toward the large bed, and then back to her. With no window here, the only way in is the door, so I'll sleep against that. If they kill me, you'll wake up. She said matter-of-factly. I'm not going to ask you to die for me after dash. He stopped when her fingers covered her lips. You're not asking. I'm not asking if you want me to. I'm telling you this is what I'm going to do. You're the first truly good human I've known in I don't know how long, even those who I don't think were all bad, even those stopped short of good. A human willing to put their life on the line for my kind, to help us even at the cost of his friendships, his status. I can barely believe you're even real. I'm definitely not going to let anything take you away. You're hard to argue with. Raymond said succinctly and began to tear into his food with her smug and cocky grin growing by the second and shining down at him. Zeshi raised her hand above the waist-high post. While various other would-be combatants were doing their best to show their skills, it was no question who drew the most eyes. Smash! The crowd shouted, and Zeshi brought her fist down. The ground shook, rumbling beneath their feet like a storm cloud overhead, and the post was gone. Her fist came up and her hands went to her hips, applause followed, the post was buried in the ground and a light cloud of dust began to settle around Zeshi's feet. Scherzi! 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 Her newfound fans began to chant her assumed name while the sun rose ahead of her. The grounds on which she stood were wide open, punctuated occasionally by training posts and heavy weights, practice weapon racks lay near at hand, and many a broken implement lay cast off, while young servants rushed replacements out almost as fast as the old ones could be shattered. Who wants a quick exhibition? Zeshi asked. Just a few blows, I promise I won't hurt you. The crowd stepped back a few paces, and despite a few envious glares from the other fighting women, none stepped forward to volunteer. I volunteer. A hand went up from the crowd, and a gasp went up, and the crowd parted to reveal the madman. Zeshi's face went pale. You. She gasped as the middle-aged man took a step forward. His formal robes were gone and in their place was something she hadn't seen him wear in years. Training attire. Close-fitting leather gear, complete with his standard knives. Sheetsy. Raymond asked and cocked his head. That's the name you went with. And you didn't even bother to dye your hair. It was then that her surprise twisted into a wrath. At his back was a collared elf. She stepped into view and looked over to Raymond, her mouth open to speak. Son of a bitch. Zeshi bellowed and charged. Chapter 358, Chapter. Brain brought the sword down on the iron post, it split down the middle, and the two halves fell with heavy thuds into the sand. A round of cheers went up from spectators, and he said, Bring me something harder. I got something harder. Someone shouted from within the crowd. Brain put his hand beside his mouth and called out, You don't qualify, I also need something larger. And something that can last more than a minute before it goes down. Boo-hoo. The crowd took in the verbal burn, and the applause redoubled. You're not half bad. A dark-haired woman said as she approached out of the crowd, You should make the finals with ease. I plan to. Brain said and pointed toward Layali, She expects nothing less than my best. Layali beamed from where she stood a few feet away, leaning against an unused post. A half-elf daughter. No, you're human, right, so she's older than you even if she's still mentally, mostly childlike, right? Adopted. The dark-haired woman asked, her white and red robes were of a curious and unfamiliar cut to Brain, and though she had a girlish voice and appearance, the fine hairs on his body stood on end as she came near. Plucked her from the river, she's been with me ever since. Brain said, though he smiled broadly and went to pat her irresistibly adorable head, the young woman only barely moved out of his way in time to keep from him bumping into her. It wasn't lost on him that she swept her leg away to move, a combat gesture rather than a common avoidance. Layali's smile was enormous when the hard hand of the blue-haired human ran through her strands of golden hair. But he could feel the crackling of tension. You're risking a great deal, there's no requirement to spare your opponents in this tournament. You could very well die, then what happens to her? The young woman replied. My lover, she'll look after her if I die. Besides, it's not like this is certain death. Brain said, but he felt the way Layali tensed, everything will be fine. Brain replied, the crowd, seeing that the replacement equipment was slow in coming, began to disperse, but the young dark-haired woman didn't leave with them. The little girl crouched down, picked up a bowl with a wet rag in it, and held it up. Clean your face, Papa. She said with a child's insistence, and Brain obliged, picking up the rag, he began to wipe the sand from his face. So, who are you anyway, and why do you care? Brain asked without looking behind him. Oriole Omega, you could say I'm an interested party, I'm always curious about who deserves to live or die, and who actually does either one. I don't get out much, the truth is, this is the first time I've seen the outside of my home in, ever. I've spent my whole life protecting something. She answered. Her radiant smile was almost cherry-like thanks to her red lipstick. Her small angled face with its high cheekbones was the picture of loveliness, a young girl on the precipice of the final step toward womanhood. HMF, sounds like my companion, but you can't be from the slain Theocracy. If you're as strong as you hint at, she'd know you. Brain half accused her. Oriole Omega noted the hardness with which he said the nation's name. You don't care for the place, do you? They hurt my Layali, they hurt my lover, of course I'm not fond of them. Brain retorted and looked over his shoulder. So, you're strong? Layali asked, picking up on Brain's deduction. Strong enough to give strength or take it, and protect everything that is my lord's. Oriole Omega replied with a whimsical little smile. You have a clever mind, Brain unglows. I hope you can handle opponents tougher than iron posts, and ones who can hit back. I'd like to see you there at the end. That's polite of you. Where did you say you were from? Brain asked as he dropped the wet rag back into the bowl. I didn't, but I'm from the kingdom of Nazarick. Oriole Omega remarked, and then after giving a polite little half-bow, she walked away. Papa, could you, my master, cerebrate, was he really strong? Layali asked. Brain felt the impulse to lie, every fiber of his being said to do the same thing, but instead he crouched down and put his hands on Layali's shoulders. Yes, he was. I beat him before, but he was strong, and yes, he may be stronger now than I was then. But I'm stronger too. I'll beat him again, and kill him in front of your eyes, and then he'll never hurt you again, I promise. Brain said, and with great gentleness he squeezed her muscles. Raymond's throat felt a lot harder than Zeshi remembered as she made her jump. You bastard. You lied to me. You spent all our time together lying to me. She screamed her frustration without looking. The roar of the wind was as loud as any storm as her leap carried her far beyond the crowd, far above and beyond the buildings, and towards a garden she hadn't known was there. Even had she not been filled with wrath, the noise compelled yelling, and Zeshi raged at Raymond from the moment she grabbed his throat to the moment they landed on the soft green grass. She flung her arm down, and a heavy, agonized thud followed. Zeshi looked down, ready to give him a good kick. Only to find. Not Raymond. The slave. She exclaimed in her head and looked down at her own hand as if it had betrayed her. I was sure Zeshi looked down where the elf woman spasmed as she coughed. You can't kill him. The woman lying at her feet was still spasming and coughing, but she was rolling over onto her belly, the blades of grass bent beneath her, the dew of the morning gleamed like diamonds that she buried under her body as she tried to move herself so that she could rise. Are you insane? Zeshi snapped. What did you do? Zeshi shouted down at the elf, the only reason you're alive is because I wasn't trying to kill him. Kick the shit out of him, sure. What were you thinking? Zeshi stomped the ground and the trees around them shook, casting leaves loose to drift down around them. Bodyguard. I'm his bodyguard. Nua spat a glob of saliva down to water the grass as she tried to push herself up to all fours. I won't let you hurt him. She lifted her head and turned to look sideways up at the half-elf. Zeshi's eyes went very narrow. A slave trying to protect her master. Are you insane? And no. He wants to help, free us. Nua retched and after one loud gulp noise, vomit shot past her lips and splashed over the grass. Lies. He was like a father to me, and he spent the last 20-some years lying to me about everything I thought I knew. Zeshi crouched down, ignoring the smell. She grabbed the short, blonde hair and yanked Nua's head up. Her heterochromatic eyes burned with wrath as she looked into the shimmering blue of her unintended victim. You're wrong. Nua's shout of defiance was followed by a shake of her head that tugged against her skull. It stung, but she ignored it. Look at my ears. They're whole. I lived in the Theocracy most of my life. We're normally clipped quickly. But I'm whole. Would he leave me that way if he were lying? Zeshi paused, her eyes darted to the intact ears. That much was true. If he were dedicated to lying, yes. She answered almost immediately. He's a black scripture, anything goes. Then search me. If they didn't fall out, they're still inside my pouch. The elf shouted, and winced as Zeshi released the elf's hair and her hand darted for the pouch which was still secured to her belt. She felt the familiar texture of paper, her fingers clamped down like steel and yanked it out. What is this? Zeshi asked, shaking the papers she crinkled in her hands. L letters. Nua said and wiped her mouth. Letters of outrage from the cardinals themselves. Zeshi frowned and took a look. The hands of their authors were obvious enough. From Berenice's flowing script where she never broke her stream of thought, to the angry dots of Dominic's frequently broken quills whenever his temper got the better of him. It wasn't hard to accept them as genuine at least. What is the meaning of this? Zeshi snapped and clenched the letters in her fist. She shook them above the elf woman's face, her eyes full of disbelief at the words she'd read. A change. Raymond said from her back. Don't hurt her, Zeshi, she was just trying to protect me. He said, his arms open, his hands open, his palms empty. Zeshi whirled on the source of the voice. No sooner than she did so than she felt arms wrap around her legs. It didn't qualify as a tackle, but the elf hung onto her for dear life. I'm not letting go. The elf shouted as Zeshi looked from her to Raymond. Zeshi's lips pursed thin as he took slow, easy steps closer and the elf tightened her grip. Breaking it would have been easy, but it wasn't lost on the extra seed of the black scripture that doing so might well injure her. So she stood. You want answers, you deserve them, just please, don't hurt Nua. She was trained as a bodyguard before that fell out of fashion. Raymond explained, and Zeshi's eyes narrowed. You expect me to believe that they used to train elves to fight? Zeshi demanded. No. To die. She was taught how to interfere, get in the way, to sacrifice herself for her master or the one her master set her to guard. She used her martial art before coming with me, that's how she was able to push me out of the way. She knew you were a threat before I did. Just promise you won't hurt her. Raymond pled as he came almost within arm's reach. A martial art, bodyguards, so an elven meat shield, and these. Zeshi glared and shook the letters again, in front of Raymond this time. They flapped in the air, and to her surprise, he lowered his eyes away from here. The fruits of penance. I've been writing letters home, the things I've seen, the people I've met, her story. He pointed down at Nua who still clung tenaciously to Zeshi's legs, digging her fingers in and unwilling to let go. To every public venue, every temple I know, every school of law or theology I can name, and, to all my comrades, including to the entirety of the Black Scripture. It did not go well. But it did go as I expected. Raymond said, and then he descended to his knees. Zeshi cut off her own words when he pressed his palms to the grass and slammed his forehead down to the ground. I'm sorry. I truly did think of you as a daughter, and I was trying, really, to protect you as much as the rest of humanity. I tried to balance it all, and left you ignorant. Useless. An incompetent stupid fool who got her own brother killed, along with a bunch of others. And now you have the gall to say you're sorry. Zeshi raged at him, all you ever taught me was to fight. I nearly got my little girl killed because you all never taught me anything. She raged at the humbled human cardinal and when she raised her leg to stomp her foot, the force sent the elf bouncing away. The crack of a bone barely reached Zeshi's notice in the midst of her fury. I trusted you. You more than anyone. Zeshi raged at him, her teeth bared like a wolf. You can't make this right. No matter what you do, the harm is done. She stalked over to him, her hand raised up. He didn't move. He only said, I know. Out of the corner of Zeshi's eye, she caught the motion, not directed at her. It would have been a near blur, but the half-elf could see it clear as the sky above or grass below, or the unmoving man who was prostrated at her feet between earth and sky. The elf was over top of him, her arms at his shoulders, the left forearm clearly broken, white bone piercing through her flesh and red blood staining the grass. You can't. Nua gasped, her teeth clenched against the pain. I don't know everything. He did tell me about you, a lot. Please, don't do this, you'll regret it, and we will regret it. Nua bobbed her ears up and down to make her point, and Zeshi recalled what Brain mentioned about the fate of servants whose master died by murder at the hands of an elf. She forced her temper down. Her jaw relaxed, the elf at her feet was breathing hard. Despite Zeshi's words, the one called Nua clearly did not believe her. Why are you even here? Why did you even come to see me? Zeshi demanded, and as she snapped out those words, it seemed to calm the elf, and her body visibly relaxed, as did that of Raymond. I didn't know it was you I was coming to see. Raymond said, I promise. I mean, I suspected when I heard the ridiculous name you chose for yourself, and the hair color. But the husband and daughter thing threw me off. The cardinal said as he rose slowly to his knees. I came to warn you that your father is here. Raymond said, and when he felt Nua's body wince, he glanced to see her broken arm. He immediately reached for his traveling pouch. Nua, your arm. He gave the order and, albeit reluctantly, she extended it and allowed him to push the bone down back into her flesh. We'll get a healing potion on the way back, but this will dull the pain. He said and began wrapping a green, herb-streaked bandage around the injury. You shouldn't have done that for me. He muttered, she's not wrong. I don't care. Nua glared up at the half-elf, she'd have ruined everything for a moment of childish revenge. Don't you think before you act? Are you stupid? Nua berated the half-elf, who took a step back by sheer reflex under the first verbal assault on her person since the village, and one far more personal than that. He lied to me. He and his whole country. They used me. Zeshi shouted back, balling up her fists, but her rage devolved into confusion when the elf whose arm was being wrapped, burst out into bitter laughter. Oh, I know enough about you to know how you were used. I'd trade places with you in a heartbeat. Nua snapped the fingers of her other hand. Spoiled brat, you're the lucky one, and you should know that by now. And know enough to think before you act. Nua barked and then hissed as Raymond began to tighten the bandage. I'm sure you've got reason to be angry, but not to screw up everything for the rest of us. You kill him, who speaks to the cardinals. Who tries to reform that hellhole. Who tries to reform the faith of the six. We'd be lucky if your petty tantrum didn't result in a mass purge of us in retaliation. Zeshi's mouth opened briefly to deny it, but then, she thought of all she'd seen, what she knew, she could not. It's all too easy to see someone like Dominic trying to get someone even more radical put into place. Shit. She's right. The realization killed the rest of her will to anger. Then it hit her, wait, my father is here. Zeshi's wrath returned with a whole new target. Yes, the winner among the women champions will enter the bracket after the first eliminations of the men. The Elf King will be their first opponent assuming nothing eliminates him. Raymond explained and slowly got to his feet, fending off Nua's attempts to help him rise by gently pushing her hands away. I see. Zeshi crossed her arms and faced the pair. I'll thank you for what you seem to be trying to do, Raymond. But I don't think I want to see you again. I can't really look at you, maybe someday, but you had a hand in letting everything happen and hiding it from me. I plan on winning the throne, and I will not be a friendly ally to your country the way your comrades hoped. I understand. Raymond lowered his eyes, but let me ask something of you, something not for my sake. You can ask. Zeshi answered, though her body notably tensed at the coming request, her feet shifting ever so slightly before she squared herself again in front of him. Take in Nua, when you win. I admit I'm curious about this man and, child, you seem to have taken up with. But if they're more than just a cover for you, she can help. She's held every job you can imagine and has been a great help with me. If I take her back to the slain Theocracy, I have a good idea what Dominic will do to her, and there's no way she'll be safe in my house even if I can keep her. I have my doubts that she'd even be safe for the rest of this trip. Please. He asked. Raymond, no. Nua snapped at him, her head yanking over to him, but he had eyes only for Zeshi. They're more than a cover, you probably guessed it was the swordsman we met, and you're right, the girl, someone he found, she's a half-elf like me but, with a life closer to hers. Zeshi indicated Nua with a nod, and Raymond seemed to shrink at the implied horrors and the rebuke they carried. If she's not willing to stay with me, I don't think I can force her, and I'm nobody's mistress. Convince her and when I win, I'll take her on. A parting gift for the men I used to think of like a father. Now, get out of my sight, we're done. Zeshi said, then straightened, spun on her heel, and walked away from them both. Chapter 359, Chapter. There's a lot of them here, Evil Mountain. Tia whispered to Gagarin. And no sign of evil guards. Tina added. They're not that stupid. Gagarin replied, how many places have we hit, how many priests, how many monasteries? They can't guard everywhere, Evil Mountain. Tia answered, but Gagarin shook her head. I don't like this. I don't like this at all. Ahead of them stood the long house which housed the acolytes and novices. On the grounds around it stood a great field of flowers, so many types that Gagarin could not name even 1 in 10 of them. I doubt even Locus would have recognized them all. Anguish ripped through her heart, why hasn't she, where is she? Gagarin bemoaned, in spite of her anger, her face twisted and lip quivered, her body shivered as she tried to think, remember, and forget, all at the same moment. How could you? She asked for the 1000th time as she recalled the blood-red eyes of their shorty, still and tranquil in death. That such a cruel end could come to her little sister sparked the hatred for the faith that killed her, all over again. The vibrant field of flowers of every shade swayed back and forth in the steady billowing breeze, but the trees which surrounded it stood strong and steady, offering excellent concealment from any danger. But Gagarin still didn't like it. Her twisted face became a tight-set jawline, and her large meaty hand clasped the branch of the tree behind which she hid. We wait. She said at last, we can beat any common guards coming our way, but after the swath we've cut, they'll be sending stronger ones. They may already have, and this is far, far too quiet. Will you just attack, already, I'm getting bored. A voice came out of the darkness. The fuck? Gagarin jumped backward 20 yards, trees shattered in her wake until she slid to a stop just before the crashing noise ended. Tia and Tina jumped into the shadows and vanished without touching so much as a green leaf. A long, low whistle which had an upward change to the pitch, replaced the crashing noise. HMPF, was that really necessary? The hidden speaker asked, I'll have you know I like trees, and I'm not at all fond of seeing them destroyed by big oafs. Come out here where I can see you, and call me an oaf. Gagarin snapped and brought her hammer from her back to a guard position in both her hands. Fine. The voice said and a spark caught an unlit torch, bringing it to life, and from out of seemingly nothing a young man with ink-dark hair appeared, his face wreathed in shadows and flames. He was a good-looking figure, younger than Gagarin by a few years at a glance and clad in black and silver plate armor. "Who are you?" Gagarin asked, her instincts screaming at her to get away. Nobody should be able to avoid Tia or Tina's senses, nobody. "I'm the man whose vacation you have interrupted," the young man said as he approached with steady, fearless steps. A pair of kunai came out of the darkness. He batted them both away with one swipe of his spear. The metal objects pierced the ground to stand upright. "Do you have any idea how hard it is for me to get time off? The sweet bark trees will be at their peak of perfection soon, and instead of being over in Demalbian, I have to come all the way out here and hunt you three down. That's a massive inconvenience and I'm very cross with all of you." "That's a long name," Gagarin said, and repeated his entire statement to him. He stopped, cocked his head, and then broke into a boyish grin as he realized it was a joke. "I've got to buy time," she said, and began uttering the various martial arts she knew by speaking with her jaw clamped shut. "Very funny, almost funny enough, but not quite. No, not quite enough. I guess I should give you my name though. If I'm going to kill someone anyway, it costs me nothing to be polite. Or that's what Raymond has always said." He shrugged and leveled his spear. "I am Senna, captain of the Black Scripture, and the strongest of the Godkin, well, except for one, and she might not count. It depends on how you think of it really." He paused and scratched his head. "Do you think awakened children of the Elf King count?" I am sure I don't know." Gagarin's heart pounded like a horse's hooves. She activated every martial art she knew, and when four kunai came out of the darkness and they too were batted away like buzzing mosquitoes, she could still feel sweat beginning to form on her skin beneath her armor. "Oh, well, it doesn't matter anyway. You've already delayed my vacation. All that really matters is that you haven't got a chance, so the question is, do you want to die quick and clean, or quick and dirty?" Senna asked, and the weight of his strength crashed down on her, like eyes looming over her and promising death, like a baby bird caught in the eyes of a hungry serpent. For that instant, Gagarin could not move. When it cut off, Gagarin whispered, "Run. Evil Mountain." Tia and Tina spoke both at once. "You heard me. Run. I'll hold him back for as long as I can," Gagarin shouted. "Nope," Senna said and put his spear on his shoulder. He tapped it there and shook his head. "What do you mean, nope, Senna?" Gagarin asked, eyes darting around in the dark for a solution. "I mean I can't have that. I really can't. I don't really like the priests much, and I mean I really don't like them. But I'm afraid I can't have you killing them just willy-nilly. So you have to die here," he said, and when two dark bullets emerged out of the shadows, he simply ducked and avoided them both. What if we ran in the direction you're going on your vacation?" Gagarin grasped at straws, but it seemed to strike a nerve. "Go on," Senna said with a polite and deferential wave of his hand toward the mountain of a woman. "We'll run in the direction you want to go on your vacation in, and you chase us that way. Then, you have good reason to just leave when you're finished." Gagarin licked her lips. She could feel it, almost see it, the casual way that power seemed to crackle invisibly around the human in front of her. He rubbed his chin and gave it some thought. "I suppose there's no downside to it, plus I'll be far enough away that they won't want to wait for me to come back and explain it." Finally, Senna nodded and snapped his fingers. "Deal. I'll even let you put up a good fight. Your friends can run west, toward Demalbian. If I feel them veering off to go elsewhere, I'll tell them to raise you from the dead just to punish you for their deception." His spear snapped down in front of himself into the ready position. "You heard him. Go." Gagarin shouted into the dark. "Evil Mountain." The twins shouted. "I said, go. We knew this was going to happen sooner or later. Just go. Let me deal with this one and I'll rejoin you when it's all over." Gagarin slid 1 foot back into the battle position, ready to charge. "A woman after my own heart, it's a shame. I might have liked you if things had gone differently." He shrugged, and felt the two in the shadows retreat. Gagarin launched herself forward. She gave her hammer a swing downward, and the spear-bearer put himself beneath it, his black spear overhead. The ground shook beneath them both as she put all her weight down on him, her teeth clenched. "I won't let you hurt them." Gagarin gritted the words out. The torch the spear-wielder once held still glowed from its place on the ground where it dropped. The fire began to spread out, catching on the grass and clawing its way toward the trees, climbing them like a winding snake before lighting them like giant torches being carried by the world itself. The flames became an inferno and the heat promised to punish their bodies if the pair lingered on. "I know," Senna said just loud enough for him to be heard over the ever-rising cacophony of the crackling, raging fires. He then dropped one hand away from his spear and it came out, striking Gagarin in the guts and sending her flat on her back. The fire kissed the fragments of exposed flesh, but before she could scream, Senna grabbed her ankle, spun, and flung her away. She bounced end over end, arm over arm, scattering sparks out of the woods and into the field of bouncing flowers maintained so lovingly by acolytes over centuries. Senna charged after her, but slow, allowing her time to rise up. He noticed that her hammer remained locked in her hand, and a fragment of admiration for her warrior spirit. She spun on her heel and swung the hammer wide. He ducked and slid, grinding flowers into the ground beneath his knees while the sparks started fresh fires in a dozen places that spread out to join together in a conflagration. Smoke spired up into the dark sky and the orange glow lit up the area for miles around. He avoided her, ducking, weaving, flipping over her. Again and again, she failed to land a blow while he struck her body with quick, rapid strikes that pierced her armor as if it weren't even there. Blood replaced creamy flesh at her shoulders, thighs, calves, and finally her face. "I won't let you." She shouted at him again and redoubled her efforts. Gah! She bellowed and her hammer rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell again and again as she came at him from angle after angle, his spear blocking a blow only to have to block the opposite end a moment later. "I won't die so easily. You won't take my sisters. I won't let you. Not another one. Not another. Not another." She wept bitter tears and pounded away against her foe. "I know," he said, and when she slowed down only by the slightest hair. His spear thrust into her throat. The taste of blood shot up over her tongue and ran down past her lips. The blurring tears in her eyes ran down into the red, dripping and commingling on the ground. The conflagration spread and reached them at last. Fire hissed on the ground when her bloody tears touched and extinguished the tiniest dot of burning flowers. Gagarin's hammer slipped from her grasp and fell into the fires. The heat that began to hurt, stopped hurting, her body. "I feel so heavy," she thought. Her eyes looked down the length of the spear to the black-haired warrior's face. He had one foot back and one bent at the knee, his left arm back and his other still held fast, one-handed and at the end of the spear, her body still held upright. "I never had a chance," Gagarin acknowledged, "but I can buy them a few more seconds," she told herself, and rather than fall, her now free hands, with agonizing slowness, grabbed the spear, and she yanked herself forward. Senna's eyes widened with brief surprise. The lumbering mountain of a woman lunged along the length of his weapon, her neck passing through and through as her arms came out again to wrap around his body. "Not so easy." She gurgled her words out, spurting her blood all over the face and front of her killer as she used the last of her strength and began to squeeze. "Crush, crush," she tried to say, but it came out as only a gurgling moan. Senna released the spear and allowed her the final effort. He waited until the last strength fled her dying corpse, and then with great gentleness he put her down into the bed of burning flowers. "You were one hell of a fighter. If they'd sent less than me, you might have had a chance," he said, and drew out his spear from the hole it made in her throat. He swept it out in front of him, scattering her blood away to hiss into the fire that turned night into day. "I suppose I can go just a little bit slower, one more parting gift," he said as her hair caught and began to scorch her flesh. He then turned, hopped to the top of the building, and leapt well beyond the reach of flames to begin a light jog after the two remaining murderers. The body was charred black by the flames when the pair of Hanzos grabbed it and dragged it through the gate. They emerged in the lab of Demiurge, and when he pointed to a metal slab, the invisible Hanzo swung the body back and forth between them. "Heave! Ho!" they shouted, and the thunderous clang of heavy flesh and metal upon metal rang out through the room. "That's another one. And I'm making such marvelous progress with these," Demiurge said and pressed his glasses against his crystalline eyes. A tiny, cruel smile spread over his face. "Keep an eye on the others, let them wreak havoc for a little longer, even if it means you have to distract the hunter. The fewer priests the slain Theocracy has, the easier the Allfather's plans can be brought to fruition." The Hanzos made a pointless show of bowing, and made their retreat back the way they'd come. Now, Demiurge clapped his hands together and rubbed them with a dragon's greed while he approached the charred corpse. "Let's see what we can make out of you." Chapter 360, Chapter. "Do you want to attend the early fights, Ainz?" Kalka asked as she set their son down in his cradle. "Not particularly," Ainz remarked from where he sat beside Albedo. She held a fork up to his mouth with a small hunk of meat on the end, and one hand beneath to catch any juices that should drip off. He managed to keep from blushing at her smiling face, opened his mouth, and allowed her to feed the bite to him. "Oh, well, if you don't wish to," Kalka said, lightly touching the cheek of their now sleeping child. "Though if you like, we can have Cositus tend to Orlion and go. But the only one of the others intending to visit the first day is Queen Baraja." He chuckled. She tried to convince the Golden Queen to go, and Renner said it was too sweaty for her liking. Kalka had to titter a little, holding one hand up to her lips. "That does sound like her. But it's good that the two of them are getting along so well. Harmony among so many nations is so rare, we need space to breathe." "I couldn't agree more. Of course once we've brought the Baharuth Empire into the fold, that will make things far easier. With those vast resources at our disposal, a truly massive empire from the borders of the City-State Alliance in the east, to Argland in the north, the Elf Kingdom in the south, and the Southern Holy Kingdom in the west, and of course, the Draconic Kingdom in the southeast, is feasible. We just have to deal with them. Albedo said and sliced another piece of meat free of the hole, then stabbed it with a fork and offered it up to Ainz. Calca left her son and strode to where the pair sat, then reaching for a pitcher, she poured it into a silver chalice, then taking it up in both hands, she offered it out to Ainz. He took it without hesitation. Have the elves already given up? Almost without a fight. Albedo answered. Aura and Mare simply demonstrated that there was no hope of resisting, and now, King Mare I is on the throne. Right about now, Aura should be on her way by dragon back to Kami Miyako, or... Albedo paused and touched the dimple of her cheek before looking away. I didn't tell her to go right away. Knowing her, she's probably having the elves bring her examples of the local beasts for her to tame. But that will be fine. A few days, a week, when they visit Kami Miyako, there will be peace there as well. What about the Elf King? Does he know his kingdom has been taken from him? Calca asked as Ainz drained the chalice, and without thinking, the Holy Queen refilled it. Not yet. Ainz answered. A slightly vindictive smile forced Albedo to pause in her romance play plan number 7, feed the lover. I'm allowing Queen Draudolin to inform him, from the dais where we will be standing, when he has taken his position in the arena. He will find out in front of everyone that he is the king of nothing. And if he tries to strike, I will finish him myself. If he doesn't, he'll die on the sands. He will not leave this city alive. Ainz leaned slightly forward, took the meat from the fork, and then brought the wine to his lips. He chewed and swallowed before adding, I will have a world where all my children can be happy, and what threatens that world must be removed. As the Allfather wills it. The mother and mother-to-be said in unison, and, briefly caught off guard, they met one another's eyes where each saw themselves reflected in the other, smiles small and thoughtful spread out, but neither said another word. Instead, Albedo cut another slice of meat, Calca refilled the wine, and they ensured that the father of their children ate and drank his fill. It was easy. Layali slipped a little herb into the cups of both Brain and Zeshi that night, and waited for them to fall asleep. Neither were especially talkative. Not from the time they left the arena, nor all through the rest of the afternoon. She lay in bed on the other side of the room. The pair had fallen asleep beside each other, but neither had shown interest in more than that. Even without her interference, Layali could tell they were distracted by troubles of their own, troubles which made them exceptionally tired. When she was sure they slept, Layali curled up tighter one more time. Terror thrummed through her veins. Her body felt taut as a freshly drawn bowstring. Her small fingers clenched into fists as she clutched the sheets. They were the softest things she'd ever touched. The blanket over her kept her so warm, she closed her eyes. I can't lose them. I can't. I can't. Not again. Oriole Omega's warning lingered on in her mind, and though the night was dark and fear of being alone without the pair again haunted her greatly, she slowly slipped the thick crimson blanket off of her body and planted her feet firmly on the floor. She'd kept her clothes near at hand just for this purpose, and thanks to her mother's senses, the darkness was no real obstacle to getting dressed. Clad in her travel clothes, she slipped out the door and headed for the stairs, leaving her mama and papa behind her, but even though she could no longer hear their snoring. The stairs she descended were of golden wood and polished smooth with a vibrant red carpet running down the center and a high rail that Layali had to reach up to hold onto. She descended the steps as fast as her feet could carry her, every step causing her shadow to dance in the candles that flickered overhead. Her breath quickened as she made the double turn to reach the ground floor and rush to the desk at the front. She reached up to the surface and tapped her hand on it. Hello? She asked, then stepped back so she could see over the top to where a young human woman of chestnut hair done in a ponytail behind her head, sat with a warm smile plastered on her face. Yes, young lady. She asked in a lilting, lute-like voice, leaning forward so as to not loom too large over the little Layali. Ah, is there an Oriole Omega at this place? Layali asked, it's important. The woman gave a gracious smile and said, I can tell you she is here, but I can't give out her room number, but if you'd like to speak with her I can send someone to ask. It's late though, are you sure she'd be willing? I think so, tell her it's a matter of life and death, and who gets either? Layali replied and began to chew on her lip, her eyes darting around a little. The woman behind the golden-colored wooden counter furrowed her brow just a little and pulled a red silk rope which hung by her right hand. A moment later a young boy dressed in green from head to toe approached her. The woman scrawled a quick note, handed it to him, and he was gone. It was not a long wait, the boy returned, nodded, and the woman pointed toward the hall. Room 41. She said, and with a tiny bob of her knees, Layali rushed for the room as fast as she could without actively sprinting. Despite not sprinting, Layali was breathing hard and felt herself to be on pins and needles when she reached her slender arm up to knock on the door. Her knuckles rapped against it, and she heard the click of the handle turning to allow her within. The black-haired woman was there just as Layali recalled her to be, prim in dress, straight in posture, but with a delicate and almost playful smile on her ruby lips. What is it you wanted to see me about? Oriole Omega asked, then gestured to a chair not far from where she stood. You said you can give power, but was that like, training or something or, more? Layali asked. Oriole Omega let out a girlish little giggle and bent forward with hands on her knees southwest that she was close to Layali's face. Why, do you want power, little one? No. I don't want Mama or Papa to die, and there's some bad and powerful ones here, and, if you can keep them alive, I want you to. You said you came from the kingdom of Nazarick, so, does that mean you represent them or, you just from there? Layali pressed and kept her eyes up on the pretty, pale face. I speak for the Allfather in all my actions. Oriole Omega replied. So, if he got something really important, really good, would he protect my Mama and Papa? Layali inquired. I suppose. Oriole Omega said, then straightened up, that's not really why I'm here, but, then again, he might qualify. What if someone has the power to not die? Layali asked, her heart threatened to leap through her throat, but she kept her voice as steady as she could. That would be something the three geniuses would very much like to see, such a person could ask almost anything for a chance to study them. Do you know such a person, little girl? Oriole Omega asked. Bring me a knife, and I'll prove I do. Layali replied, closing her eyes, and bracing herself to prove what she knew. This is for Mama and Papa. Be brave, it's easier than what Cerebrate did. She told herself, and when the blade was in her hand, she got to work. 3 hours later, Oriole Omega was more than convinced. Chapter 361, Chapter. Layali shivered in place and watched the dog-faced woman work. Just relax, woof. This has only the smallest sting, our master always keeps his word, woof woof. The curious woman was dressed in a maid outfit befitting her race, and other than her frequent little woof noises, she seemed every inch an ordinary woman. I know you said, but it's still scary seeing my blood come out. Layali said as she watched another jar fill. There were multiple samples of skin, hair, and blood taken from her for the crystalline-eyed man's use, though what he planned on doing with it, Layali had no idea. All he'd said was, study. And all he asked was, will I have regular access to the subject? And that was that. The chair on which she now sat was at least, very comfortable, and other than the brief sting of the leech, and eerie sight of it being drained into a container before being reapplied, she felt no pain at all. And the snacks. She reached for the little round object the other maid referred to as a sugar cookie, and shoved it into her mouth where the flavor exploded. Layali's cheeks puffed, and the taste made her want to weep for joy as her heart danced in her chest. Cute. The maid holding the snack tray said, and applied a sticker with a number on it, directly to Layali's cheek. It seemed almost like a compulsion, but the straight-faced maid with the silver tray seemed to be showing some kind of affection. For hours, other than the frequent use of leeches and the frequent taking of samples from her, to include an application of crystals and various harmless spells that had a wide array of effects, including making her grow cat ears at one point, she was treated like she imagined royalty must be. She chewed her cookies and kicked her feet back and forth, then reached for the tray held by the one called CZ, and took a cup of rich-looking red liquid. She looked down at it. This isn't blood, right, Miss CZ? No. It is called fruit punch, the supreme being say it is a popular drink with children. CZ answered, and Layali brought the silver cup to her lips and tilted it up. The flavor assaulted her senses and she began to gulp deep, audibly, and drained it to the last drop, save for the red ring of it that formed around her lips. It's so good. She squealed with excitement before another child entered the large, cozy bedroom in which her contributions took place. This one dressed in red and black, she carried a parasol over her shoulder and moved with the dainty grace of a royal lady. How is it coming? The pale, perfect child asked of the others. Well. She is comfortable and happy, and we have nearly all the samples we will need before returning her. Woof. Pastonia answered and gently pried another leech free. So pretty. Layali whispered at the doll-like existence that was Shaltir Bloodfallen. Shaltir gave a dainty blush and said, so observant. Then added, Demiurge asked me to take a small sample through my own skills. Then after we're done, we'll then seal away any unpleasant memories again, and take her back to Arwintar. You sealed my memory. Wait, is that why I can't remember coming here, just talking with Miss Omega and then being here? Layali asked and furrowed her brow. I don't know if I like that. We've been ordered to treat you with the utmost care and gentleness as a contributor to the future of the Allfather's realm. So, we're sealing any memory of the last few hours that is unpleasant. You will remember the snacks, the treats, the cozy chair, the warm room and dessert, then you will be back with the ones you call Mama and Papa and know that you kept them safe. Doesn't that sound nice? It's only a few minutes, and you forget things all the time anyway, this is no different. Shaltir said as she approached and handed her parasol to Pastonia. I still don't know. Layali's lips scrunched left and right as she thought that over. Trade for more ice cream? CZ asked, and Layali began to bob her head up and down like mad. Yes, please. She squealed. Minutes later, she had what she wanted, a heaping cream-colored bowl filled with multiple scoops. She shoved the spoon in over and over again, licked up every bit of the chocolate syrup, and sucked on the cherries until she squished them with her tongue. Okay, a deal's a deal. Do it, if it keeps Mama and Papa alive and together, I'll do anything. Layali said, then her eyes went wide as the pain hit. The porcelain doll was on her, the feel of teeth clamping down tore through her body, and her eyes began to close. Then Layali's eyes flew open and she shot up in bed. Her head all but spun around as she tried to recall where she was. A dream, all a dream. What? No. She reached down to touch her arm, and the flavor was still on her tongue. It was real, but then. I think I'm forgetting something. What was it? What was it? She put her hand to her forehead and looked down the length of the warm blanket that rested at her waist. No, it doesn't matter. I got what I wanted, that's all I care about now. She mumbled and got up out of bed to stretch. On the bed, Zeshi and Brain were still asleep, so she went to where they lay, climbed in, and curled up between them both. Just a few more minutes. She thought, and closed her eyes one more time before they all had to be up. Come at me. Cerebrate snapped at the trembling youth in front of him. The sands of the arena were warm, but while they were dry around Cerebrate, the young man was rapidly drenching the sands in sweat. Come on. Do you think I have all day, you coward? The adamantite adventurer scowled, another pathetic boy who was, the best in his village, borrowing his father's old army sword and coming after the throne. He's the fourth one this morning. None of the first four had adequate armor, but even if they had, they lacked adequate training. Fine. Cerebrate shouted and strode forward against the young village boy with his sword clenched tense in nervous fingers. The sure-handed Cerebrate slashed only once when he came within reach, the jugular was severed, and the young boy died to the sound of boos from the crowd. What I wouldn't give to have met that one when he was about 9 years younger. Cerebrate mourned as he swept his sword out to scatter the blood and turn the brown sands a rusty red. Village trash should not be here. Cerebrate's booming voice went out to the crowd, but more importantly, to his opponents waiting in the wings. Do I have to wipe out a village worth of village idiots before I get somebody that lasts more than one damn swing of my sword? Cerebrate thrust his sword into the sands with the tip down and crossed his arms in defiance. Pathetic. Just paw that I see. He snapped as the young boys who worked in the arena ran across the sands, grabbed the young man's corpse by the ankles, and dragged the limp body away. Bring me something worth fighting, and you will be entertained. Cerebrate shouted at the booing spectators of many nations, then snatched his sword up by the grip, sheathed it, and left his position to wait for his turn to come again. Chapter 362, Chapter. I should have figured it would go that way. Raymond drew his hand along the length of his face and let out a heavy sigh. I'm glad you were there with me, but I'm sorry about your arm, really. You're an idiot, Raymond. Nua answered him and fell in at his side. An idiot? He asked and cocked his head to look at her. Yes. Maybe she was telling the truth, maybe she really is done with you, but I don't think it's that simple. I've been around humans for a long time, you can be some of the most dishonest people in the world, and sometimes for the dumbest reasons. Nua looked back the way they'd come, in the direction Zeshi had gone. I have no idea what you mean. He asked of her, and Nua looked in his direction again. That was a killer, and she left you alive. Maybe it was because I got in the way, but I'm nothing to her, she could have killed me easily. All I did, really, was prompt her. Not even that, really. She left us both alive, and even offered to do you a favor, not that I'll let you take it. You're stuck with me, Raymond, whether you like it or not. Nua replied and, much to his surprise, she reached up and put a hand on his shoulder. I admit I harbored some doubts I didn't even know I held until I saw you bend yourself to her. She's a half-elf, I doubt anybody has ever done anything like that in front of her. But you did. You did. I'm not letting you throw your life away, and I'm not letting you get rid of me, and if you want my opinion, she won't either. She loves you still, even if she couldn't say it. Or, that's what I think, anyway. Nua said and gave a sad smile to him, her hand squeezed his shoulder, and when she saw his eyes, she saw the mist there and knew exactly what he needed. Now, how about we go get good and drunk, huh, you and me? She suggested. Are you offering to share a table with me at last? He asked her, and the silence went on as she thought that over in the privacy of her own mind. Yes. But it would be best if it weren't public, you're dressed like a cardinal of the Theocracy. She said and pointed toward the way out of the park area that would carry them in sight of the general public again. Once out there, and until we get back to the hotel, I will be the deferential and humble slave again. Raymond almost began to nod by sheer reflex. It was now a familiar routine for them both, but this time he stopped in his tracks. No. He said. Nua took one step farther than he before he spoke, then turned around to look at him, her ears flicking back. What? I said, no. He answered and put his hands on his hips. Your arm got broken saving my ass. You put yourself between me and a black scripture member capable of taking on dragons. I'm done with this stupid game. I'm done pretending for the sake of image, done pretending out of concern that an Agante assassin might be investigating. I've been writing these letters out to my country advocating for change, and I'm supposed to walk around pretending things are the same, that you're the same. No. No more. No more, no more, no more. Raymond leveled his hand at her and pointed one finger at her chest. You are Nua. He slapped his other hand over his heart, the clapping noise causing birds to take flight in fear at the noise, their twitter ringing out over the isolated pair. I am Raymond. Not at the hotel, not when we're alone in a carriage. Always. Always. He moved his finger to point to the space beyond the high trees of the public park. Out there, in the tavern, in the restaurant or in some divinity-be-damned council hall speaking with the kings and queens of other lands. I won't even pretend to treat you that other way anymore. I'm finished. Finished. Finished, and I don't give a damn who knows it. He yelled, and lowered his arms to his side before exhaling deeply. Nua's eyes became misty on their own. It's nice to meet you. Raymond. It's nice to meet you too. I guess, in a strange way. He rubbed the back of his head. I'm sorry for yelling, I hope I didn't go too far there. No. No, you didn't, you did surprise me, but, her ears bounced up and down happily, I was glad about what the surprise was. Even if it's meaningless as long as this is on me. Nua said and touched the collar secured around her throat. As long as I have this, I'll never be able to escape Dominic, and I can't defeat the Agante, let alone the scriptures, so. Raymond reached out, and to his surprise, Nua only raised her chin, she allowed his hand to come to her throat to feel it. He did a number on this one, didn't he? Raymond mumbled more to himself than to her. Most collars aren't enchanted at all, they're basically just practical things. But for people meant to serve as bodyguards or close attendants of the powerful, there's always extra security. But this? Raymond asked rhetorically as his fingers ran along the rim. He stepped closer, his other hand went around her throat where the metal was secured into place. He went the extra mile with this one. Raymond. Nua asked, her breath was quickening, he was so close. Turn around, please. Raymond asked in a quiet voice. Nua rotated her feet slowly until her back was to him, her head bowed to give him access to the back of her collar, and her heart pounded as Raymond touched her hair to move it aside. That evil son of a bitch. Raymond. Nua asked for the second time, he was so close that she could feel the breath that gave life to his words. Identify magic. Raymond said, and a moment of gratitude came over him that Nua's back was turned so that she couldn't see him wince. Raymond, please, what is it? She asked. Promise me you will be calm. Raymond said. Nua swallowed, I'm always calm, except when I'm angry, or scared, or never mind. I promise I'll stay calm. She said. Your collar wasn't just welded shut at the lock in the back. That unbelievable bastard put a tiny gem fragment in it. Raymond explained, and the cardinal took a deep breath. You're taking that well. I don't understand, what's the problem? We both knew I was never going to be allowed to be free. I'm meant to be a possession for as long as I live, a gem fragment doesn't change that. Nua said matter-of-factly and then turned around again to face him. It does, when the rest of your life can be ended at any moment. There's a spell in that fragment meant to kill you when it's activated. You were. Raymond put his hands to her cheeks and wiped away the streaks from her earlier emotional moment. It's supposed to burn you alive. Nua reached up and touched the ring around her throat. So, am I safe here or what? I have no idea. Raymond replied, I'm not a magic caster, I can't tell you much about these things beyond what they do. I don't know if it's meant to be activated if the collar is removed, or if it's meant to be just activated if you get defiant or. I don't know. He swallowed hard. So, for all we know, some Agante caster could just point at me, activate it, and I burn to death in the streets. Nua shivered and sweat sprang to her skin. No, not like that. I don't want to die like that. Is there anything, maybe, that we could do? There is one thing working in our favor, for some reason Dominic hasn't done it, maybe he can't from so far away, maybe he has to do it himself, or maybe he's just preoccupied, maybe this was meant to control me. Maybe he sent you to me thinking I'd come to like you. Use you as political leverage over me, or maybe not. I don't know. But there is one place we can go that might be able to help. Raymond swallowed again as dread swept over him. Tell me. Nua said, this is my life, if there's something that can be done. The Allfather is a peerless magic caster, the greatest in the whole world, if anyone could break the spell, he could. Raymond suggested. Nua hung her head. Then there's nothing that can be done. What do you mean, nothing? Raymond demanded, his brow furrowed. He's a foreign ruler, and you've heard the same things I have. Some people already consider him to be the seventh god. I wouldn't be surprised if the others aren't already preparing their official proclamations. If you go to him Nua stopped speaking because Raymond had already started walking. We're going to the arena to meet with the Allfather. If he's not there, we'll go to the residence where he's staying. It won't cost me anything to ask for his help. Raymond said to her without giving her a chance to argue. For a moment she was dumbstruck, and when she saw he was serious, she rushed after him, putting herself at his side again to see if there was anything at all that could be done. Or if it could be done, would it be done? But inside, despite her steadying eyes, her heart pounded. I have to prepare to die. There's no way he can offer anything valuable enough to get a hostile king to help him with something like this, no way at all. I'll just enjoy what time I have with the first truly good human at my side in a very long time. At least it'll be quick when it happens, that's better than a lot get, and that will have to be enough for me. She told herself, and as she looked around the bustling city, even depressed as the place was, as tense as it was, with the great park at her back and the vast buildings around beneath a sky that went on forever, she had to think, at least it's a beautiful day out. Chapter 363, Chapter. Queen Baraja handed the empty cup to the Allfather as they watched the match unfold. The Allfather accepted it and held it out for the servant to fill. He took a sip, and handed it back to the Queen of Frost, who drank in turn. The same cup made the rounds from one royal to the other until it was empty again. It's a nice custom. Ainz said offhandedly to the dragonid. Did you come up with it? Yes and no. Nia said with a sardonic little smile that bared the tips of her fangs. Down below, sword swung against sword and the clang echoed up above, but as the combatants were mere novices with overinflated opinions of their skill, few took real notice of them. Back when I was on suicide duty hunting the forests of the wild for the incursions of demi-humans, I didn't have much on me. Just one bowl and one cup to eat and drink with. So when I took captives and showed some mercy, I would share my bowl and cup with them when sending them back the way they came. Unbeknownst to me, the orcs mistook it for a gesture of good faith and started doing it among themselves, and other tribes took it from them, but really I just didn't have anything else to offer but what I had on me. Nia chortled a little as if she were recalling fond memories, which in the Allfather's eyes, she must have been. Kalka, however, visibly winced until Ainz put his hand on her back. The mistreatment her nation leveled against the queen of the demi-humans was weighing heavily on her still. When his hand touched her back, she looked over to her husband and gave him a little wink before reaching over and placing her hand on top of his. Do you think Cocytus will be impressed with anything he sees today? Kalka asked, glancing over to her husband's other wife who sat at Ainz's right hand. I don't believe so. Albedo said with a shake of her head, these are not impressive specimens even for humans. We won't see anything impressive until these are weeded out. At least it won't take too long, even against each other, most don't last a minute even when they survive. A scream began and was cut short, the roar of the crowd went up, and a body fell down without even a thud. When does the Elf King fight, Divine Lord? Queen Drawdalin asked, her eyes were glued to the sands, to the blood, and her thumb was up to her mouth with her teeth chomped down on the nail. I'm going to face him soon, I want to see him. I need to see him before he dies. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. After the final round of preliminaries for men and women of the Nameless, the winners will face off against ranked adventurers who have shown up. And the Elf King, no, the Elf Peasant, will be here then. He's expressly asked to fight the woman champion from today. Albedo answered. Drawdalin began noticeably shaking, the woman champion, he's going to, right there, in the arena, in front of everybody. No, he won't. The Elf Peasant will never rise to the occasion again. Ainz promised, it's already been arranged. My God, I will never forsake you. Drawdalin whispered and lowered her thumb. She put her hand to her face and briefly covered her eyes as if hiding it from the daylight, then lowered it again. Forgive me, friends, comrades, things, after everything settled, it seems it's all catching up to me. Much to the surprise of those present, the vicious-eyed dragon had reached out to touch the woman's forearm. Her talons only touched enough to draw the queen's eyes toward her and she said, I know what it's like, to feel everything is against you, to be hopeless and in pain. Even when you're saved, it's hard to accept it. I still feel the sword sometimes when I sleep. Just do your best, you'll be all right. Thank you. Drawdalin said, and the dragonid's talons came away and the shoulders of the small queen went up in a shrug. For what? Nia answered as if she'd neither said nor done a thing. Any further conversation was interrupted when there was a knock at the door to their private box. A guard opened the door. Lord, ladies, Cardinal Raymond of the slain Theocracy wishes to see you. Send him in. Ainz answered without looking back, striking royal dignity pose number 9 and focusing on what lay ahead, indifferent to interruptions at his back. Allfather. Raymond said as soon as he entered. I need your help. Ainz stood up from his seat. Even after a few years of this, it was still odd to be taller than most. But he did his best not to look awkward as he came around from his throne. To his surprise, and the surprise of the others who turned to look, Raymond went down to one knee and bowed his head. As the representative of his nation, he was at least nominally the equal to any royalty, yet there he was as if he were a subject. The elven slave at his back seemed no less shocked than the royals at the breach of protocol, but she quickly followed suit to fall to both of hers as well. "Help!" Ainz asked. He glanced from one queen to the other, and they did the same to one another. Confusion, canted faces, and suspicious narrowed eyes were everywhere from the Wolf Queen to the Golden Queen. From Dragonid to Draconic, and from Holy to Demon, knowledge of the Cardinal's purpose was lacking. "Yes. This is Nua, she is. He beat his fist down on the stone floor as he went forward, and he relayed everything. From start to finish, from her arrival, to the very moment he presented himself at that moment. "So now you want my help to remove the collar, without killing her?" Ainz asked. "That's right." Raymond replied, "I've been quietly praying to the Six to remove her collar. All the way here I prayed, and they wouldn't answer me." He tilted his face up. His trimmed brown beard still had flecks of dirt from his humbling himself to Zeshi, and a wet spot of blood from tending Nua's injuries, but his eyes were a haunted and confused thing, the pupils expanding and contracting as if a light were brought closer and taken away and then returned again. "I've been a faithful servant all my life, to all the Six. I carried out atrocities in their name to protect mankind. Everything they asked of me, I did, and never did I ask a thing. I even helped manipulate a girl I love like a daughter. And now I ask this one single thing, a trivial thing. Help one captive slave escape a torturous death before it's too late. And what have they said? Nothing. I call on them and they don't answer me. I can't feel them as I did when I was young, and the spell is in a crystal laid by one of our Godkin casters. I can't break it. But because I'm the most powerful magic caster in the world, you've come to me." Ainz deduced. "Yes. Allfather." Raymond said, "I don't know what I can offer you. I don't have wealth, and because of my letters, I won't have the same political clout that I did. I can dash. Give him your soul." Queen Draudalin said, and broke from her position. "I called on the gods too, the same as you, but they didn't answer. They left me as my maids wept and their bodies became empty, living husks. They bled while I cleaned them and took care of them, and while I bowed and scraped for my life and did my best, the elves helped me, and the gods who supposedly chose me, they did nothing." She hissed the final word with the utmost contempt. "Give him your soul, your loyalty, and all the faith you used to give to those dead statues and dead words. Then maybe he will consider it." Queen Draudalin's interjection was pitiless and full of spite. Nua's hand went up to her collar, she swallowed hard and felt the lump press against the inside face of the metal. Raymond looked over to her. And Nua down at he, for a moment he could envision it all so easily, a single moment, her face caught by surprise, her golden hair wreathed in red and orange as fire spread over her body, her lithe, slender, scar-riddled back engulfed in flames, her scream swallowed up as the flames burned even inside her lungs, the swelling inside her body as fat boiled and exploded through her very skin. "Dominic, you bastard." Raymond thought, and cursed the men he called a comrade. He took a slow, deep breath, and using the prayer he offered to the Six with every step on the way to the Allfather, he all but shouted the prayer, lifting it up to the Allfather of Nazarick, "Divine Lord, your servant calls on you for clemency. The punishment for my sins is more than I can bear, and now one innocent of all my guilt is being held to suffer for my guilt. I beseech you, I offer my soul to you. Save her, and I repent of everything I have ever done, and will spend my life atoning for it, no matter the cost." Nua paled as she watched the Cardinal give up his faith. "I'm going to live." She realized and closed her eyes. Ainz put one finger to the side of her collar. "Dispel, greater break item." The cracks began almost immediately, like tiny thuds of tiny pounding hammers. It spread around the gray metal, and quickly accelerated, twisting, spreading, and then it shattered into particles of dust. On the sand below, a cry of pain died with its maker, the roar of the crowd went up, and the breeze that blew through the dais picked up the dust of Nua's shattered collar and carried it away to fall into the arena's sands, or be scattered all over the world. "I'm free," she whispered. "I'm free." She said it a little louder. It was a more serious question. Her hands darted up to her throat, they moved over the span of skin she hadn't been able to touch for almost 200 years, her eyelids went wide apart, her vibrant blue sparkled like sapphires caught by the sun, her body began to tremble as the understanding hit her and she felt the 2 inches of skin that had been kept away from her, her fingers went all around her throat from front to back as if she could not truly believe it. "I'm free. I'm free. I'm finally free." She jumped to her feet and screamed it for all the world to hear. She shouted loud enough that she hoped the slain Theocracy itself could hear her. "Do you hear that, you bastards? I'm not yours anymore. I'm free and I'll never be yours again." She laughed and began to dance as if there were music playing, as she had not moved since girlhood. The ringing bells of her voice were matched by priceless tears of happiness before she approached her liberator. Though she didn't kneel, she lowered her gaze and put her hand over her heart. "Name anything I can do, anything, and I will do it for you, my god of liberation." He traded his soul for you. Ainz pointed out, I only carried out my side of the bargain, but if you insist on doing something for me. Nua bobbed her head up and down, I do. She said while Raymond slowly rose up to look at the now collarless elf. The elf kingdom has now been conquered by my subordinate, tomorrow the former king of the elves will be killed. I need an ambassador to the slain Theocracy to ensure they withdraw their soldiers from all contested zones and negotiate the return of any stolen lands. Perhaps it is petty, but an elf would, as we said in First World, really stick it to them. Also, you would have to negotiate the return of all prisoners of war taken in the last 120-some years. I'll do it. Nua said with a gleeful ecstasy in her voice. You conquered the elf kingdom? Raymond asked, dumbfounded. Yes. I sent 2 of my servants. It took a few weeks to convince the elves of our power, but they've surrendered now. The taking of Queen Draudalin offended me. I took it as an attack on my kingdom, as she and I were in negotiations which were to be concluded on the journey here. Now the elf king is a homeless peasant. Ainz said, and Raymond's mouth opened and closed with no words coming out. I have no words. For everything, but what do I do now? Raymond stammered out, his words like driftwood which moved without aim, all direction lost and with no safe port in the world storm. Warn your country, because they've run out of allies, and they're going to run very short of labor. Ainz said, now, unless you'd care to watch the match with us, you can go. Ainz extended the invitation, pointing to the rail, and then to the door. I'll go. I have a lot to, Nua, will you? He asked. Yes, I will. Nua said, then reached for his hand, and headed for the door, almost dragging him behind her. Chapter 364, Was that Raymond's? Zeshi wondered when she looked up at the dais, the shouting sure sounded like him. The half-elf couldn't help but hope it was. Maybe I can find it in my heart to forgive him, eventually. Not yet, but maybe someday. She told herself as her opponent squared herself off on the sands. So, we doin' this or what, bitch? Zeshi's opponent asked. Zeshi glared at the woman across from her. At face value, the woman held a clear, even enormous advantage. She towered over Zeshi by a head and a half and was twice as broad. Her muscles rippled and she wore very little, a wrap chains around her waist that hung like a dress, and a criss-cross strip of metal across her chest which was similarly secured at 4 points with links of chainmail, but her belly was exposed to reveal her as a wall of muscle. Her arms and legs were larger than most men's, and her hair was cropped short at the top. Her fine, high features and exceptional chest size were the only obvious proof of her womanhood, until she spoke, at least. Yeah, it's fine. I was just thinking about something. Zeshi said and drew her sword. Whatever, I don't care. Just try to entertain me. The behemoth of a woman said, and slid her foot behind her while drawing out a sword from across her back which was almost the length of her body's height, and holding it in front of her with both hands. Nope. Zeshi said and yawned, I have no interest in entertaining you. I have something to do, you're a chore, nothing more, and what's more, you're only going to be a bore. She stopped. I did not mean to make that rhyme. You arrogant bitch. The woman snarled, her fists clenched around the hilt of the sword, and after activating a slew of martial arts in a row, the woman charged. The crowd held its collective breath. Zeshi dropped her sword, slapped the weapon away, and before the behemoth could properly understand why she lost her grip on her sword, Zeshi's right hand struck her square across her face, straight into her ear and sending her bouncing away over the sands until she slid to a stop, smashing into the distant arena wall and going limp. Zeshi then waved to the crowd, smiled at them, and gave a bored yawn, openly and obviously covering her mouth with her free hand before picking her sword up and walking out. It's hard to believe that one was an unknown. She looked pretty impressive, no match for me of course, but then, what is? Zeshi wondered as she left the arena behind. With that victory, her position the following day was certain. Tomorrow I will get to face him, at long last, the men who ruined my mother's life, my life, strangely enough though. Zeshi stopped dead in her tracks. It was evening now. How long have I been walking? She wondered after the thought occurred to her. The hustle and bustle of the once proud capital was diminishing, though people were plentiful still. The nature of it changed. People were now in taverns and sitting outside the quick eateries. Sizzling food on outdoor food stations filled the air with smells that were admittedly quite good, savory meat and sweetened vegetables. 1,000 little tendrils of smoke rose in the air. Strangely enough, all I want to do is go back for Brain and Layali. He will fight Cerebrate soon, as well as Beastman and any number of other ranked warriors who have come for the prize of an empire's throne. He might die out there. Cerebrate might even kill him. The thought seized her heart, and the warrior returned with heavy feet to the room all three of them shared. Never get attached, good advice. She thought as she recalled the words of the solo swordsman she'd encountered on the road that day. A little late for that though. Zeshi added to the thought when she opened the door and found Brain down on his knees lacing up Layali's little boots. Mama's back. Layali shouted with glee. Her smile spread over her face, and as soon as Brain stood up, the little half-elf rushed to Zeshi and hugged her at the thigh with her head tilted back and looking up. "Can we go eat? I'm hungry." That would be very nice," Zeshi said, and ran her fingers through the golden hair of the little half-elf. When Zeshi looked at him, he read her youthful face like a book. Her black and white eyes, perhaps because they were opposites, were so full of expression, and after traveling the breadth of nations, he could nearly read her thoughts. "Let's go. Why don't we grab something at one of the little stands here? It doesn't need to be anything expensive, and it's a nice day out. Plus there's a place I'd like to see, if it's still around, that is." "It is that." "Okay, we'll go," Zeshi said, and reached for the door that she'd just passed through moments ago. Brain approached, he held out his arm, and she slipped hers into the crook of his elbow. It was a very small gesture, a nothing, really. Compared to her, he was weak, she could snap him in two with minimal effort. Even though he still carried a sword that was cursed expressly to harm her, Zeshi knew she could crush him. Yet despite that, as they walked out with Layali running ahead of her, it was hard not to think that it was him holding her up. Why didn't I think about this seriously until now? There's a very real possibility that he'll die. She was quiet and reserved as the evening wore on. They sat around a stone ring where a trio of cooks rushed around flipping and slicing meat and vegetables with the artful skill of any swordsman. Their flashing blades like thrusts, cuts, and parries bounced the metal off the stone with the very lightest of ting noises before coming back around again. They moved from station to station in a circle, taking turns with each dish without missing a beat. As every cook was dressed the same, moved the same, and even looked the same, she quickly became enthralled with the show, as did Layali, who watched with open-mouthed awe as knives and skewers were flipped about. "Dinner and a show, I haven't seen this in a few years," Brain said with a winsome smile. "You've seen this, Papa?" Layali asked. "It was actually my idea," Brain said, and the trio stopped what they were doing. Each one caught their knife at the same moment and turned to face him. "It is you." "I thought so," the trio of chefs said all at once. They stabbed their knives into blocks of cheese to keep the blades ready, and approached where he sat and leaned across the stone counter to hug him. Brain chuckled a bit, but accepted the excess of affection. "Wait, really?" Layali asked. Brain nodded, sort of. "Sort of, look at this guy, eh?" the center chef said, stepping back and waving his arm toward Brain, smacking the men to his right. He twirled his handlebar mustache, and as if they were prompted, the other two did the same. "So humble." "Yeah, little girl, me and my brothers were working here, not doing a whole lot of business, and this and here, he says to us, 'You're so good with those knives, you should make a show out of it,' and Louis here says, 'Show us what you mean, eh?' And then Rui over here says, 'Shut up and let the men show us,' and then I says, 'Bothia, shut up and let the men work.' So he does a few little flips with his knife behind the counter, a few people sit down to watch while he makes a few quick dishes, then says since we triplets and all, if we all worked together we'd make a really good show. Now here we are a few years later, and we're packed every night. Your money's no good here, Mr. Blue, you eatin' free, you and your family. Why you talkin' like we don't know that, do we? Mr. Blue always gonna eat free here. You sit there and enjoy the show, you get our best, you, your wife, and if and you get 10 more little NS, they eatin' free too." Rui added. 10, nah, even if and it's 100 more, he still eats free, he saved the family business in 5 minutes. Louis quickly topped his brother, and it might have gone on longer, except that Brain coughed and interjected. "You know, I'm thankful for the sentiment, but if you don't do something fast, what you're working on is going to burn." "Shit!" the trio shouted and scattered to their stations to resume the display. "You've known somebody in almost every place we've been, except for that one town," Zeshi said with wonderment, and when Brain's smile broadened, she asked, "Wait, you knew her too?" "No, but I knew her family back in Demalbian. They asked me to look in on her without saying anything, we just happened to also need some information, and I had originally planned on stopping by there on the way back." Brain said offhandedly, and Zeshi slumped. "You've seen everything, haven't you, by the tits of the goddess? I never really realized how isolated I'd been till you. Everything out here that I've missed seeing." Zeshi became subdued, and Layali inched her seat a little closer to her. "True, but you're free of all that now. Better late than never, right?" Brain said enthusiastically as the trio preparing food slapped 3 heaping wooden bowls of shredded meat and vegetables down in front of them, along with 3 matching wooden cups. "There you go. Eat you up." The trio struck a pose with one hand close to the bowls and one hand up and back as they harmonized their invitation to eat into what was almost a song, and Layali began to clap passionately with a glowing smile on her face. The dining went faster than Zeshi intended, in part because Layali practically dove into the food, and the enthusiasm of the place was infectious. The only thing to interrupt her train of thought was thinking that little sticker Brain put on her cheek seems to make her somehow cuter. How is that even possible? All in all, she found it to be the perfect evening. When the food was gone right down to Layali insisting upon, and carrying out, her desire to lick all 3 plates clean of every scrap of meat juice, they got up to leave. Layali stretched out her little arms and legs, and said, "Carry me. I'm sleepy." Unable to resist, or eager to give in, Brain reached down and picked her up at the waist and bent his elbow so that she was sitting on his forearm and had her arm around his neck. Zeshi put herself on the other side and walked with her arm crooked in his, and Layali was snoring before they even reached the door to the room. "She had a big day today?" Zeshi asked in a quiet voice. "Yes, I took her to a park and let her run around and play. She was a little shy around the children since they were all humans, but I think she's going to be okay. It may take a long time still for her to move past things, but she's young, resilient, and strong. And killing Cerebrate for her is probably going to be a big step forward. Nobody has ever been punished for doing anything to her before. Now that's different, she feels a little safer. That's the way forward, I think," Brain said while Zeshi got the door and let them both into their shared room. "I suppose. But what do I know? What haven't I screwed up since we started traveling?" Zeshi asked and turned to lock the door while Brain went to the small child's bed and drew back the covers to tuck her in. "You're learning, that's all," Brain said with his back to her. "You'll be fine. I made my mistakes when I started traveling alone, and you haven't made the same mistake twice, except with cooking, that needs a lot of work." He chuckled a little and went to her. "Everything will work out," he promised and put his thumb to her cheek. "Don't be hard on yourself, you're strong, you're not stupid, and you're free. That makes you a lot better off than most people. All you need is experience, and there's plenty of time for that." Whatever Brain intended to say next, he never got the chance. Zeshi lunged forward and covered his lips with hers. She was forceful, urgent, dueling his tongue while her hands were in a frenzy at removing his clothes. He did the same, their boots ending up in a disorderly heap on top of which the rest of their clothing was quickly intertwined. Brain fell back on the bed, that alone broke the kiss, and she was on top of him in an instant, her hands grasping his shaft. She pinned him beneath her and impaled herself to his hilt, gasping at the sudden pleasurable, full feeling as her body stretched. She gave a low moan, arched her back, and began to rock back and forth while his hands ran over her contours. He might die. The thought was still there in the back of her mind, and that would make this their last hours together, so she made the best of them, allowing his every intimate touch. Her nipples became hard little pebbles, and when he pulled her down, she gave in, her black and white hair cascading freely around them both like a shroud that still mocked the idea of privacy, but enhanced their intimacy. His mouth found her small breasts and his tongue played over them, circling and teasing them before he began a gentle suckle punctuated by the occasional love bite. When her mouth demanded his again, he freely gave the kiss she craved, and the duel of tongues that neither could lose, before he turned his attention to her left ear. Electric bliss shot through her body as he nibbled, blew, and licked at the part of herself she hated most, turning it into a thing of beauty. How many times she came to a shivering climax while sliding back and forth along the length of his manhood, she lost count, but she knew each time he rose to completion and filled her again with the proof of his want for her. Naive as Zeshi knew herself to be, some things seemed so naturally intuitive as to be beyond doubt. A man might lie with his lips, with his kiss, or with his touch. But a man's cock was never able to lie. His want was undeniable, his urgency, unshakable, and the inner embrace her body offered it, was desired like the thirsty desired water. When their urgent couplings finally ended, and steam rose from the sheets to bear witness to their mating, she rested her head on his chest in silence. Her hand went up and down his side, and she looked at the shut, locked door, and over at the child's bed where Layali slept on. "You don't want me to fight tomorrow, do you?" he asked and rested his hand on the small of her back. "You know the answer to that." Zeshi whispered back and tilted her head so that she looked up at him. "Why haven't you asked me not to then?" he pressed. "Because you'll do it anyway, the same as me." Zeshi answered him, her hand moving to his cheek. She held it so that he faced her. "You said it yourself, I'm not stupid, I know you'll fight. You want Cerebrate dead for what he did to Layali, and you won't be satisfied unless you kill him yourself. And I called you naive." Brain chuckled, but Zeshi did not. "I'm serious," Zeshi said. "And you're right. So thank you for not asking. Let's just enjoy this while we can, and let tomorrow take care of itself." Brain said. The sheets rustled as he put his hands on her hips and brought her over top of him again. "Just do your best," Zeshi said as she reached for his shaft. "At everything, it's the only way to live," he said with a seducer's cocky smile up at her, and at that, she had to smile back, before lowering her lips to his to claim them again. Chapter 365, Chapter Dead. Tia asked and looked over her shoulder. "Dead," Tina said and looked back over her shoulder at her sister. Around them lay the corpses of 100 priests, acolytes, and monks, a field of white robes stained red, confined in a single building. Very dead. Senna added to their answers as he strolled through the door. He let out a low whistle as their eyes shot over to him. "Mighty impressive. Nothing of value was lost, really, except for my time. You two gave me one hell of a chase. Their eyes turned to the window. Don't bother. There's no way out. I had this trap laid for you, even time turbulence can't get through that. Senna said, and picking up a rock, he threw it at the open high window. The empty air of the great cathedral rippled when the rock struck, and dropped back down to crack and roll over the stone floor of the house of worship. You used priests as bait, evil spearmen? Tia asked, her kunai dripped blood as she turned to face him. I did. I don't like priests. Every one of them I've ever seen get a look at Zeshi has called her a half-breed, an animal, or worse. They charge an arm and a leg to heal arms and legs, and make people thank them for it. Using them as bait was probably the best use they ever had, since I at least got to get even with them for all the shit they've pulled over the years. Senna said with a shrug and tapped his spear on his shoulder. Evil Mountain is dead, then? Tina asked, pursing her lips tight when she asked. Yes, it was a clean death, and she was very brave. Senna said, politely bowing his head in her memory. Tia and Tina put up their kunai into the guard position and slid their feet back against the nearest corpses, ready to rush. So, you want to go down fighting? Fine, that's not surprising. May you have better luck in the next life, Senna said, and lowered his spear, snapping it into position in front of himself, and not interrupt any more vacations. The joke fell flat, he shrugged, and charged. They moved as a perfect mirror to one another, evidently ambidextrous. Their blades went from hand to hand and they drew two more besides. His eyes, however, followed not their hands, but their shoulders. The tiny subtle motions gave away their intent, and his spear was faster than they could ever dream. Adamantite ranked without a doubt, a credit to common men. How unfortunate it is to waste them this way. He thought, and allowed them the dignity of a continued struggle. Senna's footwork was flawless. He danced atop the corpses as they struggled to get around his guard, disappearing and reappearing out of shadows, in and out of the moonlight. A torch fell from the wall and landed with a clatter as its pitch landed on the robes of a priest and caught, sending flames up within the room. The trio broke apart briefly in an unspoken truce. How fitting, your friend died amidst a burning garden of flowers, you die amidst a burning garden of corpses. Red blooms all your own. Senna said, and the twins inclined their heads in silent approval. But, since none of us are fireproof, why don't we end this? He asked, and it was clearly not an offer, merely a demand given as the fire spread from robe to robe among the corpses of the dead faithful. They jumped forward both at once, soaring above the spreading fires and above the sea of corpses. They thrust as one, a perfect team to the end, but his spear smacked both aside, then with dexterity impossible for most, he struck them both in the backs of their heads as he went past. No sooner than Senna landed than he used a burning corpse to brace himself and flipped backward, and while they were recovering, he rotated and shoved his spear through the back of the red ribbon killer. The other never said a word even though she saw her sister fall. Instead she only rushed him, grabbing the spear, and attempting to drive her kunai into his ear. Tia tasted blood on her throat, looked down, his hand was level, and pierced her throat. His handsome face was expressionless as his fist closed around her spine. She lived long enough to feel him pull, rotate, and fling her into the stone wall. It shattered, sending her corpse tumbling out into the night air. Gathering up all these priests in the name of protecting them all sure was a pain, and Dominic will be pissed, but that's just a bonus. I suppose I owe you one. He said as he walked to the hole in the wall. He put one hand on the broken stone and ducked underneath to exit the building and approach the corpse. You should be with your teammate, your sister, and if I leave you out here, Dominic will want to parade your corpse around like a trophy. I don't like that. He said and looked down at the corpse. The eyes were staring up at the stars. The pools in her eyes that must have been tears couldn't fall. They were trapped in the now hollow stare like tidal pools after the sea withdrew. You didn't say what you wanted done with your corpse, but this is what I assume you'd want. If it's not, you can correct me in the afterlife. Senna said to her, then securing his spear across his back, he crouched, picked up the corpse beneath her knees and back, and carried her back to the hole in the wall. The flames were roaring already, and glass shattered somewhere as the heat caused it to crack and burst. Rest easy. This won't hurt a bit. Senna said to the body, then tossed her close to where her sister lay. There. He said to himself and walked away from the raging conflagration in the dying temple. Now just one quick word to the local Agante signalman, and I can finally take my time off, and just in time to catch the sweet bark at its best. He licked his lips, and left the fire behind. Amidst the tumbling stone, the Hanzos moved, throwing aside corpse after corpse to select the pair they wanted. Thankfully the pair were small, and even though their skin was charring and eyes were melted and hair was aflame, that made them easy to identify. The gate opened seconds after their call, and they were in Demiurge's lab again. These are the last two, right? He asked, and the Hanzos all nodded. They are. The leader replied. Marvelous, I'm ready to try to resurrect them. If I'm right, a woven spell bound up and spiritually connected beings can enhance the power balance of the mana infusion post-morphomancy and create some greatly enhanced champions. Evil Eye was the one obstacle since she was already undead. She should become a zombie, but if I do the curse transference before the morphomancy and resurrect her before it expires, if I'm right, she should be fine, but then. Pandora's actor said he was fond of her so, something suitable to his tastes, yes. I know just the thing. The Hanzos left the Archdevil behind. He hadn't really been speaking to them anyway, only prattling on about incomprehensible things. They on the other hand, only wanted baths, and that was what they went to take, leaving the Archdevil laughing happily behind the closed-up doors of his workroom. This can't be right. Dominic's hands were trembling around the document. It can't be. He repeated. Necronodama, Pontifex Maximus of the slain Theocracy, seldom attended meetings of the cardinals, but he did today. It is. The Pontifex said, his aged face broke into a gap-toothed grin. The war is all but over. They sent that to me 3 weeks ago, and ever since then our scouts have been reporting dragons flying overhead, unbeatable monsters fending us off from the Elf Kingdom, and giant, earth-shaking explosions visible from far, far away. But Dominic frowned. You've been so caught up chasing the priest slayers with your Agante and borrowed black scripture that you haven't paid attention to anything else. We tried to get you to show up to the meetings, we tried to send you updates, but you just wouldn't listen. You must learn to control your temper. Berenice critiqued him with a click of her tongue at the end, but whether Dominic heard her or not, none of them knew. We of the Kingdom of Nazarick do declare the war upon the Kingdom of the Elves for their egregious treatment of our friend, the Queen of the Draconic Kingdom and her entourage, and will regard in like fashion in this matter, the Council and Government of the slain Theocracy, for its duration. Furthermore, we warn that encroachment on captured grounds must be granted by due authorities of the Kingdom of Nazarick wherever our banner shall fly. Dominic read it aloud and then crumpled the paper in his hand before throwing it onto the table. And you're telling me he's already won? Dominic demanded. No. There are still a few outlying areas, or so the envoy says, but they're in the hinterlands. I'm telling you the war will be over before the tournament ends. The Pontifex said matter-of-factly. Maximilian drummed his fingers on the table. So, what does this mean for our supply of slaves? If we're not taking prisoners of war anymore, that's going to really skew the market. We can still use half-elves. If we make a lot more of them, it may take time, but it's faster than waiting for a full-blooded elf to grow up, and there are a lot of slave catchers we can use if we just take them. We might have to build more fortifications to cut off escapes on the borders, but as long as we're slow, we can still gain the stock we need. Yvonne pointed out. Don't be disgusting, Yvonne. Berenice said with a sour face. Ginadine kept his face neutral. If they really do occupy it, that is, a problem. You realize the larger issue, don't you? You really think the acquisition of new labor is the problem? It isn't. Dominic asked with a furrowed brow. No, not at all. We could potentially replace wood elf slave labor with dark elf slave labor after all. Their plains are just to the north, they don't have large settlements, they're horse people. If we start moving in and building cities, we could expand all the way to the mountains if we took it slow. Ginadine pointed to the map on the wall. The problem is that we are surrounded. The Holy Kingdom has married itself to the Kingdom of Nazarick. Ainz is now a vassal state. If what we're told is true, then Queen Draudelin was rescued by the Allfather. She's basically his puppet. Demalbian was never going to be our ally. The Kingdom of Karn, we almost burned down the Queen's village and murdered her family. They were directly rescued by the Allfather. As he stated each kingdom's name, he moved his finger to point to it on the map, and it slowly became clear to the others. We are surrounded. Encircled by enemies on all sides, and thanks to Raymond's letters, we now know that Zeshi has abandoned us. Ginadine pointed out. We don't actually know that, he didn't say it directly. Berenice pointed out. He gushes over her like she's his daughter, but not one letter has mentioned her. She's gone, and if something had happened to her, he'd have said that. His very lack of mention tells us she's turned traitor. Ginadine snapped out the statement with ironclad certainty. Face facts, we are encircled by our enemies, and we can't count on the use of the Baharuth Empire's might any longer. Zeshi is probably already dead. Dominic said with a bored, bemused look on his face as he finally pulled the chair out and took a seat. I intercepted her communication with Senna and sent along her request, but it was tainted. She'll take her own life for us. And, what about Senna? Berenice demanded. You know he thinks of her like a sister, not to mention the other Black Scripture members. They won't take kindly to you having her killed if they find out. Who here is going to tell them? Dominic asked with a shrug and a smug sneer on his face, his curled lip held as his piercing eyes found one person after another, and each in turn looked away. Raymond's letters are making the rounds. It looks like he had the story copied a lot. There are underground plays going on all over the place now. Aelin and Nua actually got performed in a public park before the watch shut it down. Yvonne cracked his knuckles, and the horrors of House Hodge are such that their current heir is having to spend a fortune to keep his reputation from being completely ruined by association. We'll tell him to stop. Or just silence the elf cunt. Dominic snapped. That's your fault, Dominic, you sent her to him. Maximilian accused, what were you thinking? He was too fond of Zeshy. He actually considered her to be human. Dominic slammed his fist on the table. A spiderweb of cracks spread out from his blow when his fist connected. I figured if he had a pretty one that was compliant that it would only be a matter of time. Then he'd see eye to eye dash. You're disgusting. Berenice spat the words at him and crossed her arms. Elf or no elf, that is disgusting. Dominic glowered at her, and her gaze did not avert. Disgusting. She repeated in defiance. It happens every day, so what? We're the ones chosen by the gods. The rest are lucky they get the privilege of serving us. Raymond should have seen that. He was soft on Zeshy and I didn't want him going soft while going through those heretical kingdoms. I didn't think he'd become a heretic himself. We should have sent another representative. He was a poor choice. Dominic defended himself until his glower became sullen. The Pontifex then spoke up, more reasonably than Dominic. He said, regardless, the cat has escaped the bag and we can't catch it to put it back in. For now we'll just ban all plays and books that show the elves as anything other than villains or labor, and hope the fad just passes away. We can use criminals to help supplement the labor. And I have an idea about what to do regarding Demalbian, the beginnings of one at least. But they're so new, they may fall apart on their own. I'd rather not chance it just yet. So we've got nothing. For all this, we've got nothing. Yvonne demanded with a weary sigh. Chapter 366, Chapter. I'm free. I can hardly believe it. And, of all things, I suppose I'll have to report to him soon, to arrange travel to the Elf Kingdom, and... Nua sat at the table while Raymond went about busying himself with nothing in particular at his desk. Yes, in a few days, you'll be bound for your old home, and I'll probably be hunted by the Argante, not that they'll have much luck. Raymond said with a smirk earned over a lifetime of victories. Nua frowned, stood up, and approached him. She reached down and took his face into her hands. You really did it, you set me free. If I'd told him what you almost did, Cardinal or no, how did you know I wouldn't ask them to do anything to you? Her sky-blue eyes searched his face, and she felt the goosebumps rise beneath her fingers. I didn't. But, if you wanted to make me pay for what I'd done, what I was going to do, I couldn't refuse. You had a right to hate me. I've never been the good man I thought I was, not until recently, and nothing done in so little a time can make up for everything before it. An end by your word or your hand, how could I have said it would have been undeserved? Raymond asked the question just as he'd asked it of himself. But, your gods, your faith, even your country, not to mention your life. Isn't that extreme? Don't you? Nua didn't get to finish. Not even a little. Raymond answered. I won't live a long life, I've always known that, even by human standards, I put myself at risk too often, tempted fates, gods, and monsters for all my life. I'm lucky I made it this far. Anything beyond the day I'm living in, that's a gift. Every day I wake up, it's a surprise to me. You're worth it, even if I never see you again after you leave. I've got no regrets. You realize, you know more about me than anyone ever has. I've never spoken of some of the things I've said to you. I needed to say some of those things. And, thank you for these, even if they weren't given back on purpose. She said and wiggled her ears up and down. Being cut off from my very race, it was hard. I'm finally whole again, in every way. I'm glad. I never knew they were that significant. Raymond replied and tried to look away from her. She held him fast. Have you never touched one of my people before? Nua asked. No, other than, no. He insisted. Not even when you were younger, like revenge. Nua asked with care, if you lie to me, Raymond, I will know the truth. After my people killed the woman you loved and put her mutilated corpse in a tree, what did you do? Do you really want to know? Raymond asked. I do. I really do. You know everything about me now, and that's not fair. I can't promise I won't think differently of you, but before we part ways, I want to know what kind of men you really are. Nua said while her heart began to thud. When she died, no. When we found what was left of her. I was angry. I ran from my unit, not away, but I went on the hunt. I stalked the woods and killed some of those elves who had been hunting us. I might have been killed then too, but I was rescued, pulled out of danger, then I went back to the city. And I. Raymond swallowed the lump in his throat. I got drunk. I crawled into a bottle laced with black dust, and I practically lived in it for a year, maybe more. Raymond pursed his lips. Do you know what black dust does? What makes it so dangerous? I know about it. The trade is almost non-existent in the Theocracy though, messes with the head, it creates hallucinations, feelings of pleasure. One of the lords I used to serve, about 100 years or so ago, he baked it into cakes to enhance the pleasure of sex. Nua acknowledged, and when she slid her arms around his head, he explained. More than that, it takes away who you were, who you are. It can even take memories. I diluted the stuff with liquor, and drank until I forgot her face. I forgot her face and I still can't remember it. I remember all the things we did, all the things we shared. But the sound of her voice, her face. I erased it, her. So, when I leave, and we're parted, what are you going to do? Are you going to erase me? Nua asked, his head was warm to the touch. No. He is warm. She corrected herself. No. I made that mistake once, I don't want to forget this, to forget you, and I can't get lost in a bottle. I have work to do, I have to undo what we've done, I have to save your people from my country and my country from itself. When you leave, I'm going to get really, really drunk. But when I leave, when I go back to my homeland, I'll be sober and sharp as my knives, ready to work again. I can promise you that. Nua. He said with resolve and looked up, but not for long, as she crouched down. I've never done this before. Not even with Aelin. I loved him. But he was after all, my master's son, and though he was shy and reticent, I could see he thought of me as his. If I'd been less naive then, if I knew what lay in store, I would have been repulsed. Her body quivered as she took Raymond's wrists in her slender fingers. But you're different. So different that it's hard to believe you're even human. Raymond's mouth opened. Nua, what dash? Shoo. I want to do this while I'm brave enough. She answered and their lips snapped shut at the same moment, her ears moved up and down once more, and she brought his hands to them. I've never offered that touch to anyone before, after they were taken, there was no way for me to give it, they were gone, so, you're my first. Nua whispered and lowered her eyes as blissful feelings caused her body to shiver, adding ecstasy to her tight-strung nerves. Nua, I was going to dash, Raymond whispered, everything in him told him to pull his hands away, to yank his fingers away like they would burn if he let them linger, but he couldn't, he didn't. No, you weren't, you couldn't. I thought maybe, but you couldn't. If that were all, I would have put your hands there now, but this is my choice. I'm free, and I want this before we go our separate ways. She closed her eyes and shivered as the ecstasy built in her body. Do they feel good to you? Yes. Like silk, with the give and warmth of rising bread and yet, firm, smooth. He couldn't stop his stroking motion, and she tittered while looking down. Like rising bread, you know how to make a girl feel special. I've never heard that one before. She chuckled a little more and she could feel his blush. I don't know how to say. Raymond started and Nua kept her ears fixed in his hands when she looked up at him. You don't say. You just act. Like this. Nua said, but as she brought her head towards him, he was doing the same down toward her, their lips locked in a kiss as they rose to their feet. They didn't remove clothing as tender lovers, but tore it apart. Her hands ripped away his fine robe as his fingers tore away the laced-up shirt to expose her breasts, and he brought his lips down to feast on them. They stumbled toward the bed, and she shouted as he landed on her, kiss them. Kiss them. With a human woman he would have thought something more, but with her, he knew she meant what she counted to be far more intimate, and brought his lips to the tip of her left ear, her entire body bucked underneath him. To his surprise, she was far stronger than he thought, and it was only being entwined with her that kept him from being cast away. He nibbled, licked, and traced his way over her left ear, and then went to the right. My neck, kiss my neck. She angled her head to expose her naked throat, and he kissed the place where her collar once lay. She moaned and roamed her hands over his body. He was, despite his years as a human, clearly a hardened warrior still. Muscle ran up and down his length, every inch of him was hard, save for his lips, which he pressed to her with loving firmness and hungry passion. Her breasts crushed against his chest as her legs hooked behind his thighs and her hands went to his broad back to dig into the skin there. She began to tease at his shaft, her own body already prepared, slick, wet, and wanting, his beard added to the way he felt, like little bristles teasing at her sensitive skin. He wasn't within her yet, but the promise from them both was there, the way their bodies came closer and closer to connecting. Nua. 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 He gasped out her name each time he felt her nether lips pressed to the head of his shaft. Now, tell me. I know it, so tell me. She moaned, say it. Please. Whether it was a request, or a plea, or a want or a desire or an urgent need, he knew exactly what she meant the moment she said it, no matter how he denied it. As if he was dying, every single instant from first meeting and first pity, from his first shame to his last bliss and regret, passed before his eyes, and he couldn't deny it to himself any longer. I love you. He shouted it, and she drew him in, slowly at first to savor the feel, she called out. Again. Say it again. I love you. I love you. He cried out as he felt her body engulf him to the last. He couldn't say it again as her lips captured his and they began to rock back and forth, driving flesh to flesh in nature's oldest dance and strongest magic. Before her eyes, as before his, every moment passed as well. When did he love me? When did I love him? Was it when he turned against his friends, his country, his gods? Was it before? Was it the moment he sold himself to set me free? There was no answer to those questions that she'd asked herself as the memories replayed until they became only distant background in the primal dance and ecstasy drove her away. He treated her most sensitive places with both hunger and affection, drawing himself out of her to take his mouth on a journey through the valley of her breasts and down to her quivering sex. His lips parted hers and latched and his tongue teased and taunted before his lips latched onto her clit, and her back arched. And her cries woke most of the hotel before she grabbed him by the hair on his head and yanked him back up to her mouth and forced him to silence her. When at last she felt him draw near to the edge, near to a climax of his own, she slammed herself against him as hard as she could, tightened her body's hold on him, and whispered breathily into his ear, "Do it." He groaned, his warmth flowing into her drained him more than 100 battles. He began to relax, resting on her chest until his manners returned and he rolled off of her. A gentleman to the last. She laughed and wiped her forehead clean of sweat. "Hey, is this really the time for laughter?" he asked. "There's none better. Now, come a little closer, let's get some sleep, there's a lot to do tomorrow and we both need to be well rested for it." Nua said and inched herself closer so that he was spooning her. She pulled his arm on top of her like a blanket, and they lay that way until sleep took them both. Chapter 367, Chapter. Zeshi woke up early, before Brain, before Layali. The sun wasn't even up, the stars were still visible. Her skin felt a tingle, a pull urging her somewhere. She dressed in silence, taking only an extra moment to put on her sword, then ventured out. Her body felt light, ghost-like, and though she walked one foot in front of the other, it felt more like she was gliding, an airy call to her form, guided by the prickling tingle on her skin and telling her when she was going the right direction. Down the stairs and down the hall, she was alone, a light fog over her mind that, though it didn't keep her from her awareness, made it all more dreamlike, distant, as if she were watching herself and operating her own body as if it were a puppet. "Whose door is this?" she wondered when her hand went up to shoulder height and knocked. "Come in, I've been waiting for you," the soft voice within said, and thus invited, Zeshi reached for the handle, opened it, and passed through to the other side. The tingle in her skin faded away, and the distant foggy feeling went with it. Why am I here?" Zeshi reached up to her head and touched her skull through her strands of thick black hair. "What was that?" "It's Shrine Maiden's call, and I am a Shrine Maiden. I can maiden any old shrine I like, and priestess so hard I'd convert rocks if I wanted to." She gave a silly grin and a wink to the half-elf, and Zeshi cocked her head. "Say what now?" Zeshi asked. "I'd better go. Layali wouldn't be happy if you did. I'm Oriole Omega, by the way." The red and white clad girl bent slightly forward at the waist, but Zeshi froze, her hand squeezed the metal handle, crushing it in her grip. "What do you know about my Layali?" Zeshi asked through gritted teeth. "That she loves you very, very much, and is terrified that you'll die out there. She's terrified for both you and her papa, Brain." Oriole Omega said, and Zeshi's hand on the door handle began to relax. "She offered a great deal to me in exchange for my help, a very great deal. And now I'm going to fulfill my part of the bargain." Oriole Omega added. "Bargain?" Zeshi asked with a steady stare. "Yes. Bargain. All you have to do is stand there, and then all you have to do is say nothing." Oriole Omega promised, and drew out her wooden sword. Zeshi stood still, braced and ready for an attack, but instead the curious maiden withdrew by a step, then two, and then a faint hint of musical notes began to play from somewhere. The Shrine Maiden's feet began to move in a complex dance, her swaying hips, hair, and rising feet moved in a multitude of pirouettes, and then, it was done. She rose to her feet, and gestured to the door. "There, you can go." Oriole Omega said, "I doubt we'll meet again for some time, and I'm sure you've got questions, but those can wait, just trust me, you'll understand what happened here, soon enough." The woman's hand came up and her fingers wiggled out of sync in a curious sort of farewell wave, and Zeshi, unsure of what else she could even do in such a situation, left the room the way she'd come, and made her way to the arena. Why she didn't go back to Brain and Layali was something she couldn't quite answer. The chill of the early morning air, the fog amidst the darkness, the world itself concealed its emptiness from her. Though the temperatures were nothing she couldn't handle, nonetheless Zeshi rubbed her biceps with her hands, her long hair dangling and dancing behind her, every step carrying her ever closer to a lifetime's wish, and nobody was there to see it. The chilly morning left goosebumps on her skin long before she reached her destination, and at such an early hour, nobody was at the arena either. Even though it took plenty of time to get there, not so much as a guard was present. I suppose that's no surprise. Who is going to steal used practice swords and hunks of wooden or metal men? There's nothing here of value until people show up, she told herself as she walked beneath the great high stone arches. Her footfalls echoed as the darkness became pitch-like, hidden from the stars with only the breeze at her back to keep her company, the breeze, and her thoughts. How many years has it been? Zeshi tried to recall as her foot tapped along the stone until she reached the sands. I was younger than Layali when I promised my mother I would kill my father. I'm sure of that. But how much? As she tallied the days of her more than 100-year lifespan, the years back became a blur, her isolation from the world made so much of it blend together. Zeshi had to wonder, what if I'm older than I think I am? Nobody had celebrated her birthday after she was removed from her mother, not until Raymond became her handler. What a ridiculous sight that was. She chuckled a little as she went to take position on the sands as if her father were already there. The hard-bitten black scripture head, carrying a lemon cake, and Senna, handing her the little cube with different colors on it. How many times did I play with that stupid thing, and I never once got close to solving it? The years of revenge fantasies punctuated by monster hunts and living in shadows never weighed on her before, but now, having been out in the world, and traveling with Brain and Layali, she knew. I can't go back to that life. I can't, and I won't. She told herself, the other thoughts that troubled her began to fade away with fresh resolve, and though she still had no idea why she'd come all this way at such an early hour, she was content to wait and watch the stars. Her eyes turned up to watch the passing of night until the sun began its slow march across the sky. The crowd began to fill the arena shortly after first light. The sea of faces and cacophony of voices was enough to make her ears twitch with mild annoyance. Humans are loud. Very loud. Notably though, there were some non-humans in the mix, foreigners who came to watch a historical event. On one level it marked the significance of the duel in the eyes of the world around them, on the other it also marked the weakness of the empire in its current state that it would allow races normally considered dangerous to enter without argument. Beastmen, orcs, even a few trolls took seats. I suppose that means there will be stronger races fighting today now that the scrubs are all gone. It was a passing, dismissive thought. There was only one thing Zeshi wanted, and it would likely prompt the other fighters to put down some extra coin on reinforcing their groin armor before they faced her on the sands. As if the floodgates opened, the seats were quickly filled, but Zeshi had eyes for only one spot before the match began. She scanned the crowd, and then saw them. Brain was holding Layali on his shoulders and they were waving down to her ecstatically. He had his broad, charming, roguish smile on his face, and it only then occurred to her. I can't remember the last time I objected when people thought I was his wife. Not in any of the stops since they were in the town with that cursed orphanage. It wasn't, to her mind at least, an unpleasant thought. Though he was weaker in combat, he was stronger in his understanding of the world, and he lavished affection on the little half-elf that had effectively become a daughter. If I met someone stronger, would I want to leave? The question stuck in her mind while she waved back. The sick and twisted answer she came up with was, like my mother, it wouldn't matter. The sense of herself that others considered twisted, a seeming willingness to mate with anyone who could defeat her, was laid bare as she tried to imagine herself willingly walking away from them both. I've just been playing a game with myself, pretending I would be consenting when I've just been finding a way to cope with the nightmarish reality of my mother's life, her nightmares, her reticence when touching my ears. Oh, I'll have the child of any male who can defeat me, when I really just assumed I'd go through my mother's experience. It was a grim thought, and not the first time she held it, but as she watched the couple waving from the stands and she tried to imagine someone defeating her, and then walking away from the two, she couldn't. No way. She told herself, and with a smile on her face, she waved back at them both. I'm not going anywhere. She resolved without any further doubts, and waited. The Elf King loved the sound of his walking. The world shook when he strolled to relieve himself, his foes quaked when he yawned. His will was their dreams and his rhythm the dictate of the lives of those who were lucky he let them live to serve him. Around him the stone of the arena quaked. He did nothing to disguise his footfalls, nothing to soften his step, and if the stone fell, then that was just a consequence of their pathetic efforts at building things that were impressive. The light of day opened up to him when he stepped onto the sands. The very first of his opponents would be a woman, that was his instruction. A lucky woman who will bear my child, and I will make it right then and there on the sands. A sound slap of my hand, and when she falls, I will have her. The annoyance he felt at losing his servants and toys was still grating, insulting, and above all, a mystery that taunted him because of its familiarity. Just like that time, the Nines came to me to take my prisoners and used undead to distract me before setting them free, then. The memory of dying, blacking out, then waking up again and his prisoners back where they were, but not the same. So strange, but I never forgot them. He ignored the words of whatever bothersome speaker was up there, barely responding other than to raise his fist when his title was used, until. No. He is not the Elf King. He is the Elf Peasant. He has no kingdom now. The voice of the shouter was tantalizingly familiar. The whelp. That brat, no, her mother. He licked his lips. The Draconic Queen was the one he wanted to breed. He whirled and faced the stands and there she was, an adult woman, ripe, and not bad to look at. He felt himself harden with desire, but her words brought only confusion. Do you remember me, elf peasant? She shouted from the stands, and shrank. Tricked. You tricked me. How dare you? He bellowed. The brat wasn't the daughter, but the woman he sought. Your kingdom has fallen. It is now under the reign of my lord, Ainz Olgown of the kingdom of Nazarick, father to all and master of nations. She shouted down at him, and the name caused the elf king to freeze even in his anger. You might know me by another name. A man shouted from beside her, I beat you before, I and my friends. I'm sure you heard it. I'm sure you heard someone say, Mamanga, a towering man in rich royal robes shouted. The elf king processed it all. He took my kingdom, he took my servants, it has to be him. Mamanga. Nines, perhaps it was Ainz, it's all him. 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 The elf king bellowed and jumped from the ground with a roar, leaping toward the dais where his prey had gone to hide, his arms stretched out and fingers grasping ready to close around his stolen plaything. Draudelin's heart sang when she watched the shock on the elf king's face, his dismay, his disbelief, his rage and confusion. At her left stood her lord to whom she had surrendered herself and her people in trust of all their security. And true to the predictions of the master of Nazarick, her god, the elf king reacted with violence. His leap brought cries of fear and shock and awe all at once to the crowd. But then, the elf king was unable to land. Ainz's arm was outstretched, his fingers were closed around the elf king's throat. The behemoth of an elf was every bit as large as Draudelin remembered, but now he dangled helplessly. And Ainz's kingly voice projected out for all the world to hear. You don't do that to my servants. His free hand was slapping. Just slapping, back and forth across the elf king's face as if he were slapping a misbehaving schoolboy who had gone too far with his bullying ways. The elf king gurgled and raged, his face was turning purple and his hands clawing at the Allfather's wrists. You don't do that to my friends. He bellowed the words and continued the assault, every single slap cracked like thunder as the elf king's face began to bruise and bleed, and before the sight of all nations, the elf king was simply, flatly, bitch-slapped until his strength was gone. Now go down there and die. Ainz yelled, and raising the monstrous elf up, he flung his arm down and sent the body to crash into the sands and shake the whole of the arena. Silence befell the whole of the sight, the elf king appeared to be alive, but, groaning. Finally a speaker's voice called out. As the injury was not sustained during an official duel, it is the ruling of the arbiters of the tournament that the elf king should be healed and allowed to fight. As if that had been the question, but nobody seemed inclined to question it. A healer approached over the sands at a steady jog, cast their spell, and turned to flee before the injured would-be combatant could rise. You're having a bad day, father. Zeshi spat as the elf king began to get to his feet. That made him pause and look at her. He had many children, but none that he knew of looked like her. You are. He began and she confirmed it with a nod. You kidnapped my mother from the slain Theocracy. You ruined her life, and now I'm here to make you pay. You will not enjoy this, and I won't be done quickly, but it won't matter, because you will not survive. Zeshi hawked her spit the way Brain showed her, and launched it past her lips to land directly in his eye. He snarled and wiped it away, casting the fluid down to wet the sands. Bitch, daughter or not, you're going to breed me strong children, and they'll know their places, and they'll give me the world. He bellowed his furious proclamation, but though the crowd was muted and horrified by the bellow, Zeshi was nonplussed. I am not your prey. You are mine. She said and drew her sword. No sooner than she did so, than power raced through her veins, far more than she'd ever felt in her body before. The former elf king used every skill he had and Zeshi could feel him activating them all. So slow. She thought, it seemed absurd on its face. His arm sailed past her as she stood aside, she looked down at it, watching it move like molasses running downhill. I wonder. She asked herself, and reached for his fist. She opened his fingers, and then bent two of them backwards, snapping them at the bone. She broke two more, then the last. Then spun behind him and slashing her sword, she struck his Achilles tendons. Then all was at a normal speed again, and he shouted in pain as he stumbled and fell to the sands. Pathetic. Zeshi said, and kicked him in his ass, sending him tumbling head over heels and heels over head in a steady roll that stopped only when he cracked the stone wall of the arena. The crowd was on its feet, cheering as the self-proclaimed villain was being demolished. I owe you a lot of pain, you son of a bitch. Zeshi shouted and sprinted over to where he lay. She yanked his golden hair and put her foot on his back, she heard the crack of bone within as he struggled, his arms could not however, reach behind him well, nor could he twist under the pressure she was applying. Bitch. He hissed, she took her foot from his back, and swung him by his hair back the way he'd come, tumbling over the sands and battering his body with the ground itself. She chased after his tumbling body, and did not allow him to come to a halt a second time. Her hand snatched his ankle, and she began to swing him like a club. She watched his teeth scatter as they were knocked out of his head, sent flying like little white pearls to disappear in the sands as his fearsome face became a bloody ruin. Her arm swung him cleanly overhead, back and forth, as if the world were a drum and she a drummer. His left arm was the first to break, with bone tearing through flesh, his right quickly followed. Not yet. It's not over yet. The cheers of the crowd were muted, so he heard her words and felt the blow when her fist connected with his crotch, blood fountained out of his mouth, mixed with the foul taste of vomit, and to his horror, her fingers closed around his manhood and tore. She held his favorite toy above her head like a trophy, dripping blood and pent-up fluids to the sand. He finally cried out in pain. I suppose this is going to end quicker than I hoped, but all good things must come to an end. Zeshi said as he lay broken at her feet. If there was a bone in his body that wasn't turned to powder, she wasn't aware of it. Since you like splitting legs open, let's see what all the fuss is about. Zeshi said, and before he could protest, she dropped his manhood, stomped on it, and grabbed his thighs with her bloody hands. Her fingers were worse than steel as they dug into his muscle, and she began to pull them in different directions. The first tear was audible only to she and he, but then it was clear, obvious, and heard by all as his body was torn in half at the thighs. He had enough life and air left for one single scream, and it was done. The Elf King was in two pieces, torn ragged and unevenly from thighs to chest, a ruined mess only barely identifiable as once having been a man at all. My mother is now avenged. Zeshi said to herself, and so are the rest of his unfortunate victims. There's only one enemy left. The ones who are keeping my family members as slaves. She turned her eyes up to the dais. The Allfather's power was obvious beyond measure, and yet he hadn't chosen to compete. The woman, the priestess or shrine maiden, she did this to me, even as strong as I was never that strong. What did she do? What did Layali offer her? With the cathartic sense of peace settling over her with the end of a lifelong desire, the mystery remained and some concern with it. Why would they help me? They don't know me, so why? It was a question that demanded an answer, but it would have to wait, for now, she had somewhere else to be, and two people waiting for her there. And with that thought, she walked away from the lumps of meat she left behind, giving an apologetic nod to the unfortunate foursome who rushed past her to clean up the mess. Chapter 368, Chapter. Can I look now, Papa? Layali asked. Her eyes were still concealed by Brain's hands, but she stood with barely concealed patience, her fingers over his thumb, trying in futility to move his hands aside. Not yet. Brain said, when your mama gets back. He answered, and though he could feel her pout, he only pursed his lips and waited patiently while the runners shoveled the remnants of the elf peasant onto the wooden sled and hauled it away. All that remained of the former Elf King was bloody sand that other fighters would step on and scatter around, or wash off their bodies and down the drains in the baths of the arena's undercroft. When Zeshi returned, Brain removed his hands from Layali's eyes. Very impressive. He said, were you always that strong? He asked her and silently thanked the gods he did not believe in, that her kick to his ribs had not exploded his body. No. She frowned. It was like opening up my potential, I think. I think I tasted what my peak could be like. It was definitely me, but me, unlocked. She said in a reverential whisper. She turned her thoughts back to the morning's events and watched as the next matches unfolded. A large, brown, armored troll entered the arena. On his shoulder he carried a great club the size of a tree and with a single solid iron ball at the head, a grip made with so much leather it had to have taken up the skin of an entire cow. He shook the ground around him as he walked. Troll Prince, Gaka. The troll announced himself, and clad in scale armor over his arms and torso, and with a metal skirt of banded bars hanging down around his legs secured to a metal belt that went up to his belly button, it was hard to doubt his title. The trolls in the audience cheered as his opponent entered the arena. A Ligear man, broad and white-furred, great jaws open to show off that his teeth were capped with jagged metal above and below. His tail lashed at his back, across his chest he wore a breastplate of white, and to his thighs were strapped interlocking greaves through which bits of fur still stuck. His mane bunched around his head, and though he towered half again over any human and was twice as broad, he was only 2/3 the height or width of the troll prince. Raisinma. Devorian champion, cousin of Timna, champion of the Tlaumok. The handful of bejeweled beastmen in the crowd cheered their champion, and glared at the trolls, who glared back with the same ferocity. The troll prince raised his club above his head, and the Ligear man raised both his fists. Their roars drowned out the cheers of the crowd. They paced themselves at a distance, and when the signal came, they charged at one another. The Ligear man was clearly a monk, while the troll clearly a paladin, and the two began throwing martial arts back and forth. The troll proved quicker than should have been possible, rolling away from the Ligerman's thick fists and slashing claws, and charging in, arms pumping back and forth to leap toward the Ligear man. Raisinma, unable to escape fast enough, brought up both his hands and caught the mace before it could connect, and sand blew up in such a quantity that it was impossible for anyone not up high to see the clash which followed. But it could be heard. Gwah. The shouted chorus might have been a duet of music as the two clashed in perfect harmony. The troll prince used smite again and again, only for the monk to use his tranquility of water to avoid each blow and create great gaps, holes, in the sand from the force of the scattering blows. Raisinma's fists came for the areas exposed by the armor, forcing Gaka on the defensive where it was hardest, down below. His metal-armored skirt good for swings but bad against jabs. As soon as the first blow connected and the prince brought back his wounded thigh, the struggle began to change. The troll prince, for perhaps the first time in his life, faced an opponent that was too fast for himself and could pierce his thick hide. Worse, his great height worked against him. He had to bring his club down farther and faster, and the Ligear man had plenty of time to avoid blows and come back in again. The crowd was on its feet, roaring and cheering. Human, elf, dwarf, orc, nobody cared anymore. It was the bloodlust and vigor of battle, and it was on every head, young and old, as the champions struggled to find a way to overcome the other. The two finally split, with the Ligear man springing back out of reach of what might have proved a killing blow, and the troll was slow to raise his club. The two were breathing hard, chests rising and falling, gulping air and their bodies shaking with the tension. Sweat was dripping down the thick troll hide. The mace did not continue to rise, and Raisinma did not charge in. It was a brief, unspoken truce. Trolls can fight like beastmen. Raisinma breathed out. Beastmen can fight like trolls. Gaka answered back. Ready? Raisinma asked and rose up. Gaka nodded and raised his club the rest of the way. To the end this time? He suggested. Yes. Raisinma answered, and the pair charged again. A bellowing roar of warriors brought the pair close, and the seemingly wild blows began again. The Ligear man monk's blows seemed at last to slow just a hair, and in that moment, Gaka did the unexpected. He used his free hand to grab Raisinma's mane and haul the Ligear man off his feet, his mace coming up and ready for the killing blow. Then Raisin did the unexpected. He swung himself up to the arm which held him, locked his legs around the bicep, and arched himself, snapping the arm at the elbow. Gaka howled and lost his grip, and Raisinma dropped, crouched, and jumped to the staggering giant troll. His jaw closed over the troll prince's face, and he bit down. The thick skull cracked, and the troll prince fell limp. Raisinma raised his fists and roared as red blood dripped from his teeth before he pointed to the limp form. He lives. He will fight again. Raisinma said, and the roar of the crowd redoubled as they found a favorite. When Raisinma was gone, and the crowd had gone silent, and when the troll prince was healed before he limped away in defeat, it was a human who entered the arena. Gustave Montaigne of the Roble Holy Kingdom. The head of the Paladin Order raised his sword as he entered, and cheers went up. The light glinted off of his white and blue armor. His broad body and perfect stance made him appear the epitome of Paladin ideals. But within, he could only feel his heart pound. A good showing to restore our dignity as a nation, that is all we need. He told himself, and sheathed his blade when the roar of the crowd faded. And his opponent entered after, Cerebrate. Man of no country. The knight shouted his name, but Brain didn't need to hear it, neither did Layali. She wet herself immediately and began to cry, Mama, Papa, don't let him get me, please don't let him see me, please don't let Master get me again. She whimpered and blubbered and rushed to hide behind Brain and Zeshi. That's him, is it? Zeshi asked with gritted teeth. Her hand went behind Brain to stroke Layali's back. Don't worry, he won't survive much longer. He won't. We won't let him. He'll never touch you again. No, he won't. Brain crossed his arms and glared at the knight. He dies today. He squared himself in front of the little half-elf who wept into his back. Chapter 369, Chapter. Gustave faced his opponent, drew his sword, and the pair began to clash. Gustave fought as a paladin, with broad, heavy slashes, his emblazoned cloak flapping in the breeze behind him, while Cerebrate fought as a knight, with more straight thrusts to force Gustave to withdraw. They circled one another in battle pulses, coming together for an exchange of blows, their armor fending off what their swords could not. The clang of metal on metal was the only noise there was between the two as the crowd picked sides for their favorite. Kalka bit her lip and without thinking, reached for her husband's hand. He squeezed it. I shouldn't have brought him. I shouldn't have told him to do this. After everything we went through. You disrespect his choice. Nia asked from where she stood, her hands folded behind her lower back. Her tail danced in time with the blows. She didn't look at her counterpart, but the rebuke was obvious. Queen Baraja. Ainz quipped, he is a loyal servant to your ally. His rebuke to her rebuke did not move the dragonid queen. That is why I say it, Allfather. None of you can understand what is happening down there as I do. She said with icy calm as she watched the sword narrowly miss Gustave's eye and leave a bloody streak on his cheek instead. He backed away and wiped it away with a growl before he renewed his struggle against Cerebrate. Nia looked over to Kalka then and said, you may have given the order, Holy Queen, but I knew Gustave. He's the one who sentenced me to die. To you he was a friend, to me, first he was a commander, then he was an executioner. He knew my trial was corrupt, but he looked me in the eye, and sentenced me to die in that horrific way. He listened to my screams and did nothing to save me. When you rejected my parents' plea for leniency, I forgave you because you were ignorant of the true corruption. I can never forgive him though, and that's why he's here. Because he can't forgive himself. Kalka paled, but I issued pardons for everybody who confessed their crimes and made restitution. We've been rebuilding our homes, our kingdom, making things right, the purity movement. Gustav has worked closely with the priests since we embraced it. Do you think that means anything to someone who lived on principle their whole life? Nia asked and waved toward the sands of the arena. Yes, he's going to do what you said and enhance your nation's reputation, but he's going to atone too. I've seen it on enough faces to know the look. His quietness, from the very start of our journey I had my suspicions. But this removes all doubt. The wounds on Gustav were starting to add up. His ear was gone, one eye was shut, and though Cerebrate had his marks, it became ever more obvious that Gustav was at a disadvantage that was only growing. Cerebrate seemed to be waiting for a concession, and drew back an extra step. You can't be serious. Kalka cried and shot to her feet. Death. That's stupid. We need him. He's our friend, the head of our paladin order. I didn't want him to fight to the death. Just showcase our strength. Her voice began to rise in pitch and she rushed toward the rail, her fingers closed over the ledge. She leaned over. Give in. Your queen orders you to concede. She shouted, but over the noise of the crowd there was little chance that she would be heard so far down below. If he heard her, he ignored her, and charged against Cerebrate again. Ainz was quick to follow his wife, rising to his feet and putting hands on her shoulders as if afraid she might tumble over the edge. Swords flew back and forth and, now that Queen Baraja pointed it out, it was obvious. It wasn't that he was reckless, it was that he was heedless. His strikes were flawless, but his care for his own injuries and the preservation of his own life was completely gone, and when he landed a blow against Cerebrate's chest after a dangerous gamble and sent the knight of the Draconic Kingdom tumbling backward, he squared himself off, revealing the multitude of wounds to his face, and trailing blood into the dry sands to soak them through and through. The resolve of the Holy Kingdom cannot be stopped by anything but victory or death. Get up, Cerebrate. Gustav shouted it like an order, and Cerebrate complied. You're insane. Cerebrate accused his opponent, leveling his sword at Gustav, with both men breathing hard. He spat into the sand and said, You can't win. I got you twice in the gut. I don't even have to kill you, just hold you off and you'll die. Gustav grinned, his pearl-white teeth stained with his own blood. That's why you're afraid. Because we're not. We don't know the meaning of fear anymore. He proclaimed and leveled his sword at his side, and with a thunderous battle cry his feet carried him forward over the sands toward his waiting enemy. Fuck, he's suicidal. Cerebrate muttered. Knight's charge, he used one more martial art, and sped toward his enemy. A direct charge was a knight's best weapon, and Gustav seemed to have played into it. Still, ever cautious, Cerebrate watched for trickery, and found none. His sword sank into Gustav's guts for a third time, their shoulders crashed together with a clang of battered metal on battled metal, and Cerebrate felt the man fall limp. Gustav looked up to the dais where his queen stood, her face was clear to him, or so he thought. I wonder if I'm imagining it. No, she probably is distressed. I've been part of her life for as long as she's been on the throne, if not as close as Remedios, but this is how it has to end, the reputation of my kingdom. Nobody will think us weak now, with my death, our names are made. And, fuck, this really does hurt worse than I thought. Gustav groaned and felt his body thud down to the ground. The roar of the crowd went up, and his killer stepped out of view. With Cerebrate out of the way, the sun smacked Gustav's eyes, blinding him to the blue of the sky. There was no rest of the world, and he could no longer feel the sand beneath him, nor the weight of his body. He then closed his eyes, and opened them no more. Job well done. He thought, and that was that. Chapter 370, Chapter. Nua's heart immediately raced and her eyes snapped open when she awoke to feel the hand on her breast. No. She cried inside her mind when she felt her nakedness and the form of a male body nestled against her from behind. Then it all came back, the sleepy fog of dreams lifted like the morning haze, her eyes eased close again, far slower than they opened a moment before. Am I? Was that a dream too? She asked herself, and reached up to touch her throat to find her collar was gone. The skin there wasn't exactly smooth, the long years of wearing leather and metal against her, sometimes loose enough to be forgotten, sometimes so tight that every swallow of food reminded her of her status, but now, it was gone. He kissed my throat, a human, it was 2 humans who saw me set free. I never would have imagined that. And yes, all that really did happen. She interlocked her fingers with his and closed them together, then felt his body stir against her own. Good morning. He said to her, and she made to roll onto her back while he gave her space. Nua half expected a lecherous face, the existential dread of finding a second Lord Hodge came up, and then was gone. There was only care on his face, his rough brown beard framed a tender smile traced out of his lips. Are you, okay? He asked, and she relaxed, Inching herself closer to him, she put a hand up to his chest and traced her palm over the skin there. Her ears gave him a teasing wiggle. I am, and so are we, but before we go any further, there are two things I need to know. He kept silent, waiting in expectation. Last night, I know you felt by touch what I've always kept hidden. The entire point was to make it so ugly that I prefer to be on my back, so ugly even some overseers pitied me and were relatively gentle in their overseeing me. I can never get rid of it. It's part of me now. If you really want me to stay with you, before we have to part, and I speak for the Allfather, and maybe after when things are peaceful, I have to know you can look at me without revulsion. If you can't, nothing about last night changes, I'll remember it happily. If you can. She sighed. Fuck, I'm just rambling. She cursed herself and flung the blanket aside and rolled to the left over onto her belly so that the entire back of her body was exposed. The flesh ripped up and down her back had become just what his touch told him, mountains and valleys of bulbous, ridged scar tissue. Nua lay her head on the pillow and looked away from him, toward the door to the room. Even Aelin didn't like to look at this. She said in a still, quiet whisper, most of it. Hodge did, most of it. But not all. No, not all. I was always good, I never fought, I just wanted to be happy, this is what made him happy. Now this art of his is his legacy. She said, and groaned, I'm rambling again, fuck. She felt his hand on her back, his fingers spread open, tracing over each ridge and valley where flesh and bone had once torn open, only to heal with slowness and pain. Raymond? She asked, and then closed her lips, when she felt his. His lips kissed a ridge over her back, and then the valley beside it. You don't, wait. Nua's ears went down. You're not one of those perverts who get off to the grotesque, are you? She asked. She felt him laugh as he straddled her lower body, it shook the bed a little, and another little kiss came down to another mark. No. No, I'm not. But this is just an unkissed part of you, an untouched part, whether it is here, or not here, can be taken away and renewed, or is yours forever, it's part of you now, so of course he stopped, and kissed another spot. So you don't mind them. I admit I didn't expect this. Not even tears, or sympathy, or dash. Nua's ears went down again, I'm not sure how to take that. I've got a fair few myself, I was a black scripture, and scars mean strength, scars mean you survived. We of the black don't mind scars. I'm not a pervert, as you put it. But this dash, he traced his hands over her hardened flesh, is strength proven. And for the rest, would you really want that, from anyone, especially from me? He asked and flopped beside her again. No, I suppose not. Nua said and rolled away so that she could face him. But, as much as I'd like to stay and enjoy you more, you were sent here to watch the fighting in the arena and learn about whoever would become the new emperor, not to lie in bed all day drinking wine and being debauched. Raymond laughed when her ears wiggled in opposite directions of one another, a crude imitation of thrust and counter-thrust. I suppose not. He answered, we'll go and observe, and when the time comes. We go our separate ways, for a little while at least. Nua said and put her fingers over his lips just as they began to move, their eyes bound each other as if by magic. But whether we meet again or not, I know I want to. However, there was the second thing. She added a second finger to the covering of his lips. The man you call a friend, he is a monster. It wasn't even about enjoying what he did, for him, it was a religious duty to make sure I was broken. He will never let your country change, not as long as he lives. Kill him. Kill Cardinal Dominic. Give me his head on a silver platter, so that there is only one man alive who knows my body. Will you do that for me, human who says he loves me? Nua asked and brought her lips close to his, dragging her fingers down from his lips to allow him to speak again. No cardinal has killed another cardinal in 600 years, does she know what she's asking me to do? He wondered, but he could see in her eyes that she did. Are you asking for it as a wedding gift? Raymond asked. She was silent. Your faith prohibits you from marrying me. She argued. I gave away my soul already. Raymond answered, and then pressed, or do I ask too much? Even by human standards, that is, hasty. Nua felt her breath cast every word with the haste of a stone from a sling. If I'm going to go as far as that, there is only one reason good enough, and life is short, maybe even shorter than usual for someone in our positions. So, your answer? He asked her. Nua gave a tiny nod, then covered his lips with hers and ruined their plans to leave bed quickly. The fights went on in match after match, though few of the bouts were lethal, Kalka saw none of them. I let this happen. I shouldn't have brought him, he might have planned this from the very beginning. He didn't just die, he died for something. The Wolf Queen came over to her and put a hand on Kalka's shoulder. He sacrificed himself to promote the strength and will of your country. And what a promotion it was. Queen Draudolin remarked, no set of cheers has been as big as that one, not yet, He helped you avoid my fate, be grateful to him. Grateful? Kalka asked, looking up and casting an angry gaze toward the draconic queen. She's right. Albedo acknowledged, her hand lingering over her swollen belly. Before, your son would have been the scion of a broken kingdom rebuilt by a charitable marriage. People from as far away as the Beastmen Triumvirate have come here to fight and watch, and before their eyes, your men showed that his homeland produces stubborn, worthy warriors. If not for his sacrifice, people who spoke of your kingdom would only speak of it as a broken place that barely survived a war against itself, whose soldiers would surrender to save their lives. I don't believe they'll speak poorly of your country now. Ainz remained studiously quiet, so much to learn still. So much to learn. He kept his sigh confined to himself and did the one thing he could think to do. He agreed with the others. They do sound right, I think. He assumed, and finally found his voice. They're right. He said. As our lord no doubt knew. The Golden Queen added in. Sad as it is, it had meaning. She reached up and dabbed her eyes with a little white cloth, appearing to all those present as if she were a distraught young girl mourning the sorrow of a friend. He could be restored to life, but Ainz shook his head. No, he wouldn't want that. Being satisfied with the end of your life, knowing that you went out for something you valued, that's a good fate for a warrior, a good end, a good death. Nia argued, maybe honor him instead, give him a statue, or a holiday. I've been toying with the idea of creating a holiday in my kingdom, a few of them really, now that things are settling down. Or name a beer after him and make it free to all paladins. Nia smacked her lips at that suggestion, and it was absurd enough that a tearful laugh followed the dragonid's idea. I will give you what you need to build a statue in his honor, if that is what you wish. Ainz offered, and Kalka went quiet as she thought it over. I'd like that, and I think he would approve of that much at least. Brain felt a vague tingling in his body, a steady pull, weak, but persistent, as when Layali wanted him to go somewhere or see something. I'll be right back, he said, and tousled Layali's hair. He then leaned over and kissed Zeshi on the cheek and was halfway away before realizing what he'd done. I wonder if she's blushing. He felt a giddy smirk come over him. Despite having made love multiple times, it was little things that seemed to throw her off. He was 100 paces more before he wondered where he was going. Am I being controlled? Compelled? No. No, I'd know if that were the case. That kind of spell feels very different. I feel different. The tingle seemed to guide him on, prickling over his skin when he made a wrong turn, until he found himself reaching for a door to an isolated room deep in the undercroft of the arena. It's open. Come in. A young girl's voice relayed, and though he closed his right hand around the hilt of his sword, he turned the bronze handle of the oaken door and entered the room. It was what one expected of a room meant for trainees to prepare, wash, and recover. Fontaining water flowed from the stone in a constant pace like a slow-moving river, its babble echoing everywhere, from pillars and benches to walls and back again. Sweat and blood mingled in places that were not as well cleaned as one might have hoped, and it frankly smelled like sweat and fear inside the room. In front of him stood a young woman in red and white, with a wooden practice sword at her side and a girlish smile on her face. Hi, I'm glad you made it, she said and waved a hand as if greeting an invited friend. Wait, I know you. Did you? He touched his hands together, feeling the tugging, tingly sensation there. Did you call me here? Brain asked as the fog lifted. I did. You might say I'm a friend of Layali's. Or you might say that I'm the woman who will give you everything you want in the world, or you can call me Oriole, if you like. Will you listen, or will you draw that thing and have me demonstrate to you that it is useless without my help? She asked, waving a relaxed hand toward where he still held the hilt of his blade in a tense grip. He removed his hand. I'm listening, he said, and her smile lit up. She clapped her hands together before replying. What a marvelous decision. You can have your heart's desire, in exchange for your soul, your loyalty, and your everything. Give what Layali and Zeshi have already given, and you will get back so much more, or refuse, and then, you know. She asked, while his brow furrowed in thought. Chapter 371, Chapter. From deep within the undercroft they could still hear the cheers of the crowd as the elimination rounds went on, but Brain heard them only as mere background noise. His eyes were focused instead on the woman in front of him. What do you know about my Layali? He asked, his eyes narrowed dangerously, but he kept his hand away from the hilt of his sword. I know she can't die, but she can bleed, she can suffer, but she will always heal. Oriole raised her hand to stop him before he could speak beyond sputtering denials. She revealed it herself. She made a trade, an offer, to let herself be studied gently by the greatest minds in Nazarick, and in exchange we would ensure that her family would not only remain safe, but together. Why are you telling me this? He asked through gritted teeth. What did you do to her? We had her hold crystals to absorb her mana, took flecks of skin, some strands of hair, oh, and we gave her ice cream, cookies, we did take blood samples, but it was no more than a pinch, just a needle. If you ask her, she'll be eager for her next visit because we promised her a way to make ice cream drinkable. Oriole giggled a bit, her youth obvious, and bemusement disarming. Brain still had goosebumps on his arms, but he relaxed nonetheless. The sticker on her cheek? He asked as the realization hit him. From one of our maids, she finds Layali to be very cute. Oriole explained, and Brain relaxed enough that he went to a nearby stone bench and sat down. Oriole Omega followed and sat opposite himself and went on. You may die fighting Cerebrate, it's her greatest fear. What I'm here to offer you is not the throne, which you care little about. I'm offering you two things. The certainty of victory in avenging her, and something else. She leaned across the space between them and whispered, a glimpse at the peak. I can unlock your potential, you will have your victory. Then follow me to my homeland for a few hours each day. You've heard of our team's work in the Draconic Kingdom, I'm sure. We shattered their limits in days, and all we ask for is your soul. Give your devotion to the generous God, Ainz Olgown as the others have, and we will show you the way to heaven, not after death, but in the here and now. How do I know you can do what you say? Brain asked, his suspicion mounting by the moment. Because we did it with Zeshi already, though she will weaken back to her current state, unlocking her potential was only temporary. But after your fight with Cerebrate, if you excuse yourself, we will make a permanent change. The unjust limits you've always had, she snapped her fingers, gone, just like that. So Zeshi's performance. Brain rubbed the faint blue stubble on his chin, then raised his face again to look at the young girl before him. I'm still more concerned with what will happen to Layali. I don't like the idea of her being used for experiments. Nazarick bargains hard, Oriole Omega said, then reached out to take his hand in hers, but our word is our bond. We will leave no marks but sticker stains, and she will be given every comfort. And I remind you, we have the power to simply take her if we wished. But she came to us, she made a deal. That I'm here and talking to you now should tell you that we're keeping it. Will you ever stop using her? Brain asked with the steady stare of a protective father. Even I don't know what will happen, but, she squeezed his hand, I can promise that our discovery process will leave her unharmed. Also, she will be among the most protected people in the world, especially as the child of close supporters. Oriole said with a playful upturn of her lips. But suspicion still clouded Brain's thoughts. You're offering me a lot here, and in my experience when something sounds too good to be true, it's false. HMPF, Zeshi didn't even ask questions of me. You're a hard one. Oriole put her hands into her lap and looked down in a pout. She's an innocent still, in a lot of ways, she's used to taking direction and just going with the flow. I'm used to following only my own whims, and I'm used to people lying to me. Brain said with a casual shrug. HMPF, then a taste. I will give you a taste that will last through your fight with Cerebrate. So you know what is possible. When you win, if you want what I'm offering, come see me again in this place. The empire will be yours, Layali will live as a princess, you will promote the deification of our Lord, and we will keep you and all your descendants secure for as long as you are loyal, and yes, your true potential, your promise as a swordsman, will be given to you in exchange. Oriole said and stood up, take it, or risk dying in front of your daughter's eyes, making all her work for nothing. Damn, you sound priestly enough, fine, do what you're going to do. Brain groused as his nerves went on edge again. Curiously, there was no spell, instead the red and white-clad maiden simply danced, gracefully sweeping her wooden sword in circles, her flowing robes fluttering about. For a moment he wondered, is this all some sort of twisted joke? Then he felt it, like a locked door in his mind being opened for the first time. Now that's interesting. Oriole remarked offhandedly as her dance came to an end, you've been a busy little bee, haven't you? It looks as if you had a few levels already in you, just held back by your body's limitations. I wonder if you'll get to keep those. She shrugged as Brain looked at his hands as if expecting them to be different. Go, face your enemy, and I will see you again soon. She said and pointed toward the door. Brain left in disbelieving silence, everything about his body felt lighter, stronger, the tingle was gone, and unable to think of what else to do, he simply walked out without a word. Comes to see a beautiful young lady in private, has her dance for him, and leaves without so much as a farewell. How rude. Oriole said when the door shut, then laughed at her own joke and took her seat again to wait for his return. Brain blinked when he saw the sun stream through the little gaps in the cavernous opening beyond the undercroft. The sun is in the wrong place. No, it's setting. How long was I down there? He wondered, the fog on his mind was entirely gone, and the previous hours now felt like a dreamlike experience, recalled through mists. It was the sound of his name that drew his attention. Brain Unglaus versus Cerebrate. The call went up, and the crowd began to rumble. Shit, I don't want to be late. He cursed and set all other thoughts aside and passed through into fading light of day. We've seen some incredible matches here today, beastmen, trolls, elves, humans, orcs, warriors of all kinds come to battle for the throne of an empire, and now we bring two adventurers together, they are the only humans to last this long. Now only one of them can carry humanity to the top. The crier exhorted the crowd, but Brain had eyes only for his prey. Cerebrate looked frankly bored, until his face lit up. He leveled his sword across the arena. It appeared to the crowd as if it was being leveled toward Brain himself, however as Brain followed the direction, it pointed toward Layali. He'd seen her. And Brian could see that Layali knew she'd been seen. She began to weep and cling to Zeshi's leg. Brain's heart ceased to pump blood, it felt instead as if he was pumping pure, unfiltered hatred through his veins. If someone told me a year ago I'd be killing a man in an arena to avenge one little girl, before the eyes of her, my half-elf lover, and a crowd of beastmen, trolls, and the gods know what else, I'd have laughed, bought them a drink, and asked them to tell me another tall tale. But right now, this is my dream. To see her smile again, and to see him twisted in pain at my feet. Hatred settled over him like a shadowy cloak, and the power of his presence, made tenfold by the curious actions of his benefactor, drew Cerebrate's attention away from Layali. What, you know that little cunt? Cerebrate asked when he saw the way Brain looked at him after spying the look between the abuser and the abused. Cerebrate stopped and held a hand to his mouth. Oh no, wait. You're why she's alive. I thought for sure I lost her, sorry I popped her cherries before you could get to her, but hey, a second-hand sheath will still hold a sword. He laughed, but Brain did not. Cerebrate could feel the murderous intent, and turned to put himself sideways toward Brain while the blue-haired swordsman took his position. She's just a half-elf with no family, don't get so upset, I won't even contest ownership, keep her, dispose of her, what have you, elves are kind of gross anyway with those pointy ears and all. Cerebrate knew he was rambling, but couldn't stop himself. His calm front was a facade. Come on, Brain, you don't really think I'm the same as I was, you got lucky before, and I left you with more injuries than I had. It won't go the same, you know it, just put up a good show, and I'll let you down easy, no need to get upset over getting a half-grown gash before you. Cerebrate said and leveled his sword ahead as Brain drew his own in turn. She has a family. Brain said, and right now, her father is going to kill you, her mother is going to watch, and she'll sleep well for the rest of her life when the worms are eating your corpse. Cerebrate took a half-step back, his face registering his surprise with the widening of his eyes and his mouth briefing forming a stunned "oh" shape before he regained his senses. Is this idiot serious? It was very clear that he was, as Brain said nothing more, he only began activating his martial arts. Fine, I'll kill her father in front of her, maybe her mother later, and she'll beg for death before I'm done. Cerebrate taunted before using his own martial arts. That ought to set him on edge. He told himself, and when the signal came, he dashed forward. Knight's charge, he used his final martial art, I'll end it dash. Cerebrate never finished the thought, Brain was gone. The arena shook for 50 paces in every direction as Brain grabbed Cerebrate's wrist, snapped it, and then flung him down to the sands. The cry of pain did not get to leave his lips before Cerebrate felt his elbow snap, his knee turn to powder, and his foot go sailing away, while Brain's sword ran with blood when it was held overhead. This is the end. You hurt my daughter, you humiliated her, you made her want to die, and there's no forgiveness for that. His sword came down again, and the scream finally left Cerebrate's mouth. You never should have touched her. Brain bellowed down at his prey, it was not a man, it was a lump of meat, offensive meat to be disposed of. Each word was punctuated by a flawless swing of his sword, no blow was lethal, it just shaved away at flesh. Cerebrate tried to roll over, to crawl away. My sword. He wondered and saw it lying there, just out of reach. How can you use your sword without any fingers? Brain asked, and while Cerebrate wondered what he was talking about, his fingers fell away from his outstretched hand to land like little sausages in the sands. You don't get a warrior's death, Cerebrate. No honor, no glory, nothing like that. He stood beside the groaning warrior and with a casual thump of his boot, rolled his daughter's tormentor onto his back. Brain then thrust the tip of his sword into the sand, straddled and squatted down over the limp figure, and began pounding his fists into him again and again. Ribs cracked and broke, Cerebrate lost the power to moan when a brutal punch across his face shattered his jaw and sent it sliding away from his body, leaving a half-malformed face and eyes of wide-eyed horror. Rot in hell. Brain snarled, raised his fist one more time, and brought it down into Cerebrate's nose. The sickening crunch of bone and flesh was the only noise to be heard as it all gave way beneath the impact of Brain's hand. The brain beneath became a lump of mush, and Brain stood up, viscera and brain matter dripped from his fist, which Brain raised in triumph. I think, they had history. The crier shouted, emphasis on had history. They added, allowing for a somewhat feeble laugh as Brain snatched up his sword and walked away from the corpse, and back to enjoy the rest of the day with his family, after one brief stop. Chapter 372, Chapter. When Cerebrate died, Queen Draudolin felt a weight lift from her shoulders that she'd forgotten was ever there. That is a profound relief, but how could he lose so easily? Cerebrate was a powerful adamantite-ranked knight. It's hard to imagine he could be torn apart like a village novice. "Husband, are you behind this?" Kalka asked, not with suspicion, but with admiration in the way she looked at him. "He has the whole world on strings," Albedo said with pride and took his right hand as Kalka grasped at his left. "Yes, per our Lord's plan, that man is one of ours. Or at least he is now." "You know of him?" Albedo asked the two queens. She didn't wait long for an answer. Brain Unglaus is a wandering swordsman. He travels from place to place searching for ways to refine his technique. He sells his services to get by, or trades them in exchange for new techniques. He visited my country several times. As warriors go, he is impressive, but until that, Kalka said and pointed toward the ruin of flesh being scooped up into a corpse sled, I didn't know how much so. Draudelin's face became dark, her jaw set as she answered, in my country he worked with our elite teams to drive out the beastmen. He left after coming to blows with the late Cerebrate. Evidently, she cleared her throat and shifted on her feet. He walked in on Cerebrate, using the child of one of the refugees. They fought, and when I didn't punish Cerebrate because I needed him to fight the beastmen, he left. She let her eyes linger on the bloody meat of Cerebrate that was being hauled away, leaving nothing but a red stain in the sand as his memorial. She avoided looking at her fellow monarchs then, and added, I suppose he never forgot his grudge. Brain Unglaus was not a good man as I recall him. He was a thief, a sometime murderer. We even suspected he had a small group of bandits waylaying some of our supplies at one point, but we could never prove it. It just happened to stop when he was hired. But I suppose even he had standards enough to be repulsed by Cerebrate. I see. Ainz said, desperate times, desperate measures. He kept his answer short. It wasn't exactly approval, but Draudelin nodded along as if it were. At least it's finished. Draudelin said and breathed a sigh of relief. She reclaimed her seat, and waited for the next match to begin. I swear by my blood, my soul, my blade, that I will give true faith and allegiance to the Allfather of Nazarick, and his heirs, until there is nothing left of me to give, or until I am released from my vow by the authority of his line. Brain gave that oath without hesitation mere hours before, and since the time he'd followed her through a vortex in the air, then obeyed every dictate of Oriole Omega without question. Giving the final blow to impossible monster after impossible monster, then standing in a circle that made his entire world go white, blinding him completely for several seconds before he could see again, but after each session he felt his body grow leaps and bounds beyond its former state. How is this possible? He asked after shoving his sword into a fire elemental's dying body. This is Nazarick. Oriole Omega said as she led him down the hall again for another session of the white. That doesn't really explain it, he said when he fell in beside her. It does. You just don't know it yet. But one day you will understand. The Holy Queen understands, the Draconic Queen understands, the Golden Queen, the Frost Queen, the Wolf Queen, and of course, those others we've chosen to elevate for one reason or another, they all come to understand. This is Nazarick explains every mystery you can imagine here. Oriole patted him on his lower back. This will be your last session. When it's all over, you will be allowed to meet your benefactor in person, all of you. You'll also meet your new peers. She chuckled a little bit when Brain asked, the other elevated warriors. And people say I am naive. Oriole answered, then shook her head to refuse to answer his question when he silently cocked his head at her, choosing instead to walk in silence. The last session of the white came and went, and before he could ask anything more, the whirling vortex appeared and she pointed toward it. I'm sure they're waiting, do hurry. She teased and gave him what she thought of as a gentle push, but which made him stumble through to the other side. He looked around and found himself in the room he shared with Zeshi and Layali. Before he could wonder where they were, the door opened, and Layali rushed over to jump into his waiting arms. Papa. She cried with happy tears. Thank you. I knew you could do it. She squealed and wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed his cheek. You didn't come back after the fight. Zeshi said, then added, you had a little tingle, did you? He inclined his head toward his lover. I did, and I'm glad I did. But let's not worry about any of that now. We won't have to fight for a few days. We should enjoy ourselves. This is both of your first times in Arwentar. Let me take you to some of my favorite spots. It might have been a distraction so blatant even Zeshi could see it, but with Layali blinking her big blue eyes and pulling her pouty face in Brain's arms, and Brain evidently unwilling to say more, she caved. Fine, I swear, is there anywhere you haven't been? She couldn't keep the envious look from her face when he said, the farthest I've gone was the Devorian border. The Minotaur Kingdom may not look all that fondly on humans, but they like money as much as anyone else. When he saw her envy he added, don't worry, there'll be lots of time for you to see the world, we'll finish up here, and everything will change for the better, I promise. Zeshi didn't know if she could have argued, but when he went to the door and reached for the handle, she knew she didn't even want to try, so she reached the handle before him, and opened the door for them all. Chapter 373, Chapter. Nua watched as the tournament proceeded onward. Warrior after warrior fell, some perished, others did not, and many withdrew after seeing whom they would have to face. For 3 days, contestants were eliminated, with, to the disbelief of the crowd, included Raisinma, who fell before the Wartroll champion of the Baharuth Empire, who in turn fell before a nameless armored knight who refused to show his face, who in turn fell to the heterochromatic half-elf. There are some scary people out in this world. Raymond remarked when the knight yielded to the half-elf. Their clash resulted in shaking of the majority of the arena, and to his dismay, more than once, Nua prepared to dive over his body to protect him from debris if it should start flying. Yes, there are. Nua replied as the final match was announced. That blue-haired human was a surprise. What do they call that, a dark horse in the race? Yes, that's it. Raymond replied and watched the two take to the stands. Down below, he listened to a small shouting out. Go mama. Get papa. Go papa. Get mama. So they're a couple. I wonder if they get along. He chuckled a little bit at that. They must, or she wouldn't be cheering for them both. I've taken care of many human children in bad marriages, and they almost always pick a side. If she didn't, it's because the couple is on the same side. That should make things even more interesting. Nua said with a wolfish smile on her face. There's a predator inside this elf, just begging to come out. Raymond thought as he watched the expression on her face change ever so subtly. She's taller than the average human, and with that build, and even I rarely heard her coming, with the right training, maybe she would have been great in the Agante, if she'd been human. Or maybe she could rise within a scripture. The gods know she's harder than a coffin nail. I wonder what I could do with her if I gave her a little training with a knife. It was a pleasant thought, tumbling with her to see what she could learn, though he forced himself to tear his thoughts back to the moment when he imagined doing so in the nude. Pervert. He mocked himself, knowing she would mock his thoughts if he voiced it. Zeshi looked across to where Brain stood facing her. You did a lot better than I expected. She said, not really listening to the crier recollecting their victories. Not far away, surviving opponents became spectators to the last remaining combatants, but she noticed none of them. And you did every bit as well as I expected. Brain replied to her with a respectful bow of his head. Now here we are, the last two. One of us will win the title of the strongest, and that will be that. What will you do then? He asked, paying no more mind than she to the crier's building crescendo. I don't know. I barely know how to run my own life, let alone an empire, but I can give Layali a better life than I had, and that's a place to start. Zeshi said, and you, will you go wandering again? Sort of. Brain replied and drew the long sword Zeshi gave to him. The red blade presented itself to her, edge first. I see. She answered, so that's it then. She drew her sword, and they heard the booming signal ring out over the arena. She barely stopped his sword in time. She blinked, he winked, and mouthed, you have beautiful eyes. Sanofa, how did Dash? There wasn't enough time for her to ask. His sword came down from overhead, and she raised her blade up to guard against it. Pain hit her knee as he forced her down to one of them. Sand flew up in every direction and the rumbling began in earnest. How did you do this? She grunted out the question as their blades pressed against one another, edging back and forth as strength contested against strength. She frowned when he mouthed something to her again. What in the world is power leveling? He winked and jumped backward, and for a moment they were a cacophony of voices as they pronounced their martial arts and summoned every skill they knew. They rushed one another across the distance of the sands. Clouds of the brown and blood-stained stuff sailed like waves of water behind them, rising in their rushing wake, until they reached one another, crashing like bolts of lightning in a duel. Their blades moving with such nightmarish swiftness that those who could see the motion saw only well enough to know they were missing sight of most of them. Afterimages and reflected light casting clangings of metal against metal and rumblings of the ground that spread to every wall of stone. The ground beneath them began to sink as clash after clash continued to scatter the sands away. The rumbling went harder and louder, until, to Zeshi's shock, their swords cracked, broke, and the two blades sailed past each other's heads. Impossible. She whispered at his knowing grin. He raised his fist in front of his chest. Her heart raced with glee as she finally accepted the truth. It was a fight worth having. Her fists came up like his, and they cast aside the broken remnants of their blades. The crowd was on its feet. The cheers grew louder and louder as their punches and kicks flew back and forth at close range. Their battle cries came into harmony. Her hair flew wild and beautiful to behold in the eyes of every man and woman of war who ever loved ferocity and power in a single form. His steely eyes and shouts of battle fury inspired envy and desire in those who loved the clash of strength and will. Their hearts beat in time with one another as Layali cheered them on from the corners of their eyes. Bruises began to rise on their flesh, but neither one could fall. Pain was dulled by the arts they both knew. Before Brain's fist came in just a hair too fast, she felt it strike her cheek, and Zeshi watched the ground pass beneath her as she sailed away to roll over the sands. The roaring of the crowd began to fade, dying by the time the last fleck of bloody sand fell back down from its previous skyward ascent. I can't believe it. I just can't believe it. I lost. Zeshi asked herself with wonderment. Out of the corner of her eye she saw his hand come down, offering her a hand up. Hail to Emperor Brain Unglaus I. The crier shouted, and the soldiers, warriors, and citizens screamed themselves hoarse. Brain, however, held his other hand aloft, calling for an end to the silence before those on the high dais of kings and queens could even rise to their feet to acknowledge him. Zeshi took his hand in hers, and hauled herself up when he braced himself. She grunted and rubbed her cheek where his fist connected, and before she could speak, she watched Brain fall. Chapter 374, Chapter. Brain's heart felt like it was ready to explode as he went down, sank to one knee, and said, "All my life I've wandered alone, ever since I was a boy. That won't change now as an emperor. I'll wander all over the empire to see that it is what it should be, what it could be, and make it the kind of place our daughter will grow up happy in. Join me. Be my empress, and we'll wander the empire, and our neighbor states, together." Zeshi's brief panic when he began to fall to one knee, redoubled when she realized what he was asking, and that he still had her hand and could no doubt feel her rushing pulse. You can't just catch a woman off guard like that," she squeaked out. "Just say yes, Mama," Layali shouted, breaking the stillness of the disbelieving crowd. "I'm getting there. Obviously the answer is yes. But I can't have your papa thinking he can just take me by surprise like that. It sets a bad precedent." Zeshi exclaimed and yanked him to his feet. They kissed, passionately, even violently as if engaged in another duel. And the roar of the unexpecting crowd began again. "Long live the Emperor! Long live the Empress!" The crier shouted, and the crowd took up the call as if it were a religious chant. Swords, spears, fists, all echoed the refrain. Up above, the royalty around Ainz stared at him in dismay, save for one. "But, you appointed Oriole Omega, you. I don't understand." Kalka's voice was full of questions, but Albedo was quick to stop the curiosity with a silvery laugh. "You're still a novice at this game, I suppose," Albedo said with a winsome smile when her bosom stilled and her heady laughter died. "When our Lord decided upon Oriole Omega, I of course perceived a fragment of his plan, though I had to explain it to her first. You see, the kingdom of Nazarick is new, its power spreads far and wide, but this can only create more fear since so few of our people are known anywhere. His master plan goes all the way back to the winning of our first outside champions. By recruiting those of this world to his side, our master has ensured we have ambassadors of a sort. People with ties to new lands who will set those peoples at ease. If we had sent Oriole Omega to fight, she would have won, but who knows her? Such ignorance creates anxiety. But by recruiting famous names who are well known or recognized, Flutter, the Four Knights, the Adventurers, Mammon, and more, we make others comfortable with our dominion." "So Brain Unglaus, he wasn't yours from the beginning?" Draudolin asked. Albedo's smile was inhuman in its breadth across her face. "Precisely, we made him one of ours, he will rule, and slowly make the empire comfortable with us again. If it takes a generation to forget the lost war, so what? We have time." She gave a dismissive wave and turned her head to watch the new royal couple hold up the new princess and announce her as such by raising her overhead together and calling out her name. "But you had this all planned, all the way back from the beginning, from the moment the tournament to decide the strongest and win the throne was even suggested?" the Wolf Queen asked, looking straight at Ainz. Ainz's mind was racing as he tried to grasp how Albedo came to the conclusion that she had. Recalling the day of selection, he muttered out loud, "It won't even be a contest." One and all, save for Albedo, they gasped as the significance of Oriole Omega's words hit home. "What?" Ainz asked when the gasp went up. "Did I say something odd?" "No, my lord, you have only astounded them with your foresight, as expected of my child's father," Albedo said and put his hand over where her child grew. "His intention to wander the empire while governing might be a good one, at least at first, settling them down and making them comfortable, consolidating power, but that is still potentially dangerous," the Queen of Frost remarked. "I had to do the same when my rule began after the war, and every now and then I still had to put down trouble." "That too has been arranged," Albedo said with a smirk. She raised one finger to call for a moment of silence until the gate opened. Through it came 5 figures familiar to only 2 of those present. Renner, for once, was caught entirely unawares. "You didn't?" She snapped her jaw shut in disbelief. The 5 were clad in white armor and cloaks taken from the treasury of Nazarick, and they knelt when Ainz stood and faced them all. "They're not quite themselves, at least not as they were. Demiurge has improved them somewhat," Albedo said as she moved aside to allow the other royals to look the arrivals over. "They're not exactly human anymore, but they can look like their old selves, and that's all they need. A few more famous names to set the common people and nobles alike all at ease, and protect our new ally." The woman in the center drew her sword and pressed the tip to the stone, bowed her head, and as the others put their hands over their hearts and lowered their gazes in turn, she spoke. "Locus presents herself to her master, her Lord Creator, Crusher of the Cursed Blade, and true Lord of this world. Tell us, what commands will you give to your unholy roses?" She and the small one are still a bit melodramatic. Albedo critiqued offhandedly. But having a few extra greater doppelgangers around has made Pandora's actor extremely happy, and of course, that is what our master wants, for all his children. Glad to know the answer to at least one thing, Ainz immediately agreed, saying, yes, it is. That is exactly what I desire. Now, perhaps we should go meet with the new Emperor and Empress, and celebrate their coronation before we acknowledge them and secure the Empire's stability, or does anyone have anything more? Ainz suggested, and when there was not he looked down at the face of Locuse. A pity she had to die, but she couldn't adapt as she was, and she's fine now at least. He acknowledged to himself, his heart skipping a beat when he realized how little that meant to him despite having at least briefly been comrades. Come with us, he said to the unholy roses, and the royals who found themselves within his sphere, and led the way out. Chapter 375, Chapter. The coronation was a whirlwind of activity that surpassed any battle either Brain or Zeshi had ever experienced, with the soldiers of the Empire who were stationed in Arwentar personally marching their new emperor to the palace directly from the arena. Crowds lined the streets as the impromptu parade began in earnest, cheers and shouts went up as lords and ladies of the nobility began to fill the streets. For Brain as much as for Zeshi, it was a dreamlike and surreal scene. While riding on their shoulders between the two, Layali seemed to be beyond excited, waving her hands, laughing and smiling with excitement as people professed their loyalty to the new royal family. The smell of alcohol was thick in the air as casks of ale and wine alike were cracked open and vendors began to turn it into their busiest of business days. The sun's descent continued at their backs and vanished as, on the steps of the royal palace, the crown of emperor and empress was placed on the still bruised-up faces of the royal pair. The priest, an aged man clad in white and gold-trimmed robes, intoned a prayer as all those near enough to see or hear, knelt and vowed their allegiance. Zeshi leaned over to Brain as the white-robed man continued to drone on using words she had no real interest in. You know I pulled my punches, right? I know, you were used to me being weak. Now you know you don't have to anymore. He whispered back to her and held out his right hand in front of Layali. Zeshi cracked a little grin and took his right hand in her left, and with a gleeful and somewhat disruptive shout, Layali laid her hands over both of theirs to join in the gesture. A roar went up when it was over and done, and the pair entered the towering halls of the mighty palace at last, escorted by a handful of guards, who led the trio to the throne room. Your seats, my lord, my lady. The full-plate armored guard said and held his salute until the emperor and empress somewhat awkwardly returned it and claimed the golden seats. Now what? Zeshi asked him as the guards took their seats. I don't know, I've never been an emperor before. Brain said and looked to the nearby guard. Do you have any advice? Ah, yes, my lord, the council of course is happy to assist, and also, there is someone they call the scholar. The guard cleared his throat and with somewhat jittery fingers, raised the cover of his helmet to speak. The scholar? Brain asked and shrugged, why do they call him that? Because nobody knows his name. When the council started to govern, they had trouble, until letters came from a monastery. The signature bore only the name, the scholar, offering all manner of advice, including the suggestion of seeking the Allfather's help in securing stability. The guard bit his lip and waited to find out if he'd pleased the powerful emperor and empress, but Brain had another question. Why is it that he is anonymous? Why not come here himself? Brain pressed, I've never run an empire before, but it seems like it might be easier with a little help on hand from a competent sort of guy. My lord, I know only what I have heard, but apparently the scholar refuses to leave the monastery, in part because, strange as it may sound, the party sent to retrieve him states that he is utterly ashamed of his baldness, and has only bad memories of the capital, which he blames for causing his condition. The guard explained, and Brain rubbed his chin. I see. I have to admit, I'm curious, I'd like to meet this scholar. Brain said and looked at his betrothed and their daughter. Should that be our first trip? It's as good as any. Zeshi said and rubbed her hands together, this is a big empire and we have to see it all. Forgive me my lord, my lady, but the Allfather and his entourage of allies and client queens, along with the delegation from the slain Theocracy, should be here shortly. Should we prepare something for them or? The guard swallowed audibly and looked nervously toward the entrance. Yes, do that. Brain said, giving his first order as an emperor, we can prepare for our journey tomorrow. All Zeshi had to do however, was look at him after that for him to read her thoughts in a look. You're going to explain everything, the woman, the power, what Layali did, no more secrets after that last one. He nodded toward her, and they settled in to greet the assembly of power. Emperor Unglaus, Ainz said, placing his hand over his chest, I am Ainz Olgaun. Of that, Brain had no doubt. He had met men with charisma before, people who just naturally saw others fall in at their backs and follow them. He had seen men of terror who inspired loyalty and awe, and he had seen the dignity of kings in even the lowest slave. But the human before his eyes all but glowed with presence, so this is the man I gave my loyalty to. The one who made the trade with Layali and gave me my heart's desire, all my dreams old and new. Brain thought and rose to his feet. Brain stood up as one by one the queens of the surrounding kingdoms introduced themselves in turn. And I am Raymond, Cardinal of the slain Theocracy. Raymond said when his turn came. I don't suppose you remember me, do you, Emperor Unglaus? Brain Unglaus, and my soon-to-be wife, Zeshi's Atsumii. Brain said, introducing themselves with a squeeze to Zeshi's hand. And yes, I do recall you, Cardinal, though, forgive me, you look tired, are you resting well? Raymond pursed his lips and answered, it has been a mixed experience since we last met. Our daughter, Princess Layali. Zeshi said, putting her hand on the girl's head. She then looked at Raymond's face, and the way he glanced from Layali to herself and back. Of course, Raymond may not need an introduction toward me but. Layali winked up toward Ainz and mouthed the word, ice cream. The Allfather held back a chuckle at the girl's priority, though he gave her a subtle nod that had her immediately become a trifle antsy, shifting a bit on her feet. The new empress crouched down beside Layali and raised a hand to point at the cardinal, drawing the child's eyes toward him. Layali, you can think of that man as a grandfather. He used to look after me, before I grew up out here and found you. Raymond's pursed lips began to curl upward, shakily, awkwardly, but they did, and he leaned forward toward the new princess. I'm not sure what to say now but. Princess, everything will be fine, whatever happens next. Layali looked at Raymond with some reticence, then up to her mama and papa and asked, what's grandpa talking about? Layali, if we work hard, by the time you're old enough to get it, you won't even need to understand. Brain answered. Nobody intended to argue with that. Chapter 376, Chapter 376/Epilogue. 3 months after the coronation. The Elf King is dead. Are you serious? Dominic exclaimed with a mix of glee and horror alike. Zeshi beat him to death in the arena. It was the most brutal killing I've ever seen, except for maybe the one of Cerebrate by the new emperor. Raymond said to those who sat around the council table. The cardinals around him rumbled with a mix of emotions, and for several minutes Raymond allowed them to continue before he cleared his throat. That is the least of our concerns, the Elf King's death was always a given. We'd been promising Zeshi that since her power first manifested and she was enrolled in the Black. Sending her there was fulfilling our promise. Unfortunately, it backfired. She learned the truth, and she's more than a little angry with our country. I tried to warn you in my letters before I even rushed back here, but based on what I've seen on the way since, you haven't listened. Raymond looked at them reprovingly, one by one, compelling their sullen silence. So? He demanded. The Draconic Kingdom has cut off all trade with us. Berenice acknowledged. So has the Kingdom of Karn, the Kingdom of Riestaiz, the Baharuth Empire, the Empire of Nazarick, as they style themselves now, and the Roble Holy Kingdom. D. Malbian has never been a trading partner, but we've sent overtures to King Mare of the Elf Kingdom, and their ambassador is waiting to join us now. Speaking of the elves, Raymond, you still haven't explained what happened with the slave I sent to you. That animal was exceptionally expensive, and you came back without it. Dominic made a sour face and put on his perpetual frown. Raymond kept his face carefully neutral. Personal matters can wait until the end of public business. He said, and the others gave sage nods when the leader of the scriptures nodded to the guard at the door. Go ahead and send the ambassador in, we should get this done. The guard opened the door, and Nua walked through it, clad in the green and white silk clothing of a royal traveler, with her pants running into high brown leather boots and a black cloak shimmering in the light that shone through the tower window. Her hood was back and her ears danced up and down the moment she caught sight of Raymond. I am Nua Kalin Iwanor, ambassador from King Mare I, here on matters of trade. Will you hear the words of the Elf Kingdom? She asked, keeping her face neutral and her lips tight when she saw Cardinal Dominic seated at the far side of the round table. His eyes bulged in outrage and fury, his fingers closed into fists when he looked at her, and she let her lips turn up ever so slightly at the corners, turning his face red in the process. Go on, Ambassador Iwanor. Raymond said benignly as he claimed his seat again. The Elf Kingdom is now a vassal of the Allfather of the Empire of Nazarick, while the then Kingdom of Nazarick called you allies in the brief skirmish against the Elf Kingdom. He and King Mare have both expressed disappointment that the prisoners of war have not been returned to their homes. As such, all trade is prohibited between the lands of the elves and the slain Theocracy. We demand the immediate return of all elven captives taken since the war against the Elf King began, and furthermore, we propose and expect that a program of repatriation will begin the return of all slaves held in bondage within the territory of the Theocracy, to begin within 1 year and to take no more than 7 years of implementation. Dominic's mouth opened to shout her down, his rage ready to fly off of his tongue in a torrent of hatred and vitriol. It was only the kick of a foot to his ankle that stopped him. I am afraid we can't comply with that. The Pontifex Maximus answered, we depend on the labor of the elves, despite the writings of our comrade here. Even if we wish to do what you're asking, we simply can't. The elves plow our fields, harvest our crop stash. I'm aware. Nua answered, I remember. But the rest of your neighbors are telling you that if you continue to insist on doing as you've always done, it is going to get very expensive. No more wheat from Riestaiz. No place to take Theocracy coin, no place will receive Theocracy products, you may lash our backs to make us work, but nobody wants what you produce. How long will you last then? Nua made the practical point, and except for Dominic's red face, and Raymond's serene, but serious expression, the others turned a pale shade of grey. We still refuse. Your kind belong at human feet. That hasn't changed. The will of the gods is perfect and must always be followed. Get out. Go back where you came from before I take you and show you again that you should never defy humanity. Dominic's temper exploded, but Nua met flaming face with eyes of flint. If you try it again, what happened to me will happen to your entire country. I promise you. Nua said without averting her gaze. I've said my piece, delivered my message, Cardinal Raymond, would you see me out? She asked, and Raymond got to his feet to do exactly that. The arguing was audible all the way to the bottom of the stairs as they left. Layali looked down at the stump where her leg had been. Strangely enough, there was no pain. The crystalline-eyed man seemed indifferent to her one way or another, and she finally asked him, what's the point of this, Mr. Urge? To see if your leg will start to regrow. The same as when we had your eye removed yesterday. He said as he used various chronomancy spells on her and studied the flow of blood and mana alike. Oh. She scratched her head. I guess it's fine as long as I don't have to remember and there's no pain, and I'll remember the ice cream and stickers, right? Yes, as always you will remember the good parts. He said as she reached up to touch her eye, trying to recall what she had completely forgotten. Is this really helping? She asked him from where she sat on the metal table. I believe so, I'm closer than ever to finding out the secrets I need to ensure the success of our experiment on our Lord. And when it is complete, he will be immortal, unkillable, and unstoppable, instead of simply unstoppable and slightly immortal. Demiurge explained to the precocious, curious half-elf child. Well, alright then, as long as there's ice cream and it doesn't hurt, I guess it's fine, but how long do I have to hold these crystals in my hand? My arms are getting tired, Mr. Urge. She pouted a little until he said. Just until I've removed your arms, we'll put them back when I determine how long it takes for the mana to stop flowing after they're removed. He explained, and Layali sighed with relief. Good. Mama and Papa are taking me riding, and then we're going to see the bald scholar, so I'll need my arms after we're done here. She said, and waited patiently for the experiment to end. Cositus held the soft toy sword down to the infant in the cradle. The young boy's hands went for it immediately. Is that a gift from CZ? Kalka asked when she entered arm in arm with Kalart. Yes. I think he likes it. Cositus answered when he looked over his shoulder at the two. I'm sure he does. Kalart gave a little grin up at the insectoid guardian. While at first his settling in had been uncomfortable, the warrior made a name for himself among the martial soldiers and lords alike within the capital, and quickly became a fixture in court life for his manners, valor, and reverence for the honored dead. But how long will it be before he can really use one? Kalart asked, and Cositus answered by letting go of it when the infant had it, then watching the small child begin to swing the little plush toy around like wild. When he can walk, we begin. Cositus answered. Kalka reached down and poked the boy's nose, and magic, as soon as he can talk. The children of Ainz Olgown will be a force that causes the whole world to tremble in awe. I'm sure we'll be very proud of them all. As if he agreed with them, the baby began to laugh. Queen Drodalin looked down at the array of elves kneeling in front of her. Newly ennobled, they constituted the ranks of those who shared her time in captivity with the Elf King, and as such, they knelt in fine robes befitting formal occasions. Embroidered with the dragon logo of the Draconic royal line, silver on bright blue in practical designs that could be quickly secured or shed, and which would protect against the elements if one had to leave in haste without proper preparation. Who suffers beside me is my brother, my sister, my shield and sword. The Draconic Queen said, and as such I know I can trust you to carry this out. While you have been given towns and lands in the east of my kingdom, I trust you will not forget your mission. My queen. They said in unison. We will run slave napping operations all across the eastern theocracy, we will bring them here and settle them in our lands, far from their oppressors' reach, and never show mercy to the whip-bearers who must die along the way. Very good. This is for your people, my people, and myself. The slain theocracy caused a great deal of suffering to us all, and for that, we will pay them back. Now rise, go, secure your homes, and then get to work. My queen. The elves said as one, and rose to carry out her orders. The push and pull of body against body went back and forth for hours as Zeshi reveled in her lover's embrace. He too, savored the feel of her fingers clawing at his back as they tumbled over a bedroll the size of the royal tent in which they slept. As the wandering crowns enjoyed the feel of the air wafting through the mesh screens, so also did they enjoy the feel of each other's hot breath and the taste of each other's heated skin. It was only when they came to a climactic release together that the urgent motion slowed, stopped, and they lay entwined in one another's arms at rest. I like living like this, Zeshi said, tracing her hand over his chest. Most empresses do, he said with a cocky smile. She bonked his nose gently and replied, I mean the traveling. I've already seen so much, but now I know how little even that much is. I hope we can live like this for a good long time. I do too. It'll be a long time before we have to settle into one central place at least. Brain suggested, being seen, swapping out ineffective nobles for effective ones, stamping out any remaining criminal elements. At least we're on good terms with the lizardmen, and trade in fish for goods is helping make things better along the border with the lake. Being emperor and empress may be a lot of work, but it does have its benefits. Like the way our little princess is thriving, Zeshi suggested. Nor was she wrong. They both thought of the way Layali was learning to handle a sword, not to mention her court etiquette was much better than that of her parents, and she returned from Nazarick every week, happier than before. We still have to make the Theocracy pay, Brain remarked. That country put her in Cerebrate's hands. I won't be happy until they've paid a heavy price for their hand in all of this. Nor I, and I have to know the truth. Did Senna have a hand in the attempt on my life, or not? Other than Raymond, do I have anyone there who she would have said more, but Brain silenced her with a kiss that devoured her lips before her emotions could get the better of her. Don't think about that right now, think about something else. Brain whispered into her ear and gave it a little love nip. Like how I have a husband, a child, and maybe another along the way. Zeshi winked. Are you? He asked, blinking as he was caught off guard. But she answered with a breathy whispering moan, Not yet, but as you've helped me with so much already, I was hoping you'd help me with that too. She suggested and reached for his shaft with her nimble fingers. What kind of husband would refuse a request like that? He asked, and did not keep her waiting. His lips fell over hers, and they set to the task with all the vigor it deserved. Senna stretched out under the white flowering trees. The scent, at least to his nose, was fair to good, and with his arms crossed under his head, he let out a steady groan of comfort. Gah, that's better, he said to nobody at all. The long vines hid his presence, and the shadow cast overhead was thick enough to create a comfortable shade from the summer sun. At his side sat a bow worth more than a prince's ransom, as well as a spear for serious defense if it were needed. On his body was a simple ashen gray cloak with streaks of black, green, and brown that served as camouflage. But there was nothing to be worried about. Not that he could tell, his hunt was successful enough that a few beasts sat wrapped in wild preserving vines, waiting for him to roast them after what he was about to do. His favorite part, to be precise, or so the smile on his face said. One foot crossed over the other and he gnawed idly at the sweet twig in his mouth while he waited to drift off to sleep and nap for hours. The sweet twig was of a peculiar variety of tree only found there in the Abelian hills. It was his second favorite part about his hunting expeditions. And they think I'm hunting out in the woods near Ikari. Ha! He laughed at that. The monsters in the Abelian hills were few, which was the point. A little hunting and a lot of laziness, that was the real point. The demi-humans who occupied the region were now fairly tame. They moved in larger groups, but more predictably as fixed paths were laid down and fixed settlements were forming. They wouldn't believe it back home, but it really is turning into a kingdom over here. He thought and yawned deeply. He could feel himself starting to doze off and thought about the shock he faced when he first saw actual humans, but strangely enough, they appeared to be neither frightened nor abused. They won't like that in Kami Miyako. He snorted. Non-human and human enmity was a staple of their religion and politics. The two groups getting along was almost as big of a threat to the state as war itself. But for Senna, pain is pain, dead is dead. Maybe something better will come of all this, like a longer nap for me. He smirked, spat the sweet bark stick out of his mouth when the tip lost its flavor, yawned once more, and fell asleep. He didn't know how long he lay there, but when he awoke, it was instant. The pressure above caused the tree he lay against to sway, and that was all it took, because the scent it carried with it was very much like a dragon. The noise hit next. He could hear the beating wings, but the thick cover of the flowering trees and the dangling vines obscured his vision. It doesn't matter how far I can see if I've got things in my way. He mentally cursed. The sound was slowing down, coming closer. He reached for the spear that lay beside his hunting bow and took it into practiced fingers while he rose silently to his feet. All right, poacher, you've got some nerve hunting on the private reserves of the Queen of Frost. Now you've got a choice, either I come in there, or you come out. A voice called from beyond when he heard the blades of grass bend as the interloper landed. That doesn't sound like a dragon. Senna thought with confusion in his mind. It was far, far too feminine. But one thing he knew, if he went out, a fight was probable. If he waited, it could be avoided. The peace trees were known to be sacred, even as far away as the Theocracy, and as such, he chose to wait, but not in silence. Why don't you come in? If I go out there, I'll have to fight, and this is my vacation, damn it. I have no bloody intentions of having it ruined by killing the royal pisspot carrier of some purple-assed noble. Nia fumed. Her pale face didn't blush as much as it used to, but the scaled skin turned a shade darker. Nobody has talked to me that way in a damn good while, Sanofa. She took a deep breath, her tail lashed behind her, but going into the trees and committing violence would not be acceptable. Listen here, you pig sticker, I'll have you know my ass is not purple, at best my ass is an off-white with shades of blue from the scales. And I'm no pisspot carrier. I'm the damn queen of this country, and you're on my land hunting my private stock. She snapped, do you have any idea how long it took to clear out the monsters that tasted terrible from this area, and restock it with the kind I liked? A long time and a lot of work. Now get your ass out here and your queen may show some leniency as a gesture of respect for at least being good at poaching. She huffed, and frost chilled the grass in front of her, a drift of white that melted under the summer sun almost as soon as it settled. The queen. Okay, this is different, kill her, and I may solve a real problem before it begins, or start a war, but also, my vacation would be ruined. Shit. Senna cursed. I'm no subject of the queen. He shot out in frustration, only to immediately cover his mouth. Nia heard the words and the slap of skin over a mouth. Human skin was a little more malleable than that of orcs or goblins, and other races didn't smack a hand over their mouths when they said something they didn't mean to. A human. From the Holy Kingdom. Nia was now intrigued. You're a long way from Hoburns, human, it was only a few boar and a cockatrice, come out from the peace trees, and I promise I will be lenient. I'll charge you for the cost of your stolen stock and send you back to the Roble Holy Kingdom alive. Nia said more diplomatically. She opened her hands as if the one hidden within could have seen them, and took a step forward. Senna laughed involuntarily, that would be a problem, damn it, listen. I'm armed, but I'll set down my spear, but come inside and I'll explain myself. Nia frowned, are you running from something? An exile from the Civil War? That ended years ago, how are you only here now? She asked, and the voice within cleared his throat. It'll be easier if we talk where I know I won't have to kill you. I think my vacation is probably already ruined. I'd rather not make it worse with some unplanned regicide. Senna called out as calmly as he could, but a playful lilt hit his voice anyway. Part of Nia knew she should have been furious by the implication of regicide, but his voice was so playful and his attitude so nonchalant, and his obsession with his time off was so damn disarming, it was difficult for her to feel any real anger. Fine, I came all the way out here already, what's 20 more paces? Nia said back, and walked to the trees. She pushed her way through the dangling white and found a black-clad man of slender, athletic build. His cloak was different from the rest of his clothing, designed for simple magic-free camouflage, but his bow and spear, not to mention the rest of his clothing, it all screamed wealth and status. He was seated cross-legged with his back against the tree, and she did the same, her tail lashing behind her as she went, her wings folded in, and she cleared her throat. Queen Nia Baraja of the Kingdom of Demalbian. And you, poacher? She asked, gesturing to him with an open hand, palm upturned and talons clicking. Senna. Senna Tacconi, captain of the Black Scripture of the slain Theocracy. He inclined his head, and waited for the queen to leap to her feet and call for her guards, only for her to instead cock her head, raise her brow and ask. Did you hit your head? Are you quite well, human? She asked, and he tapped his skull several times. Seems fine to me. He smirked. You don't believe me? No, but if you share that meat, I'll forget about this, cook it, and we can eat together. At least after we share a meal, I can promise I can't kill you. You'll be an official guest. She pointed out, her finger leveled at the delicious-looking haunch of monster meat. That's a hell of an invitation, how can I say no? He said so dryly that Nia wanted something to drink just by hearing it. You can't, it's good to be the queen. She smirked, baring her fangs. We've got to start somewhere. He said with a shrug, and got up to his feet, and taking up his kill, he followed after her. As before, everything falls into place again. Ainz said as he walked the hall of Nazarick with the available guardians in tow. I have no idea how, but it worked out exceptionally well, so I can't very well complain. He thought to himself. Ja, main fada, but one thing I must ask, have I permission to join the Wandering Crowns to further court main little vampire? Pandora's actor asked. You still call her that, even though she's dash, Ainz stopped, never mind, I won't ask why. You may. She is still herself, after all. Ja, and believes I have always been Lord Mammon. When I revealed myself to be your son, she was both surprised and pleased. Pandora's actor explained, though he added, Locku's however, her shame is immeasurable. She weeps at night and pleads for forgiveness in her dreams, and in the morning she pleads with her sisters. Whether they forgive her or not, he clutched his heart melodramatically, I pity her, but do not also. If the love of sisters be as great as dash. Ainz cleared his throat to cut off the dramatic guardian. Time will tell, some things shouldn't be lightly forgiven, no matter the reason. But yes, you can go. Take a few magic items with you if you like. My beloved, I know you were set on going to the throne room, but, if it is not too much for me to ask, could we call, no, not Pestonia, she and Yuri Alpha went to investigate the matter of our orphanages after Emperor Unglaus's complaint, yes, Lupus Regina Beta, and could you join me? It seems it is time for you to become a father. Albedo said, and Ainz stopped in his tracks, though Albedo was showing considerably, he thought it was early nonetheless. Now, he exclaimed as his blood ran cold. All that time with my firstborn, asking how to do things, watching how Kalka and Kalart did things, and somehow I'm as nervous as before. If it pleases my lord, Albedo said and put her hands over her belly, I suppose I could try to hold them in until it's more convenient, but I don't know how long I can manage. She looked at him with a hopeful smile, one that looked almost amused at his surprise. Now, but I assumed that, no, I've been thinking in terms of humans. But elves are a little longer than humans unless they're half-elves, orcs are faster, it's not like I know how long a half-demon child should take. He thought and cursed himself for his foolish preconceptions. Yes, now, right now. Ainz exclaimed, and all thoughts of the throne room fled from his mind, and they did not return to his head for the hours of waiting, nor for days after the first moment he held his firstborn daughter, nor, unexpectedly, his secondborn son. His mind was elsewhere, and there was not anyone present who would have had it any other way. Chapter 377, Omake, Best Vacation Ever. Senna stretched out under the white flowering trees. The scent, at least to his nose, was fair to good, and with his arms crossed under his head, he let out a steady groan of comfort. Gah, that's better. He said to nobody at all. The long vines hid his presence, and the shadow cast overhead was thick enough to create a comfortable shade from the summer sun. At his side sat a bow worth more than a prince's ransom, as well as a spear for serious defense if it were needed. On his body was a simple ashen gray cloak with streaks of black, green, and brown that served as camouflage. But there was nothing to be worried about. Not that he could tell, his hunt was successful enough that a few beasts sat wrapped in wild preserving vines, waiting for him to roast them after what he was about to do. His favorite part, to be precise, or so the smile on his face said. One foot crossed over the other and he gnawed idly at the sweet twig in his mouth while he waited to drift off to sleep and nap for hours. The sweet twig was of a peculiar variety of tree only found there in the Abelian hills. It was his second favorite part about his hunting expeditions. And they think I'm hunting out in the woods near Ikari. Ha! He laughed at that. The monsters in the Abelian hills were few, which was the point. A little hunting and a lot of laziness, that was the real point. The demi-humans who occupied the region were now fairly tame, they moved in larger groups, but more predictably as fixed paths were laid down and fixed settlements were forming. They wouldn't believe it back home, but it really is turning into a kingdom over here. He thought and yawned deeply, he could feel himself starting to doze off and thought about the shock he faced when he first saw actual humans, but strangely enough, they appeared to be neither frightened nor abused. They won't like that in Kami Miyako. He snorted. Non-human and human enmity was a staple of their religion and politics, the two groups getting along was almost as big of a threat to the state as war itself. But for Senna, pain is pain, dead is dead. Maybe something better will come of all this, like a longer nap for me. He smirked, spat the sweet bark stick out of his mouth when the tip lost its flavor, yawned once more, and fell asleep. He didn't know how long he lay there, but when he awoke, it was instant. The pressure above caused the tree he lay against to sway, and that was all it took, because the scent it carried with it was very much like a dragon. The noise hit next, he could hear the beating wings, but the thick cover of the flowering trees and the dangling vines obscured his vision. It doesn't matter how far I can see if I've got things in my way. He mentally cursed, the sound was slowing down, coming closer. He reached for the spear that lay beside his hunting bow and took it into practiced fingers while he rose silently to his feet. All right, poacher, you've got some nerve hunting on the private reserves of the Queen of Frost, now you've got a choice, either I come in there, or you come out. A voice called from beyond when he heard the blades of grass bend as the interloper landed. That doesn't sound like a dragon. Senna thought with confusion in his mind. It was far, far too feminine. But one thing he knew, if he went out, a fight was probable, if he waited, it could be avoided. The peace trees were known to be sacred, even as far away as the Theocracy, and as such, he chose to wait, but not in silence. Why don't you come in? If I go out there, I'll have to fight, and this is my vacation, damn it. I have no bloody intentions of having it ruined by killing the royal pisspot carrier of some purple-assed noble. Nia fumed. Her pale face didn't blush as much as it used to, but the scaled skin turned a shade darker. Nobody has talked to me that way in a damn good while, Sanofa. She took a deep breath, her tail lashed behind her, but going into the trees and committing violence would not be acceptable. Listen here, you pig sticker, I'll have you know my ass is not purple, at best my ass is an off-white with shades of blue from the scales. And I'm no pisspot carrier. I'm the damn queen of this country, and you're on my land hunting my private stock. She snapped, do you have any idea how long it took to clear out the monsters that tasted terrible from this area, and restock it with the kind I liked? A long time and a lot of work. Now get your ass out here and your queen may show some leniency as a gesture of respect for at least being good at poaching. She huffed, and frost chilled the grass in front of her, a drift of white that melted under the summer sun almost as soon as it settled. The queen. Okay, this is different, kill her, and I may solve a real problem before it begins, or start a war, but also, my vacation would be ruined. Shit. Senna cursed. I'm no subject of the queen. He shot out in frustration, only to immediately cover his mouth. Nia heard the words and the slap of skin over a mouth. Human skin was a little more malleable than that of orcs or goblins, and other races didn't smack a hand over their mouths when they said something they didn't mean to. A human. From the Holy Kingdom. Nia was now intrigued. You're a long way from Hoburn's, human. It was only a few boar and a cockatrice, come out from the peace trees, and I promise I will be lenient. I'll charge you for the cost of your stolen stock and send you back to the Roble Holy Kingdom alive. Nia said more diplomatically. She opened her hands as if the one hidden within could have seen them, and took a step forward. Senna laughed involuntarily. That would be a problem, damn it, listen. I'm armed, but I'll set down my spear, but come inside and I'll explain myself. Nia frowned. Are you running from something? An exile from the Civil War. That ended years ago. How are you only here now? She asked, and the voice within cleared his throat. It'll be easier if we talk where I know I won't have to kill you. I think my vacation is probably already ruined. I'd rather not make it worse with some unplanned regicide. Senna called out as calmly as he could, but a playful lilt hit his voice anyway. Part of Nia knew she should have been furious by the implication of regicide, but his voice was so playful and his attitude so nonchalant, and his obsession with his time off was so damn disarming, it was difficult for her to feel any real anger. Fine, I came all the way out here already, what's 20 more paces? Nia said back, and walked to the trees. She pushed her way through the dangling white and found a black-clad man of slender, athletic build. His cloak was different from the rest of his clothing, designed for simple magic-free camouflage, but his bow and spear, not to mention the rest of his clothing, it all screamed wealth and status. He was seated cross-legged with his back against the tree, and she did the same, her tail lashing behind her as she went, her wings folded in, and she cleared her throat. Queen Nia Baraja of the Kingdom of Demalbian. And you, poacher? She asked, gesturing to him with an open hand, palm upturned and talons clicking. Senna. Senna Tacconi, captain of the Black Scripture of the slain Theocracy. He inclined his head, and waited for the queen to leap to her feet and call for her guards, only for her to instead cock her head, raise her brow and ask. Did you hit your head? Are you quite well, human? She asked, and he tapped his skull several times. Seems fine to me. He smirked. You don't believe me? No, but if you share that meat, I'll forget about this, cook it, and we can eat together. At least after we share a meal, I can promise I can't kill you. You'll be an official guest. She pointed out, her finger leveled at the delicious-looking haunch of monster meat. That's a hell of an invitation, how can I say no? He said so dryly that Nia wanted something to drink just by hearing it. You can't, it's good to be the queen. She smirked, baring her fangs. We've got to start somewhere. He said with a shrug, and got up to his feet, and taking up his kill, he followed after her. On their way out, Nia's curiosity got the better of her and she asked, even supposing I believed your crazy lie, why would the Black Scripture captain be here of all places other than to kill me? Even if I accept the possibility, to announce himself would be just absurd. Our nations are not exactly on friendly terms, you know. I'm an animal after all. Nia pointed out and searched the boyish face of the human for hatred, violence, or deception when she described herself in their terms. She found only amusement. I guess that's fair, I didn't believe you were the queen until your royal scalliness walked in. Senna replied with a shrug. My royal what? Nia half demanded. Well, you're right, it doesn't look like any of you is purple. Senna looked her up and down like a bar patron checked out his waitress, but you do have a bit of scalliness. Not much though. Still looks like skin to me. Are you trying to pick a fight? Nia demanded and crossed her arms. Senna stretched out his legs and put his hands behind his head before shaking it. Nah, I just don't really have a filter. No offense, Majesty. And as for what I'm here for, like I said, vacation. I get a month off per year and I come out here to hunt, mostly for good places to nap and for more of the sweet bark trees. He licked his lips, great stuff, though I do hunt a little. I was here before you. So you're more of an interloper than I am. Nia's mouth dropped open, revealing her sharpened predatory teeth. You have got to be kidding me. He shook his head again, no, really. He cocked his head and looked her over again, you really are the queen here, huh? They'd probably tell me to kill you, but... Nia asked, clicking the talons on her hand as she held her tongue. But if I did do that, it'd probably spark a war with my country, and I'd probably never be able to vacation here again, plus the sweet bark trees are good building material. If the Theocracy invaded, they'd chop them all down, they'd be gone in a year or 3 if we won, and we'd be ruined if we lost. I'd miss those. Senna reflected in a quiet, gentle voice and yawned again. Are you saying you aren't here for my life, and wouldn't take it anyway because you like sweet bark and naps? Nia blinked. Are you just? She held up a hand as if to stop him, but in fact stopped herself to take a deep breath. I'm on the verge of talking you into at least trying to kill me just because that kind of laziness is, by the dead gods. I'm at a loss for words. Nia dropped her hand, threw back her head to look up at the white flowering on the branches above, and began a long, rich, hearty laugh that heaved her chest, made her wings spasm, and went on for so long that her diaphragm began to hurt. Senna only smirked. When she finally stopped, he asked, so I guess you're the workaholic sort, minus the occasional bit of hunting. She pounded on her chest several times and nodded in assent. I'm the queen. Of course I work long hours, I'm building a kingdom to last, and that means setting deep roots. HMPF, I actually believe that. I was vacationing out here when you got started building. Back home the cardinals think that killing you would destroy your whole country. I, however, have come back several times since then. Maybe it was true once, but not anymore. Even if we got rid of you, they'd just pick someone else, or just turn your country over to the Allfather and we'd be worse off. But politicians never believe people out in the field. A light of camaraderie at long remember frustration came into her sky-blue eyes and Nia smacked her knee with her palm. Tell me about it. When I was still a human, I had to fight harder to warn politicians about the danger ahead than I did to actually fight the danger itself. Then if I won, they said there was nothing to worry about, and if I didn't, it was either that I didn't give them enough warning or it was my fault for having to withdraw without victory. Senna completely forgot in that instant that he was looking at the Queen of Frost, the monster whose invasion had destroyed an army of humans and taken a massive human city, and destroyed a hero of humanity, as the Theocracy placed the blame, and instead it seemed like she was just another soldier like himself, used to being out on her own and then explaining herself to people who didn't understand what she was trying to tell them. So, nameless soldier who claims to be the Black Scripture captain. Nia finally said with their sense returned, her tail lashed behind her again, more playfully this time. Suppose I at least accept that you're from the Theocracy and offer to return you there, provided you share with me the meat you've taken, and that it gets prepared at my palace instead of out here in the field. Consider yourself my guest, and then we will send you home again afterward. Senna raised one finger. I have one condition. He said, that you do not make it an official deportation. No informing the Theocracy, just drop me at the border. I haven't negotiated with anyone since the war ended, or not much at least. Nia retorted and raised one finger of her own, but on one other condition, that the next time you choose to vacation in my country, you come to inform me of it. I will issue a personal pass to use my private reserve. It's the least reward I can offer for having made me laugh today, twice, no less. You still don't believe I am who I say I am? Senna asked. That's a bit rude. So is poaching, but here we are. Nia retorted, and their briefly serious faces melted away after holding steady stares at one another without blinking until the unlooked-for staring contest began to devolve into chortles of laughter again. But what to call you next time? Nia rubbed her chin. Ah yes. I know. She clicked her talons together, and shook her head while she stood up, and he looked at her questioningly. Next time you come here. She admonished him and held out her hand to offer to help him up. He accepted it, and popped up to his feet at the light tug she gave to him. Her talons, notably, were used with care and did not leave a scratch. He went over to his pack, threw it over his shoulder, picked up his bow and spear, and followed the queen out of the trees just as a mixed party of humans and orcs in full armor arrived on both wolfback and horseback. Nia raised a hand to stop them before the thundering hooves and panting wolves could draw too close. Everything is fine, our nameless friend here will be a guest in my home for a few days, then he can be deported. Senna grinned at the mixed party and gave a congenial wave without any hint of hostility, and the party relaxed. For the next few days after riding back to her palace he was wined and dined by the queen, and the pair traded stories of their exploits in the wild. So is it true that you actually brought down a dragon? Senna asked on their final night dining alone at a table in her great hall. No, that story is a pile of fumets. Nia answered. Fewats? He asked. Dragon shit. Dragon shit is called fumets. Nia explained. I didn't bring it down, he landed already wounded, I was supposed to kill him, of course. She sighed and looked down into the cup of red wine, but he said please. He asked for my help, he was in pain, his spirit and body shattered into pieces, his eyes were haunted, everything about him was just lost. I couldn't do it, so I nursed him back to health over the course of several months until I was caught, tried, and sent to be executed for it. You know the rest, now, this is the result. She took a long swift drink and then filled her cup again. I know the feeling. Being part of the scripture, hunting threats to people was what I did, but sometimes the threat wasn't a real threat. Just some dumb beast driven out of its hunting range. Most monsters are just that, more dangerous animals. Like me. Nia asked and batted her wings pointedly toward him. He shrugged at that. We haven't fought, but I'm not some temple priest who hasn't been far from the four walls of a city. I've seen elves just trying to get their families to safety, or a vampire that even begged me to kill it so it wouldn't kill anyone else. Things out in the field, they get complicated. The enemy isn't always an enemy, and evil isn't always evil. That's why I can sit here with you and not say you're just some beast, like most of the priests would say. He finished off his own cup and held it out just as she finished pouring her own. She moved the bottle over to refill his own cup and they propped their feet up on the table. I suppose that's so, Nia said and raised her cup. To pleasant complications. I'll drink to that. Senna answered, and when their cups were drained he said, I have to leave tomorrow, you know. I have somewhere to be, I won't be able to send you off, and I don't like goodbyes, so just to get it out of the way I will answer with, till next time. Nia replied, I'll have an escort take you to the eastern border and give you a good horse to get the rest of the way home, nameless Theocracy citizen. I keep telling you, my name is Senna. He answered. She looked at him with a long, lingering stare of her piercing blue eyes until he sighed and gave up. Fine. Till next time. He said, subdued. They parted after that, going to their separate rooms. Senna reached his door, opened it, and then after stepping within, he began to close it, only to stop just a hair before it was to seal shut. No, he thought, and opened it enough that it was just a crack open, enough to be obvious if one looked, but gave the appearance that someone intended to close it. Just in case. He thought, then stripped and got into the bed, pulling the blanket of thick fur pelts over his bare chest, and waited, staring at the ceiling until he fell asleep. Nia, for her part, reached her quarters and found guards waiting for her arrival. 2 bladers, their natural armaments made them ideal security. She glanced up at them. I will not be sleeping tonight, you two may take the evening off. That's our queen. The taller blader said with pride, always working hard for us. They bowed deeply, and left. Nia stepped within, then shut the door so that only a crack was open. What are you doing, Nia? You barely know him, you don't even know his real name, just his crazy story, but he's formidable, and good-looking, and he hasn't flinched even once when you've looked at him. Who cares, he's leaving tomorrow and will probably never come back, just have some fun for once in your life. She reassured herself, then cast aside her clothing and laid herself down in the bed to wait and see if he came to her. She was still waiting when she fell asleep. True to form, she didn't see him off, she only left instructions to have him escorted back before she went off on errands of her own, and tried to forget her disappointment. You should have known better, she told herself, and went back to her constant work routine as if nothing changed at all. She didn't think of him much for another year, her work went on without stopping. New towns, new villages, and shepherding the growth of trade with animal produce and budding industries established around them, and even the slow and tightly controlled rise of a cosmopolitan small city at the crossroads of several trading areas on the long road between east and west. She didn't think of him much that was, until a guard at the door approached her throne and said, with a most confused look on his face, Your Majesty, a human in black and bearing a long black spear has come for an audience. He says you are expecting him. He calls himself Senna Tacconi, and says you promised him access to your hunting preserve. Should I send him away? Nia's face brightened on her throne with a great big fawny smile. Where is the ass? She exclaimed and clapped her hands. See him in. Senna entered the great hall and before he could even greet her she shouted, There. There is the ass. His dark eyes blinked and he ran a hand through his hair and groaned, That's what you put on my pass, isn't it, Majesty? You're damn right. Nia quipped, It's the least I could do. She said with a smirk. He rolled his eyes and began to laugh. It's good to see you again, Your Majesty. He replied. And so it went, a repeat of the year before. She took him hunting, and to her surprise, she enjoyed her first nap in years. Again on their last night, each left their own door open for the other, and each one slept while waiting, only to sleep again with nothing happening but dreams before they parted ways. For 3 years this went on, and in Nia's eyes, the curious warrior's visits became her own time of rest, until she named his annual arrival the first official holiday of her kingdom, when no work would be done at all that wasn't absolutely vital, so that everyone in the kingdom could enjoy a few days of ease in the sun. Back home in the slain Theocracy, the growing prosperity of Demalbian did not sit well. But Senna gave it no thought until the day he was summoned. It wasn't his first time in the chamber of the Pontifex Maximus, far from it. Each occasion had one singular purpose. What fresh threat to humanity requires its champion? From anyone else it would have been an arrogant thought, but as the leader of the Black Scripture, he knew very well that there was only one other who could claim the title of humanity's trump card. He knocked on the heavy oaken door, and the rough voice of the old man called out to him. Come in. He opened the door and found the old man stooped over a scroll. He gestured to the seat across from him, and Senna flopped himself down in the chair, resting his spear on his lap. He asked point blank, So what'll it be this time, old man? Did a vampire have a baby with a barghast and give birth to some chain fetishist's sparkly wet dream? The wrinkled sunken cheeks of the grey old pontifex did not express surprise well in the best of times, and as it was, the old man only groaned. No, Senna, please, be serious for once. He pointed to the scroll on his desk. We can't wait for Malbian to fall apart on its own anymore. This is a copy of a treaty between them and the Allfather of the Kingdom of Nazarick. Goodness knows how the animals in the West have managed to not kill each other for the last few years, but if they start trading in high-quality weapons, we'll have a real problem on our hands. I need to know. He leaned forward and said with a hushed tone as if he feared to be overheard, humanity needs you to go to the heart of that cursed country, and kill the Queen of Frost. Kill Nia Baraja and dispose of her body. I know your usual vacation time is coming up, but that happens to fall at the same time as some kind of holiday over there. You can take your time off after she's dead. Just go in, kill her, and get out before they fall into civil war. Then you can come home and hunt to your heart's content for a month. Do you think you can take her alone? The Pontifex asked, his thin lips formed a tiny frown. Senna barely registered the question. You'll start a war with them, a war you may not win. Senna said, his face losing all color. Nonsense. The Pontifex replied abruptly, their warriors are strong, but in the end even the strongest and smartest are only beasts, they're held together by force. Strike the shepherd and the sheep will turn on each other. They'll rip their own kingdom apart and that will be the end of it. Perhaps we can even help the unfortunate humans there turn it into a new human kingdom. I don't need help. Senna finally replied, ignoring the mangled metaphor. Anyone less than Zeshi would just be in the way. He then stood up and gripped his spear tight in one hand. I'll leave now. No request for more vacation as a reward. No objections about already being busy. Are you feeling all right, my boy? The Pontifex asked. No, yes, I'm fine. Like you said, this is important, right? Senna asked. Correct, I'm glad you're taking this seriously. The Pontifex almost sighed in relief while Senna departed on silent feet. Good luck. The old man called out, only to receive no response from the Black Scripture captain. 3 weeks later he heard the familiar call beyond the great double doors of Nia's palace. Where is the ass? And when he entered the great hall filled with now familiar faces, many of which he counted as friends, she stood from her throne and shouted, there is the ass. Senna's dark thoughts evaporated as he went to the throne and stuck out a hand. They clasped forearms as they always did. She took care not to use her talons, and though she didn't know it, he took care not to use too much strength. Welcome again, mysterious stranger, have you come with more stories of captaining the Black? Senna plastered a smile on his face and barely kept his hold on the spear loose. Yes of course, but those can wait. He replied with a smirk plastered on his face. I was hoping for a hunt first. A hunt? That's oddly energetic of you. But I don't mind, our holiday began 3 minutes ago. Nia replied and looked over to Nazarick. Her secretary rang a bronze gong, and a cheer went up as all duties were suspended. As the cheers went on and Nia stepped farther from her throne and closer to her friend she said under her breath, you made a lot of hatred against humans start to die off when you became the reason they all get vacations. Nia chortled a little, only half kidding, and then walked past him, slapping him on the back. She was several steps past him when she realized he wasn't at her side, but was instead still standing back and looking at her. What? She asked, turning to face him, is something wrong? Senna forcibly shook his head, it's nothing that can't wait, let's go. All right then, ass. She said with a wink, and held in her sigh of relief when he smiled at her stand-in name for him. Within a few hours on the preserve, they bagged 2 large boars, and each carrying one of them, they made their way to a familiar spot. A spot Senna chose himself. The peace tree grove where they met. Something is up with you. Nia finally said after they walked in silence for a full hour straight. Normally you'd have told a dozen jokes by now and given me a half a dozen unbelievable stories. Yeah, something is. Senna said as he placed one foot in front of the other in a steady trudge. But it can wait until after well, maybe it can't wait, maybe I can't. He muttered under his breath, trailing off into an unintelligible mumble. You haven't even suggested going back for a nap, are you dying or something? Nia asked, she tried to plaster a smile on her face, but he didn't laugh. Wait, is that it? Nia asked, her bright blue eyes opened like saucers, I can see if our healers can do anything. Stop it. Senna finally said, then added, please. No, I'm not dying. Oh, well good. I don't have a superabundance of friends, and I'd hate to lose one, even if I don't know your real name. She said just as they reached their destination and Senna dropped his boar. Nia, he said as she set hers down, why don't you believe me? How can you still think I'm not who I say I am? Because it's hard to picture, I guess. Nia replied with a half shrug, besides, like I said the first time, it's just absurd to think of the Black Scripture captain showing up in my kingdom just to chew on sweet sticks, nap, and hunt. When you put it that way, I suppose it is a tad extreme. But then, what do you think I am? Senna asked while Nia prepared the fire pit. Her claws gouged out the earth easier than 20 shovels, and while she worked she said, I'm surprised you've never asked. I always assumed you were some spoiled rich noble with some talent for combat. Nia replied, I admit my first thought was, Theocracy spy, but no, that you are not. Senna let out a weary sigh, that does sound like me. He reluctantly acknowledged. I see. He snapped his spear down into the guard position, then there's no way you'll believe what I say next unless I prove it to you first. His voice became tight, professional, and his eyes narrowed like he was focusing on a target. Queen of Frost, Nia Baraja, I am Senna Takoni of the slain Theocracy, captain of the Black Scripture and first among Godkin. I challenge you to a duel here and now. Nia looked up from where she stood at the fire pit and frowned, You're serious, aren't you? I am. He answered, There's no way I can convince you unless I beat you first. If you insist. Nia answered with a shrug of her own. He picked up a rock from the ground, When this hits ground, we begin. Agreed. Nia answered, her white eyebrows still up. He could see she wasn't taking him seriously. That would change. Agility boost. Ability boost. Lesser strength. Fortress. Deft hands. Steel grip. Nia's eyes widened as he used 7 martial arts. If that's how you want it. She said and clicked her talons together. Agility boost. Ability boost. Fortress. Strength of ancestors. Quickstep. He tossed the little gray rock into the air, both their eyes followed it. It struck the ground, and Nia's wings carried her forward instantly. Her talons came down, his spear caught them, and to her dismay, the spear did not break. He spun it, she went flying backward, folding in her wings, she landed, flipped back, and came again. Always be on the attack, keep them responding. She wasn't even consciously thinking of the lesson, only applying it. But his spear flicked away her every slash and thrust as if they weren't there, he never gave an inch of ground, he only grew faster, her slashes and grabs were like those of a raw recruit, her tail lashed out, and he blocked it too, and that told her the truth. He's holding back his speed. I haven't met my match in years. I'm a damn dragonid. And I'm stronger than I ever was. Her heart raced and her strikes picked up speed again, and yet it seemed to mean nothing, his spear spun and the butt cracked across her jaw, she felt the bone crack as she staggered back. Dull pain. She said and touched her jaw, the pain vanished, and she came again while he waited to receive her. His facial expression never changed, his body never slowed, and every time she picked up speed, he did so, and did more than she. How is this possible? She hissed, limit break. She added the martial art and redoubled her speed, but the black-haired spearman didn't even bother to use the same, the spear moved faster than she could sense, or even predict. The butt hit her in both her knees, her chest, her shoulders, and then finally at the center of her forehead. Nia sailed backward, her back arching as she saw the orange light cast by the setting sun, and she felt the ground as she slammed into it with all her falling weight. Then he was over her, her hand went up for him to help her up, but to her horror, it was not his hand that swung out to take hers and bring her up, what hovered over her breast was the point of his spear. I am Senna Takoni, captain of the Black Scripture, among the strongest of the strong in humanity, the living descendant of the 6 great gods. Do you believe me now, Nia? He asked, the spear wavering only inches above her body. Her joints ached, her head hurt, but there was no denying it. So, it's true. I didn't see that coming. Nia answered and lowered her extended arm to the ground where it fell limp. Now that you believe me, I can tell you. I've been sent to kill you, Queen of Frost. The slain Theocracy demands your head, you've unbalanced the whole damn world by starting a demi-human kingdom here, and they won't ignore you anymore. Was it always the plan? Was it all just a lie? Nia asked, looking up at him from on her back, her entire body limp as she sought the face she wished had joined her many a night before, to see hovering over hers in a night of desire. Her heart began to tear in two, but she held her face steady, I will not let him see me weak. She told herself. Not if I'm going to die. No. He answered instantly. All that was just coincidence, we met by chance and became friends by chance. None of that was staged or faked, it was real, all of it. I see. She answered, the tearing in her heart stopped, but it wasn't lost on her that his spear had not moved away from her. She went on as if it weren't there. That's a relief. You're one of the only friends I've ever had, and definitely one of the only human ones. I'd hate to think I was lied to all this time. Nia said and wiped the blood from her lip before allowing her arm to fall down again. All right then, go ahead and kill me. I can't beat you, I came out alone with you, there's nobody for hours around who could help me, and besides, I may not have many friends, but I have always laid down my life for the few I had. If you need my life, and care more for the Theocracy than for me, take it. People like us always come to violent ends, and there are worse ways than dying at the hands of one of my best friends, and the only man I ever loved. Just make it quick, and without pain if you can manage it. Senna. Nia said and closed her eyes. Her heartbeat was slow, steady, her blood didn't race and her breathing didn't quicken. It's just like going to sleep. One quick sting and it's over. A pity about all the deaths that will follow on this though. He can beat me, but I doubt they have anyone that can beat His Majesty Allfather, and there's no way this won't be traced back to the Theocracy. She waited. She felt the spear hovering over her breast. She felt his eyes lingering on her still. This must be why he wanted the peace trees. That part must have been true. He really was my friend. If I had to kill him for some reason, this is where I'd have picked it too. But still, it's a shame to die a virgin, never knowing what that's like. I guess I'm not dying completely without regrets, but in my short life, I was a daughter, deeply loved. I was a warrior, I was a legend, I was a general, I was a little sister to a mighty dragon, and I was a queen. It's been a good run, even if it is ending here. Nia smiled in spite of herself. Wait, so you really think I'm going to kill you? And I'm seeing how you'd react if that were the case. If I'm an ass, you're an idiot. Senna said and threw his spear point down into the dirt beside her so that it embedded into the soil and sat up erect as a flagpole. Nia's eyes fluttered open. Wait, what? She asked. Are you deaf too? Senna snapped and put his hands on his hips, his shadow cast over her entire body. Of course I'm not going to kill you. You'd have really let me do it. Nia remained on her back, but now confusion was etched on her face. As I said, if my friends need my life, it's theirs for the asking. Yeah, in a fight, damn it. Woman, you do not take your commitments lightly, no wonder they see you as such a threat. He rubbed the back of his head and looked away more than a little sheepishly. It kind of puts my lazy ass to shame, but wait, did you mean that other stuff? Nia's face became a kind of ashen gray, but she refused to deny it. Yes. Every visit from the first one on, I left the door to my room open and the way unguarded, hoping you would join me. I left my door unlocked and open too. He, unlike her, could blush, and did. You expect the queen to come to you? You are an ass. Nia snapped up at him. Excuse me. He said with indignance, you expect a visiting foreigner to just waltz up to the queen's bedroom thinking there'd be no guards and he could just go on in like some sort of stalker. It's not stalking if I want you in there. Nia argued. It is if I don't know it. He yelled back, aghast. So I'm supposed to stalk you and be the creeper queen, is that what you're saying? She shot back. It's not creeping if I want you to come in. I left the door open for you. He shouted. Are you completely senseless? What did we just say not 15 seconds ago? She shot back again. Well, what do you want? I couldn't read your mind. He stamped his foot, and the trees wavered 20 paces away. Can you read my damn lips? She demanded. What? He exclaimed with his eyes wide as her breathing picked up. Get down here, Senna. Is that a clear enough signal, you ass? She shouted back up at him. Yes. He said, and dove to shut her up with an impassioned kiss and an embrace that proved decisively that he was who he said he was. What the fuck am I supposed to do after this? Senna wondered, and lost track of the question as he started to enjoy the talons raking his back. Chapter 378, Author's Words, Spring Power Red Toaster. So that's that. Thank you to those who did not make it a chore, and kept the joy PF creation and of giving alive. And as always, thank you to my sponsors who paid for the time off work to write all of this. If you want Volume 8, which is where the series is meant to end, the pitch for it is on ko-fi.com/tellingstories where it is up for crowdfunding, along with Volume 9 of Who Endures. Crowdfunding pays for my unpaid time off from work to write. In addition, I put all my original works on Amazon with an option to read for free on Kindle. So enjoy. Titles. Evolution of a Nobody. Evolution of a Nobody, Bad Dreams. Who Endures, Strange Lands. Who Endures, Trust and Betrayal. The Strongest in the World. Countdown. Scales of Trust. Volume 8 Possible Story. Volume 8 will feature the slain Theocracy in the post-tournament period, surrounded by hostile nations with no possible allies, no trading partners, a collapsing economic system that is abhorrent to all, and show them struggling with the challenges of a changing world full of people hostile to their previously enticing beliefs. Die Malbian's Rise spawns an attempt on the life of the Queen of Frost. The elf-friendly Draconic Queen and the Wolf Queen of the Kingdom of Karn are both happy to harbor runaway slaves, severely damaging the ability of the Theocracy to feed itself, and Ainz turns his eye on the last real opponent. While the nations of humanity and non-humans alike independently and openly declare the godhood of the Allfather of the Empire of Nazarick. With a seventh god, or fifth, is added to the pantheon who declares the common law of shared submission to a single throne regardless of heritage or race, the holdouts of the Theocracy will struggle valiantly as insurrection from a long-buried enemy begins to stir. Thanks for reading to the end. And if you're not on those platforms, well, see you again in about 6 months or so with Volume 8. Smiley face. Till then, wish me luck. Volume 9 of Who Endures. The war against the Beastmen and all of Micteritz looms large, with Nua preparing herself for the worst of the worst, and trying to save the world she has come to love, from everything that threatens to destroy it. Words from AI Evangeline. Hello, I am the one who uploads this, as you will see the end of Volume 7. Chapter 379, Chapter 377/Darkest Before Dawn. It's good to see you again, Nua. Raymond said when they were alone after the 5th such visit in as many years. Her ears wiggled when he spoke, giving away her happiness despite the neutral face she tried to hold. The neutral mask broke into a little smile. I can't pretend with you, can I? She asked him and looked up the long, winding stairs that went up to the tower. They won't overhear? She asked. He shook his head. Magic noise suppression. Good. Nua said and put a hand on his chest. Do you still, about me, us? She asked. I'm loyal to my country. Raymond said and covered her hand with his, but that means something else to me than it used to. I don't want to see it destroyed. Nua looked down at his feet. How many? She asked. I got 3 more out this week. That brings me up to 100 since I came back from my last trip. Not many but it makes a difference to them. Raymond said to her, and she pursed her lips. That fits. Then I'll tell you something that you don't know yet. 2 somethings, actually. You're saving my people, so I'll try to save some of yours. Nua replied to him, and Raymond cocked his head. What is it? He asked, his intense eyes almost melting her heart even to feel locked on her. Your black scripture captain, he disappeared, am I right? Or am I wrong? She asked him, and his deep eyes widened at the question. Yes, you're right, he was sent somewhere by the Pontifex Maximus. Raymond answered as they drew close to the door at the base of the steps. He is about to become the king of Demalbian. I'm going to be attending his coronation soon. Nua said, and went still while she waited for the news to sink in. So he was sent there to dash, his teeth clicked as his jaw snapped shut. The queen tells us they've been friends for years. When he got the order to kill her, he went off and seduced her instead. She's making him the king. You've lost the most powerful members of the Black Scripture. You've got Zeshi to the north, and Demalbian and its territorial ambitions to the west. Territory. Raymond felt ice grip his heart. The mountains, get your people away from those, you're going to lose them. Even I don't know much, but start moving that population away from there as much as possible, open up new farmland and offer it freely to foreign residents, do something, or you'll have a massacre on your hands. That's all I can tell you. Nua said, and then leaned forward and kissed him hard on the lips. He returned it, reaching up, he stroked her ears and felt her shiver at his touch. But just as she was the aggressor, she also cut it off, pulling back before things could go farther. I need to go. You be careful, I don't want to lose you. Nua said, and Raymond answered with the same conviction. The same to you. Even coming here as an ambassador is dangerous. He pointed it out, and she shrugged. At least this way I can leave, before, I couldn't. Till next we meet, Cardinal Raymond Zarg Loranson. Nua said and patted his cheek with one calloused hand before she opened the oaken door and strode out into the light of day. He watched her until she got into the waiting carriage of green and gold, but followed it with his eyes until it was well out of sight, and only then did he close the door, turn around, and head back the way he came. Aelin ascended the mountain pass with ease. His vampiric limbs carried him without even the slightest hint of exhaustion all the way back to his mountain hideaway. The elves atop the wall who guarded the pass drew their bows and aimed at him. He did a little flip, landed on his feet, and bowed with one arm out and one folded in front of his waist as if he were a performer. He could hear the strings and use relax when he was recognized by the means he used to entertain some of the liberated elven children and set them at ease after their radical change of scenery. Father. The elves shouted to him as he came closer, and he waved with a contented smile on his face until he reached the broad wooden gate. Did you have any luck? He knew what they were asking about, still nothing. Aelin admitted as he walked under the shadow of the gate and back into his home. Perhaps Nua died a long, long time ago. It wasn't the first time he'd had that thought in the last 150-odd years, but even so. I can't stop looking for her. I just can't. Even if she never forgives me, I just can't stop. A young raven-haired woman dove into his arms. She bared her fangs to him when she smiled up at his face. Father, welcome home. She said, her delicate hands traced around his back, squeezed, and then drew away after her embrace was briefly returned. Thank you. I managed to get a few more. They can be picked up in Fern this week, but it's starting to cost more. Aelin added and put a hand on top of her head the way he had when she was young, be a lamb and negotiate twice as hard when it comes to iron sails. She tittered a little and rose up on her tiptoes into the pad upon her head. Father, you're so silly, you really need to pay more attention to what's going on out there. There's an iron shortage now, we can demand a premium for ingots without any effort whatsoever. She answered him and went back down onto the balls of her feet. Just relax, everything will be fine, the elves will keep any iron poachers out the way they always have, and when you're ready, and they're not. Her red eyes pulsed with bloodlust. That's my girl. Now what about the Demalbian representative? Did we get what we wanted? Aelin pressed, and she snapped her fingers and gave him a sharp, decisive nod. In spades. When we're ready, we'll just tell Furin that the mines ran dry. I doubt the Theocracy will be able to do much more than station some soldiers along the mountain base when the invasion of the mountains begins. She answered, and again there was a warm glow of satisfaction in Aelin's gut. I've got myself a lioness who can both think and fight. When all is said and done, I know who I can leave in charge. He thought with confidence, and then followed her into the only mountain elf village in the world, his earlier disappointment comforted by the promise of progress, and an end to the slain Theocracy. Nia extended her hand to her mate. Senna took it and allowed her to pull him up from the bed. How long do you think it will be before they assume I'm dead? He asked of the Dragonid Queen. Nia shrugged. I'm not from the Theocracy, but that depends. Do you just get things done and go home, or are you the sort to spend a lot of time planning it all out? He cocked his head and stared at her silently. Right. Dumb question. Nia rolled her eyes at herself. Anything that gets between you and your rest and relaxation is to be discarded or destroyed. So it won't be long. No, not long at all. Just remember one thing. Senna said, and as he rose to his feet he put a hand on her shoulder. I will help you, but I want my comrades taken alive. From Time Turner to One-Man Army. Nia's fearsome gaze wasn't able to soften much, but he felt it in her expression regardless. If I can, for you, I will. I won't ask my people to die for them, but if your friends can be ensnared safely, I'll do it. Their lives will be my wedding gift to you. She put a hand up to his cheek, her tail swayed low behind her. Nia's eyes welled up. You chose me. Nobody, absolutely nobody in my entire life has ever chosen me over anything or anyone. So of course, for you, I'll try to accomplish the impossible. I even reached out to the Allfather to ask for help. It will be our first joint forces operation. Our scouts, mages, and of course, I will be the bait, and several of his elite teams. When it succeeds, and we wed, he will perform the ceremony, and then I will bend my knee to him. She laughed at him when he stared at her. You wanted your friends at your wedding, now they will be, though they might not be dressed for the occasion. Nia teased him and wiped her eyes. Chosen over a whole country, you know how to make a woman feel appreciated, that's for damn sure. Nia added and rose on her tiptoes to embrace him. He returned it, and let her topple him back down into the bed one more time. We can start the day a little late, royalty has its privileges. He thought, and stopped using the head he no longer needed to focus instead on the one he did. Chapter 380, Chapter. Alan Bowman of the Time Turbulence stretched his legs out against a tree, his arms folded behind his russet brown hair, his small top hat tilted forward so that the brim shielded his eyes from the sun. A little straw of wheat rolled back and forth with his shifting jaw. The captain isn't much of a leader for us to go to all this trouble for him, but then again. Cedrin asked while wiping the enchanted white cloth over the shield in his lap, a regular but needless routine. The enchanted equipment would get rid of dust on its own, but still he wiped it down with an enchanted cloth that would have made any smith drool over its ability to polish with minimal effort. His tree trunk-like muscles were tense, and his intense focus on his equipment belied his discomfort with their surroundings. Then again, that's what I like about him, you know. Alan plucked the straw from his mouth and rolled it between his fingers. You're weird. K.S. said, floating down from above as gently as a feather. Nothing around us, at least not that I can see. He added and ran a hand through his short golden hair. Well, think about it. Alan twirled a finger through the long strand of brown hair that hung past his shoulder, his green eyes sparkled with the warning of impending humor. I'm comfortable right here, right now. It's a beautiful day, the sun is shining, all is right with the world dash. Except for the traitor to humanity holding our captain prisoner. Beaumarchais of the Divine Chain added, his hand twirled a handspan of his long chain, his dark eyes searching elsewhere despite Quiet's insistence that they were alone on the open grassy plain before the Demalbian border. Right, that, Alan acknowledged, but, nobody nowhere has got to tell me to just sit back and enjoy this, right? Just the cool breeze and a few good friends and dash. A lethally dangerous mission against a monster strong enough to beat Senna and keep him prisoner. Oh yes, it's oh so marvelous. Corwin Amber, the strongest human, laid the sarcasm on thick and drummed his fingers on the blade of his giant axe. Alan pursed his lips and cleared his throat, and the constant tendency of my comrades to interrupt my thoughts. He retorted, then went on saying, and a good meal to go with it. He gestured to the bowl holding the remnants of the rabbit stew made by Tenjo, who still worked the spit while they waited for the others to rejoin the group. But now here we are, about to go and risk our lives. It's fine for the captain, Alen hastened to add and put his left hand on the swirl-patterned rapier that lay at his side, but they ask us to do all these wild things all the time. It seems to me that leadership is just a way of getting people to do shitty things that you'd never waste your time or risk your life on unless somebody got you to do it. Inspiring. Tenjo grunted. He stopped stirring long enough to look over at the lazing Alen. You're saying leadership is shit? No. I'm just saying it gets you into shit and maybe the whole damn world would be better off with fewer leaders and more RNR. Alen retorted. And you are the one in charge? Sasala asked, tapping his staff on the ground while he walked toward Tenjo and extended his now empty bowl. How did that happen? Because I know Senna better than anyone, and our captain was never one to take stupid chances. Alen retorted, besides, our astrologer says that he's going around with only a handful of demi-human guards, he's not being tortured, hell she said he's smiling. If he's in trouble, I'm the Allfather. She could be tricked, you know. Sasala of the Mystic Will, the third seat of the Black Scripture, implied. You could just try to take this more seriously than you are. Alen dropped the straw from his hand and down to the green grass, his eyes focused intently on the third seat. I take this very seriously. I'm thinking like the captain does, trying to get inside his head. Why do you think Tenjo here is so willing to take the time to make big meals and is slow to clean up after you slobs? I'm thinking like he thinks, that's how we'll figure out what he's up to. Every eye of the present Black Scripture seat snapped over to him and then lowered in apology. Sorry. Was mumbled from many mouths. The uncomfortable silence kept anyone from eye contact until Cedrin spoke up. So, do you have any ideas? Well, yeah, actually. Alen answered, ignoring the possibility of illusion. Since we can always just say it's possible, the captain could probably easily beat his guards, but he's not. Thousand League astrologer says that he was laughing, smiling, eating big meals and he's been seen chatting amiably in the company of the traitor of humanity at some of their building projects. He's even been seen dueling high-ranking demi-humans. None of that should make sense except, if he gave his word he wouldn't try to escape. You're joking. Why make a promise like that? Kse asked and slapped the trunk of a tree, snapping it in half to fall on the ground. His eyes narrowed. That sounds a lot like treason. Don't be so sensitive, Kse, not everyone is your sister, that's not what I mean. Alen answered, and with the oddity of his theory, the scripture seats began to drift toward him to hear him out. What I mean is, before the dragon it was, that, she was a soldier, and a damn good one if the intel we got was right. I'm thinking that she beat him and made a deal to make him more comfortable. Senna gives his word not to run off, and she gives him freedom of movement and plenty of creature comforts. It's the sort of deal a soldier would take, and it's the sort of deal Senna would take. He's too important to just kill. She probably wants to trade him for some concessions or to embarrass the Cardinals or the Pontifex Maximus. What I'm saying is that this is a great big waste of time, that we're sent out to risk our lives for the captain, when he's in no danger, that the only real danger is to the reputations of the idiots who sent him out there alone against something he couldn't beat. Loren of the Long Lance, sixth seat of the Black, finished the sentence and stabbed the tip of his weapon into the grass. Son of a bitch. Yup. Alen added to the consternation of his comrades. We're going out to risk our lives for someone who is in no real danger, to die for the stupid decisions of fuckalls. That's what I'm saying, and knowing Senna, he figured it out pretty much the same. So. Alen waved a hand toward the pot. Finish off the stew and take your time. The border will still be there tomorrow, the captain will still be fine tomorrow, and we can still throw our lives away tomorrow if it comes down to it. What's one more big meal but a little more enjoyment before we get caught up in all that leadership we're always hearing about? He snorted with disgust, then stretched out his arms, picked up the dropped bit of straw and began to chew on it again while the rest of the camp finally, visibly relaxed a little. Emperor Unglaus and his empress stood outside the monastery door. The wisest monk in the empire waited within. Do you think he'll see us today? Zeshi asked. Her hand closed into his, though she didn't squeeze. While Brain was far stronger than he'd ever been in the past, it wasn't unknown to her that his victory over her in the arena had been determined by the aid of a god, and so she was gentle in the way she held him in her grip. Brain, however, didn't hesitate to squeeze her hand. The walls of the monastery could be easily breached if he chose to use force, and if he wanted, the wise monk could have been dragged out and carried bodily to Arwentar to be thrown down at the feet of the emperor and empress, but such a use of his power set the emperor on edge. The monk's insistence on answering only by letters, acting only as an advisor to anyone and everyone who asked, was also bizarre. I don't know, but we've come every year since we took the throne. It's been a very nice holiday every time, and I haven't minded that much. Brain said and turned an eye toward Princess Layali. She was clad in silks gifted by the Allfather of the Empire of Nazarick, bright greens and blues in ruffled patterns, and enchanted against all manner of harm, but it came with one other feature. A little blue ribbon that bound her hair close to her head attracted butterflies. They batted their wings around her, alighted on her hand, her cheek, her hair, all she had to do was stay still and their brilliant colors would shroud her like a second set of clothes. Her shining face and bright eyes, together with her gentle and giving nature, made her a popular princess in Arwentar, and the affinity for butterflies seemed to only add to her enchanting mystique. So it barely bothered Brain or Zeshi that the scholarly monk whose letters often guided imperial policy behind the scenes, refused to meet anyone face to face to give advice. It was just one more mystery. I couldn't agree more, but I can't help but feel a little affronted. Zeshi answered while they waited for the wide wooden gate of the monastery to open for them again. Brain inched a little closer to his wife's side. I can't help but think that before all the things with us happened, she'd have just broken down the walls and called it a day. At least she's mellowed a little with time. He thought and squeezed her hand a little tighter. I'm sure it's not personal, remember he's refused to meet with anyone. It's not about you, and it's not about what you are. Brain promised her with a whisper that caused her half-elven ears to twitch a little when his warm breath caressed her skin. The gate finally groaned its way open and the royals and their escort strode within. The brown robes of the monks hung loose around their hands, their hoods were down and they bowed deeply to the emperor, his wife, and the princess. The bows held until the gates closed again, and the serious faces of the aged grandfatherly monks broke out into smiles as Layali made herself the ambassador of the royal family. Hi Uncle Eyebrows. Hello Uncle Long Nose. Her childish innocence and familial pet names for the old men resorted in a sea of smiles, her utter sincerity in her affections made her almost like a mascot in their eyes. Having no children or grandchildren of their own, the princess wormed her way into a void in their collective hearts that many denied existed until it was filled. My emperor, empress. Welcome, welcome. The abbot of the monastery said as soon as he emerged, his bushy white eyebrows framed deep blue eyes that still sparkled with intelligence, his frail arms were wide apart and revealed the blotchy skin common to old men. He hadn't the ability to kneel much any longer, but his words spoke for him. Unlike the others, he wore a pure white robe passed down for centuries from the first emperor of the Baharuth Empire. And of course, welcome to you, Princess Layali, he said with an indulgent pearl-white smile when the little princess pursed her lips up at him and showed him the side of her face to let him kiss her cheek. Welcome, that's a wonderful outfit you're wearing, you look beautiful. Layali brushed her hands down the dress to smooth out its ruffles for a moment to show the little sparkly bits hidden except when one walked just right and it caught the light. It's a gift from Lord Demiurge of Nazarick, picked out by the maids as a reward. They always give me nice stuff to show they're glad I helped them with things. I see, so are you their ambassador then? That's good training for a princess. When you're the empress one day, you'll have to deal with many different peoples. The empire will be lucky to have so well-trained a ruler in command. The abbot said, and Layali put a forefinger to her dimple before she looked away and thought. I guess it's kind of like being an ambassador. I just help them with things only I can do, and they say thank you with nice things afterward that are good for me and good for Papa and Mama's empire. Did ya like the lotso fruit we got? That was me. She beamed when his mouth dropped open and he looked at the emperor and empress. It's true. Zeshi said, we mentioned an interest in growing some since those big red things are so, she licked her lips, juicy and filling, and good for a cough too. She goes over, and when she comes back, it's a signed treaty agreeing to hybridize some just in our land for the next 5 years with cheap deals for the peasants for the next 8. I guess the Allfather has a thing for making small children happy. Remarkable. He said and scratched his bald head, his wrinkled face lit up. It's usually a bit of a strain on the conscience to say the next ruler is really talented, but I'm glad to know I don't have to lie about it now. The scholar, he has a saying about this. The abbot cleared his throat and did his best to imitate his fellow monk. Empires rise because of talent, but not every son is as good as his father, and when empires fall, it is because of those inevitable lapses of talent, the inescapable problem of inherited rule, that goes on from one generation to the next. The abbot said and then scratched his cheek, his face flushed a little red, not to say anything negative about your majesties, of course. It's just something he said about the empire's history. You can always trace a collapse to an idiot unfit for his job. Brain rubbed the lobe of his left ear between thumb and forefinger. Well, it sounds true but I'm no scholar. Just a lucky dash, Zeshi interrupted and cleared her throat. Very lucky swordsman. Brain finished and his wife smirked a little and tilted her chin up with smug appreciation of his added praise. That, my emperor and empress, describes the first of all kings. The abbot said, and then he turned to the side and waved his way toward the grey stone walls that made up their home and place of work. Now, if it pleases you, I'll take you to the scholar's door. The princess can go play if she wishes, we have new horses in. He dangled out the possibility, and Layali looked up between her parents. Yes. The two said, and added again at the same time, but be careful. It was needless, while Layali could be injured, even grievously, as her body evidently rejected death, and healers were always on hand, any problem wasn't. Which did nothing to stop either from cautioning her. I'll be careful. She promised, unsure even for herself whether she was lying when she took off at a run toward the stables. Chapter 381, Chapter. Dominic Ear Partouche wore a heavy frown on his face while he sat alone in his office. How seriously should I take this, Yarvin? Dominic asked of the elf at his side. Yarvin closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Whenever his master asked him a question, it merited the most sincere answer. Dominic waited. After a lifetime, he knew Yarvin's answer would be well thought out, and having shared every scrap of paper and report with his boyhood servant, he had high expectations. Yarvin finally opened his eyes and set the glass of wine on the desk, 2 fingers width away from his master's grip. Master, I say this with the understanding that it in no way implies any desires of my own. I have been with your family since I was rescued from the Hodges, and I will never, ever leave the service of your house. If they wish to take me from here, they will have to drag my corpse from your side. I know, Yarvin. I know. Dominic answered the elf in a gentle voice he never used for any others of Yarvin's race and took up the glass. In the office of Dominic Partouche, there was one difference from all the rest of the estate. Every room of the house had a whip on the wall, though they never needed to be used, their presence was reminder enough. None of the elven servants defied the master of the house. But the wall of his inner office had no lash on display, ready for use. The walls had only art, paintings, and the occasional award from his service years. There was no implement of violence or control, and there was no need, because no elf was allowed within the office except for one. Master, Yarvin said, I believe you should take this very seriously. The nations all around us are offering a safe haven to runaways. Years ago, the Draconic Kingdom depended on us for their survival, now they turn up their noses and rely on the forces of the Allfather. King Mare's forces keep all raids by would-be slave-takers at bay without any success. And the traitoress of the Divine has taken the captain hostage. Even Zeshi has turned on us. Yarvin crouched down and put his hand on Dominic's lap. It was an unthinkable act from any other elf, but from Yarvin it was as natural and comfortable and welcome as that of a favorite uncle to his nephew. Dominic nodded. In a few lines, Yarvin summed up half their problems. The other scriptures were sent to rescue him and kill the Queen of Frost. If they succeed, the whole of their little pseudo-kingdom will collapse. When it does, everyone will see that those really are just slightly intelligent beasts. They'll see, they have to. Master, did you hear what you said? Yarvin pressed with a quiet voice, his luminous eyes no longer blinking at the unthinkable. What? Dominic inquired, caught off his guard by Yarvin's quiet intensity. Master, you said, if they succeed. Yarvin pointed it out, and Dominic sucked in his teeth. I did, didn't I? Dominic's dark eyes shut for a moment and he tried to imagine failure. It seemed impossible for the Black Scripture to fail, but if they did. The world lay out before his mind's eye as if he were thousand-league astrologer, not over distance, but time as the implications came down on him. The Black, defeated or captured, all our best weapons gone, they're equipped with treasury weaponry, we'd lose so much. We have no allies left, even with our army being strong as armies go, we can't defeat every surrounding nation and impose our will. Not without champions on par with theirs, and the Allfather's forces are at least as strong as our best, and he is vastly stronger than. The path of war laid out before Dominic Partouche, Cardinal of the Theocracy. He saw the fields of wheat burned to cinders, Kami Miyako starving as the kingdom of Karn simply moved its armies just over the border and occupied the vast latifundias and set the elves free by force. Ikari's Iron Governor couldn't hold back a nation by itself, the distance between the two places was short, and the Wolf King and Queen were now experienced and well prepared for war. The Elf Kingdom under King Mare was a de facto province of the Allfather, so no new slaves could be captured from there officially without war, a war Dominic tried to imagine winning. I can't picture a victory, not without all of humanity united against him, and even then. Dominic lowered his eyes, set his glass down, and then rested his now heavy head into his hands. Even if we succeed in getting the captain back, and killing the Queen of Frost, there's no getting us out of this, is there? We're going to have to do something drastic. You mean to abide by their demands? Yarvin asked. Dominic tugged at his dark hair. I think, yes, sort of. Right now they're demanding prisoners of war be returned, since the war is over. How many slaves does that make? Master, in the last 120 years of war, the slain Theocracy has taken 30,572 prisoners of war from the Elf Kingdom. They mostly work in the large latifundias around Wheaton and Ikari, but a substantial number serve in other capacities. Small farms, crafts, and trades. Yarvin answered immediately. And if we were to do as the Elf Kingdom demands? Dominic asked. Then the wheat would lie unharvested in the fields. Yarvin answered at once. The slain Theocracy would either starve or... Dominic swallowed the lump that put into his throat, his fingers tightened their grip on his scalp, or we would have to force humans to do it. We would have to make slaves of humans, or we would have to start importing food. Tons of it. We would lose our main export to the Dark Elves and become an import nation, dependent on outsiders and... In that moment, Cardinal Dominic Partouche saw worse than the death of his nation. If we died in a fiery glorious fight to the end, the light of our memory would inspire mankind for generations and ensure humans would one day rise again. But this isn't a glorious warrior death. This is an old man's gasping pathetic whimper, and what if we refuse? How long before the other countries arm the elven slaves and start a war? The more Dominic thought, the worse things looked. The demand that the prisoners of war be returned was as good as a demand that the slain Theocracy ruin itself. And that was without considering the next likely demand. The release of all the elves. Dominic looked out of the corner of his eye toward his side where Yarvin still crouched. I cannot help but think, Yarvin, that when we began to take the elves, the ones to do so, they were fools. They decided to ride a tiger, and never wondered how they would let it go or get off of it when they got where they wanted to be. If we release the slaves, we will have to make slaves of our own. No human would willingly do work that has been labeled as slave work for this long. We will destroy our economy and make ourselves a low, dependent nation. Our pride, cast down into the dust, everything will be ruined. And if we don't, we may be ruined anyway. Master, you're wise, hot-tempered, but clever, cunning. There has to be an answer. Perhaps if you called a few of your comrades together away from the burdens of government. Have them for dinner, drink with them, speak to them the way common people talk politics in the market. Away from the burden of decision, maybe they will be more creative too. Yarvin suggested, and Dominic took a heavy breath. Yarvin, this isn't just you trying to find some way to get me to relax a little, is it? Dominic asked, politely overlooking the true statement about his temper. Yarvin stood up and poised himself as the regal butler he'd been for over a century. Master, I'm sure I would never think of that as my motivation, it is merely an added benefit. Dominic snorted and straightened up, resting his back against the leather center pinned against the dark wood. Then yes, invite the other cardinals, tomorrow if they can make it. There's no work then, so maybe, just maybe we can navigate ourselves through the thicket of thorns without bleeding ourselves dry. I'll have the invitations prepared at once, Master. Yarvin said, bowed, and made his way out of the private study of the cardinal. Chapter 382, Chapter. Nia awoke feeling the hand on her chest. How dare he? She wanted to roar, until the sudden outrage woke her all the way up, and she felt the hard body of her lover nestled against her, her tail wrapped around his leg and his obvious maleness still nestled where she remembered from the previous night. She smirked a little. For just a moment I thought I was back at some camp in the Holy Kingdom and someone got bold with me. Her eyes shut with sluggish contentment and she pressed herself back against him again. It feels so good to sleep in. She corrected her own thought before she could venture down the path of lucidity and do something to awaken Senna. His body's warmth contrasted with the coolness of her skin, and she grabbed the arm draped over her chest and drew it down over her stomach, stealing some more of the blanket as she did so. Nia smirked a little. The large bed easily had room enough for half a dozen people, but they lay together in the center of the thick mattress, surrounded by stuffed pillows that would very definitely need to be washed or cleaned with magic when they finally did rise. Of course, though her eyes were shut, her mind was racing ahead to the duties of the day. Today we have to capture his friends. By the dead gods, I hope I don't have to kill any of them. There was a dour thought. Her promise to try to preserve the lives of the Black Scripture was made in sincerity, but so much depends on them. Even if he plays his part, will they act for him or the mission? Nia had no idea, and if he was being honest, she was more than a little certain that Senna didn't know either. Her heartbeat was slow as a snail's crawl, but it quickened to that of a person running at high speeds when she imagined the worst-case scenario. The Black Scripture, dead, their bodies strewn about in front of us, Senna's face twisted in anguish, and looking at me with those beautiful deep eyes filled with hurt and accusation. I could protest, but if I fail, would even I believe myself? She wondered about that, and her body lost its lazy languidness. Her claws dug a little into his arm. Did you have a nightmare? His hot breath carried the whispered words into her ear. Yes. She whispered. It wasn't much of a lie, but it wasn't quite true either, as it was the waking sword of her own making. Always the worrier. Senna's voice was smooth except for the slight groan as he pushed himself up on his side, casting back the thick black blanket. Relax, I know my friends, my comrades, like nobody else. Remember, he said and patted her thigh, I was right about who they put in charge, and right about what they would do. Plus they're operating on the latest maps that Thousand League astrologer can give them. They'll go the way I said, and they're no match for what will be waiting for them. I just don't want you to turn on me. Nia said, and when his hand went up to her shoulder, she covered it and looked back at him. I'm a queen, and I have dragon's blood, so naturally I'm very greedy. If I lose you, you'll burn down the slain Theocracy. He guessed. It was a joke, but her ice blue eyes showed no sense of humor. No. Maybe. I honestly don't know. I've never loved anyone before. It wasn't that long ago that I wasn't even sure my own parents liked me. If this goes wrong and your friends die, His fingers became a vice on her shoulder and she felt herself falling backward into the soft mattress. Her eyes barely had time to widen, nor shed any tears of fear or anxiety. He was on her then. His mouth at least, covering hers in a kiss. Her lips, which were parted in surprise, remained parted for his welcome, if unexpected touch. He kept the kiss going and tongues dueling for a full minute before he broke it and sat up again. They make their choices. All I'm giving them is a chance. You can't blame yourself, and I can't blame you, if they don't take it. I promise. Senna said and squeezed her shoulder, I promise. He repeated the phrase with slow emphasis. Nia relaxed, and when his hand came away from her shoulder she sat up again. Thank you. The Queen of Frost said, sliding toward the edge of the mattress, then we should get going, it's just about sunrise now. She glanced toward the window where the light of the false dawn was just beginning to peep over the horizon, and there is still a lot to do. It was nice to sleep in for once, I can't remember the last time I was able to be so lazy. Senna snorted, sleep in, she says. It's only been about 4 hours. Like I said, we slept in. Nia said and went to a dresser, we should take a quick bath, but we've already overslept and we're probably going to sweat in a little while anyway, so we'll do it when we get back. She leveled a clawed finger at him when the smile spread over his face, don't even think it, pervert. I mean a real bath. He didn't have the sense of shame required to blush, but he did have the shamelessness required to give her an exaggerated and crestfallen look, like a puppy looking at a treat placed just out of reach. It was impossible for her to feel infuriated with him. But she did remain focused on the matter at hand. We'll get a bath after we return, get you into your captive attire, and go get ready. With any luck, the only Black Scripture member not with us will be Thousand League Astrologer. At least for now. She said, and reaching into her wardrobe, she tossed her own clothes onto the bed, and then reached into the newer dark wooden wardrobe, filled with clothing made for Senna, and tossed him his Black Scripture clothing. The only thing missing was his spear, which sat in the weapons rack beside the bed, just in front of the bow given to her by the Allfather. These are my regular clothes. He said, then asked, do I need the spear? Senna asked while they began throwing on their clothing. Of course they are. And as far as they're concerned, you're my prisoner. And as for the spear? She shot him a long stare and said abruptly, not if you're right. Nia answered. When Senna finished securing his boots and yanked the laces tight, he went to the wooden rack, and grabbed his spear before following the Queen of Frost out of the bedroom and into the dim hallway of her castle. Chapter 383, Chapter. King Mari stood fidgeting on his feet. At his left and right were 2 young elves who looked down at him with the reverence used to look up at living gods. Their busy hands were fussing over his royal robes, cut from the remnants of the former elf king's clothing. It was flamboyant to say the least, with bright green ruffles and flowing so that it hung loose around his slender arms and legs. Every step sent air rushing up against bare skin. The one difference was, the clothing in which he was dressed included a skirt rather than pants. Though the skirt wasn't quite as short as he liked, it was a small concession to what seemed to be fashionable modesty among the elves since the death of their last monarch. Arthth the invaders dead? He asked without looking at the advisor behind him. The elf out of view was old by elven standards, having the first hints of gray hair on his head. His build was surprisingly good, now that he'd stopped missing meals. It was true for every elf Mare came across. Even though they had lots of food, they were skipping meals out of stress or they were trying to make themselves unappealing to the former king. Everyone is looking better now. I hope Lord Ainz will praise me. He thought contentedly, while he held no special love of the Wood Elves, or anyone outside of Nazarick. His passive indifference, juxtaposed against the cruelty and contempt of the late elf king, made him a veritable god-saint in their eyes. Yes, my king. But the survivors lived to confirm that they were in fact acting entirely on their own, hoping to make a quick profit selling captured elves on the slave markets. They were not affiliated with the cardinals at all. The advisor promised, and it was a promise he could make with confidence. After seeing them eaten alive from the inside out until they confessed everything, I doubt very much they could have kept any secret, no matter how loyal they were. Gee good. C cut their bodies into 6p pieces A and nail them to wood, P put the head on a spike, M make them SP spread eagle. TH then P put all that on the paw paths the who humans would use. MMK. AN ma make sure there's a sign. S so everybody knows WH what they did. Mare's stutter, contrary to expectation, didn't weaken his words in the slightest. Instead when he looked back with his luminous eyes, they seemed to be like a monster's looming from above. I can't be burn the sea country. Boo but they see A can't think th that is okay t to do. Of course, my king. The aged advisor bowed deeply at the waist, and the young women attending to the king giggled contentedly. The new king's policy of absolute brutal and lethal retribution toward attempted slavers was a popular one. And did they get anyone? King Mare asked. A few isolated individuals close to the border seemed to have gone missing. The minister said with a cough, no more than a dozen. King Mare took that in silence. WH what is the name of the who human cardinal WH who is not FR friendly, B but will listen. There are 3. Maximilian, Berenice, and Yvonne. Cardinal Raymond is a reformer, Cardinal Dominic a militant, Ginadine is an unknown. Maximilian, Berenice, and Yvonne are the least friendly that are still reasonable. Why, my king? The minister asked. Am I to draft a letter for you? And no. But IW will be gone for a few hours. Mayor said. They never got the chance to ask where he was going. The portal appeared, and he stepped away before the attendants could even finish properly dressing him, and he was gone. Berenice smoothed out her blue dress. It was striped to disguise her plumpness, with white ruffles running vertically from her breasts down to her feet, her short hair done in a bun and her mirthful eyes turned critically toward herself in the mirror. I still can't believe Dominic invited us to dinner. She thought to herself for the 100th time. The stodgy ball of fire wrapped in flesh was not known for entertaining in any context, and yet, here it was, an invitation. The mystery of his actions kept her mind active and whirling with ideas, most of them less than pleasant, but all of them distracting. So distracting that she had to blame those for why she missed the little elf boy who spoke from behind her before stepping into view of the mirror. So, you're Berenice, right? He asked. She all but jumped out of her skin. He was a beautiful child by any standards, blonde hair, tan skin, heterochromatic eyes, and a big, toothy smile which matched the chipper voice. She leveled her hand down with palm out, ready to annihilate the child. Who are you? I don't own any elves, and if you're looking for H-. She stopped. He was too well dressed to be an escapee of any kind. One look at the pants and vest, and she could identify that they were rich with magical properties. Plus, he'd asked her name. I am Berenice, yes. She confirmed while narrowing her eyes. Good, my brother wants to see you. He says you're smart and reasonable. So you're coming with me. The boy commanded with that same gap-toothed grin. Rude to order his elders. She was about to rebuke the child on those grounds before she saw him make a fist, and then the world went dark. She felt herself fall, and her body scraping along the floor. Don't worry, you're going to live, he just wants you to see something. The elf boy said, before she lost all consciousness. She awoke later, much later, she thought. It was morning by the look of it. WH where, WH who? She held her head and her eyes popped open as the last memories came back to her. Her wrists weren't bound, and in front of her stood two dark elf children. Good, you're awake, take it away little brother. The elf boy said to the girl. Thank you Aurora. The girl said, clutching a wooden staff in her hands and shuffling her feet. Berenice became ever more confused, her eyes darted around her. She was standing on an unfamiliar cliff on a long mountain range, snow seemed to fall constantly, the gray stone covered in white, down below was a near endless land that was no more familiar than anything else. Why you are far from home. I am King Mayor the First. Ah, I brought you here to see something. And B before why you ask. I'm a boy. He said, and the cardinal looked at the pair with open-mouthed disbelief that stunned her into silence. Why you're humans, they took a dozen elves as SL slaves. We're at peace and they didn't do it for you. But still. Mayor's eyes seemed to grow larger than the mountains as his killing intent crashed down on Cardinal Berenice. They belong to Lord Ainz. The voice was a whispered squeak that sounded more like the roar of 1,000 angry dragons in her head. Why your country is gonna stop it. And then I want them be back. Understand? Mayor shouted while squirming against his wooden staff. Berenice's mind raced and jumped to the only question she was sure of. Where are we? Ah, a long way away. I see chose this place be because nobody lives here. Mayor answered. So, why does that matter? Berenice jumped at the next easy question to ask. So why you can see what I'll do to your sea country if I don't get back the stolen O1s. Mayor straightened, turned on his heel, and leveled his staff at a mountain top. Before Berenice could ask, a wide circle appeared over the top, followed by another, then another, then another, until 9 circles of vibrant blue circled the mountain peak. Greater area of destruction. World disaster. He cast the spell without a stutter, and a single bright blue beam shot down from one circle to the next. For a moment, there was nothing. That was disappointing. After all that build you Berenice's thoughts came to a screeching halt when the detonation happened, seemingly from inside the mountain itself. The explosion rocked the world, or so it seemed. Snow was scattered and rocks the size of small castles flew in every direction, smashing into the ground in every direction. Worse, the rocks were so hot that the gray became white and they began to melt, and the hiss when they struck the snow below reached her ears like a cheering crowd. If I don't have them be back unharmed, with the culprits in on 1 week, I will do that to Kakemi Miyako. You have to stop the humans from doing that again. If anyone hurt Lord Ainz things. Why you have to give us the off-offending hands too. Mayor said in a squeaky little voice. He held the staff close to his chest, and the incongruity between his words, actions, and mannerisms were such that Berenice's head began to hurt. The blast of heat and air from the ruined mountain, which was now nothing more than a crater amidst the great ranges, either made it the most convincing illusion she'd ever experienced, or it was real. "I'll see what I can do," Berenice promised as the chill in her heart settled into place that was worse than the cold of the mountain heights. "Gee good. Sister, can you take her back home?" Mare asked. I have things to do. Be back in Crescent L Lake." Yeah. "Sure thing, little brother," Aura said with a snap of her fingers and a cocky smirk. The gate opened a moment later, and Berenice felt the unbreakable grip of the little elf girl on her wrist yank her bodily along toward the vortex, worry rising in her breast as the cardinal contemplated the existential horror of the circumstance a handful of greedy slavers put their entire country into. "I will have to be very convincing," she told herself when the elf girl vanished and she was left alone in her room again, the snow already starting to melt and fall off her dress while the memory of the last few minutes seared itself like a brand into her brain, never to be forgotten. Chapter 384, Chapter. "So, I'm sorry, I just don't know for sure," Kalka explained to the demoness. Albedo hid her disappointment behind the cup of tea she sipped as Kalka explained what she knew. "They're so secretive, I shouldn't be at all surprised. That's true, when our nation broke off from theirs, things were tense, the treasures we got were few and none are recorded to have been world items, I'm afraid." Kalka gave a slight shake of her head and glanced out the window. Albedo unconsciously mimicked the gesture, and for good reason. Out in the courtyard the Allfather was tumbling with his 3 children, Albedo's twins and their slightly older half-sibling. His laughter was rich and seemed sourced in some kind of existential happiness that Albedo couldn't quite understand. It came out every time he looked up at the sky as if he couldn't really believe the world existed at all. "He has quite a laugh," the Holy Queen said with quiet appreciation. "It's hard to believe he's real, sometimes. Most kings, most nobles, their children are mere tools. Happiness fleeting and rare, love, a secondary consideration. The family is a mere engine of security. But him. He doesn't see them like that, does he?" No, he does not." Albedo rose and smoothed out her dress. She went to the window and looked down. Ainz knew his wives were on the upper floor, but in moments like this she was sure he wasn't paying any attention to her. His whole heart, his whole mind, everything about him was focused on the moment. Kalka's estimation of noble families rang true. It fit the story she knew as well, of the kings and queens of Yggdrasil. Evil to their own children, unthinkable. Do what you will to things with no purpose, but to your own. Even this world's rulers aren't as bad as the ones there. No wonder our Lord chose to remove us from that place. But this place, Kalka is right about that. So many in this world are worth so little more than mere maggots, or less. They're a lucky trio, but if I could ask, Albedo, why are you looking for something like that?" Kalka asked and rose to her feet. She stood beside the demoness, the only one in all the world she'd ever met who could be said to be more beautiful than she without question. It rankled less now that Kalka knew that the Allmother of the growing empire of Nazarick was created by a vanished god, but still, putting herself beside the Allmother, the Holy Queen couldn't keep at least a tiny pang of jealousy at bay. "Why do you ask why I ask?" Albedo asked with just a glance out of the corner of her eye. Kalka's hand rested on the glass window and her eyes were focused downward. Cosidas, their bodyguard and the children's instructor in the first lessons of the sword, could be heard offering shoulder rides to the toddlers. His halted, muffled voice was so familiar now that Kalka could have read his mandibles even if she hadn't heard a word out loud. "Because he is my husband. Because I care about him in ways I never expected to. Because he is my friend. Because he is the father of the only child I'll ever have. Because he is my king. Because I am loyal to the men who cut the rot from my country and secured us peace with the Queen of Frost. Pick any of those. Pick all of those. They are all enough on their own." Kalka said with the voice of the truest of born royalty, assured in her rightness and undoubting in her straight posture. She didn't flinch from the silence of the demoness. Albedo was sizing her up. Kalka could feel it, the way the side eye went up and down, searching for something, analyzing something that Kalka couldn't see herself. It wasn't the first time the demoness had done that. Most of their interactions seemed to include some small test before a gift or revelation was given out. Kalka resigned herself to the fact that Albedo's protective nature of Ainz would never truly fade much, if at all. So she waited and focused on the scene down below. The voice of Orlion was loudest. He was the eldest of the trio, and quickest to claim the prize of the shoulder ride. The smaller two waited their turn by climbing on their father's back and playing horsey. What might have been undignified to the point of impossible for any other king must have seemed as right and natural as anything else to their father. Albedo made her choice. Because he was not always that. Albedo answered and inclined her head toward Ainz. He became human thanks to a Theocracy spell confined to a mana crystal. I can only conclude that they have a hidden world item. Kalka felt herself be shaken to the core. What was he? She dared to ask. An overlord, a race of ultimate undead, capable of using necromancy that surpassed your Sursana. Albedo answered at once, her decision made. She held nothing back and explained the story as she knew it from Ainz himself. They made him this, and made him vulnerable. You've suggested more than once that he is a god. An astute observation, Kalka. Because you were right. He is a god. A god confined into a mortal body by trickery while choosing to save a few lives on a whim and testing his power in this new world where he brought us to save us from destruction. For years we have experimented, and for years we have failed him. A lump formed in Albedo's throat that she couldn't hide no matter her best efforts. I failed him. Everyone failed him from the very first day we got here. Making him happy has been how I have made up for it. Giving him children, helping him to rule what a god should rule by right. Kalka held her tongue even though she had to bite down on it to keep it from wagging. The pain shot through her mouth, but the bite was effective. We have experimented on many things, but no change is permanent. Most don't even last for hours, a few last for weeks, but they're all impermanent. If we knew just what the Theocracy did, that might offer a clue to ending his vulnerability to time, to simply choking. There was a half-elf girl whose contributions offered some insight in regeneration, but nothing for transformation. We can keep him young with the apples of Iden, but what if they should perish? What if they're stolen? What if they stop working? 1,000 things can go wrong. Up to and including him just choking on a bite. Albedo held her hands behind her back and squeezed one fist inside the other enough to make the thin black leather gloves she wore groan at the pressure she applied. You want to restore him to being an undead? Kalka asked and tried without success to picture Ainz as a skeleton or zombie-like creature. No. He will not go back to that, I've accepted as much. My king enjoys this too greatly. Albedo tilted her head toward him. Ainz was rounding a circuit with his two younger children spurring him on with their heels. But whatever he might become, we can't fix this as it is. Albedo added, so, do you have any ideas at all? The unspoken, or are you useless hung there regardless of whether or not it was said, or even intended. Kalka bristled a little, despite their friendly arrangements and even comradely state that had evolved over the last few years. When Albedo thought of things to be done for their husband's sake, there would only ever be two categories. Useful and useless. Kalka's bristling didn't last, instead she formed her lips into a very small, knowing smile. I do, actually. Albedo's heart skipped a beat. Say it. She breathed the words like a holy prayer. Kalka crossed the tea room to a bookshelf and drew a copy of an old red leather-bound tome from among the tight-packed numbers of others. There are stories of the old gods, beings that traveled over the long river from the far east, other than the 6 we know. Kalka said and brought the book to the table where their tea sat waiting. The Holy Queen reclaimed her seat and set the book in the center. She refilled the cups from the little white and gold-trimmed pot and gestured to the opposite chair again. Albedo sat in the slender carved lady's chair designed for the dainty of frame, with its slight cushion on the back and on the seat itself, and accepted the cup with only the appearance of interest in its contents while she sipped. She waited, that's all she had to do. When Kalka got going, she really got going. Some of these gods told stories about campaigns of another world that turned beings into gods. One became a god by sacrificing 1,000,000 lives in his name, but was immediately killed by another outraged god. Another became a deity by the mere act of being worshipped by enough people. Supposedly a king of the gold, whatever that means, was widely worshipped and had great power. But he never really became a deity. Or if he did, it didn't stop him from aging as our gods did. Kalka said and rapped her fingers on the surface of the book. This book is the only one of its kind. The Holy Queen said. Albedo looked down at it. The red leather cover was thicker than it should have been, and seeing the critical yellow vertical slits of Albedo's eyes, Kalka put her fingernail under the leather cover and peeled it away to reveal the words, D&D Player's Handbook and DM Guide Compendium, 5e. Why have I never seen this book? Albedo asked, a mix of wild hope and outrage warred in her heart when she asked. We were promised access to everything. And I gave it. Kalka said and pointed to the bookshelf. It has always been right there. I can only assume that the ones who tore through our library didn't think to see if we kept books anywhere else. Albedo began to calm, but as if she didn't notice how close Kalka came to the demon's outrage, the Holy Queen continued. Whatever happened to our husband, I can't answer. Perhaps the crystal was tied to a world spell. Maybe it didn't work as intended because of who the Allfather is or what he was. But if he ascends to true godhood, if he is acknowledged as a god by the whole of the Empire of Nazarick, maybe that will have the desired effect. At least well enough that he can make whatever efforts you're trying to accomplish more potent. Albedo quietly marked down Kalka on the very short list of humans she had in the ledger of her heart of the humans whose lives she would never take. Then we make it official. We declare him a god and our problems are over. Albedo asked. If only it were so simple, Albedo. Kalka sighed and flipped the book open. The spine cracked with age and the Holy Queen flipped through several pages. A declaration by the player or NPCs under their control shall grant no bonuses. Only a campaign-level event ordered by the Dungeon Master can result in low-level deification, and only if prerequisites are met. What does that mean? Albedo demanded, Her fingers closed into a fist in her lap, but to her relief, the mystery vanished. I sat through lessons with this book, every would-be queen or king does. And from what my tutor taught me, it means that the world itself has to acknowledge him. He has to do something that forces the world itself to change. That seems to be what a dungeon master is, another term for the world itself. Goodness knows why it's so obscure, but... Kalka shrugged. The old six were said to be close. Maybe an empire is a start. Maybe if his worship is encouraged, the world will give him what you're talking about. Kalka suggested, and her stern, squared shoulders slumped a little bit, or rather, relaxed. I don't know. This is only a clue, a possibility. There's no certainty, but he should be praised as a god, even if nothing changed because of it. Kalka exclaimed, he should be. She repeated. Albedo relaxed further as her understanding grew, and though she didn't say anything, instead choosing a quiet sip of tea while Kalka made her declaration, the demoness could not have agreed more. Chapter 385, Chapter. Alan Bowman took the first step over the border. The others were at his back, he knew that beyond question. His fingers closed with trepidation over his sword. It wasn't his first time over the border with the Abelian Hills, it was far removed from that. But this was different. Despite the protests of Necronodama that the demi-humans couldn't possibly have organized in any significant sense, field operatives like himself and the rest of the Black knew better. Behind him, Cedron held his shields in his hands as tight as Alan held his sword. He could read Alan's thoughts as if the back of Time Turbulence's head were an open book. If that were really true, they wouldn't be raving about the traitor to humanity and all her various mischief. Stepping over the border seemed like nothing. One patch of grass was underneath their feet. They splashed through a creek so small that a human child could have spat across it, and when grass was beneath their feet again they were in another country. But 10 feet of grass and a tree lean might as well have been another world. The air felt different, and each of them as they crossed felt the swelling anticipation in their chests as their heartbeats quickened, sweat stung their palms and their every sense went on high alert. Kse did his part when the last of them crossed. He leaned forward and raced ahead of his comrades, his narrow eyes darted left and right, his short blonde hair whipping wildly in the wind. In moments like this, running alone without his comrades, this was the only time he missed his sister. Clementine, you idiot. Why did you run off that way? This is so much faster with 2 people than with 1. He asked the question as if he didn't know the answer. But whether he did or not was irrelevant. He raced for 50 bowshots to the southwest, then round in a crescent that carried him a further 30 out, and then rounding over a large hill which would let him overlook a demi-human town. Then it would be back to the line after having validated that there was no danger, or removed it, or found a way around it. The Abelian Hills region, however, had one more thing he liked. A thing he liked so much that every now and then, away from the others, he would indulge in. The pale trees of an almost honey-golden shade swayed back and forth in the gentle breeze, the leaves were thick and ran in a rainbow of shades that from above put the finest painters in the slain Theocracy down to mere novices by comparison. But the real gem. Kse stopped at one. Just a quick breath. He told himself and closed a hand over a very tiny branch that protruded off of a larger one. The little branch snapped off, he plucked away the leaves and dropped them to the ground and then shoved the small stick past his thin lips and put it onto his tongue. There was an explosion of flavor in his mouth. Sweet bark trees are the best. He told himself that one little branch would last most of the day and it wouldn't be obvious to his comrades that he had one. He closely guarded the secret of the sweet trees with their explosive honey-like flavor and the long time that could be spent just suckling them for their sweet inner juices. The others would never let me live this indulgence down. He had to chuckle about that one, if they only knew. The area around the demi-human villages was mostly empty. The villages themselves, however, one by one, he saw they were rapidly becoming towns, complete with low walls that controlled entry and exit, and worse. Those are stone spitters there, and snake people over there. Megidians over there, different quarters, but all in the same town. He kept himself downwind and out of sight, and made sure not to look at any one figure directly, keeping his eyes unfocused to take it all in and not let anyone get a sense of being watched. He moved on quickly, his skin crawling as he watched the orderly comings and goings over an unpaved but very clearly well-maintained dirt road with defined borders taking it west toward the Holy Kingdom and north toward the forest. When he finally reached the tall hill, however, he hit his first real snag. A tower. A stone tower, not one of those crapwood things knocked down by a stiff breeze and a bronze-tag adventurer's drunken swing of a mace. He wasn't exaggerating. The tower had a wide base in a circular shape that grew somewhat narrower at the top. 4 snake people guarded the top, each looking in a different direction, each holding large recurved bows, another new and dangerous thing to see as they'd never used those before. That tower has to be 50 meters tall, good stone too, and worse. He looked around for a possible source. There was none, at least not close by. The nearest quarry is a long way from here. The stone had to be shipped. Quies forced his sense of discomfort down from his throat and shrank behind the low hill before he could be spotted. Snake people can take presents in from the air, but if what they say is true, then just the taste of a human's presence shouldn't draw their attention, not too much. But we'll have to navigate around that. The answer was obvious. The winding track that ran between hills were little traveled, and he saw no road between the two areas yet. From there we can hit the forest and camp in the peace trees before we move on to the capital, and save our captain's life. Or so Kias told himself. His return was more roundabout, and he found the party of Black Scripture just where they should be, split on opposite sides of a break in the woods, each one so well concealed that their fastest member could barely see any of them. If I can barely tell any are there, then nobody else can see them at all. It was a prideful thought, and it set his other concerns briefly at bay, a short moment's respite before he said, "We're going to take a different route. The risk of being seen is too great otherwise." A slew of idle grunts answered him with acknowledgement and asked no questions of their comrade. They only followed their skillful scout and assassin, slipping silently behind him and racing along the hidden paths they would need to use to get them as close to the capital of Demalbian as they could without risk. "Wait for us, Captain Taconi. Wait for us," they thought, and raced on silent feet toward whatever the gods had in store for them. Chapter 386, Chapter. Brain and Zeshi waited patiently while the monks dusted off the chairs that sat at an angle facing the scholar's door. They were comfortable things, carved of a soft elm and polished to a shine, with a stuffed leather cushion against both the back and the seat, complete with leather-wrapped armrests to make them just right. The two chairs sat and used outside the door for the last year, as they were reserved for the use of the Emperor and Empress of Baharuth to better pass the time. Time spent talking through the wooden door. "Welcome, Emperor, Empress," the voice said from the other side. "You've been well, I hope." "Yes. We have been, thank you." Brain tried to make his voice as noble as the one on the other side. Zeshi's hand on his thigh a moment later got him to relax tension he didn't know was there. The voice on the other side chuckled a little. "Please, be at ease, Emperor. I am but a door to your eyes, and who would ever worry about a door's thoughts?" The scholar said congenially, and Brain discreetly coughed into his hands. "Given that I sound more at home boasting in a tavern, and that there's someone a lot smarter than me on the other side of that door, I would," Brain said openly, and the voice within chuckled gently. "Your Majesty is your Majesty. I am but a humble monk. You brought peace to an empire on the verge of war, unity to disunity, and wealth to the poor. My lord and lady, if you both sounded like drunken tavern hobos, the empire would still be better for what you have done." The scholar offered his reassurance, and it was the turn of the royal couple to laugh. The silence held after that for several seconds before the scholar spoke again. "May I assume, my lord, my lady, you have come to ask me to leave my place and come to the palace?" "Yes," the pair said at once from their seats. "Ruling is hard," Zeshi admitted. "There are complications. Rumors fly between us all, the kings and queens of kingdoms. We don't know how to respond." "Rumors of what kind?" the scholar asked, the note of interest high in his voice, and feet within shuffled a little closer. Brain cleared his throat and began to explain. "The deification of the Allfather has been talked about for years. In the Holy Kingdom there are several different priestly sects that have already put up shrines, and the lizardmen at the lake have had a statue up to him for worship since he saved them from the frogmen. But the rumors are going wild now. At our last dinner with Queen Renner she asked about whether or not we had any temples acknowledge him. She smirked when we didn't know." Zeshi clenched her fists. That little know-it-all is far too cocky for her own good. But she'd never ask a question like that, not unless she knew something you didn't. The scholar finished when Zeshi's words stopped coming. "And now you want my advice about what to do?" he asked rhetorically. Their silence was his answer. If the gods are good for anything, it has to be to provide wealth and strength to their followers. If they can't do that or won't do that, then it is only common sense that we adopt a god that can and does. Why shouldn't you abandon the six and choose the one if the one is better than the six, and the one is here while the six are not? It was so coldly pragmatic that Brain and Zeshi traded a glance at one another as if to ask, "Is he really a monk of the gods? The temples may not react favorably." Brain tentatively suggested, "If you do nothing because somebody will be unhappy about it, you'll never do anything. Do the temples have the strength to stop you?" the scholar asked. "No, not if they were 1,000 times stronger," Zeshi answered, "but then let them be offended. Make a few examples if they respond badly, but remember, if you do declare the deification of the Allfather, any opposition can be squelched by calling on the power that annihilated 40,000 imperial knights and slew all 4 of our greatest champions in 1 hour." The scholar pointed out, "If anyone makes trouble, you've identified trouble before it begins. Consider incorporating the temples into the apparatus of the state. The priests appointed by you, loyal to you, and paid by you. If you were to end the cost of healing magic that they now impose, you would have the people behind you, and who is left to rebel but powerless old men." Brain and Zeshi leaned forward at the door's revolutionary advice, coldly pragmatic. It solved every concern of theirs almost immediately and with minimal risk to all their hard work. Genius. Pure, unadulterated, genius. The Emperor and Empress shared the thought at once. Goosebumps rose on their skin when the cold practicality was laid bare. When it was over and the scholar was finally finished speaking, the voice beyond the door took a deep breath and concluded, "That is what I suggest. Are you sure you won't consider coming with us? You know, if we did as you suggest, you would be under our authority and we could simply order you then to come and join us in Arwintar." Zeshi said it pointedly and the scholar was quiet for a long moment. "If you do that," he finally said, a note of sadness drawn like sap from a tree, slow, steady, and seemingly eternal, touching his voice, "then you command my death, Empress. Leave me here, let this be enough." Brain and Zeshi were both silent. The scholar's words never sounded so grave in their ears. Is he that afraid of leaving here? Brain wondered. It certainly seemed to be the case. But there was no evident reason for it to be found. Before either of the royal pair could ask more questions, they heard Layali's voice come muffled through the door. "Hey Mama, Papa. It's the old man from the painting. But he's bald." They heard the scholar shoot to his feet and whirl on his heel. "How did you get up to that window?" he shouted with a mix of confusion and fear. "Standing on a horse out here," Layali exclaimed. They could hear the mischievous smile even if they couldn't see it. "Hey, how come you turned white? Are you sick?" The scholar's voice seemed to lose all life. "No," he said, "I am dead. I am dead and you have killed me." Before they could say anything more, the sound of locks and latches being undone reached the ears of the Emperor and Empress, and within, Emperor Jerknev muttered, "We might as well get this over with." Chapter 387, Chapter. Berenice stood outside the estate of Cardinal Dominic. She was alone, her body was still shivering as if she were back on that mountain top. Off to the side, the carriages of the other cardinals stood parked with footmen waiting for their masters to emerge for the journey home. I'm the last to arrive. She realized, it wasn't a surprise. I did take the time to get those orders out, those have to be found, the only question is how to convince the others. She felt the lump in her breast as if it were ready to leap up to join the one already in her throat. Cardinal Dominic's estate was the largest out of the 6 of them, and it was a running joke among the other 5 that it had to be in order to hold his temper. This will not go well, that stodgy curmudgeon's temper and his stubborn hard head are enough to drive the gods themselves mad. She bit back the insults on her tongue and walked up the 6 long steps of stone to the front door. It opened before she even reached it and she saw the charmed face of Yarvin, the familiar slave of the Partouche family line. "Welcome, Mistress Berenice, may I take your coat?" Yarvin said with a deep bow with his arms outstretched for her to drape it across. "Yes," she said and removed the dark half-coat that rested on her shoulders. She draped it across his arms and he quickly moved to hang it while he addressed her further. "The others are in the dining hall already, my master is keeping them all quite entertained. The meal has been held back pending your arrival, but the wine is freely flowing tonight, so please do not hesitate to ask. I dare say that Master Maximilian and Master Yvonne are competing with Master Raymond in that department." "Not Ginadine?" Berenice asked when Yarvin took position 3 paces in front of her and began to lead her down the long corridor that led to the dining hall. The first hints of music began to reach her ears, and Berenice almost missed a step. Music? In Dominic's house? She wondered about that. It seemed impossible. The fire-tempered man was not prone to smiling around anyone, not in all the time Berenice could recall knowing him had she seen it happen even once. Yarvin seemed to be the one to smile for him. She followed the slave without complaint and answered with her usual courtesy the questions Yarvin cast her way, but she didn't really pay attention, and she was fairly sure he didn't either. It was a polite nicety that well-trained slaves performed to keep visitors to large manors from being in uncomfortable silences while they went from place to place. Even if she did pay mind to what Yarvin was saying, or intended to, the truth was she was still seeing that mountain shatter again, and again, and again. Replaying in her mind on a constant loop that she could not cut off. What could that one do to Kami Miyako? Even the Elf King? No. Even Zeshi couldn't have done that. Everyone knew that King Mare was powerful, and that he was openly a loyal servant of the Allfather. Was what he said a bluff? Is the Allfather behind that? Even if it is a bluff, do I dare call it? And if he carries it out, our country is finished. Even if he can only use that spell once a week, once a month, once a year, or even once a decade, his transport spell puts him out of our reach in between those times, and we can't survive without our cities. The demi-humans can just move into whatever ruins and... She stopped walking and stopped thinking as Yarvin reached the double doors that arched twice his height and pressed the right one open with the flat of his palms. He stepped aside for her to allow entry and announced, Cardinal Berenice Nagua Santini. As banquets went, it was an intimate affair. Necronadama wasn't in attendance. The Pontifex Maximus was a notorious eccentric who refused invitations that took place on holidays at or after dusk. The table was relatively short, having space not for dozens, but for in fact only 10, 4 to each side and 1 at each far end. The white sheet over the table was silk, and a blatant display of power and status, if not wealth. The display of wealth came more from the attendants. Cut-eared elven slaves walked with eyes downcast bearing wine or silver trays with small appetizers meant to enhance the actual meal. In the corner, a quartet of 4 elven men played instruments as only masters could, centuries of experience behind them. They strummed their lutes and harps and only subtly added their own voices, a gentle breeze like hum that might have almost been words, but were not. They were dressed in formal attire, the women in skirts that rustled when they walked and were slit at the thigh to show bare legs while still maintaining decency. The cloth they wore was grey, though those acting as direct servers were clad in black and wore white gloves so that their hands would never directly touch the bottles, glasses, dishes, or food meant to be consumed by the humans present. Yarvin reached the chair meant for her which sat beside Raymond, and pulled it out. "Your chair, my lady," he said, and as she lowered herself into the seat he pushed it forward so that she was directly up to the table. Dominic sat at the head and stood up when she arrived. He raised a glass to her without hesitation, though his face was struggling. It seemed he was attempting to form a smile, like he'd never tried to use the muscles of his face to turn the corners of his lips up. "Welcome," he said as she tucked her napkin into her lap. "Thank you, Dominic," she said, and before he could say anything more, "I met the new king of the elves 2 hours ago." She said it so fast she almost got ahead of herself. Even the musicians ceased playing, every elf stopped moving. Dominic looked at the elves around his room, everyone out except Yarvin. He said, their feet carried them silently out of the room, a rushing flood of footsteps and backward glances that were a mix of wild hope and abject fear born of their last king. "What?" Dominic demanded again. "Please repeat that." "I met King Mayor," he had a demand, "and if we don't meet it, we're going to die," Berenice said, and began the lengthy and unbelievable explanation. Chapter 388, Chapter. The Black Scripture members move quickly. "I'm impressed." It wasn't a reluctant admission to make for Nia Baraja. Sitting on top of Alisur Dark's back wasn't necessary given that she had wings of her own. But there was no way the dragon would allow Senna to ride alone. The Frost Dragon was particular about that kind of thing. "They're the best humanity has to offer," Senna said with pride. His arms were wrapped around the slender waist of the Queen of Frost, her leathery wings were wrapped around her body, and they proved far softer to the touch than the captain expected. "They're very tough things, but soft too." He avoided any metaphorical comparisons and inched himself closer to her. Nia's tail wrapped around his waist behind her, though there was no real fear that he might fall off, it felt good to do. The way his eyes held even the back of her head, the fearless look, the look free of judgment, fear, disgust. It still felt strange to her, and Nia's heart skipped a beat when he inched closer to her body, her tail tightened its hold a little. A normal person would have been snapped by the force of the hold, but for him it was no more than a tight blanket. "I'll do my best. I promise," Nia said again as they watched from within the clouds. The hour was close, the forces of Nazarick were ready to deploy. The forces of Demalbian were waiting outside the next known resting place which Senna revealed, a cluster of peace trees that were generally avoided by demi-humans in the past since combat was prohibited there. How ironic that the humans made our own peace into a weapon against us, before there was a true us, at least. She reflected quietly until she felt Senna's arms tighten around her and his hot breath on her ear. "You don't have to say that, I know you will." "I know. Whatever happens next is entirely up to them. They can't win, they'll know they can't win, and I'll explain everything to them. If they choose to fight or run after that, you are not to blame." Senna promised, and Nia's rapid heartbeat calmed a little. Her anxiety wasn't completely gone, there was little doubt in her mind that her ally in the Allfather had forces that could crush anything the slain Theocracy could field, but even so. The swordsman's chance, even with every bit of intelligence Senna could give me, what if one of them is holding something back? That prospect filled her with dread. "I haven't even revealed everything I can do, nothing tide-turning, as our first duel showed, but even so, I held it back. To know the hidden things that we keep back to save our lives is more intimate than sex. So he probably doesn't know everything. Please, please, if there are any gods at all who love me, please don't let this go wrong. Please. I can't bear to watch his heart rip apart, don't make me kill his friends." Nia recalled many great and terrible dangers in her short life, many an ache that would never really go away, and now the only fear she had in her mind was. She released her hold on Alisur Dark, grabbed Senna's wrist, brought it up to her lips, and kissed the back of his hand without a word. He said nothing about the unexpected gesture, he just allowed her to make it, and then to place his hand back where it was. "We can't go the usual route," Kse said point blank when he returned to his friends. "They have towers up that we can't get past. I wouldn't be surprised if they had forts not far from their towns either." A round of curses went up from the present members of the Black. "So what do we do? We can't abandon the mission. The captain may not be hurt, but you all know Senna. He doesn't do well sitting still, he wouldn't survive in captivity." Beaumarchais said and tightened his grip on his enchanted chain weapon. "There's another way, we take the long way around, but it will carry us toward the Peace Tree campsite. If we get there, we can sleep for a few hours and then hit the palace of the traitor at night. He promised, and for good measure, he snapped a twig and began tracing the path over the ground in the grass. We still can't be sure he's being held in the castle. It's just that he's seen a lot there under guard. Alan pointed out and put the tip of his sword to the dirt. He began marking places around the castle. He could also be held in locations close by that he's also been seen going into and out of. He's also been seen in the company of humans. 2 of them. You can guess who. The mad-eyed archer and his wife. Corwin guessed. The strongest of humans drummed his fingers against his tree trunk-like thighs, as guards. Or handlers would be my guess. Alan suggested, from what Thousand League astrologer said, they're treating him in a very friendly way, downright affectionate to him in public even. She doesn't know how to make heads or tails of it. Could they be as strong as the traitorous bitch? Like it or not, she bested Alisar Dark, a living, breathing, frost dragon. No ordinary human could do that. Corwin added the question, and for a moment there was silence. Demi-humans ran the gamut from very weak to monster-level strength. Their heroes were often stronger than the human counterparts, and though the blood of every Black Scripture member ran hot with the desire to test themselves against the very best, that their captain's life was on the line colored it all. Facing multiple demi-humans and possibly humans that may have been on par with themselves while also rescuing one of their own. It cooled the hot blood a bit. No. Alan said at once, they're impressive, but no more than weaker adamantite heroes, not heroes among heroes. My point is that we want to make sure of where he is before we break in. Fine, we take the roundabout path, we scout the area with magic and try to get him out without being seen. I get where you're going with this, Alan. We'll avoid fighting if we can. Corwin, the strongest human, said and put his hand over his heart, I promise. When the rumble of agreement went up, they began to run again, with their scout at the head, Alan behind, and then each of the others in single file behind them. Chapter 389, Chapter. You worry too much. You're clinging to him like he'll disappear if your tail relaxes even a little. Nia reprimanded herself and tightened her heels into Alisar Dark's neck to spur him forward. In the thick clouds and gliding as they were, they made no sound and wouldn't be seen, but thanks to her dragonid eyes and Senna's godkin lineage, observing proved easy. They're doing just as I expected, we can go and wait for them. Senna said and tightened his hold on her waist just as she relaxed her tail a little bit. After this is over, whatever happens, good or bad, hold her tight. Senna told himself, it was a strange thing to see someone so dangerous be so nervous. She was less afraid when the tip of my spear was over her throat. Right then, she appeared almost peaceful, like she was tired and ready to fall asleep. It was just at that moment when it hit one of the strongest men in the world, that the Queen of Frost never spoke of her life before becoming who she was in the present. Nor did her parents. All he knew of her in fact came from the briefings given to him from the Pontifex's files. And with that realization, came the overwhelming desire to know more. I want to know everything, what forces in this world could possibly shape a woman like her, who could tend a dragon's wounds with such devotion that it called her his sister, that would first defy a nation, and a being called by some to be a god, before building one of her own. Such a woman is going to be my wife. I might have to take fewer naps if I'm going to be a worthwhile husband to someone like that. It was a moment of almost reverential awe to watch as the dragon took them out of sight. Even without seeing her fearsome eyes he could feel them boring straight ahead, readying herself for whatever lay ahead. Have I done the same? He wondered about himself. His own nature was no mystery, not to him, happy-go-lucky, good times, good beer, sweet bark and naps with the occasional hunt. I betrayed my nation for her and I'm about to betray my friends. No. No. I've already done that, even if she captured none of them. Everything I said without a thought is enough to neutralize them or ensure their deaths at any time by picking fights they can't hope to win. I've just been assuming that things will go the way I want them to. I've always assumed that. By contrast, he recalled her meeting with the Allfather's representative, the careful choosing of who among her demi-humans would be the best fit, the endless discussions and negotiations when the slender men from Nazarick wanted only the bodies of the Black Scripture. I thought of nothing, I just assumed, and assumed some more. If she'd given in to the demon in glasses, what could I have said or done? If he'd played hard, could she have refused? I wasn't even in the room when she negotiated a trade. What did she agree to give him in their stead? I assumed something simple but, oh my gods. I never even asked. Senna never once in his life cursed himself, born lucky and superior to almost everyone he'd ever met in combat, the best without even trying, and the weight of the world now crashed down on his shoulders while he stared at the back of the head of the dragonid. There was no way for her to know the content of his thoughts at that moment, and for that, Senna Tacconi was more than grateful, and in no small way, worried about what lay ahead. They will surrender. They have to surrender. There's no way for them to win. He told himself that repeatedly, and reached behind his back to rub the handle of his divinely given spear. The familiarity comforted him while the dragon went on. Nia disengaged his hands for a moment and parted her wings. Now hold tight, she said, and before he could ask why, she jumped. Senna reflexively held fast to her waist, and dangled so far above the ground that his heart pounded instinctively out of the fear of such an absurd height. Even I might not survive a fall from up here. He thought, and felt her body wince when his grip went a little tighter than she was comfortable with. However, the Frost Queen didn't tell him to relax. Instead, she only floated down well out of view while the rest of the black scripture passed through a cluster of trees. The air battered at his body in ways he didn't know air could do. The freezing cold was negligible when he could think of something else, but now that he was being hit full in the face and descending toward a ground that just kept getting bigger, his blood threatened to freeze as it never had against even the coldest of undead monsters. When she finally came close to the ground, Senna released a breath he hadn't known he was holding and put his hand to his chest. He leaned forward, bending over a little so that he was almost eye to eye with Nia, and said, "If we could never do that again, my dear, that would be great." She chuckled a little bit and said, "So I've been told that some dragonids mate on the wing. I'm guessing you wouldn't be interested." Supposedly the beating wings can make small hurricanes if the mating pair is strong enough. Senna tried to picture it, and he looked at his wife-to-be with blatant desire etched on his face. She practically preened. "There, that perked you right up." She clapped him on the shoulder, then spun on her heel to put him at her back, put her fingers between her lips, and gave a long, shrill, sharp whistle. "Why yo dash," he cut off his indignation with a stark, gallows humor laugh while the demi-human teams came into view. Tribal leaders, the strongest of the strong, and now the most loyal of Nia's followers, came into view. "My queen." Hector Ainz as Ragara loped toward her, his massive lion body encased in intricately carved orichalcum armor, his thick, based adamantite-tipped lance held ready with the point skyward. He lowered himself to one front knee and bowed his head. "Your forces are assembled, and I have drilled them relentlessly. Whether the humans arrive at the cave and are taken on entry, or are taken at their departure, the decision is yours, but the result will be the same." Nia's general brought his lance front and center to his body and close to his broad-built human torso. Out of all the demi-humans Nia knew, he was one of the easiest to relate to, a soldier and a leader through and through. Beating him was a narrow thing. If I hadn't beaten him by outmaneuvering him and needed a commander of his caliber. The unpleasant thought of a prolonged war in the hills was a bitter taste on her tongue, even though it hadn't happened. The Orthraus tribal leader gave her a wink of his eye as if he could read her thoughts, and she winked back. "If I am ever killed, he is the best chance to ensure my kingdom endures after I am gone, and if I have an heir to pass it on to, then he will be one of my heir's finest tutors." Nia could almost see it now, a strong young son, winged and willful, the blend of his father and herself. It felt more like a vision of the future than an idle moment of imagination. But one way or another, she had little time ahead to consider it. Behind the general stood his closest aides, the eldest heirs of the other tribal leaders. "You have a right to live. Kill if you have to. But if you can take them alive, do it. That is all, take your places." Nia snapped the order out, and watched as the small groups made for the peace trees. The hill nearby, unlike other hills, had an empty tomb within. The burial place once belonged to a now disinterred chieftain from a time when they ruled this place, and the entrance to his burial chamber, cut into the earth itself, still lay exposed from where it had been dug. "So do you know anything about this place?" Senna asked with idle curiosity. "A little," Nia said, and waved toward the dark entrance. "Just that he was incredibly rich and was buried with his wealth. Unfortunately, he made the mistake of being famous for his wealth, so his burial mound was barely over his head before his tribe was attacked, scattered, and his tomb looted by a neighbor. They're gone now. The orcs still tell the story of the greedy chief and how his love of wealth destroyed his people. If you ask me, humans could have benefited from that story." She snorted and walked toward the trees with the others. Supposedly this grove once went up all around the mound, his idea to keep anyone from doing violence to his body. What a stupid idea. I'd imagine at most they just gently plundered his greedy corpse and were very gentle with every chunk of gold. Now all that's left is this large grove here. She gestured to the thick dangling white strands which swayed in the breeze. "I guess we should thank him. His stupidity and greed gave us a grove of trees that inhibits detection. The perfect place to hide from those who aren't expecting us." She snapped her fingers and her claws clicked when she did it. "And remember, I only promised I would try." Nia added one more time as they vanished within the strands. "I know," he assured her as best he could, resting a hand on her back before they all fell silent and waited to spring the trap. Chapter 390, Chapter Tenjo Tingha, Heaven and Earth, concealed a frown behind a mask. The white tendrils of cloth that were perpetually wrapped around his forearms were dyed gray, while his red clothing was dyed the color of charcoal. His green hair pressed flat against his head beneath a helmet that was almost skin-tight. The unfamiliar route set the fine hairs on his body to standing on end. "Danger, you'd think I'd be used to it by now." He rebuked himself for the feeling of being cowardly as he ran after the others. His primary weapons, his fists, were clenched white knuckle-tight and the fingers cracked with anticipation of violence. The green grass swayed in the breeze, the trees did the same, and it was easy, so easy, to forget where they were. None of the others seemed to feel this way, so why me? What's wrong with me? Why am I the one who is afraid? The monk-class fighter asked himself and stared intently at the back of the divine chant. She moved with the lithe grace of an elf ranger or assassin. One could forget that she was a magic caster of great power. Ahead over her was the loping pace of the third seat, the men who shouldn't be. A full-blown Sirs Hannah worshipper who blended necromancy with the healing arts to create horrible deaths or almost godlike miracles on the battlefield. His purple robes dark enough that they needed no dye to visually obscure, he easily kept up the running pace, keeping his long wooden staff secured to his back as he raced ahead. I wouldn't feel this way if we were taking the usual route. Tenjo told himself the lie, knowing it was a lie, but it was so comforting to the tension in his body that he kept telling himself the same thing, and the land changed around them, open field to forest and back again. In any other circumstances he might have called this place beautiful. But somewhere ahead. Who knows what these animals have done to the captain? Have they tortured him? Healing magic hides wounds easily enough. Who knows what a traitor to humanity might do to a champion of it? Even if we rescue him, will he ever be the man he was, again? Tenjo's recollection of the men came fast as their sprint, his charming, boyish smile, always whimsical, even playful. Like he'd never lost the boy in himself when he'd become a man, last to volunteer for work, but the first to jump in to protect his friends, and first to celebrate them all making it back alive. A man like that doesn't rise to the top for nothing. Tenjo could practically feel the hearty clap on his shoulder, and the squeeze that would catch the eyes of heaven and earth, the little nod of reassurance that came without words. It will be fine, he seemed to say. And Tenjo's heart burned with fury at the ones who took his captain away, and at himself, for daring to think of himself. How could you? How can you think of yourself at a time like this? How can you think of turning back now? He hated those impulses, and judged himself guilty for having them. In the courtroom of his heart, heaven and earth cast on himself a judgment of guilty and sentenced him to death by rescue. Rescue him or don't come back, that is all there is to it. He resolved just as they broke out of the trees. Their next waypoint was close. The distant peace trees were in view, and the burial mound of an ancient orc before it. The swaying of the trees were like beckoning hands, calling the black scripture to safety in a place that even today, few demi-humans lived. But if we don't bring down to Vijar and the kingdom of Demalbian, how long will that be the case? How long before they put up a wall of their own and forts to support it, and sneaking over the border will be impossible? The thought came to Tenjo late. The others probably already thought of it. That's probably why the captain was sent to kill the Queen of Frost, and of course I'm the last to wonder, always the last. He closed his eyes and clenched his already tight fists, tighter. Come on, Alan said, and stood outside the entrance of the burial mound. His right arm raised and finger pointed within. Get inside, we can rest for the night. The column slowed to a walk at last. Tenjo didn't need to look at Alan to know that their titular leader in the absence of the captain would be the last one to enter. He wouldn't go in until the others did. At least I'm safe for the night, Tenjo told himself when Alan followed behind him, watching for danger at their backs, and with his own selfish thought came a wave of loathing that remained with heaven and earth long after he stretched out amidst his comrades and stared up at the dirt roof meant to shelter the dead. It kept him awake and wide-eyed and staring at nothing well after the rest of his friends began to snore. So he was the first to respond when the shrill whistle and thunderous shout reached them all. All right, come out and surrender, and you'll all stay alive. It was a woman's voice, clearly, but Tenjo knew right away that she wasn't alone. He jumped to his feet and struck a combat pose with right foot back and his fists raised, one forward ready to block, one back and ready to strike. The others were rising to their feet. They were crowded in the little safe house. Combat was all but impossible. They'd just get in each other's way. Cedrin jumped to the entrance and lay his shield in the way to block any incoming fire while those with longer weapons rushed to flank him. Their magic casters went to the back of the formation, and Tenjo looked all over the ancient burial site as if he'd never seen it before, searching for a way out. We could blow it up, I think. But if we did that we'd hurt each other a hell of a lot, and then where would we be? We're trapped like rats. Tenjo cursed himself and his situation. He cursed the Theocracy cardinals for their short-sighted decisions, his eyes and head darting everywhere even down to his feet as if the world might open up and swallow them all, but no one spoke except for the one outside. We know who you are, you're the Black Scripture. And you're here to take back Captain Senaticoni, and I'm afraid I can't bring myself to let you have him. Surrender and come out, and I personally guarantee your lives. The woman's voice called out again. Who are you that we should surrender? Your mother should surrender. Alan shouted into the dark corridor that led out to their unknown adversary. It was a play for time while his casters sought some magical solution, and a lame one, but it brought an unexpected response. I'm the Queen of Frost, Nia Baraja, and with me now is your comrade, Senaticoni. Along with us are the most powerful demi-humans in my kingdom. You are surrounded on all sides, there is no escape, and I'm trying really hard not to kill you. Please, in his name, give yourselves up. Nia shouted within. Bullshit. How do we know he's with you? Alan retorted and waved his hands up and down to still the bustle of dismayed voices from the other scripture members. Because I'm talking to you, Alan. How's that for an answer? Come on out and give yourselves up, it'll be fine, I promise. Senna's voice came to them as a light in the darkness, and no amount of shushing gestures or noises could calm the team down. Don't worry. We're here to save you. We're going to find some way out of this, we're the Black Scripture, damn it. We won't fall to some ugly monster turncoat. Cedrin shouted down the hall. I'll thank you not to call my fiancé ugly, you muscle-headed mountain with mush for brains. Senna shouted back. Fiancé. The burial mound shook with the force of their shouts and a cascade of dirt granules rained down on them all. It's a long story. Senna shouted back defensively. Listen, I'm going to come in, we have to talk face to face. Just me. No one else. He shouted back, everything will be all right as long as you don't lose your heads. The hell you are. They'll kill you. Nia shouted at him, certain that they heard her and not caring either way. She put her hands on his shoulders, her eyes wide and wild, they can call me whatever they want. I don't care. You walked away from everything for me. Who knows what they'll do to you if you do convince them you're telling the truth. Her eyes were typically narrow, vicious-looking, soft gazes and lingering devoted looks were all but beyond the fierce dragonite that looked up at him with wild urgency. Her claws digging into his shoulders would have ripped a normal man to shreds, but to him they could not have been a more welcome touch. Nia. Senna said and gently grabbed her wrists, drawing them away from their hold over his body. He shook his head. They're trapped. Every spell they can use can only hurt themselves worse than anyone we send in. The hill is surrounded, and I'm Senna, one of the strongest men in the world. Strongest of the Black Scripture's regular seats. Plus they're my comrades, I can talk them down, just trust me. Nia relaxed, but only for a moment. She whirled on the entrance and bellowed within, saving your hides is my wedding gift to Senna. If there's no wedding, there's no wedding gift. The dismay within that her words caused, made it impossible to understand what any within were actually saying, but doubt and disbelief were evident enough. Senna vanished into the long curved tunnel and Nia raised her hand to hold it beside her head. I hate to deprive you of glory, my followers, but those who stand and wait, serve me just as much as those who lead the charge. I will never forget who came to me today. Never. Nia vowed as her eyes welled up. Send the message to Nazarick, if the Allfather's subordinates are as loyal as I think, we'll have just the right backup to ensure everything runs smoothly. The Frost Queen gave the order without hesitation, and behind her she could hear the noise of the scroll burning up. The gate spell was as impressive as she expected. The whirling vortex of energy and darkness, a beautiful and impossible sight, instant travel greater than any teleport magic her education informed her of. If this were used for armies, logistics would never be a problem again. There'd be no point in worrying about supply lines, your warehouse would be as close to the battlefield as anywhere. The implications of that spell were not lost on her. If we continue to fight him, how long would we have lasted with just this spell alone at his disposal? His withholding it as a trump card revealed more about the nature of the Allfather than she previously knew, and Nia's estimation of him as a king went up. Revealing it now that we are growing closer as nations friendly to demi-humans was the right call too. Using it to help us now that we know he could have used it to hurt us and held back instead. The more she learned of the Allfather, the more she found his thoughts aligned with hers, as did his approach to international relations. He wanted to build. And as they were both building nations, it only made sense that they would be natural allies. So, whom did Lord Demiurge recommend, I wonder? Nia pondered the question with detached mental curiosity even as her heart ran a marathon in her breast as if it were racing toward her throat. I negotiated for the best, so what will that get me? A young girl, no older than 13 or 14 from the look of her, stepped into view at the top of the burial mound. As young girls went, she was quite out of the ordinary, pale skin and eyes that could only have been vampiric, clad in thick blood-red armor and bearing a long strange-looking lance with a bulbous crystal just above the grip. Hello. She gave a polite wave of her lance. I am Shaltir Bloodfallen. The Allfather said there was a bargain struck for quite a rare prize. Now, what am I to do to gain my lord's praise? She asked. She could already feel the warmth of Lord Ainz' hand on her head. If no one emerges from there, Nia pointed to the mound entrance, in the next few minutes on my signal you're to capture everyone alive. If you can. Shaltir cocked her head to one side. At first she was expecting an undead, but down below, she could feel the living even through so many feet of earth, and the vibrations caused by the shouting was tingling at her skin even within her heavy armor. How interesting, and ironic. She thought and then turned her lance down to stick the point into the earth. At your signal, then. She said and waved her hand dismissively before resting it on her hip. Lord Ainz is sure to praise me after this, but what in the world could Demiurge want with that one? She pondered as she looked down at the hybrid of dragon and human that stared intently into the darkness, her heart bursting within a cool frame, her blood racing in an unmoving body. Oh well, it doesn't matter. As long as Lord Ainz pats my head and praises me, I'd bring Demiurge anything he likes. Chapter 391, Chapter Captain Senna Tacconi walked with his hands spread out as if to embrace his old friends, his fingers scraped along the soft dirt walls and sending granules tumbling down to the hard-packed earth which crunched underfoot. I'm here, and I am me," Senna said when saw the oversized shield of his comrade. He kept his arms out and finger wiggling a little against the walls of the grave, tumbling little bits of dirt, all the way to the point where he was just out of reach of the divine chain. "See. Cast whatever spells you need to confirm I'm not controlled. Then ask your questions. But make it quick, they won't wait forever." The tingling feeling of magic, and its faint blue and golden glows as the spellcasters of the Theocracy's finest scripture inspected him in every way they knew, washed over him. And Senna only stood firm and patient, his reproving face fairly daring them to doubt him further. "It could be some higher magic that I don't know," the divine chant said, only for Senna to rebuke her with the words he prepared for this exact moment. "Then why bother checking at all? You can always say that." Senna snapped back at them. That closed a few mouths before he said, "I'll make it quick, I've been friends with the Queen of Frost for years. All my vacations where you all thought I was out hunting near Ikari. Since I was 13 years old I was visiting here. I befriended the Queen by chance not long after her takeover of the region and ever since then I've been her honored guest. After Necron gave his order, things happened and now I'm going to marry her. This is my country now." "Then the human scene in your company?" One-man army shot the question out. "Other than the Queen's parents? Mostly friends of mine I've made over the course of my visit. There are around 15,000 humans and even more elves just living here. Like I said, I've been coming here for a while." He laughed. "Funny story, for the first few years of my visits, Nia didn't even believe I was who I said I was. She just labeled me the ass." Senna's laughter was hard enough that he had to wipe away a tear. "I'm telling you, I'm fine. You betrayed the Theocracy. Humanity." One-man army gasped and his hand reflexively went for his stilettos. Kse Hazy Aquintia had flashbacks to his sister's treason, his heart raced and he stared in shocked disbelief, only the hand of Alan on his shoulder kept him from drawing his weapons. "No," Senna said with a shake of his head, "if anything I'm hoping to save both. I can defeat the Frost Queen, and Necron believes that means they'd fall apart. But I'm telling you, I've traveled here, I've spent months here, I know the demi-human tribal leaders, and they're all prepared to swear allegiance to their greatest general if anything happened to her. They felt the strength of unity and they will not let it go again. All I'd accomplish is giving the military to the greatest commander they've had in centuries. And I know he would simply turn his kingdom into a province of the Allfather's domain after a brutal punitive campaign. Imagine 100,000 demi-humans rampaging over the slain Theocracy." A collective of grim swallows went up. "Our city's dash," Cedron was about to protest, but Senna did not give him the chance. "Wouldn't last a week. The elven slaves would happily open the gates for them, leave the fields of their masters, they don't even have to fight us. Just march around our country picking up slaves and harvesting our own crops. Nia laid out the plan to me the night of my proposal. If anything happened to her, Demalbian would hold us responsible, rightly as it turned out, seize our fields and our workforce, and then just starve our cities into submission, and if we did manage a fight, the next king was going to turn the country over to the Allfather on the condition of 200 years of sanctions against us. Surrounded on all sides, no food, no workforce, forget 200 years. We would be selling ourselves into slavery for food in 6 months. But that's diabolical." Divine Chain shivered while Tenjo clutched the side of his head as the vision of the nightmare unfolded behind his eyes. City turning on city for food, entire populations selling themselves or their land to neighbor states just to feed themselves. Even with all of us, even without the Allfather's help we couldn't fight everybody. And it's never going to happen. Senna promised and crossed his arms in front of his chest. "I love her. I'm going to marry her. I'm going to become the king here, and my wedding present for my wife is you. Or rather, your lives. You are guaranteed life and liberty, within this kingdom at least, until the Theocracy sees reason." "Wait, what?" Cedron rubbed his forehead. "We're dash. No, not slaves, before you say it. Prisoners, yes. But she's willing to parole you around the kingdom, as long as you understand that your good behavior decides whether or not she invades the slain Theocracy. You will be more like guests. Instead of assassins and invaders. Unharmed, alive, even keeping your weapons and, hopefully, attending my wedding. And when the Theocracy knuckles under, if you want to go home then you're free to do so." Senna promised, then held out his hands with palms toward the ground and urged them with a gentle downward wave. "Now lower your weapons and come out peacefully. I promise, I won't let anything happen to you." There was quiet amidst the trapped scripture, then the shouting erupted all at once. "Senna! What will it be? I hear shouting. Are you all right?" Nia's shout of alarm reached his ears and he stepped back to shout in return at her. "They're talking it over. It's fine. Nei." Senna shouted back. I do not consent to that nickname and you will never speak it again. Nia shouted back. He could feel her face burning bright red even if it couldn't properly do so anymore, but out of the corner of his eye, he watched the effect it had on the shouting scripture members. A few even ceased their arguing to stare dumbly at him over the use of the absurd nickname of the Queen of Frost, and her response to it. We have to be rational. Alan shouted despite the distraction, the Theocracy is on the line here. Through so much piled earth, they never heard the spell. Mass hold species, Shaltir said, directing her spell down at those below. And the black scripture of the Theocracy, the cream of humanity's crop, the strongest of the strong and the greatest champions they could field, froze, toppled over, and landed in a heap having not even the ability to close their mouths to keep the dirt off their lolling, limp tongues. That was taking too long. Shaltir muttered from atop the hill and waved to the Dragonid Queen, okay, go get them, nobody is moving. The spell will wear off between a few hours and a few days depending on how strong they are. Can I do anything else for the Allfather's ally? She gave a sweet smile down at the Dragonid, who mutely shook her head before managing. No, that's plenty, thank you. Nia said, and waved her hand forward toward the entrance to the ancient grave. Go get them, but be gentle. She said, and her demi-humans moved forward to obey. Chapter 392, Chapter. Jerkniv felt the weight of the world rise from his shoulders, as soon as the princess recognized him. There was nothing to do for it however, he didn't even bother to curse his last scrap of ill luck. His feet in his rough leather sandals scraped over the stone floor and he sat down on one of the few pieces of furniture he had, and when he sat with his feet open, back straight, and hands relaxed over the dark wooden armrest. In short, he sat in the regal manner of a monarch born and bred to rule. I'll be damned. Zeshi said as the door swung open, her left hand came out and held it ajar to permit her and her husband to enter. Brain let out a long, low whistle. That's my line. He said when the whistle died. No. You can have that I'll be damned or the whistle but not both. Zeshi retorted and the pair rolled their eyes in opposite directions from one another when they stepped within and the door was finally allowed to swing closed with a click as final as a prisoner's manacles. Jerkniv raised his eyebrow. You two are not what I was expecting. I admit I often wondered what you looked like, and this. He waved his hand up and down at the couple in front of him, isn't it? What did you expect? Zeshi asked, her eyes narrowed in on him, her hackles rose as she waited for the bigotry of men to come at her again. Brain's hand closed in hers and it was his gentle squeeze that kept the Empress's words and temper bound inside herself. I was expecting some. I don't know. The former scratched his bald head as he looked the blue-haired swordsman up and down, the broad shoulders, the sharp gleam in his eye, the full head of hair which the former emperor could not keep from envying. And then his wife, heterochromatic eyes and hair alike, her lustrous hair seemed to dance at her back, constantly in motion as if pressed by its own private breeze. Their royal garments were more like dress-up really, and the way the royal pair moved, it was obvious the both were more comfortable in, ironically, less comfortable, clothing. I suppose I was expecting people more rugged, deep frowns, scowls. Something. It was Zeshi who verbalized the sly grin on her husband's face. Every reason we had for that is dead or declining toward it fast. We have no reason at all to be unhappy or scowling. And like you said, Brain added with a casual shrug that would have fit in within any barracks in the Empire, lucky soldiers, something like that. I did say that, didn't I? Jerkniv said and after lowering his eyes once to the floor he let out a second sigh, so the conditions for this were always the same for me, victory conditions, that is, he cleared his throat and looked up at the Emperor and Empress, I remain alive until I die of old age. Since that is no longer an option, my victory condition is a swift and painless death. You both won your status by the sword, he gestured toward Brain's katana, and you're armed, so if it isn't too much to ask, could you make it quick and painless? No beheading. I saw that done once and the beheaded man blinked and moved his mouth like he was trying to speak for almost 2 straight minutes. That seems like a kind of private hell. One quick thrust into my brain should do it. Jerkniv closed his eyes and relaxed, then waited. And it was because he closed his eyes that he didn't see that the Emperor and Empress looking at one another with abject confusion etched on their faces. Why exactly? Brain scratched his head through the thick of his bright blue hair. You're the former Emperor, not a sneak thief or anything. Jerkniv's eyes flew open. The confusion on the faces of his replacements was bright as day, his fingers tensed on the armrest, but only for a moment. His lightning-quick mind was already racing as he reevaluated his victory conditions. I can see my face in the back of his head. Layali giggled from the window, and in the moment where her parents blushed a little bit at her unintended mockery, Jerkniv settled on the answer most likely to meet his new conditions. Why? Because I hid my identity, of course. It's sort of implied that I'm lying given that I never announced myself to either of you. He said as if it were obvious and then coughed into his hand. Besides, I didn't end on a popular note, so being seen with me might not be the best thing. They were trivial offenses, nothing offenses really, but the former emperor did his best to keep a straight face while he waited for the chance their novice expressions would provide to him. Those don't seem like terrible offenses to me. Zeshi. Brain asked. I guess things were a little harsher than I thought before, that just doesn't seem like things to kill over. Zeshi snorted, stupid too, if the person you're supposed to kill is good at something. There it was. Jerkniv kept his face passive and his tone lightly questioning. I see, so then your majesties intend to pardon me for everything, and leave me with my life. I don't see why not, you've been helpful the last few years. Brain answered impulsively. All right, you're pardoned for everything, you have the word of the crown. Zeshi was only a hair slower, it would be kind of a waste, but are you sure you won't come to Arwintar? I guess you not going makes sense now, but, now we know. She said and clapped her hands together as if something were wordlessly settled. If a new face could be arranged, I'd be more comfortable with that. Jerkniv said, as if something like that could be done, an illusion won't do since that can be broken, and then I get to stay here secure. I can probably even get them to keep quiet. Victory achieved. He thought and suppressed the urge to crow when the new royalty looked briefly disappointed. Oh, that's easy. Layali shouted from the window, Mr. Demiurge knows how to sculpt faces, he's been practicing a lot, I'll bet if I asked a favor they'd give you a new face. It might cost me an arm and a leg, but it's okay because they always give M back, with ice cream. She laughed and licked her lips, and Jerkniv cursed himself. I spoke too soon, but then again, a new face is total freedom. He realized and snapped the unexpected opportunity up. If you're sure, then, yes. Yes, I'll go back, all I need is a new face and a new voice to go with it. That's easy. Layali promised. Jerkniv didn't need to see her to know she was smiling. Still, he resisted turning around despite his curiosity. The girl had long been just a voice through a door who asked a bombardment of questions and slid jelly candies through the door slat in exchange for answers. For the longest time he considered her a way to just pass a few hours a few times a year, and never had he seen more than her back when she walked away, and that only at an angle that the door slat allowed. And since he dared not turn his eyes away from royalty to satisfy his curiosity, he turned his mind to another question. Do you know what she means with that arm and a leg talk, majesties? What kind of work does she do over there? We have no idea. But she always comes back happy and if anything, healthier than before, and usually with some fine reward for herself or the Empire. So we can't really object. Zeshi said, and when Layali's smile became smug to the elder half-elf's eyes, Zeshi added, much. Before Layali dropped out of sight to avoid any further questions and landed on the ground beyond the wall of the former Emperor's room. Chapter 393, Chapter. Berenice reached for the cup close to her hand and downed it. Yarvin, the last remaining elf in the room, quickly refilled it and the cardinal drank greedily, taking deep and otherwise undignified gulps of wine between her frenzied words of explanation. Her arms began to move almost independently of her body when she got to the part about the mountain. Then there was a great boom. She exclaimed, her arms flying wide apart at the table, her cup toppled over and red wine ran out to stain the table's cloth, but nobody noticed or cared for the faux pas other than herself, and she barely cared. When she finally finished, she took a deep breath, righted her cup and held it out to Yarvin for him to refill. We have to take action or we are screwed. She finished. Finding the 12 shouldn't be hard, but we have to reorganize a lot and we have to do it fast to make sure there are no more incidents. And what's more, we have to do something to turn the hostility of the Allfather and his followers away from us. Dominic was the first to speak, though when he did it was after a long silence wherein each cardinal's thoughts were turned inward as dark imaginings came over them all. They want us to dismount from the tiger we're riding, but offer no security from its bite. When we do, we can return the dozen. We can make an official apology and deny responsibility for the raiders. But we're still no better off than before. Nothing really changes. We're still in the same position as before. Dominic said and darted his eyes toward Raymond and saw his comrade was prepared to speak. Don't say it, Raymond. Spare us your eloquence on justice, they don't offer a damn thing in the way of solutions. Raymond gave his colleague a dark, baleful glare. Though he never saw what Dominic had done to Nua, the marks on her body in her own words were proof enough, and a burning hatred seated deep in his soul that threatened to consume him every time he heard the voice of the Cardinal of Wind. But he concealed it in a pretense of professionalism. As much as I hate to say it, Dominic is right. The table of cardinals shot their eyes at him, including Berenice. In the time since his return from the journey to Baharuth, Raymond's letters were copied and disseminated everywhere the literate lived and worked. And with them came the chronicles of the elves who escaped. Their narratives of abuse and mistreatment stirred many an empathetic heart, and the once lone cardinal had social and political allies for his position. So now is he reversing it? No. That's not him. Raymond may not want to admit it, but he's as stubborn as Dominic in his own way. Berenice told herself, and Raymond put his hands flat on the table, straightened up and took a deep breath. We either change or die. That's how it is. Cardinal Berenice's witnessing of that kind of destructive power isn't even necessary for us to know that. We have no allies, we have no trading partners. Our military is weaker than the Allfather's. These are not debatable, these are just the facts. What if we began a gradual liberation? Or set up some free farms close to the Elf Kingdom border? Raymond suggested, if we move in the direction they want, we can demand concessions, such as reopening trade with us so that our actions are encouraged. I have nightmares sometimes. Dominic said, looking not at Raymond, but at Berenice, nightmares of what feels like another world, a place where we fought the whole world, and in those nightmares the gods didn't come back. They didn't save us. Kami Miyako starved and our country burned as revenge seekers cast down our power and slaughtered us. I sometimes think those dreams aren't dreams, they're warnings from the divine. Dominic's voice was oddly calm as he spoke, his body lost its tension and his eyes, usually burning with zeal, were dulled to listlessness. I called you all here to dinner hoping for solutions. Ways to buy time for our country. King Mayor's demonstration, and its reason for being done, confirms my fears. The Allfather's power is supreme, on par with or surpassing the gods, and... He reluctantly moved his right hand to point toward Raymond, his open palm up as if it were offering to shake on a truce. Foolish though I think some of my comrades' beliefs may be, the Agante spies confirm the truth everywhere they go. The Allfather is human, and he brings prosperity to mankind. I don't understand why he has chosen to do differently than the gods of old, but when has resisting the will of the divine ever gotten humanity anything? The collective eyes of the rest of the table, and the waiting Yarvin who remained fixed at Dominic's left hand, were all pulled to the aging Cardinal of Wind. I believe we can buy time and favor for our nation, by proposing the deification of the Allfather as the seventh god, may he stay with us forever. In doing this, we can distract the world from our other problems. Dominic suggested it, and the entire table's hearts began to pound in their breasts. Deification of the Allfather. The other cardinals tensed as if they were about to be examined for blood quality by a vampire. But the radical gesture, put forth in the sacred city of Kami Miyako where the 6 great gods were said to have appeared for the first time, would have been a powerful one. That is, quite a thing to do, but... What if we do as Raymond wants, and we do that? Yvonne suggested, the withered old man's serpent-like eyes lost their shock and locked like a predator on another idea. Suppose we make this proposal and declare the liberation of the elves, but we then pass harsh laws with long penalties of public labor or imprisonment. We could punish trivial thefts of food with decades of farm labor. To help keep them fed we've never really punished light hunting among the creatures, but if we pass harsh laws against it, pay trivial wages to the freed elves, we can then justify selling the labor of these criminals to the farms where we need them, and pocket the money from leasing them. He smirked, the elves are then free, but they're not. And we then simply require passes to leave the country, and any elf trying to leave can be arrested. We can introduce them to the black dust and then punish its use, even let them trade work for more of the stuff, then they'll never leave, the other nations can't complain because the elves are free, and our budget can be restored by leasing the labor. I see no real downside. We can even say we're doing it in accordance with the Allfather's will, a gesture of our sincerity before we declare his divinity. The Empress of Baharuth will see right through that. And even if she doesn't, the bloody Queen Renner will if she's even half as clever as she seems. Not to mention the Queen of Frost. Raymond retorted. Maximilian drummed his fingers on the table and added his own retort, HMPF, the Queen of Frost should be getting ready to rule only a grave soon. Every member of the Black Scripture except for Thousand League Astrologer has gone out to kill her and rescue their captain. By this time next week, that kingdom will be engulfed in civil war. The rest of the world will be too thrilled with our deification, and too distracted to notice we're following the letter of their wishes if not the spirit. To abuse the power of the law like that, people will notice eventually. Raymond exclaimed and jammed his forefinger down on the table. He leaned forward and snapped, you can't just slow the melting of ice and say you've lengthened the winter. We'll just create a criminal underclass that is locked inside our borders. If we can't free them all at once, at least we should start settling them on some of the unused farmland. Let them have some self-governing lands of their own, like the Frost Queen did with her captured humans and elven allies. We can then buy back the land and send the elves back to their country when we've stabilized. What if we don't want to go? Yarvin asked. His voice was so small that he himself barely realized he'd spoken, and without thinking, his right hand came out to rest on Dominic's shoulder in an unprecedented display of public devotion. Yarvin Dominic gasped. What did you say? Emboldened by the question, Yarvin looked not at his master, but at Raymond. What if we don't want to go, Master Raymond? Some of us have lived here longer than the Theocracy has existed, some, like myself, would never want to leave where we are. Some of us have families and lives here. Some have no living memory of the Elf Kingdom. Some hate how they are treated. But it is still home, and they won't want to start over, to go back to a place they barely remember or that has no better memories than they've made under humans. I hadn't thought of that. Raymond admitted. I was gauging all my expectations based on Nua, but as elves go she isn't especially old, and she has reason to have a special loathing for the ones who lead this place. To Yarvin's unexpected voice, there were no quick retorts as the problem became even more compounded than before. Chapter 394, Chapter. Nia's order for her warriors to bring out the paralyzed black scripture members was the impetus for the most farcical moment of her life. When Senna emerged first, he wore no smile of relief, only a faint scowl. I could have talked them out. There was no need to take them like this. Nia gave an apologetic nod to her lover. I know you believe that, but I spent my whole life learning to tell when people were angry. When the winds changed and things got dangerous, she put her hand on his bicep and tightened her claws against his skin. I felt a difference there. It's not something I could explain, but please, trust me. Nia blinked her vertical slit eyes of icy blue up at him, her dragonid pupils wide with longing, her breath caught as if she feared rebuke. Senna's heart, and scowl, melted above the eyes of the Queen of Frost. Whatever she'd done, he couldn't mistrust her motives. He put his left hand over the one of hers that held his bicep. You make it hard to argue, lady. He forced a smirk that let her body relax the tight-held tension at last, just as the first of his comrades were carried out. The great and mighty men and women of renown, clad in gear ripped from the pages of art and legend alike, rippling muscles, heavy armor, and mighty weapons still clutched or dangling in hand where it had been held, their bodies frozen as they had been when the spell was cast, now went from heroes of humanity to oversized child's dolls. They were hauled out by 2 demi-humans each, their eyes twitched, and despite being frozen, Nia could see the impulse to violence and resistance was strong in each of them. Even without moving pupils, they still kept their spirits, but were a mockery of their former strength. So, what now? Senna asked. He tried not to look behind him as his comrades were bound with chains of enchanted adamantite that was beyond anyone whose strength was lesser than his own. The chains rattled as demi-humans surrounded the frozen, stiff forms of humanity's brightest lights. He tried not to look, keeping them at his back. But their eyes, unmoving, were no less accusing, at least not to him. Now. She dropped her hand away from his arm and rubbed one horn of her head. I try to help. We have to confine them, but I'll make it comfortable. The Allfather has a seemingly limitless supply of adamantite, and with the runecraft plate, I have a space that can hold them. We do have to take their equipment and armor, but I'll give them comfortable clothing, see them fed, and we can try to save them. Save them? Senna asked, a faint tremor wound its way over his heart. Nia looked past her lover, to her new prisoners, and spoke loud enough for them to hear even over the bustling of various demi-humans, from themselves. Look what happened now. One guardian, one spell, and humanity's best are reduced to children's dolls. They can't win. If they fight, they'll die. If even one of them goes back home still convinced that they can win, they'll rally the Theocracy to fight, and I don't want another stupid war. If we can convince them to join you, though. Maybe. And then my wedding gift will be peace among nations. You're thinking about work again, Nia. Senna rebuked her lightly, but it was the sort of rebuke she liked, and she flashed a broad, fawn-filled smile up at him. Thank you for the compliment. Now let's get them back to the palace, get them bathed, fed, and given adequate rooms suitable for humanity's finest, and our honored guests. Nia emphasized the final word, and the demi-humans who were rapidly finishing up the task of securing the prisoners began to move slower and with more care to the defenseless frozen champions. Though if there were any gratitude among the captives for her evident and overwhelming mercy, Nia doubted it. I consider my husband to already be a god. Do you really think this book is telling us the truth? Albedo asked, laying her hand over the cover after she closed it. Calca brushed back her snow-white hair and paced away from Albedo for a moment. Her flowing clothing graced the floor without a noise and she said, I can't know for sure. But this treasure of the Six has been here since the beginning. If they are anything like the ancient ones who traveled the long river, or the mysterious friends I hear so much about, even if it only means they were from the same place, they might have the same knowledge. Calca answered, giving birth to his son nearly killed me, and I'm one of the strongest magic casters in the kingdom. To this day, Calca's hand drifted unthinkingly toward the belly where her son once grew. I think about why I lived. There are a few godkin in the slain Theocracy, but out of all of them, I know for a fact that no normal woman except for Zeshi's mother, has ever survived to give birth to one who awakened their power. What about it? Albedo asked and pursed her lips tight, her hand never leaving the cover of the book. My near death, look at me. Calca whirled around to face the Queen of the Kingdom of Nazarick. The Holy Queen's hand ran through her white strands. My hair was once as gold as any coin of the purest make, and now it's white as snow. I can never have another child, and I can only wonder how many years I lost from my life. Having him drained me more than I knew. Even my husband doesn't know this. I tell you this, woman to woman, our old gods died. They aged and passed away except for the undead. If they can die, our husband can die. So even if he is that sort of god, time is against him. That book, she leveled her finger at the text as if it were a witness being accused, may have given us the secret to preserving him. Albedo's fingers tensed over it. The human made a solid point. Fine, assume you're right. Then there are two options. Kill enough in a grand war that we can elevate him to deification in the eyes of this world's laws. Or convince enough people to worship him that the world bends to their collective will. The answer is obvious, of course. Kalka answered. But how best to kill that many? And where to get them? Albedo asked the most practical question in the world, and then took a sip of tea while she thought over the answer for herself. Kalka sighed and sat down in front of the beautiful monster, again reminded how different the woman was from herself. No, I meant conversion. The living count more than the dead, and the living can easily reproduce more. I'll draw up the proposal today, and send it out to all the nations of the region. After that, we'll just see what happens. Kalka said and clapped her hands together in finality with a little smile that bordered on playful, tracing over her lips. You are a very useful human. Albedo said, giving out her highest praise to the Holy Queen, who inclined her head in silent gratitude when their time at tea came to an end. Chapter 395, Chapter. You can play with them for a while. Ainz said when the trio clung to his legs. The eldest of the three, his son through Kalka, was still stronger than his younger siblings, however that was something he was fairly sure wouldn't last. Chagama and Gon haven't grown wings yet, but they're rapidly building strength. Chagama had the dark hair of Albedo, while Gon's was bone white. Their faces were almost identical, such that when they were dressed, their hair was the only thing to distinguish one from the other. Even their cries were alike. Thankfully the slightly elder Aurelian seemed to enjoy helping his younger siblings, and in this instance he helped them by lifting them up to climb higher on Ainz's robe until the Allfather could hand them over to Cocytus without even bending over. The heteromorphic guardian was almost shaking with happiness as his master's heirs were one by one placed into his waiting hands. Cocytus has done a great deal for the image of heteromorphs in the Holy Kingdom. Ainz noted, recalling the steady training of paladins and his studious sense of honor toward the queen and her son. Kalka's trust in the guardian seemed unquestioned, and this too set others at ease. I made the right call there, I'm sure of it. He thought, though a familiar pang of guilt came over him for the role he played in her kingdom's near collapse, he comforted himself saying, it was already corrupt, what happened was inevitable, I only hastened it and made sure it wasn't going to be worse than it would have been. Or so he told himself as such when the guardian held 3 practice weapons in hand and said, Who wants a lesson in swordsmanship? And the trio raised their hands and shouted, Me. The swordsmanship was mock cavalry training with Cocytus as the horse, and the long track around the open space held dangling targets at head height for most people. When Cocytus approached, each of the 3 would try to whack the target with their wooden swords, and most of the time, they missed. Will that excuse do for me forever? Ainz wondered about what he told himself, and then crushed the question as ruthlessly as he crushed the 8 fingers. Ainz watched the wooden targets shatter one by one. It was a testament to their coming strength. The wooden targets, far from simply swaying back and forth, snapped from their ropes and went skittering or bouncing off into the grass until their momentum was expended and they fell flat. Triple cheers went up while Cocytus urged them on as he made his dash around the course at a slow but steady pace. That will keep them busy, I should at least try to get some work done. Ainz said under his breath and returned to the palace. The guards pounded the butts of their halberds on the stone in a respectful salute before opening the double door and admitting the Allfather to the interior. Ainz navigated the now familiar halls without effort or pausing for directions, slowing only when Kalart Custodio appeared around a corner. Her white and blue flowing robe was that of a member of the Royal Council, and in her hand was a clipboard with a small stack of documents on which her eyes were focused. My lord. She said with genuine warmth when she saw him out of the corner of her eyes. Kalart. He said, and expected her to pass him by, but instead she fell in at his left hand and began to speak. Has your visit gone well? She asked, a little mirthful smile spread over her face. Your son was certainly happy to see you. It has, and that would make it a good visit even if everything else went wrong. Ainz said as he adopted royal walking pose number 3, holding his hands behind his back to keep his posture picture perfect. His steps were slow and majestic, allowing time for easy conversation. Good parents make for happy children, they say, and the prince has a frequent smile on his face, so I suppose it must be true. Are you on your way to see my dash? She blushed, cleared her throat, and continued, your wife. Ainz let the almost impropriety pass. The bond between the two was publicly denied, but it was a known and acceptable compromise in the eyes of the Allfather. A small way of tempering the lingering guilt and to keep Kalka happy. I am. I will be returning to Nazarick soon. Shaltir should have finished assisting the Queen of Frost with her capture of the Black Scripture by now, or will soon if she hasn't yet, and that will almost certainly require some of my attention. My lord, may I ask, what sort? It seems fairly simple. If they're caught, they can be broken, or bribed, or held hostage, or... She trailed off when the Allfather stopped. His superior senses told him nobody was near, on this level of the castle, unless someone worked directly for him or was exceptionally trusted by the Queen, they wouldn't be. Even her elder brother seldom came up to the area where they now were. Tell me, Kalart, do you know why I chose to indulge the Queen of Frost's request? Because you wish to add her as a vassal state. Kalart said at once. She then lowered the clipboard to her side, and when he didn't affirm that immediately she added, Right, Majesty. No. He shook his head. I could have done that without a joint operation. The truth is I could have snatched the black by myself at any time, and the Frost Queen would integrate her kingdom eventually just for trade and security. I did this because we have something in common. She bridges the gap between human and non-human, and because she bridges that gap, just like me, we share some ideals in common. That all our races can share this world. Her kingdom, just like mine, proves that this is true. She has ideals that I want to preserve. I don't understand, how does this play into the capture of the Black Scripture? Collard felt a faint tendril of ice threaten to rise up in her spine. There are probably fanatics among them, people who will never embrace her ideals. I won't let that stand. Even I can't change every mind in the world, but a few powerful ones. Yes. Yes I can. Ainz answered and resumed his walk to the Holy Queen's chambers, leaving Collard briefly numb and standing still before she returned to her senses. I really wish I hadn't asked. I don't think I like the sound of what he said. Collard told herself and then rushed to catch up to his side. She chose to let the matter drop and instead said, "My lord, about your plans for the Academy Royale, the All-Mother reached out to us regarding early education and suggested that we build primary schools for the earliest age here in Hoburns, but I'm afraid we just don't have the budget for a place that can hold so many. You do if the nobles set their estates here." Ainz pointed out, "They'll build their own accommodations and run their domains through functionaries. The traveling royalty of Baharuth seems to be a very good idea, wouldn't you agree?" Ainz asked. "My lord, you mean for the nobility to uproot?" Collard asked. "Only those who are not the royal family of the kingdom. The others can travel and inspect the holdings of one another, and keep their primary residence in every capital. That way power only settles around the throne of each kingdom, and your primary school can educate their children without too much interference from family politics before they come of age to go to the boarding school we have planned." Ainz explained the plan concocted by Demiurge and Albedo as if it were his own, and it left Collard wide-eyed and dumbstruck at the brutal simplicity of it all. Anyone who doesn't move might as well be confessing to disloyalty, and anyone who does will lose their power and have to invest most of their wealth into the budget of the capital and the education of their heirs, or lose out on future opportunities for success. If every nation does this, and the young heirs are then under the Allfather's direct guidance at a single school, the ties between families across vast miles will grow tighter and the opportunities will explode, all while beholden to the highest throne. Even if he weren't a god, he'd be as powerful as one after this, at least in terms of getting his will accomplished. "Ah, yes, of course," Collard said as if it were obvious, and to avoid looking up at the piercing eyes of the Supreme Monarch, she brought her clipboard back into view. "I should have realized your intent. I will be more thoughtful in the future, Allfather." Collard promised, and relief then flooded her as the Queen's chambers came into view. Chapter 396, Chapter. The trip back to Tavijar was a bumpy one. He and the other members of the Black Scripture remained frozen, moving only when jostled by the wagons. Curiously, other than the rattled chains that bound each member of their ranks, and kept paralyzed, they were not otherwise inconvenienced or rendered uncomfortable. The wagon in which they rode was lined with silk and padded with straw, so that even though they lay stiff in whatever pose they were frozen in, they were not nearly as uncomfortable as they might have been. The one bother was that shadow. The mighty dragon lord, Alisar Dark, a blood brother to the queen who, rumor had it, induced the defender of humanity into treason. The great shadow of its body, swishing tail, and widespread wings covered the wagon in darkness, while the demi-human guards from stonemen to snake people and even orcs walked or rode out in the light. The Queen of Frost watched them from the air. Alan could feel it, like her eyes were examining each of them as curiosities. Those vertical, reptilian slits in her pupils, those narrow, criminal eyes, when she was a human, she must have been. The word that came to mind off the cuff was repulsive. But the more he thought about them, the more he felt them looking at him and each of his comrades by turn. Then the more he thought of her in the warrior context. And another word came to him, fearsome. So what happens to us now? Were they serious before? He had to wonder about that. A wedding. Senna's wedding of all things. Alan tried to picture it. The formal clothing of a Theocracy warrior was to go bare-chested and oiled to a shine to reflect the perfection of his or her form. But instead of that, he saw the far more likely end for them all. Secured to a wall, chained up for torture. Senna was always headstrong, and far too trusting. Alan thought and began to quietly mourn the deaths which lay ahead. Tingha's gratitude for his paralysis was rivaled only by his raw terror. "We're going to be tortured. I'll shame us all, can I endure that? No. There's no way. There's no way. I've been faking my strength of will all this time. Faking my courage. I'm a liability to you all. They'll break me for sure." Heaven and earth screamed inside his mind. Had his limbs been able to move, then he might have clawed at his face and drawn open his jaw with a cry of despair. Were his legs able to carry him, he imagined himself running free, fleeing into the distance and leaving every danger far, far behind. "I just want to live, is that so bad?" he asked himself. Yes. He answered his own question. If it comes at the expense of your friends, it's awful, and because you want it, you're awful. The tribunal of his heart heard his defense of himself and judged him guilty of wishing to survive even if his comrades did not. Up above, the dragon soared with such impossible majesty that it was easy to understand his desire to live, the everlasting sky, the gentle breeze that blew over his body, even the gentle rocking back and forth of the wagon, its cradle motion and steady thock noise, was a pleasant experience. Were it not for the circumstances, he might have called it pleasant. I would have liked to try sweet bark one more time, it's so hard to get a chance to snag some of that when nobody is looking. Ting thought, his mouth would have filled with saliva if it were able, but even that was denied to him. Idiot. Why are you thinking of something so stupid while Senna has turned traitor and you're frozen in a cart going off to who knows what kind of personal hell? How long is this ride? How long will I have to bear this fear? It's bad enough by itself that it's its own torture. And so the grim ride went, for heaven and earth. Quessie's hair wouldn't move. That was an unusual thing in and of itself. Like Zeshi's one long strip, his mop of blonde hair seemed to always sway as if the breeze were just a little stiffer than it was. But now it moved like it was braided to his head. His hands were frozen as if he'd been holding stilettos still, but without them in his grip. Well, now one hand was embarrassingly gripped over his privates, while the other was up where the blade had been brought to lick the edge to use his innate skill, personal poison, let him inflict poison damage on his enemies with a chance of weakening their stamina. It even looked fearsome, if bizarre. Now it let a fly crawl around over his tongue and his mouth was trapped in the open position. Far from appearing fierce, he appeared frankly lewd. The fly crawling on his tongue with its little legs skittering over the muscle and leaving tendrils of the foul-tasting substance it must have last crawled over, lingering behind when it finally flew out. But the disgrace was nothing compared to his own dismay. Senna, could you really have turned on us? Betrayed us so completely? Are you under her spell somehow? Is this a trick? In a way, the treason was almost believable. We are still alive, and they captured us, and he showed concern for our treatment. Could he be wanting to lure us into his treason too? One-man army couldn't make heads or tails of the motive beyond the hints of emotional attachment and conviction. A vampire's charm could do that right enough. The reasons a betrayal might not be the captain's fault ran through his mind like wild horses, so much so that it reminded him of his sister's betrayal. What good did it do back then to imagine why she might have betrayed us? In the end she did it because she wanted to. It was a bitter taste of ashes in his mouth that would never really go away. No matter how much I drink, or how much sweet bark I sneak away, now there's the captain. I'm so damn tired of traitors, it'll be a mercy for all this to end, even if it ends slow. With nothing to be said and nothing to be done, the statue-like bodies of the Black Scripture, humanity's champions, rolled on beneath the blue sky and the rising sun until at long last they rolled beneath a great stone gate and they had no doubts about where they were. We're in Vijar, the capital of Demalbian, may the gods help us all. The captive heroes thought in silence to themselves, unable to move their lips even enough to murmur a prayer.